playpen with enough toys to actually violently make their way out. So sometimes I think we're enclosed in the system, or people are preventing us from going to the edge because somebody is sort of looking after us or looking out for us to a certain degree, and they know that's the edge of the playpen, and anything further than that is danger. But what they realise is that we're not adults. They're treating us as children, but what they don't realise is that some of us, like flat earthers, are adult enough to sort of take it upon themselves to try and explore these outer reaches with, given the right sort of tools and equipment and resources. But the sort of stance of the moment is you will not go because we say so, and that's the law, because we say so. And we're kind of trapped in here like some sort of experiment. Bob, if you ever get a chance to watch the Truman Show, it's a very sort of flat earth, and it kind of goes into a lot of
What's that?
The Truman Show. It's a film. If you ever get a chance to watch it, it's about
Truman.
Yeah. Steve Tango, Arthur Romeo.
With Jim Carrey.
Truman. And it's very, very flat earth. If you actually see what's going on, you'll understand a lot of the concepts that we've been talking about just now, but portrayed in a film form, which is sort of very easily digestible. Because the guy's literally trapped in this environment. He's got no way out, and every time he tries to find a way out, it's kind of blocked on all sides. It's constantly being sold a story through news media and friends around him. Everyone's trying to convince him not to go anywhere, and he's like really desperate to travel, but every time he does, some sort of coincidence happens and prevents him from going out there. So yes, it's definitely worth watching.
I'm gonna go watch the videos now.
It's quite a long video. Maybe it's like an hour and a half. I don't know where it's going to be available for viewing. It's not your average YouTube. You'll need to find a full video provider, like Amazon Prime or something like that. I'm not sure where it's going to be.
I don't got much going on. I could throw it on in the cinema if you guys wanted to watch. If multiple people wanted to watch it.
Oh, it's definitely a classic, and it's definitely relevant to the flat earth subject. So there you go. There's an offer if you wish to join us. We've got a movie room where sometimes we just chill out, watch a movie, and talk about the movie. I can give you the popcorn roll if you wish.
Yeah, I'd watch it.
Anybody else feel like watching it? Hasn't seen it before or wants to watch it again?
I think people are a bit low on the ground at the moment in terms of numbers.
I just came in. I'm not quite ready to put it up, but maybe in a little bit. So you guys continue your conversation for a little while. But yeah, if you still want to,
I've given Bob the popcorn roll. He's kind of come in a little bit unsure of flat Earth and what to think about it, and a bit unsure of what's up. So we're kind of guiding him through those kind of things. It's that sort of first day at school feeling. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of a bit nervous and a bit afraid. What to do that situation. So yeah, we're just going easy on him. There's no point just piling tons of information on you on the first day. You learn this stuff over time. It's sometimes difficult, being experienced and knowing this for a long time to forget what it's like to be a newbie. So we try and step into the issues.
It's like geography lessons.
Yeah. Just forget everything you've ever learned about geography, science, medicine, space, technology, and just start everything from scratch. I mean, just assume everything's wrong. And then that's usually the best approach when it comes to this subject. Literally all of history has been rewritten at some point, even the history that we are witnessing in the news, say today, for example, when our children or grandchildren are reading that news, it can be completely different, a completely different story being spun. Let's say, example, the conflict in Russia right now, they might say, well, Russia did this or Ukraine did that, blah, blah. Who's going to really change that in 50 years' time or 100 years' time? Who's going to debate that or stand up for that information when either you've passed away or It's no longer relevant. Very easy to change history. Very, very easy.
Yeah.
And now we're all reliant on digital information, and that's the click of a button to wipe everything out. Nobody's writing stuff down anymore. Nobody's documenting it. Just imagine if everything that you've ever known could be deleted. We'd literally be in the Stone Age tomorrow if they got rid of the internet or electricity. You know, they talk about having Stone Ages in the past. That's what we would be in within a couple of days.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here. No one would be.
Tools together and. Sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. Karen. Sorry, Bob. If you've got something to say, don't let me hog the microphone. So one thing I did want to say, and I was going to say this earlier, I forgot to mention, is that obviously we don't have all the answers. We're not going to claim to have all the answers. We have some of the answers. So from that point of view, we try to be honest with you when we say we don't know a thing or we're not sure about a certain thing, or it could be this, could be that. It's not that we're completely stupid or out of our minds. It's just that we just genuinely don't know. We're not here to say we know why up is up and down is down and why the earth is what it is. We've still got a hell of a lot of questions to ask ourselves, even once we know this subject. Sometimes the more questions you ask, and the less answers you get back. That makes sense. Okay, Cat, are you still with us?
Pardon?
Just seeing if Get is still around. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm cooking right now.
Yeah, I'm just doing a barbecue myself, actually. It's not too bad, yeah. Just getting some chicken ready. What food are you making?
Oh, I'm just making a noodle soup with mushrooms.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
yeah, but
Yeah. Hello?
Who's talking to him?
Bob. Do what?
but
Yeah.
Oh, is it Echo? Wanker.
Echo, what?
Study.
I'll be right back.
Any other questions, Bob?
I don't really know.
Well, think about it and don't be afraid to ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other good thing about this place is you'll get different answers depending on what sort of time of day that you're in. You know, obviously different people pop into the room, so the things that we say to you right now might be different from what somebody else tells you. So it's always worth coming back some other time.
Where are you from, Get?
I am Romanian.
Oh. I play Rust with a few Romanian people.
He lives in Castle Dracul.
The Vlad Tepes.
Yeah.
His ancestor.
This is odd. You know, when you put water in a pot and then you take a dry pepper and you crush it into pieces, dropping on the water. When the seeds fall on the water, some of them will start spinning. But they are not wet yet. They are floating on the surface tension, so they don't have yet a direct contact with the water. And it's funny how they spin for a little bit and then they stop. When they touch the water, they will stop spinning. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Scientists cannot explain.
Yeah.
There were two that he gave that were pretty good. One of them is the shape of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. And I know you're probably going to dispute whether that's the correct understanding of eclipses. And we can take some time to talk about that a little later on. But I've observed more than a dozen total lunar eclipses and a number of other partial eclipses. And every eclipse, the shadow is, whatever's covering the moon, is circular. Mm-hmm. It's the only shape that casts the circular shadow, regardless of orientation, is a globe. And the other argument that he used, which I think is very good, is as you travel northward, stars in the northern part of the sky move higher in the sky. Stars that were below the horizon farther south you can't see, and at the same time, stars in the southern part of the sky get lower in the sky as you travel northward, and reverse is true as you travel southward. For instance, where I used to live for many years, I could see the star Canopus. It's the second brightest star in the sky, and I could see that on winter evenings. It didn't get very high. I could only see it if I had a good exposure to the south, and only briefly. Where I live now, about 4.5 degrees farther north, I never see Canopus because it never gets above the horizon. Meanwhile, stars in the northern part of the sky are higher here than they were where I used to live. And I've observed this at many different places as I've traveled. I've been doing this for a half century, and it's a very robust sort of thing. In the 9th century, I believe some Muslim astronomers used this kind of visibility and surveying to remeasure the size of the Earth, getting something similar to the measurement that Eratosthenes got.
So, but we're relying on where Eratosthenes understand his foundational understanding, which he already knew. we call it the presupposition, right? But with your example,
on what was already established.
with your example, you're saying that he's actually building off of somebody else before him, which was Aristotle. Is this correct? According to you,
that'd be a big name.
All right, so he was building off of his work, according to what you're claiming here. All right, so and he was using the idea that the sun, the eclipses, right, the moon, the lunar eclipse, because of the shadow. Then he was saying, well, we're seeing this shadow on the moon. What else can it be, right? But the Earth. Is that correct? So with that information, he's moving forward to say, we already know that the Earth casting a shadow on the moon is a globe doing that. So we're going to go ahead and now do this test with sticks and and a shadow, and then apply that to this with this presupposition that we have that the Earth is a globe because of that previous information. Therefore, moving forward and doing these tests, we're going to figure out that we can measure the the radius of the Earth, or get information that we could understand we're living on a globe. Eratosthenes, not Aristotle.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just because of that, like I would say, how could we establish with just what Aristotle has done that the Earth is a globe just based on that information, looking up in the sky and seeing something happen, some type of phenomena in the sky, like what, be it a lunar eclipse, a solar eclipse, whatever it is, stars moving from east to west. That to me, it sounds like you were making a grand leap of logic to then say we're using this as information to guide us into this next example, Eratosthenes, and then saying we're going to base ourselves on a presupposition that we think the Earth is a globe, and then use that to kind of validate this test.
Well,
Can you see there being flaws with this whole foundational kind of understanding where they started from? Because, of course, Eratosthenes did have to presuppose, as you said, and everybody understands that. He had to have a presupposition coming into this. So it wasn't like he just established that the Earth was a globe. There was an understanding he had going into this.
Yeah, your original question was about measuring the curvature of the Earth, which is what Eratosthenes did. If you should ask the other question first, establishing that the Earth is a sphere.
Because of what he did, it's important for us to get as much information. Remember, because I said be very specific, and you're doing that, right? You're telling me a bit of background information of what Eratosthenes, how he came about understanding the information that he did when he was applying this test, to the places he was using it at. So as much as information as we can possible to get, and I asked you, is there anybody that helped him? You said no, not that we understand, because of course this information we're getting about Eratosthenes could be not complete, or it's some bits and pieces are missing, whatever. I'm more looking at the information that gets us from the understanding that the Earth is definitely a globe. So,
okay, I misunderstood your question. I thought you meant assistance in someone helping him make the measurements.
No, well, not that. Like he could tell somebody, "Hey, go take this, stick to whatever place and measure it at that point while I'm over here." You know what I'm saying? Like an assistant or assistance, that kind of thing. But that's I digress. I want to get back to the point where we're looking at how we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay, well, I think you may have misunderstood one of the things I said.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. About the visibility of stars, you mentioned east and west. That's not what I'm talking about. It's the visibility of stars north and south, above the north and south points in the sky. And as you travel north and south, it has nothing to do with east and west at this point.
No. What I mentioned was the movement of the stars. No, I
didn't mention that at all, and that wasn't my argument at all.
Okay, well, we're establishing that the Earth is measured to be, a curvature, right? So the curvature part of it is like if you go from one place to the next and you see stars closer to the horizon because you're going towards, let's say, the north or the south, and then you start seeing like, we could use the North Star, for example. The further you get away from it, it starts going to the horizon until you get farther south where you can't see it anymore. That right there, looking at that, we can't then assume that the Earth is of any particular shape. Looking into the heavens is not going to give us we could definitely make assumptions. We could make declarations, so we could say, hey, you know what? Because I see this, I think that the Earth is such and such. That's all good and well. You can do whatever you want from that point, but establishing validation is the key. So we need to validate that information and say, okay, so now let's see if this guy who's Eratosthenes coming into the picture, he wants to do that. He means to do that, right? Like that's where we're at right now. So
yeah, but I think you're misunderstanding the part of the argument here.
Tell me what I'm misunderstanding, Danny.
Okay, you're talking about the North Star. You're trying to interpret that in terms of the Earth being flat. And if the Earth is flat,
no,
you're moving.
No, I didn't. I'm not. See, now you're kind of not understanding what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I'm not talking about the Earth being of any particular shape. No, I'm saying the person who's making the observation, Aristotle, right? Or as you would claim, why do we see stars and in the north, like the North Star, and as we drive away from it, let's say south, then the star actually moves towards the horizon. That's what I'm saying. So the idea moves, that people go ahead, Danny, go ahead.
But if you're moving, I guess we're going to try to argue that as you're moving toward the North Star, it's going to look higher in the sky. You're going to have to interpret that in terms of what you think the Earth's shape is. If it's flat, you're going to see it rise higher in the sky as you move northward, but it's not going to rise in height or altitude the same way that it would if the Earth is a globe and the star is very far away.
All right,
that's something I think you're missing entirely.
No, I haven't even got to that point yet. So what we're doing here, we're just establishing how people have these assumptions, right? So we're establishing why they think what they do when they look at certain phenomena in the sky, or like they see things happening. They're just like, okay, this is what I'm thinking about. So they could think whatever they want. You could see the stars and say, okay, I'm going to say that the Earth is a globe. You can do whatever you like at that point. I don't care about. Right, belief has anything to do with what we're saying here. What I need here, when what we're establishing, is a little bit of background information as to what Eratosthenes came about doing, and then where did he get his presuppositions from? So
you mentioned the North Star, and if you were to observe it at the same sidereal time, every 69 miles you travel northward, it gets 1 degree higher in the sky. And that's consistent over a very great distance. And that is exactly what you would expect to see if Polaris is far away from us and the Earth is a globe.
Yes, that sounds like it's consistent with the idea, right? As you put it, but we haven't established the validation portion of it, and which we're getting to that, right? Because Eratosthenes seems to be like the man we need to look at, right? According to Aristotle, he was making declarations as well. I see something happening on the moon. It looks to be like the shadow of the Earth. Therefore, we're going to use that idea that the Earth is globular, some type. So with that information, this presupposition that Eratosthenes was using, of course, because he didn't come up on it on his own and say, hey, the Earth is a globe. He was using information just as you said before. Somebody else established this beforehand. So he's using that information, but it's still, he's working on an assumption, see. He hasn't validated that. So now he's getting to the part where he's actually putting sticks in the ground and he's looking down a well, and now he's making this claim that since people were postulating that the Earth, with the phenomena in the sky, it looks to be like we can say that everything is consistent with a globe. Now we're going to put that to the test, right? We're going to put sticks in the ground, look down a well, and know what's happening in noontime, so that we can say that, further down the line, we're going to look at another stick and then measure its shadow, and figure out if we can't see that if the two time frames that we're using here, same time of day, if we can't come up with a shape of the ground in which we're standing on. So now what's happening is that we're moving from the part of assuming that the Earth is a particular shape, then to like start to validate it, right? So that's what
I disagree. Yes? I think
okay.
You keep reiterating that you think it's an assumption. I think it's an inference.
No, not what Eratosthenes did. What he was backing up the information of what the person he was getting his presupposition from. Not what Eratosthenes. We're not getting there yet. We're establishing what he did before. Like he had to have this presupposition of what he was working with, the idea anyway. Just like you said, everything is consistent with the Earth being a globe because I see the stars doing something. It's consistent. So he could have thought in his mind, hey, we're going to do something that sounds like it would be consistent with the idea that Aristotle, who was before me, right, looked up in the sky and saw a lunar eclipse and said, well, this can only happen if it's a globe interfering. So using that information, then putting it on sticks in the ground and looking down a well, then he's going to say, aha, now we could measure, right? We're going to measure the Earth being a globe. Are we there? Are we on the same page, Danny, or am I losing you here? Because I don't want
to. I disagree with your belief about this.
Okay, go ahead and help me out.
There was an inference made, and science works by inferences. It's inductive reasoning, and the observations, the two good ones that Aristotle offered, are very good conclusions based upon what was observed.
I'm sorry, but they're not conclusions because he didn't establish that the Earth was measured to be a globe, Danny. That's what you're missing out here. You could look up in the sky and make declarations and assumptions and say, hey, look, I'm looking literally at the Earth covering the moon. It's casting a shadow onto the moon. That's okay because he's making this declaration, right? But now Eratosthenes is going to be the guy to validate that. He's putting things to the test. He's putting sticks in the ground, looking down a well and saying, now that we're using this presuppositional information, we're going to actually test it. We're going to check it out to see if it's not true. That's where we're at right now. What am I saying that's incorrect? Because you're saying that now Aristotle was correct in saying that the Earth is a globe because that's a conclusion he can have? No, Daddy, that's incorrect. He can't have a conclusion. He can't have a conclusion. No, he can't have a conclusion. That's where the information you're getting, there's wires being crossed. You think that because you see something in the sky happen, you can make a declaration and that's okay. You can't. You're going to have to validate that information. That's where we're at right now with Eratosthenes. He's going to do that, but I can't get you there because it seems like you're still hung up on what Aristotle did, and he proved the Earth is a globe. Now, are we going to have to go back to Aristotle, Danny? Or are we going to move forward
we just have a fundamental disagreement about Aristotle's work. He reached a conclusion based upon inductive reasoning.
All right. So when is looking up at the sky and then making a declaration about what you see, validating information about what the shape of the ground you're standing on is, Danny?
It's an inference based upon.
It's not valid. It's not validating.
I think we have different understandings of how science works. Then
no, you don't. I don't think you understand how science works. First of all, science doesn't work on a what is based question. It works on a how why question, right?
No.
Cause and effect. Well, no, you can disagree with that all you like, but the part of what you think science is and what it really is a fundamental difference in what you think science is. What you're describing is not science. It's a pseudoscience, in fact, because you are making all these claims to what we're looking up in the sky. Aristotle is where I'm actually talking about, and then making a declaration and saying, aha, we know the Earth is a globe. That's what you're saying. And because we see, yes, Danny, that's what you're saying. And everybody hears you saying that, and it sounds kind of odd that you're not saying, hey, wait, all right, so guys are talking about what's happening in the sky. That doesn't matter because we need to now figure out how to measure the ground in which we're standing on. And I thought we were getting there with the Eratosthenes, but it seems like we're not. We can't get there right now, Danny, because you think there's a fundamental difference in what you and I believe and the way things are being validated. You think people can make these inferences and then say, okay, I'm going to infer that the Earth is a globe because this shadow, it looks pretty logical that it's being cast from something that's, globular.
Well, it's a fundamental difference we have between what constitutes evidence, how we interpret evidence, and what inferences we can draw. And science is an inferential sort of thing. We draw conclusions based upon experiments and observations that we
It's not an experiment. You didn't do an experiment with looking at the moon. Did Aristotle do an experiment?
I said experiments and observations.
Okay, so observation specifically only. That's all that Aristotle did when he looked up at the moon when there was a lunar eclipse. He did nothing of the sort of any kind of experiment. You can't do experiments with something you're looking at.
But not all science is done with an experiment.
All right. So what you're defining right now of what he's doing has nothing to do with science. Has everything to do with him making a declaration and saying, I see something happening. That is absolutely true, Danny. See, the thing is, you're not getting this right. People can look up at the sky and make any kind of declaration. My goodness, ancient people have been doing it all along. And you're going to agree that every declaration can be just put in forward and said, okay, because of the ancient people said this, that's what it is.
No.
Okay, that's my point, Danny. Now we're on the same track.
No.
We're on the same track.
I'm saying I disagree with what you're saying.
Okay, so anybody that looks up at the sky and makes an inference is correct, Danny? Is that true?
Now you're twisting my words.
No, sir. I'm actually making them more clear because what you're trying to tell the people right now is that we can look up in the sky, see something happen, and then make a conclusion, Danny. We cannot do that. That is the most disingenuous thing anybody could do.
No, it's not.
Yes, Danny. And I'm sorry that this has to be the way that you find out, but you can't think that when you look at the lunar eclipse, you're going to say the Earth is a globe. This right here is only something that you've been taught. This is something that you've been taught and told because maybe you think that Aristotle was correct or some other person who looks up at the sky and says, I'm going to ponder at what I'm looking at. And you know what? I think that light in the sky is a gas giant, or it's a red planet, or it's some kind of rocky surface of ice caps. Who cares? What I'm saying is, how are you then going to take that idea and move it into the realm of reality and say, I validated that information. I know it to be true. You can't do that. All these things are just ideas that you have.
You're oversimplifying the process.
Actually, I'm making it more clear for everybody to understand what has been taught to us and how we cannot validate this information because of the fact that it's in a realm in which you can't make any scientific experiments with. It's unobtainable right now to you and I. So if you were to make any kind of inference, then I would say, okay, what is your information that backs up the claim that you're saying that because you see shadows moving across the surface of the moon, notably the lunar eclipse, how are you then going to say it's the Earth? You can't do that. You're going to have to validate first how you know the Earth is a globe, specifically how they claim it to be, oblate spheroid, or whatever your pick is on that. But we're going to have to validate that information. That is key.
You've got this backwards.
No, sir. This is how we're moving. This is how we're moving forward, Danny. We're moving forward with understanding what our world is. But we can only do that if we validate information. Now, it's fine. Like I said, you can make every declaration you want. Being as you said, your background is an astronomer. You've been looking at the sky. That's fine, man. You could look at the sky and then say, hey, look, I think it's the Earth being, covering the moon, and that's why we have this lunar eclipse. Not saying you can't do that, but what I am saying is you're going to have to validate it if you're going to tell somebody that is what's happening.
Once you understand the cause of a lunar eclipse, then you can use that shadow to probe the Earth's shape. That's the point.
No, you're working backwards here, Danny. You have to prove the Earth's shape and then tell me that it's what's happening on the moon. You're backwards right now. You're
That's the way
actually
it works at all.
you're in reverse. You actually have to.
No,
Yes, you are. You have to actually. That's the cart before the horse. You can't do that. You have to establish that the Earth is a globe, and then say because of this globe, it's casting a shadow on the moon that we see. Now, if that hasn't happened
Hey,
yet,
Danny, they had to spin the Earth in the opposite direction for it to work for their theory last eclipse, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah.
No, that's false too, but we can get to that later if we get that far.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that far. I think we're stuck here. We're stuck in the mud, Danny, because of the fact that you think you can look in the sky and then make a declaration and say, aha, we found our answer. The Earth is definitely a globe because we thought about it being a globe. Now we see a shadow and there you go. Everybody happy? Okay, a globe we're living on right now. Like that is not the reality in which we live. We live in a reality in which if somebody says something and they make a claim, well, you better have some evidence to back it up, mister. You're not just going to get away with, oh, there it is. The Earth's a globe. Look at that shadow on the moon. So right now we're looking at what Aristotle is doing. We can't move forward, it seems. We can't get to the part where Eratosthenes was doing what he was doing, apparently, because you think that Aristotle was already correct. His conclusion that when he looked up at the sky and said the Earth was a globe, that by God, that's it. Earth is a globe. We got our answer. No, sir, we can't do that. We have to understand how the Earth we stand on has to be measured to have this curvature in which everybody is claiming. So that hasn't been established. And until we can move forward to that point, we're not going to get it established. And therefore, it remains a belief that you have unless we can establish that we can verify that the Earth has been measured to have curvature.
So can I have a comparison?
Is that okay, Danny? Because if we can't get to Eratosthenes, we're really not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, we are at an impasse. Clearly, we are.
Okay, so are we going to get to Eratosthenes now? Because it seems like we need to validate this curvature of the Earth. We can't do that just yet.
What do you mean get to Eratosthenes?
Well, right now we're stuck on Aristotle making the claim that he says that he thinks that it's the Earth on the lunar eclipse covering the shadow of the lunar eclipse and making that shadow on the moon, which is what he claims to be the Earth being a globe. Because what else can it be, right? It's consistent, as you put it.
I guess we're such at an impasse at the very beginning that it's probably doesn't bode well for any further discussion.
Well, it doesn't bode well, Danny, because we're not going to stay in the realm of make-believe. Danny, we're in the really is level here. The really is level deals with empirical evidence. It deals with people providing evidence for their claims. And right now, we just don't have that. There's no cowbell, Danny.
Offered is empirical evidence.
No, sir. It's not empirical. No, it's not empirical. It's what you claim as what you think that he actually was proving. And your whole worldview right now, you think that he made something very logical, has evidence-based. It's not. I'm showing you because if it did, everybody here would understand correctly that we could validate this information, and we haven't done that. So I've dismantled this idea that you have that you can actually look at the sky and make a claim and then stand by that claim. You can't do that because I'm going to ask you, how do you know? And you're going to tell me because it's consistent.
Why can't you measure the ground? Why can you not measure the ground?
Hang on, Jen. Hang on. So we have to stay within the realms of empirical evidence. Now, just like you said, we're at an impasse. I agree with you. But because of the fact that we can't move forward, here's what's going to happen. Now, I give people the option to be honest within the conversation. If we cannot be honest in this conversation and say that it is just a belief, then we're going to have to either remove you from the server. I don't want to do that, but I'd rather you be honest and tell me that you don't know instead of making these claims. Now, we didn't get to Eratosthenes, which is not something I wish we could have, right? But apparently you just want to stay in this belief realm. We're not going to have people in here preaching to us about their beliefs and then trying to justify them with their ideas and thoughts and feelings. We need evidence. This community is based on empirical evidence. Show me the evidence, everybody would say. Don't just tell me what you think you know. Show me what you know. Now, if you can't do that, it's fine. But I will give you the option to concede and say you don't know. But being as that you're an astronomer, it sounds like, Danny, you're not going to do that. Am I right?
We have a fundamental disagreement at the very beginning. That's what the problem is.
Well, it's not a disagreement that we should have based upon evidence. It's a disagreement we're having because you don't want to let go of your belief that you think that the Earth is a globe.
It's a disagreement on the very basis and foundation of how these things are decided. It comes down to epistemology, which is a much more fundamental thing than any of the details we're talking about here. I don't think we're not going to resolve this, Mickey.
Yeah,
we're not really.
I understand, Danny, but because of the fact that you're holding on to this belief religiously, we're not going to be able to have. Now, remember that I want you to ponder this, because we did offer you an opportunity to go ahead and give us evidence based on what you think is true. Now, that hasn't happened yet. We didn't get there. And it doesn't seem like we're going to, Danny. And unfortunately for you, this might mean the end of your stay here. But I'd like to at least leave you with that. To next time, remember, when you come into a place that, especially this one, we demand evidence. We demand for people to be honest, because that is what we want. We want people to be having great discussions with us, so long as they're honest and providing evidence. So, yep, this will be the end of our conversation, Danny. I'm sorry about this, but we're going to have to remove you. Thank you very much, and adieu.
Wait, other people wanted to talk to him.
No, he's not going to be. Anything. There's nothing to talk to about him, Jimsy.
Yeah, there's nothing you can get from that.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we were all chewing at the bed. So, I mean, there's no point.
I thought Gene wanted to talk to him.
Yeah. Now, well, if somebody claims by looking at something that they know what it is, man, you're lost.
Yeah.
You're lost, man. His staunch globeness is not. You're only gonna do it. It's just gonna be spinning the wheels here, and the people here are gonna be frustrated.
Wow, but I really was dreaming about like people like Quantum and stuff talking to him.
Yeah,
I was kind of hoping for that.
No, you can't. He's already in this like religious state, so he's not going to be able to let go. He's talking. Look, we didn't even get to Eratosthenes. How bad is that?
No, that's right.
How bad is that?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth.
What you guys up to, man? Listening to the old Danny Faulkner debate? That was fun, wasn't it?
What's up, Biggie?
Nothing much.
Yeah, that was interesting.
What's up, Miggy?
Yeah, I wrecked him to like no end at that time. That was so much fun. I tell you what.
Did you know you came in the other day?
What's that?
You came back the other day, a couple of days ago, and spoke to Paula. And Gospel.
He talked to Paula and Gospel Bear, is what he's saying.
Oh, you came in here?
Yeah.
Nice.
Came in here dragging that old tattered, dead, battered, flat globe.
Yeah. Yep.
I would love to watch this series with you, man, because I'm on a whole nother level, a whole different angle with these people, because they have you know how they used to go to the horizon, can't go to that. They used to go to field to lunar eclipses, can't go to that. Even when they say why did they lie, and we're like, well, that's up for interpretation and speculation. Nobody really knows. No, you can't go to that either, because we know why. So when they say why would they lie, I asked them, who? Why would the Roman Catholic Church lie about heliocentrism 500 years ago? Because that's their claim, isn't it? that the Earth is moving around the sun. It doesn't have anything to do with Aristotle or Eratosthenes, because I don't know about them thinking that we're moving around the sun. I don't know what they thought about the cosmos, or that it was a vacuum and this, that, and the third. Nah, you can't borrow that for your belief. We're only going to focus on 500 years up to now, because we're still under that same old calendar that they changed back then when Copernicus said we was moving around the sun, and the Pope pushed him to publish that. So that being the case, why would they lie? Well, they wanted to change the calendar, and they wanted to take people away from truth. How do I know? Because ironically, you're an atheist coming here asking me, why would they lie? That's the irony of it all.
Yeah, there's a lot of other beliefs that kind of come off of that one, which is also geocentrism. I mean, they're so incorrect that there's no admitting to like wanting to, there's partial truths, I should say, like partial truths where people are still hanging on to bits and pieces of the globe belief, but they don't want to let go, like space, or they don't want, there's a cosmic, there's these other ideas.
See, they gotta let go of space because the cosmic egg don't have nothing to do with heliocentrism, so you can't borrow that. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to geocentrism, heliocentrism, that's like this false dichotomy, or this argument that we're not arguing for. No. We experience not moving, and you experience moving. It ain't about one model versus two model. It's about someone at some point made a claim that the Earth was moving. How did they justify it? That's all I want to know. No one has told me how they've justified it. No one. They want to say, oh, well, no. It's just like the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. Tell me why they claimed it was moving, because 400 years after that, Einstein, he said, well, you can't look at the sky and tell that we're moving or it's moving.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that whole Danny Faulkner debate. I know I had a lot of upset stomachs afterwards because they wanted to tear him down. And it's like, dude, I just took him through the gauntlet, and he basically failed on every level. Like, what use is it going to be to you to sit here to have more conversation with somebody who's talking religiously about a belief system that he has? You're not going to get, if you think you're going to get farther than me by having him budge from Aristotle, you're not going to get anywhere. You're basically going to get a sermon, right? Like from this guy, and you're not going to have anything useful that you can actually dive into, because it's going to be him preaching his beliefs.
No, the problem is he doesn't have Aristotle. He's not arguing for anything Aristotle. Like what? That he looked at the moon? Okay, that's not a conversation that has to take an hour. No, his argument is that the cosmology is what he learned in school. That's what he's arguing for. That don't have nothing to do with Aristotle. That's non sequitur, or at the very best, a red herring. So that could be pushed aside. It's like, no, you think we're moving around the sun in a cosmos that is a vacuum of space. How the hell do you justify that?
Yeah, but this guy was backpedaling all the way to, because he knew Aristotle.
Here's the thing. That because the thing is, it's a false dichotomy again when it's like science versus pseudoscience or whatever they think. No. Actually, this conversation that we're having is off of the back of theists having the conversation about whether the Earth is moving or not. So your belief in heliocentrism, what you were taught in school, everything that you believe as a professor or whatever you are, actually revolves around that universe. And in that case, that was passed down to you by the Roman Catholic Church. How do you justify it? There's nowhere else for him to go unless you allow him. This isn't some atheistic belief. No, this is a theist worldview. How do I know? Well, we're still working off of that calendar, so you can't deny it.
But he wanted to establish his belief system, and I didn't let him. So he was like, "Well, we reached an impasse." You damn right, we reached an impasse. There's no way you can establish a belief and then have everyone listening be like, "Oh yeah, I'm on board. Go ahead, continue." No, you're not going to talk about what you believe. I mean, if we're going to talk about beliefs, then you can talk about anything you want, right? And he didn't have anywhere to go, so it's great, man. I enjoyed that conversation, like I said before, though. But other people wanted to see QE come in there and give him an old wallop. But there's really nothing there with that guy, and everybody knows it because was it Nathan Thompson had approached him at one of the conferences? I don't know what he was doing there. Was he at one of the Flat Earth conferences? I think Danny Faulkner. I think he was, or he was somewhere, and Nathan approached him and asked him a hard question. He just looked at him like deer in the headlights. It was funny. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to bring to the table except the belief system that is already washed up. I don't know, guys. What do you think about it? Is there anybody else in here? Because I feel like me and Elijah. Lou, what's up? I see MJ in here, kind of in the background. Flatty, what's up, Flatty?
What's going on, Miggy? Good morning.
Morning, man.
Oh, fuck.
What's up, man? I'm probably roboting, but hi, Miggy.
How's it going, bro?
Yeah, good. Hi, Lou, Elijah, everyone.
Nothing much, man.
I'm getting over a cold that I've had since Tuesday after work. Pretty much I'm sitting miserably this weekend.
Are you sure it's not the thing that shall not be named?
Yeah, absolutely sure. That's never been a question.
Have Jim CBR join us. Jim, what's up, man? Is Jim here? I see his avatar.
I'm here, man. Yeah, thanks for the big shout out. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, really well.
Great to hear it. Yeah, I've had a great weekend. Just spending time with the kids, really. Football, basketball, cycling, that kind of thing. Playing cards, blackjack, and the like. And I reunited my kids with the stuff they threw out. Now, they threw out some stuff. TVs, okay, games, CDs, CD players, various electrical goods. I thought, okay, you don't want this stuff? You sure you ran it out? Okay. So I cleaned it up and I put it away in the shed. And then today, this was 3 months ago. So today, one of them, the eldest boy, who had a birthday yesterday, he's 22. He started talking about the music and stuff he threw out. I've still got it. It's in the shed. I cleaned it up. Really? Oh, right. He went back and got it. He was trying to make a bit of room in his room. But now he realises he's missing the stuff, so I reunited with his stuff. So it's been one of those kind of weekends,
Nice.
Yeah, understanding the value of things and that. I said I was preparing to take them to the recycle shop. That's what I was going to do anyway, So I cleaned them all up 3 months ago. He threw it out in the rubbish, and I thought, this can't be rubbish. Fucking hell. Look at this stuff. This is you having a laugh, ain't you? So I brought it into the school, cleaned it all up, and then put it to one side. And then today he saw it, right? Because I put it in the corner where he couldn't see it in the classroom here. I said, yeah, that's your stuff. What, you want me to throw it out? I'm going to actually take it to the recycle shop. He goes, no. Okay, it's okay then, right. There you go. So he's taking it back now. So it's just been one of those kind of weekends, family stuff, which I've enjoyed immensely. Oh, and I've joined the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. Okay, I've subscribed to them, so I get regular updates. And then they have this. They've got a chat channel as well. And there was this idiot on there yesterday reckons he was in the military, but yet seems totally unsympathetic to those who have died on that 9/11 event and those who have died since, and then those who died in the illegal war. So I had about a 2-hour debating and throwing in videos that he needs to watch. If you claimed you're in the military, then you know about this. Iraq for sale, the war properties, for example, or Winter Solstice, the soldiers who killed innocent people in their testimonies. You know? So I bombarded him for 2 hours non-stop. You know, and then he gave up in the end. He goes, well, I'm going to block you now. I go, well, you can block me as much as you like. Good luck. The fact is, you need to clarify yourself. He reckons Donald Trump and the military have captured and killed those who are responsible for 9/11. I said, really? You don't mean the innocent children in Iraq, do you? Or the men and the women, or the reporters that got shot at and killed by the American Apache gunship, yeah? You don't mean them, do you? Fucking arse. So yeah, it was just one of those days. Today.
Trust that Trump drained the swamp, basically. Yeah.
What's a worry? And you reckon he was in Iraq himself? I said, I don't believe you. After that, he decided to block me. He showed me, he popped a video in, a short clip, 46 seconds, of all the American aircraft carriers on the Pacific Ocean. And then you got the Air Force One flying above head and all that. And I said, you know what? You seem to be a right patriotic scumbag. A sellout to the human race. All right? That's what this clip proves to me. You're just a sellout. All right, mate? You shouldn't be on this server or this channel. It's for 9/11 stuff and those who are actually sincere in pursuing the perpetrators of the crime. You don't seem to be that type. You're begging the question, mate. Yeah. So I trashed him. I dragged him through the shit. Dragged him until he fell apart. And then he said he's going to block me. Yeah, you block. You better. Because this is going to be unrelenting. I also put in flat earth stuff. Oh, yeah. And he started saying, this is a 9/11 channel. So can you stop posting the flat earth stuff? Because it's all related, mate. All right? It's all related. Because 9/11 indeed happened on the flat earth. And if you're in the military and you've got, and you know of the railgun, you know the railgun? It fires a projectile out of the muzzle at 7.5, Mark 7.5, yeah? Destroying the target 120 miles away at Mark 5. Now that can't happen on a globe, can it now? You know, really, I laid into him thick. Kept saying this is a 9/11 thing. I said, it's all related, mate. All right? It's all related. Your weapons of mass destruction, if you're in the military like I was, can't work on a globe, can they though? Yeah? Yeah. And then there were others chiming in. I think I shocked them though.
Danny, the conversation that Miggy was that Miggy was in, that was just playing earlier. When they talk about the degrees and it can only work on a globe, that's highly ridiculous. Because when you're talking about the degrees, you're talking about the angle, which comes from having a flat base. Like that's where the angle comes from. Like you can't what are they talking about? This degree means this and blah blah blah. I don't get that, because I mean, again, a degree off of the horizontal.
Hey,
I thought that was very odd.
It starts from a horizontal plane 0. Horizontal 0. Yeah.
You were there for that Danny Faulkner debate, remember? When I had it, yeah. You chimed in at the end because Danny's quite delusional.
Yep. How is he today? Still sick in the head?
Well, he came in here, according to Elijah and them, like, apparently he was in the server before already.
Yeah, except for his most recent time here, though, they talked mostly about the Bible, and the moment that it turned to flat Earth, he put himself on deafen and stopped listening.
Oh, deaf and dumb mode. All right.
I don't know how these people can have that conversation. Well, they won't be able to have that kind of conversation around me anymore, seeing is that when it's in that realm, again, it's, so you take the views of the Roman Catholics. I mean, that's it.
All right.
Like, okay, so I mean, you're only able to believe this because, well, through their influence, this idea spread. So what was their justification and what's your justification for going against your cosmology? Because obviously that's why Martin Luther was upset. That's why John Calvin was upset. That's why a number of historical people were upset. That's why they said in their writings that it's absurd to think that the earth is moving. Why are you guys saying this? All we're asking for, all they were asking for, is evidence of the claim that they're making if they're going to go against the word. But that's the context in which they need to be arguing. It's not an argument as to what the cosmology in the Bible is talking about. That's not an argument. That's silly. That's silly. You know what it says. And you know why they were arguing. Because they were asking them, again, why are you deferring from the cosmology? AKA, they're moving away from the cosmology. So you can't sit here and use the Bible for anything.
Yeah.
Because your worldview, by nature of what happened in the past, the story tells itself.
That's right. It's true. You can't forget, you can't dismiss your natural experiences that you've lived. You can't do that. You know, they'd like to devalue that very quickly. Oh, anecdotal, that's nothing. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, well, it's something, mate, because it's my experiences. I'm not gonna dismiss that for something that I cannot see, measure, or experience. Thank you very much.
One of the quotes, they have killed God. Where is up? What is down? I can't remember the quote specifically, but it's some poetic way
it's that
a guy from back in the day said that.
Which way's down? Fucking
and the thing about that is, like, because that's what they're talking about when they changed the calendar, when they began to share Copernicus's views. And then after that, after they pushed it, after they published it, after they sanctioned it, because the people were so confused at that time and so upset at them, they banned it from the church after the fact, after they put it out.
Yeah. Like you said, they didn't understand it. I remember Copernicus didn't want to release it because he wasn't ready to push it out himself yet. He wasn't ready for that yet. Right.
Yep. Then there's that. So, is there a justification for him saying that? Where is God? They've killed God. Well, when people come in here asking us why we believe in creation, why we believe that this place was created, why we don't believe that we evolved from whatever, well, that is the result of what the guy was warning about that many centuries ago. Right. You can't sit here and say that that's not relevant.
Exactly.
Well, thank God, Globers die quick. They live short lives. No more than 60 years.
Yeah. Sick idiots.
I know some people don't like it, but I mean, don't have the conversation.
They don't even know what they're talking about. They don't even know their model. They don't know what they don't even understand what they believe in. It's just a trend with them. Because everybody else is believing in that. That's it.
No, all of them, they understand only the basics. Like, people can live with their heads upside down.
Actually, when you tell them that, they get very upset. You don't understand the model.
Yeah.
That's a straw man. Really? Let me tell you something. The fucking globe is a straw man. Thank you very much. And it debunks itself.
All the time.
Yeah. Excuse me for eating. It's Ramadan. It's Ramadan now, you see, so I have to be careful and eat at the right time so I don't starve during the day.
Yeah, may it be in good health.
Oh, yeah. So I've had some oranges. I've had some fruits, granola. Oh, God's sake.
Yeah.
All the vitamins and that. And I'm just having a few potato chips is what you're hearing now. And the reason why I'm eating them is because my son bought them a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I made...
I mean them. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I boiled some noodles in a superfluid quantum vortices.
Right. I remember in the 70s, right? Potato chips, American potato chips we used to get in England, okay? And the British ones. And it used to go well with yogurt. Plain yogurt or yogurts and hazelnut yogurt and potato chips. Wow, that was a combination. Back in the day, that was a combo. Potato chips and either plain yogurt, natural plain yogurt, or yogurt with hazelnuts. Yeah, my dad used to like it. I used to like it as well, back in the day. Mm. 1970s fad, yeah, that was cool back then. I haven't had yogurt in over 22, 23 years plus. More than that, yeah. Mm. So yeah, you're right, my man. They shouldn't be getting angry because we choose to follow our senses and what we experience, what we can actually measure tangibly, put our hands on, and we can actually know this. Doesn't require a faith now. We don't have to have faith for it or believe in it. We can actually use the senses we have. And anyone says they don't use their senses, any Glober, he's a liar. He has used his senses to speak. So he's just lying already. He uses his senses, he or she will be using their senses every second they're alive. Every second they are awake.
El maratón. Mañana.
You know,
Hola, ¿cómo está?
In this concept of mine, not just mine, because this idea is not originally from me, but with the helium, superfluid helium sky, like the ocean with that liquid, it's such a cold environment, medium, that we cannot go into it because it repels you. We are 70% made of water, and to break the molecule of water, we need to add energy input to break down that molecule, to separate
water
the hydrogen.
gas. You're talking about water gas.
To separate the hydrogen from the oxygen, we need to do something like electrolysis. That's yes.
No, it brings up another concept, man. It's like, have you validated? Like, it's great information, man. But have you validated this? Like, this is all ideas, I think. I don't know. Are you speaking from a place of validation? Because I'd like to know how that was done. You know, if you did.
No. I'm speculating here. There are some laboratory experiments and known facts about superfluid liquid helium.
Right, but you said sky, meaning that you're looking up and saying that that's what the sky is made of. Correct?
Yeah. If it's made of this liquid, then it will be physically impossible for us to enter that medium, because liquid helium happens at 5 Kelvin, minus 273 Celsius is very cold, and at minus 250 oxygen liquefies. But if you try to add water into a medium of minus 250 Celsius, it will turn into ice, and then it will be repelled by that medium. The ice will be repelled because that molecular bond cannot be broken. You know, oxygen cannot separate itself from the hydrogen. It means to break the water molecule. Yeah, and water molecules cannot exist in a medium that cold. So it will be like a magnetic repulsion, but it's caused by the difference of temperature, not by magnetic forces or electricity. And this makes, for me, it makes sense because, God said nobody enters the kingdom of heaven without his permission, It makes sense for me in this regards. But it's pure speculation.
That's pure
correlation. Yeah.
Mixed in with a biblical reference, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something to throw out there for people to look at, but I don't know if you want to hold those kinds of conversations in this particular room, because this room is designed for people to come in here and bring show me the evidence. You're talking about the sky is made of super fluid helium, then I need to know.
They go crazy. Yeah, I know.
So, so this is not for speculation. This is for hard evidence, And so if there isn't any of it, then it's almost like, isn't there rooms built for that? Like, to take this conversation into that. And I'm not saying speculation is a bad thing. I'm just saying, if you're going to have people in here talk about what really is going on the really is level, then you're going to put them to the test. Everyone, every single one, flat earther and globe earther.
Of course, yeah.
Important, right? We got.
They invoke, for example, this perpetual motion around the sun, of the planets around the sun, and that cannot happen and exist physically. It's impossible. The only physically perpetual spinning things that we managed to observe were the quantum vortices, which happen in superfluid liquid helium below the lambda point. And that is a very important threshold in quantum mechanics, in physics, in the physics of quantum mechanics. It says that all the known elements, they change their natural state when they go below that threshold, below that temperature. They are no longer what we actually know about them. They transform into different things, you know, superconductors, superconductivity, supermagnetism, etc. And yeah, we don't have a demonstration of perpetual nuclear fusion reaction, you know, which they claim it's taking place inside the stars, but Neil deGrasse Tyson is coming now recently, and he's actually replacing the perpetual nuclear fusion in the stars with an idea based from the Big Bang Theory, coming from the Big Bang Theory, where he's saying that energy has the ability to transform into matter, into physical matter. And the other way around also. Which, again, is a phenomenon we don't observe it. Like matter being created out of nothing, you know. Oh.
Oh.
Any Globers on a Sunday morning?
Not many of them.
Now, only the hardcore flat earthers, man.
Yes, Earth globe, because globe.
Science. Science.
Just globe.
Am I doing this wrong? Oh, all right.
Yes, Elijah, you're doing it wrong, bro. You have to mute yourself before you do it. Why are you interrupting him?
There is a feminine word to the word globe in Romanian language, but it has a totally different meaning other than globe meaning.
Sounds like you're smirking when you're saying that, man. Like it means something derogatory.
Yeah, globa.
I could hear
is the word.
Back end of what you're saying, kind of like it means something.
It's something like
13.
It means something like a handicapped horse.
Hey, that might be an accurate description for Globers.
Handicapped horse, you got to put him down, huh? Leg was broken. We gotta drop back and shoot her.
How long have we not been listening to the video clip for?
What video clip?
Sorry, the voice clip.
Beginning. Everything was into a small point. And boom. Bang.
Big bada boom.
Yeah.
And voila, you have sweet cars and electric vehicles.
Yeah.
It's good to hear you back, Miggy. I actually thought we were just playing that voice clip and it was just kept on going.
No, it's me, man. I'm actually talking right now. Yeah. Yeah, what about you, Anthony? What you been up to, man?
Just trying to look after the children and survive without being allowed to work.
Hopefully you're doing okay financially, man. That's it's a rough patch over there for you guys.
The father always provides, brother.
Yeah, but just take all that quality time with your children, though, yeah? You know? You don't always need the money to have a good time, yeah?
And that, Jim.
Someone has to carry the suffering also.
Hey, Lou, you're going to need to get your snow boots on, man.
No. Snow now in April? Where is he?
Yeah, where I'm at, it's snowing. And I know where Lou's at, it's going to be... Where it probably has been snowing over there where you're at.
No, it's not snowing.
No, if it's not, it'll be on its way to you because I'm get before you get it.
Let me take a look at this.
Louis,
there's gonna be a big snow.
Where are you? You're getting snow now? Where are you?
Yep.
Oh, it's definitely possible. Yeah, it's not out of the. I saw it on the forecast that there was a chance for like light snow or flurries or something, but it would probably be the last of it for the year.
Well, I sure hope so, man. We don't want to see more of this, and that'd be that's climate change, man. You know that climate change.
Global warming is serious issue.
But global cooling.
Yeah.
Global cooling in this place, yeah.
The globe is getting cool.
Global freezing.
Yeah.
When I was a kid in the late 80s, I remember a year where we had the leaves were all on the trees. It was like I think early or mid-June, and we got 10 inches of snow overnight. It can happen.
Yeah, the Pope at Rome, the Vatican, cannot talk about Catholic priests blessing the children instead of addressing serious matters like global warming. Yeah.
Nah, he's too busy kissing babies, man, today. It's Easter, you know.
Yeah. The Vatican is full of them now.
Yeah, I'm seeing a chance tomorrow for some light snow. They just seem pretty sure of it. 75% chance it gets up to, or 80% chance.
Just when you thought you put that snow shovel away, they pulled you back.
I didn't shovel the last like 3 times it snowed. It's gonna melt within hours when it hits the ground. Ground's too warm for it to worry about that.
Hey, you can be early and catch the snow before it falls to the ground, so you move it away.
Hey, Anthony, how come you scared off all the Globers, man?
I scared off all the Globers.
Yeah, they don't want to come in here because they know they get wrecked when Anthony's in here.
Oh yeah, man. I really enjoyed listening to you talk to Mr. Faulkner from a year ago, bro. That was it was poetry in motion.
Yeah, he doesn't he came in here. He won't have the conversation with anybody in here anymore. I don't think he will have enough gumption to do that. Personally,
apparently he did.
Yeah, it's been destroyed forever.
Didn't he come in last week, guys?
Yeah, but I'm saying having the conversation in here about that, I don't think he might talk about, weather or what color is his favorite, but he won't ever talk about this. Not in here. No, he won't do that. Not unless, he wants to take up that Pepsi challenge, which, yeah, it's not going to bode well.
Not unless he becomes a flat earther. That's all that's left for him.
Well, what else? I mean, he doesn't have anything in the tank, man. His thing is on E. He's stranded in the desert. And,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just like Eratosthenes, stranded on a magic camel in the desert.
I still think it's hilarious how often. I mean, we have to debate Eratosthenes, like what he did and all this stuff, and still nobody knows. It's debatable whether he really even existed. Like, how could he? This guy that may or may not have existed have done these things. And even if he did exist, how would it have been possible? How do you make sure both people are looking at the same time of day? How do you know that they're this certain distance apart? How do you know? It's so asinine.
Well, the heliograph wasn't invented. Not even the smoke signal communication wasn't invented in that time. I mean, we learned the smoke signal communication from the American Indians.
And then, meanwhile, back in Africa, they're using.
They always make us. They always make us, though, for the sake of argument. Let's just accept that Eratosthenes did exist. It's one of those things that we. It's one of those things that we give up. We're like, fine.
Yeah, all right. He existed. Let's go from there. Yeah, you're right, Lou. See, that's what I'm talking about, man. He thought he did something when he was there talking to me. If he comes back in there again with that conversation, then he's gonna have to get questioned how he even know that guy even existed in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Right? The man that never lived.
In my mind.
When I was listening to you, because you kept on saying Styx and Wells, it's like, which one was it? One or the other, maybe not both. Or did he do both at different times? What's the story? Somebody get the story straight, please, so that we can, presuppose that it's true.
Yeah.
And before you give it to him, make sure the story's good, and then okay, we'll give it to you now. I don't know, dude. Like, I've heard people say that it Styx, and some guys said it's two Wells, and it's weird. It gets really. I mean, the story.
No, I've heard both. I've heard it both ways. Yeah, it's either Styx and Shadows or it's Wells and Shadows.
Wells and Shadows, yeah. Or there's a combination of both in one of them, I think.
There is one. Yeah, there is one where it's a well and with a stick. Yeah.
Dealer's choice, I guess, when it comes to doesn't really matter. Just like you said, take it all the way back to him and like, prove to me he existed, change my mind, like. Lou thinks out of the box, man. I don't think you guys were thinking about that, right? Like challenging him on the actual guy's existence.
He was also the first man who accurately measured the distance between Alexandria and Syene, 800 kilometers.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I've heard
with the magic camel. Yeah,
magic.
I've heard probable or theorized or whatever that the Eratosthenes, that it's like a pseudonym, which was pretty common for these guys to do back in the day, especially if they weren't sure on something. Like they were kind of going out on a limb, it wouldn't necessarily use their real name or whatever. They just kind of write it off or write it as somebody else.
Can you imagine? It's just like two guys thinking something up and like, I don't know. What do you think? Good to me. Maybe they'll believe it. Maybe they won't. Let's try it. Like then, the whole world adopts this as their logical way of concluding that the Earth is a globe. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Even if that was the story of how it went down, because that's how it was. Like people talking about it. Like, what do you think? I don't know. Maybe we can convince them. Maybe not. Like, who knows? Like. But that's like in those days, wouldn't you have to be somebody of a high stature for you to actually pass this off as any type of like studied information? You'd have to be some kind of priest or pope or someone in order for people to look at you like this is something credible. It's like.
Well, and wasn't it? Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what the climate or how it exactly was in that time. Again, we don't even know exactly what that time is, but when you hear the stories about scientists or whatever, like when they go and do something, try or come up with a new idea, and then they get stoned to death because it's heresy or whatever else. Like, yeah, that's one reason why it could be that, if this guy existed, that there's not a lot of history on him because it could be under like a fake name. Because he would be afraid of being wrong or people not accepting it.
Persecution, you say?
Just some stuff I've heard thrown around.
And when your name was Eratosthenes, everybody would make fun of your name. What name is that?
It's funny because we hear things being said about people from a long time ago, and we accept them as truths because they're why would they lie kind of idea. But then again, like, do we really know the story of our history, or are we just built on this whole? Is the foundation of our knowledge built upon people who have just created or fabricated, I should say, a world that which we live in? Like, it's all fabricated. It's the idea of like how history went down. Because there's books that are written and people are reciting them as like, yeah, man, this is how it happened back in the old days. You weren't back in the old days. How do you know what the heck they were doing back then? They had their stuff in the history books, but like people don't know the motives that people were thinking about back then. Only what's written in the history books that you claim. I mean, I don't know. You know how I'm with conspiracy theories. It's like, yeah, you can accept something as being for it what it is, but if you can't provide any evidence for it, then you're really just believing. Isn't it what that is? Just a belief? Falls back to that. Not unless you can change my mind and tell me that there's a certain definite way we can know that that guy was saying that at that particular moment in time and convince the whole entire community that this is the truth. I should have finished that by saying the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
How would you answer the question, don't you believe in gravity?
Gravity? What's that?
So, yeah.
Get you funny.
Thank you.
You and your baboon picture and your water gas in the air.
Baboon.
You're always talking about your water gas. That's all you're talking about. Get
water gas.
That's Lou's favorite. That's Lou's favorite character in this server.
No. That's yours, clearly. I had other ones. The one that sounded like Kermit the Frog was good.
The guy.
Not what it says on Wikipedia. Not that guy, you know.
What's funny is that you don't mean to you're being nice and you don't mean to like be rude or like anything like that. It's just his voice was so freaking unique, man. It's like, well, it's all back in the Wikipedia, and like it's. You can't help.
I ran into that guy on a different server a couple of months back. I hadn't seen him around forever, and it was an unrelated thing too. I forget why I was there. It wasn't really a flat Earth topic or anything. And that same dude just happened to be there. He still didn't like me. he told everybody in there not to listen to me because I was a dick. And I just.
You rubbed him the wrong way the first time you met him. That's fine. Because that's all he would say when he jumped in here, man. Just like, it's on the Wikipedia. It's like, dude, they can't base everything off of Wikipedia, man. Like, many people go on there and like change what it says. It's like, how are you gonna? Jeez, man. I don't know. He was literally basing his information, his facts on Wikipedia.
Yeah, as if all information, all truth is found on Wikipedia. If it's not on Wikipedia, it's not true.
He looked at it like as a collective coming together. Right, from his standpoint, I guess, was everybody can't be lying all the time, so someone's got to put the truth in there. Like, so that's how he was. That's where he was coming from. It's like somebody's gonna correct the thing that's incorrect in Wikipedia, so it's gonna be right. Like, that's what his mind was like zeroed in on. Like, oh man.
Now we've got some new characters coming around here that top them all.
Yeah, have you heard anybody else that's animated like that, like Dallas Dave or?
Oh no, we got new problems. Freaking schizophrenics coming in. People like. Some of them are pretty funny, man. The pee drinker, he's hilarious.
Okay, here's a weird question, a silly one. Does he really drink his pee?
I don't believe anything that he says necessarily, but I wouldn't put it past him. He claims to do like between a half gallon and a gallon a day.
Oh. Tastes like Gatorade. I don't know why I said it in that voice.
Gatorade.
Wait, you're not supposed to drink your...
And you can... Come on, man. Come on, man. You can make also chaka coffee with it.
Nah, man. Oh, hey. We know the astronauts drink it like they drink Tang, don't they? I mean, they're... honestly, look, man. And we're not even kidding about that. You can go look that up. They are drinking their own pee.
Yeah.
Doesn't Don Pettit talk about it? Yeah, I drink my pee.
They love talking about it.
He's making coffee.
Yeah, dude.
It's chugga coffee.
Yeah, that machine is actually on the back side. It's the toilet, and on the front side is the coffee machine.
Hey, can you imagine when the? Can you imagine when the people
output? Yeah, it has an input output.
Can you imagine when the that space station, their filtration system for that pee runs out, like it breaks? They're gonna be drinking raw,
unfiltered. Yeah, it's gonna be only unfiltered. It's much healthier.
We have Elon Musk is always sending replacement filters to them. So,
yeah.
Why does this man?
Strong coffee.
Thank God. Thank God.
Coffee seems off today.
Hey, I want a strong cup of coffee.
It's a bit tangy right now. What's going on, guys?
But guys, they do it like that because it has to be done like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have no option. The retard genius.
It's a painful process to build it back again. That's what it is.
Come on, guys.
He destroyed it.
I'd make coffee in a nanosecond.
Somebody's got to replace that video with that one.
Yeah.
10 fun ways to spruce up your morning. There should be a caption on a video like that. Coffee creamer? Nah, don't need it.
I'll be questioning the source of that.
Love it. I make light of it, dude, because like this is the kind of stuff they're passing to the masses, and everybody's just like,
why would you not like to see scientists playing with balls of water, floating balls of water?
Yeah, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the most expensive coffee bean in the world, they feed it to like, or an animal eats it. I think it might be a bat. I forget what it was exactly. An animal eats it and then poops it out, and then we collect it and we make. That's our most expensive coffee bean in the world.
Guarano.
So now, yeah. But couldn't they? Astronaut coffee now. That should be even more expensive, right?
It is the most expensive coffee, but it's not made of coffee.
Made of urinal cakes?
Yeah.
It's got to filter that stuff out somehow, man.
It's a concoction, you know.
It's made. They should try eating coffee beans and see if it makes their coffee better.
Dry helium.
Oh man.
Dry helium, not
One of the perks of being an astronaut. The list of perks.
No, this thing we call excrements here in space is actually fertilizer.
Dude, can you imagine, like that is the worst pitch that anybody can give you to be an astronaut, though, right? Okay, check it out, man. You get to drink your own pee. That's yummy.
Yeah.
You get to lose bone mass. That's wonderful too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sleep at night because you can't rest your head on a pillow and you have to be floating like in one of those, what do you call those chambers, guys?
Sleeping bags.
You know, like the hell? Who wants all of that? Well, you might go into psychosis. By the way, you might get burned by the sun or froze by the temperatures up there. That sounds like a great idea. Let me be one of those. Like even if
coffee.
No, if you don't know that the sun burns, then it's not gonna burn you. Just like the Van Allen belts. If you don't know about them, you can go straight through them. You don't need to show any passport, anything. You know.
Oh, so long as you don't know about them, huh? I didn't know about.
Yeah. You don't need shielding. You don't need anything to go through.
So not knowing is the shield. Oh, I got it.
Yeah. Not knowing is the holy grail, of science.
Ghosts won't bother you. Ghosts don't bother you if you don't believe in them. So why not?
Yeah.
Everything else.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah. Works for me. That's like when you were a kid, you'd cover your head with a blanket so the boogeyman won't get you.
I used to shut off my. I was afraid of like monsters under the bed, and I would shut off my lights and then go running and jumping from across the room to get on top of the bed so that they wouldn't grab my ankles.
That's fun. I used to do that when you didn't want to fall into lava because the floor is lava. Jumping from couch to couch. Mom used to hate that.
So Lou, you're saying that if your dad or mom was hiding under the bed and when you try to jump on the bed, they will grab your food, you will be making instant coffee.
Yeah, monster.
Yeah, I would have been making instant coffee if anything grabbed my ankles. Chugga chugga.
That'd be a special The best part of waking up.
Yeah, it's called real good engineering. Real good engineering.
Yeah, I guess. If fish can do it, so what a bunch of yahoos. I put it to the same category as those guys that want to go to Antarctica, man. Dude, let's go to Antarctica and find out. I ain't going to no Antarctica, man. What the heck's wrong with you? Go if you want to go ahead. You ain't just gonna throw a bunch of Walmart sleeping bags in the back of the truck and drive there, man. It's not that easy. You just
Hey man, all we need is $5 billion. That's it.
Yeah, that's. Hey, Jesse, like don't we like? Who was it, man? That one character. There's a couple of them now. There's like a few that actually come into the server, like, what are you guys doing talking about flat Earth? We gotta be mobilizing, man. We gotta go to the Antarctica and go down there. What's going on here? You guys, you're not gonna get nobody convinced being in here. Like they're always about the proactive kind of, get everybody riled up and pitchforks and torches, and we're all just like, yeah, like.
Let's all storm Antarctica at once. How are they going to stop us all?
They can't stop us all.
Yeah, let's ninja rush Antarctica.
Yeah. I would call it hectically rush to Antarctica.
Yeah, but how do they make it sound appeasing to any one of us? Like coming in there and saying that's going to be like, dude, we just got to all go down there, man. I'm telling you, we get a boat. Look, man, I'm just got to say, $1 billion, man. If we had $1 billion to take one of those icebreaker boats, we get all the way down there, bros, and we'd be able to point up at the dome right there, man. We'd be right. I'm like, dude, shut up, dude. Like, you wouldn't even get halfway there before the Navy stops and say, turn back around, guys. And you're going to be like, no, man, we're in for a worthy cause.
This is being live streaming YouTube.
This is live stream on YouTube. Like, dude, there's no internet out here. What you say? I can.
This is your last warning, you dumbass flat earthers. Turn around now.
The Navy would be saying something stupid like that, right? Turn back around, dumbass. We're gonna punch a hole in your boat if you don't turn around.
A 50 caliber.
It'd be the most fruitless endeavor, I think. But mind you, if somebody wants to get Elon Musk's wallet and go down there, happy trails, man. Hopefully you find what you're looking for down there, because I don't need to go down there, man, to know the truth.
I mean, Elon now's bought Twitter, so truth is coming out now because Elon bought Twitter.
They're bucking the system, Jemsy. They don't want to let them have it. They're talking about, oh, dude, I got this clip from I think it's MSNBC, and they were like, Elon Musk wants to own Twitter because he wants to control speech, and that's our job. Like, I was like, what? MSNBC just said that they're the ones that control it. So nice.
How dare he try to do our job?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of that. I was like, they were basically saying that. So I was like, well, shit, that's par for the course. I mean, I already know you guys are what you do every day. You put spin pieces on national news and then have the people of the world believe you're garbage because you're the main source of information, right? Everybody turns you on in the morning while drinking their coffee and be like, oh, didn't know that was happening around the world.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
This message.
There you go.
Astronaut coffee.
Freeze dried crystals.
Oh God.
The other day someone was talking, exploring Antarctica, doing that, and to discover whatever. I was thinking, like, I think if there is any region of this world that we could access, let's say if we have the means, it's been done already by whatever the administrators and the militaries of the world are. It's been done. If there's a corner of the world that can be accessed by people, it's been done already.
That's already accessed? Yeah, I can. Will you ever get there? Probably not. Will I? No, I don't think so. I don't want to go there, first of all. Like, it's not appealing, dude, to go down there and go to frigid temperatures where you could die.
No, definitely.
All for the sake of, what, touching the dome? What do you feel like you're going to do when you're down there? I see now. I can see clearly now the rain.
I don't know, man. Touching the dome, you might lose an arm or maybe more than that.
Man, here in Germany, when it's winter, yeah, people cry when they see the utility bill. Yeah, they start crying. You know, they don't like it. It's expensive.
Yeah. It almost sounded like utility belt. Get.
Oh, utility bill. I mean, yeah, you know, the heating. Yeah.
Nah, man. Like, yeah. But I'm just talking about like these activists that come in here with this like pie in the sky idea, thinking that we can just all hop on a plane and go to the North Pole, or
let's be explorers. Yeah.
And just be in here, but like, dudes, what are y'all doing? Kind of speech.
Yeah.
Have you ever read The Elusive Curve?
You flat earthers, you have no explorer spirit in.
Yeah, you. What are you doing in there, anyways, man?
Yeah.
At the same time, I think it's funny when these guys do bring that up. If Helio's around, it's hilarious how angry he gets. He's like, what the fuck? What do you think you're gonna do? Go to Antarctica? You can't.
In there when call Helio up, tell him to be in here when those guys are in here, because
you know when they make the military makes this battleship expositions when they are docked into the port and stuff, and civilian people can come and see them. I am very skeptical about going and watching those ships. I know those are battleships, and any time an accident can happen, and that's the last accident that will happen in my lifetime, you know. So I don't want to see those kind of ships, but now they want me to go on the sea and have my ass followed by those ships.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's like the biggest gunships in the world, and they're telling you to turn your dumb ass around, and you're over here like, you know, with a little paddle boat, you know, and a freaking inflatable life raft.
Inflatable, yeah.
What do you think you're gonna? What are you gonna accomplish, sir?
They're not really gonna shoot us, guys. They're just bluffing. Like, they're not gonna.
Hey, that would be in the boat, Lou. That would be happening. Nah. These guys ain't gonna do this, man. Like, come on. Look,
they ain't gonna do shit.
You do nothing. You're all talk. I actually could see that happening. That'd probably be the case. Oh man!
You know, actually, a giant inflatable duck could actually work because it's not detectable on radar. That rubber plastic, it's not detectable on radar.
That'd be get in the boat. He'd be saying, look, man, you'd be the main instigator in that boat. Look, man, we got this stuff. It ain't detectable. I'm telling you, man. And the main thing they would be announcing on the intercom, guys, we know you're there because we detected your life raft.
Well, it will be like the astronauts on the rubber duck.
Right at you, we can see you.
You're not invisible. see you.
Rubber duck, but on the rubber duck, I don't have a radio station. They don't have radio station, like the ships have. So if I don't hear them, then they don't exist, just like the Van Allen belt.
See, that's the kind of thinking that's going to rile up some flat earthers listening to you right now and be like, yeah, dude, he's onto something. I might have to do that. Like, oh, no. It's just crazy, man, because I don't know, like, maybe some people feel like it's a great thing to have aspirations to go down there. I don't know. But it's not realistic, man, because it's like, okay, it's on the Glober side of things. You got people saying, well, if you get down there, what is the laser penguins going to stop you? Huh? What is there, polar bears with machine guns? Like, duh. You can go down there if you want to. And it's like, no, dumbass. Like, we got a Navy that's patrolling the oceans. And if you attempt going down that 60th parallel, you're going to get your ass shot. Now, if you don't think that's the truth, then by all means, hop on a boat and go take your happy butt down there and see if you don't get pulled over by these guys patrolling the oceans.
Okay, man, but who's coming with me? I mean, someone's got to come with me.
A lot of these people have never been to the border of their countries trying to go to the next country. They never, travel, because you can't just leave a border and just go nilly-willy whatever you want. Yeah, I'm gonna go freely, travel the world. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, that's the mindset, I guess, behind all of these guys. It's like, what's stopping you, flat earthers? What's stopping you? Why can't you just go down there? If you talk about Antarctica being ice, just go down there, man. Anybody can go down there. And I can go down there. I can go to the North Pole.
Just go down there. Miggy, listen to this. Now with this war in Ukraine, a lot of Russian oligarch yachts have been seized in Italian ports. So their valuable yachts have been seized by the Italian government. And they are all parked in Italy, They've been confiscated.
Yeah, but that's a puppet show, man. All in of its own right.
I know, but at least those are people who really have these ships, know.
If a boat that big, do you honestly think confiscate that thing? I don't know, man. That's a dog and pony show. That's like for the people that they confiscated a boat, and it's like, dude, if you have that much money that you own a boat like that, ain't gonna be confiscating jack, dude. You're probably just loaning it to them for show. Yeah, go ahead, man. You want to take confiscated this? Go ahead, man. Just I don't know. I don't think they're taking from them.
Strengthen the mainstream media story.
Yeah, bring it back with a full tank and make sure it's clean. Like,
as long as you bring it back with a full tank, I don't give a damn. Go ahead, man. Like,
bring it here, keep it in our port for 6 months. We assure you maintenance, service, stuff like this, renovating.
Once they're done doing what they do with it, like once they've confiscated it, like as they say, what are they? Once it leaves the news and you don't know about it, like 6 months down the road, you're not gonna be asking where's that boat they confiscated. It's gonna be
what happened to it?
Under the guy's control. He's gonna be probably going somewhere across the ocean with it, like like dog and pony show, man.
Of course.
But we're led to believe that because it came from MSNBC. Well, they're gonna.
Well, even that story, even that story tells them that you can't freely travel.
Look, man, if they're taking that dude's yacht that was worth billions, what do you think they do with your life raft that you're trying to get on Antarctica?
Yeah.
They could sink your damn
I sent you a link to a short video you should check out when you get a chance.
Yeah.
They can sink your life craft with a blowing tube, you know. They don't even need to fire at you with the guns.
Yeah, you'd be the laughing stock of the gunship for sure.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, Fred, get a load of this guy. You'd be with your little boat chugging along. I'm going to Antarctica. I'm going to Antarctica. You ain't going nowhere, man. That's my boat, punk.
But if they saw you in an inflatable boat, I think they, without a motor, you know, just paddling, I think they will just let you to go there. And they will watch how you die freezing, you know.
There's gonna be wages or like probably a board drawn up in their ship of to how many people want to put in on to see who's going to make it. The odds are going to be against you. They're going to be gambling to see if you can actually make it.
Yeah.
All right, I got 20 on the crazy-eyed looking dude that's in the front thinking that his inflatable ship isn't seen by any one of us. I got 20 on that guy. That'd be good.
You got like a big ass destroyer pulls up alongside your digging. They're like, you got 20 sailors up there staring down at you, laughing. Like, come on, guys, get in. Come on, guys, get in the boat, get in the ship. We're going back. He's like, no, you're just rowing. You're like, no,
yeah,
no. Dude.
And to be sailing on an inflatable boat at minus 20 degrees Celsius without almost any resources, nothing, and to see those sailors with hot coffee making bets about myself, you know, with hot coffee in their hands, that will be like the worst insult to my state, you know. Yeah.
They won't, I agree with you, man. They'll probably be like, nah, man, well, we just want to see how far you're going to get, honestly.
Yeah.
How many tanks you got in that backpack? Buy like 3 more?
Yeah.
Frozen. Just we're just going to let you go till you're tired. Just let us know. We'll go back.
Yeah. We will be waiting you here. Just come back.
It's just like when you were a little kid and you're like, I'm going to run away from home. And your parents are like, go ahead.
Yeah.
You walk out the door, you go down the block, and you're just like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And then they put a blanket on your shoulders and give you coffee yourself. Like,
yeah.
It's all right, buddy. We get it.
And that's when he knew he was a dumbass.
Yeah. And when they bring you back, they don't bring you home. They say, let's go re-educate you. We have specially designed facilities, prisons, re-education, you know.
Yeah. That should take the wind out of anybody's sails that come in here, activists like, right? Pitchfork and torches. Dude, I'm telling you, we just take a big airplane, we get to the North Pole, man, and we're going to see that big hole, you know, that when it goes into the center of the Earth. I'm telling you, man, it's there. It is right there. All we got to do is take a big old plane and just go down there.
Blood over intent. Let's do this.
Blood over intent. No way. Death mode activated. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Can you have God mode in an airplane?
I don't know, man. But, you know, I mean, people are going to continue to do this. It's not going to be something new. And they all do it because they learned something that they didn't know before, and they're like, "Oh, the Earth's not a globe; it's flat." All right, let's figure. We gotta, guys. We gotta do something. Or why are we sitting here not doing nothing when we can do something? And something means we can just go over there, and then we can see for ourselves. And you're like, okay,
Yeah.
great idea. It's a little thing called the military, though, that all the countries of the world have. Have you heard about that?
Even the icebergs don't want to stay there. They break away and they try to come over here.
There's that documentary, I think, and was it Admiral Byrd was the one that had it, where the people were fighting against the frigid temperatures because they were survival over there is like pretty harsh. So it's like you see the conditions, and the toughest men that go down there, they can perish, and it's like okay, and yet somebody wants to rally the troops to get down there and do a documentary.
The really funny part about it is, like, more than half of you damn flat earthers who spend your time in here don't even have jobs or anything. You're just you don't leave. I'm sorry about this, but you're not cut out for exploring Antarctica.
Yeah.
Well, I would say before attempting to explore Antarctica, I would advise to just go and experience a little bit of Siberia. That will give you a good idea.
You can keep Siberia.
It gives you an idea about the place where you want to go, I mean, even Napoleon and Hitler, they tried to invade Russia. And when they got to these parts of Siberia and stuff, it was so cold, that the soldiers had to cut their horses and warm themselves,
Like the Jedi did back in Star Wars, when he jumped inside of that animal. He slit him open with his laser sword.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that.
Once Napoleon made it to Siberia,
I've experienced minus 24. Minus 24. That would be wind chill factor. Okay? That's factoring the wind chill factor. Minus 24.
Yeah.
On a few occasions, snowboarding here in Japan.
I mean, if you have worked in the freezer, you probably get a good idea how cold it is.
Yeah.
You sound like the radio host of like Howard Stern or something coming on here. Like, it's crazy. Your quality of the mic is insane, bro. I always say that when you pop on here, you bring like an original sound to like all of us. We're sounding like this, and you're like, "Hey guys, this is Quetz coming at you live
with the real mic."
With the real mic. I got to say, it's coming in with smooth tones, baby.
Well, I was posting back in the days a video tutorial how to make a very good quality microphone.
He sounds like a golf sports commentator.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good. I like it. I don't know, but no, we're just really shooting the breeze about these activists that come in here, Jen, and they say, "What are you guys doing? You sitting around talking about flat Earth? We got some exploring to do, man. We got to get down to Antarctica, bros." Like that. Okay, so I'm gonna put in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna put a petition. You put your name in there.
Yeah.
We're gonna get everybody's addresses, and we're going down there. I'm telling you. I got some backpacks from Walmart. We got a couple of loaves of bread and some bologna. Look, man, this is gonna happen. Like,
yeah, Walmart.
It's not gonna happen, man. Like in any world.
I bought some of that survival food from Patriot Pantry. Like, let's go. Let's do this.
All you need to do is buy some of my iodine. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the whole idea of being an activist, you actually take the idea that you go into a place, make a documentary, and then film touching the dome, like some kid that puts his tongue on the damn pole of a frozen, he sticks his tongue on a pole and it's frozen and he's trying to get it out. Like, you're not going to do something that is impossible, that humans die from this temperature. Now, I'm not saying you guys aren't going to ever make it there, but if you do, you probably won't make it back. You'll probably die somewhere in between. Like, you're going to get shot down, or if you slide past the Navy by some magical intervention and make it past them, then you're going to die from the temperature. Like,
Miggy, I think they suggest it to us because they want us to die.
Oh, there he is. What's up?
Yeah. It's so ridiculous. It was like, why don't you go do it? It's like,
What? It's these freaking ideas that when they come in here, though, Helio, it's like, it's absurdity, man. It makes me like, I'm like, dudes, we're in here talking about real things, and you come in here talking about absurd things that are not even going to be able to be done in this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe. I don't care what idea you think of. In any world, you'll never have it done. It just won't happen.
I mean, to be fair though, I don't want to be like a gatekeeper either. It's like if you think you're going to just go against the Antarctic Treaty and just do this on your own, that's crazy. But actually exploring Antarctica, yeah, we should be wanting to do that. But you'd have to.
I think we could have
the right people on board. You'd have to petition the government to change those laws and see if you can get government funding to help you do it. Like, it's
I mean, I think could be done if there was enough support, but not.
That's right.
For them to say, "Hey, just go down there and do it," and it's like, we can't, And I wouldn't. I'm going to die, if I go to Antarctica. If I actually made it, like
the
Jarl Anderhoy.
required. I'll say that the logistics required is going to be on a military-styled operation if you're thinking logically.
Or bigger. See, and that's the thing, though, right? So we live in the real world. So if somebody was going to actually make that happen, there's a few key factors here. Just like Lou said, you're going to have the permission to go there first. You got to accomplish. Once you get accomplish that hurdle, then the Jin's hurdle. You're going to have a huge campaign to get down there. That's another thing. Logistics is a real thing. And then once you actually get all of that together, and once you head down there, then you're going to have some sort of media or some type of way that you're going to document everything that you're doing. So there's so much involved here. It is It's such a huge thing that you have to encompass everything.
You also need a VIP pass, a multi-pass.
Well, we might have an idea for that, though. I mean, Elon Musk is full of surprises. Like, who knows? Maybe if we just ask him, like, dude, could you help us out? We want to go to Antarctica.
$500 million.
Put Cowboy up, be like, I got you, man.
No, you're not even able to send an email to Elon Musk. His email is filtered, so
you send him a Twitter.
Your email is never gonna reach him. Yeah,
he responds to Twitter tweets, so I don't know, man. Maybe.
Hey, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, let's go," and we're gonna go, and then we're gonna make it to a corner of a icy place, and then there you go, Antarctica.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use some of his own recent words against him too. Like, I mean, he was talking about censorship, and even though that he's against censorship, like even if he disagrees with people, he made a pretty bold public statement about that. Like, well, we're a bunch of flat earthers, and you probably disagree with us. However, just for this, maybe you'd like to settle this.
Yeah, why don't you settle it?
Interested.
Because you're a lying scumbag anyway.
That's a good way to
scumbag anyway. Try and do it then. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. Put your money where your Twitter is. Yeah.
a lot of people claim that Elon, he's an alien. He's not from this planet. He's an alien.
Yeah, we need to have a more like ass licking approach to him, you know.
Ass licking?
We'll
Yeah.
have
If we tell him put your money in your mouth, he's not gonna look at the information.
The term is ass kissing. Ass licking is taking
Yeah.
Oh shit! What the heck?
That somehow gave me a sour taste in my mouth for some reason. Like never done.
Oh, you don't dream becoming an astronaut.
You totally twisted that stain all around, man. That's yeah.
Someone pass me a bottle of the original Listerine mouthwash, please.
Everything.
That stuff melts your tongue, you know.
You know the old saying, I lick your ass, you lick mine.
That's so gay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No. We can't send you to get to that job, man, 'cause I think he'd do it so well. We'd probably wind up going to Antarctica and the North Pole. Like we got booked for 2 places, man. Good job, Get. I don't know what you meant.
Well, do it. It's a ball, isn't it?
He gave us a 2-for-1 special.
At least we will have his support.
It's the South Hole, not the South Pole. Right?
Oh no! You didn't go there. No, you didn't go there.
It's the original black hole.
Wow, man, that's freaking crazy. Oh my god.
We have derailed.
Yeah.
Oh, it's become a shit show then.
Hey, you guys were talking about you guys were mentioning that blood over intent thing. I'm trying to remember the guy's name that had the Spear of Destiny that when I started first looking into Flat Earth, who was that guy that carried the Spear of Destiny?
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
David something or other, huh?
No, it was
David. Was it not David? David something?
No. I can't. I mean, not that it really matters. I mean, he was like the guy that started the blood over intent thing.
Yeah, I know he had a cult following. No.
Yeah. They would post videos, following him.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, he was with the concave Earth theory or the hollow Earth theory. One of those two. It was concave or hollow Earth.
Let me see if I can find it.
I feel like his name was Dave, though. David. David.
I'll just type in Spear of Destiny, and I don't know if his channel's still up or whatever. But. Here, he's like, I have the Spear of Destiny. He's going to the North Pole and shit, you know.
I did like Mr. Moot.
What happened to that guy? He's not doing his videos anymore?
No, it's a shame. He had a few very good videos.
Yeah, the early days of non-censorship, huh?
Yeah.
Now it's crazy.
Find it. His channel's probably gone.
David Koresh?
David Koresh.
No, it ain't Koresh. No, that guy's not even alive. But no, it's
I didn't know he was sick.
Who, David Koresh?
That was the freaking. That was the compound in Texas, was it?
Yeah, Waco, Texas. Yeah, that guy's not even alive.
I know it wasn't quantum of content. I wouldn't even say that. It's something quantum, something to do with
Quasimodo.
Quasimodo, that's what it was. Hold on, let me see.
Wait. It's
not Quasimodo. It was because Quasimodo's freaking
no.
Notre Dame.
Quasimodo.
Quasi something. Quasi
luminous. Wait.
Yeah, quasi-luminous. I think that's it.
Oh man, now that you said that, I said Quasimodo because it just sounded familiar.
Well, Quasimodo is the from
the Hunchback.
Yeah,
No,
the Notre Dame. He's a hunchback. Yeah.
Quasi-luminous.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh.
This is your spear of destiny.
Yeah,
that's him. Yeah, quasi-luminous. Remember that dude? He's still putting videos out. This was from a month ago.
Really?
Over there.
He said, "This is your spear of destiny." Well, yeah, I guess he's still doing his thing.
So how long's he been going then? How long's he been going?
Dude, as long as I remember, I mean,
5-6 years, yeah.
Wow, that's good.
Well, it's not the content that people should be looking.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't even know the guy.
The idea that the moon is the map of the world is another. There's this whole other movement too. And you have these adamant people that come into the group. They're just like, "I'm telling you, man, it's the map of the world. Look at it. Everything superimpose the map, and just like
I saw that.
Yeah. How many times are people gonna watch a video and then go, "I like how that sounds"? You know, the things that I'm saying today, like, and the things that I've been saying this week. When I first heard it, I didn't say, "Let me run to everybody and tell them the truth I found." I said, "What? Copernicus was a beast." What? Yeah. I don't say that on Google. Where's he getting this information? Let me dig this up.
Yeah, that's what.
And then it's like, oh, okay, this is where this is coming from. Okay, hey guys, look what I found. Not here's this cool idea, and then someone asked me, how did they know that? How did they prove that? Yeah, you're right. Like, let's stop doing that. That's why we be running around thinking that the moon is a map of the world and all this. How you do that? In reference to what? You seen the Earth to say, yeah, that's that?
I believe it because I saw it and I like it.
Well, what map are they actually superimposing on top of that? Because every map is not the map that's going to be, as far as like the map is the land. Because if that's the case, then you have the original map that is the land. Well, what map are you using so that we can adhere to that one? Because what happens to that map would mean that we discredit all others. We'd be like, no, we got the right one. This is the one. And all the other ones we don't need for any use, purpose, or for any kind. Because we got the right map.
Most maps are projections. They're not accurate. In the sense that, I mean, of course you can use the map to travel from one place to another. Doesn't mean it's the map of the world, and
that's still the question.
Yeah, which is the quandary that we're going to have whenever people are superimposing a map all over the moon and saying like, "Oh, it's the map of the world." Well, okay. So what map are you using to superimpose over that on the moon? Because if you're picking the Mercator, then we're going to find flaws with that. If you're picking some other map, then we're going to find flaws with that. So there's nothing you can superimpose on top of the moon and say, we've got it. The moon is the map of the world, because it's not. What map are you using? Right? And then we're going to examine the map and then see if that's the correct map. Then let's toss all the other ones away, because you've just found the holy grail of maps.
Well, see, the thing is, the people confuse map with snapshot. Thank you. Snapshot. So you're saying, well, let's find a map to match with a snapshot, which we will never have. So let's compare a map to a map. Okay, let's compare relative values with relative values, which is like not possible. I mean, well, there's no. That's not what you do. Because each map is used for different things. It's specific for its use case.
Yep, that's exactly right, Elijah. You're exactly
So trying to use one to compare to another is like a category error or something. That's
exactly.
Which is the whole point of like why people make these videos, and not just that video, but any other video that is in relation to what they think the Earth could be if it's not a globe. So any other idea that somebody has, they're going to post it and say, "Well, check this out, guys. I mean, let me just throw this out there." Or
yeah, I'm just throwing this out there, sharing the truth with the community. No, you're not, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I like what we have going on here. We expose, we're not all here. All of us flat earthers here. That what we do here on this server is to show that we don't agree that that the flat Earth is the AE map with a dome over it and all that kind of shit. That's not. There's something to that, but it's not the Earth. You know what I mean? We're not making those claims, and if you do, then that's your claim. I mean, you better stick by it and get ready to defend it.
Yeah, most of the times that happens, even the flat earthers get kind of sidetracked with the idea that they might have some kind of truth that they're going to be able to propagate. That doesn't get, like in this forum, it doesn't get anywhere. So that's kind of why people, and I know Get Beget was speculating, but he came up with this super fluid helium sky that he's talking about, and I'm like, well, in this particular forum, if that's what you're saying, then we're going to have to be able to validate that if it's something that you're bringing to this forum. If it's another like speculation or something, then I think isn't that conversation? Because when you're in this room, it's kind of like a war room, right? Because all we get is people with their ideas come in here. They're from the globe side, basically, and they're posting their globe ideas and saying, "Yeah, of course, gravity, right?" And we're like, "No, what makes you say that?" And so it's more of a challenge for the person to actually validate that claim. So any claim that's made here has to be validated, and that's the tough part, right? And if they pass the gauntlet and people actually are like, okay, you said everything, and I don't think that's ever happened. But if they pass the gauntlet and people are satisfied with the empirical evidence they provided, then it goes into the realm of the really is, right? We're all okay. This is how it is, guys. You can't debate it because there's, But nothing usually, when it comes as far as ideas go, can actually pass that. So,
sure, but I'd like Jetbija, and I think him. Well, did you get that from Robert Bassano? Because when he was talking about that, Robert Bassano, you remember him talking about superfluid helium? And now
I remember I saw that video.
So I was like, that really kind of makes sense. But that's that's because the helium rises to the top, so there must be a barrier.
That's the point I was making about people saying, I saw a video that makes sense.
Yeah,
I just made the point. Like it's almost like it went right over. I don't.
He was discussing that with Quantum Eraser together. They were discussing that, and I posted it to someone the other day. That one.
To me, that makes sense, but at the same time, we can't prove it, and you definitely can't make a rocket work in that superfluid helium.
I want to say something. Whenever I bring this into discussion or something, I do say that this is a personal speculation. It's not something that has been proven or that I can prove.
Yeah, but it is fascinating.
I do point people to the real science, what we know, the physics of superfluid.
Can I ask a question about it?
Yes, of course. Anytime, Elijah.
Okay. So one thing that I either am confused about or well, let's just say I don't know yet. So let me ask. when you say the superfluid is so viscous, well, that's kind of what it is, right? It's like super viscous. That essentially there's no drag when materials pass through it.
It's non-viscous, isn't it?
I'll explain you.
It was kind of okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, at 5 Kelvin, the helium gas starts precipitating, raining. It condensates into liquid, and it will rain. From 5 Kelvin down to 2.17 Kelvin is a very cold liquid.
Stop.
Yes.
That's not what I asked. Please.
Well, you were asking about the superfluid,
the viscosity of
the viscosity, yeah, the zero.
So I asked you if you said it's almost as if.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. Superfluid liquid helium has zero viscosity.
Zero.
Yeah.
And then you said when you put a spoon in it and spin it, that it would spin forever. But zero viscosity means that the motion of the spoon would have no influence on it.
Well, there is no friction in it.
Exactly.
But, it is still a liquid. So
yeah, right. But these things are contradictory.
It will behave. It has the fluid dynamics.
You see how you kind of like pushing through what I'm saying to say what you're saying when I'm saying yeah, but what you're saying is contradictory, and you're still professing to me or explaining to me what it is, and I'm saying what you're explaining has two components that are contradictory, and instead of going, let me think about that, you just continue to profess to me what you understand about this superfluid. You don't find that weird?
Elijah, the viscosity is related to the liquid's flow.
How can it flow if it doesn't have viscosity?
Yeah. If it has viscosity, then you can keep it sealed.
But you can't manipulate it because it has zero viscosity, which means
you can manipulate it with temperature. You can manipulate it with
but temperature and manipulating it with material movement of any kind is not going to be effective because there's zero viscosity. That's what I'm pointing to being the contradiction, bro. Like, sure. How could there be pushback on something that is obviously a contradiction?
Exactly, that's
Elijah.
I think Elijah. He's saying the same thing he's saying.
Superfluid liquid helium is not a ghost. It is physical element.
But
it is a liquid.
The rhetoric.
It's a physical liquid.
But the rhetoric. Listen, now you're doing it again. Because apparently I've hit something sensitive. Yeah, you're saying it's not a ghost, but your rhetoric is explaining to me that it's zero viscosity.
Yes.
The end.
Do you know what this zero viscosity means?
Meaning no material will have an effect on it, period.
No, that's not true. That's not what.
Well, I mean, unless you change the control variable, which would be the temperature.
Right. Yes, helium is a gas.
So then
helium
yes,
is a gas.
True.
When you
Helio, you're not helping. Helio, you're not helping.
Helping what? I mean, I don't really understand the argument, I guess. All right, go ahead.
So all things being the case, you have to control the temperature. Otherwise, it's not going to be superfluid liquid helium, right? So if that's the same, then the only other manipulation you would have to have is from some material creating some kind of friction of some kind. But you just said that there is zero viscosity. So there's a contradiction in the rhetoric.
No, it's not a contradiction in the rhetoric. You misunderstand the meaning of viscosity.
Did you not say?
Yeah, I did say that it has zero viscosity, but that does not mean that if you move a spoon through the liquid, you will not be creating a current, a liquid current inside it.
If there's no friction, how would you create a current? Hold on. If there's no friction, how can you create anything? Now there's little. I don't even know if I would call it friction with air, but you know how you take a shower and then you move your hand and your mind intuitively says, I was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, okay. Elijah,
I'm trying to paint
when
a
you
picture
move, when you put your spoon,
why is
let
this,
me give
why
you
is
an
this
example
happening?
and explain
Why is
you.
this happening? Why is this happening? Because you
I
don't
know
do this
why it's
any other
happening.
time.
You won't let him give you his point. Come on, bro.
Wasn't I in the middle of talking, Helio? So when I say why is this happening, I was in the middle of giving an example when he decided to interrupt me.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, this is crazy.
But you know what? You can blame
Elijah,
religious.
go ahead,
I'm not going to fight with you to help you. I mean, think what you want.
No,
I don't really care.
I actually understand what Jebby Jet's getting at, but you don't, obviously. So anyway, go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, there are a lot of Globers who think I don't get what they're getting at. That's okay. I'm fine with that.
no, you misunderstood the meaning of viscosity, Elijah. Viscosity
Well, I
is
asked
not.
clarifying questions and you agreed. And then upon that agreement, I said, okay, well, these two things are antithetical to each other. Upon your agreement and upon my understanding of how you were utilizing the words, that is when I came to my conclusion. You can't tell me I misunderstand. I asked you for clarification and you gave it.
Well, you have to know that I'm not an expert in quantum mechanics.
You don't have to be an expert.
I never
When you
claimed
say
to.
something is true, then it's on you.
Well, yes, but I do know what viscosity is. I can't give you the correct definition in English right now. I can look it up, and I know
viscous is already
related to the
viscosity is
flow
already
of
defined.
the liquid. It has
Viscosity
nothing
is already
to do with
defined
the
unless you're going to try to
internal
redefine it.
friction in the liquid.
Like Globers do when they redefine level and straight and curve.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to redefine what viscosity means, then you're no
I'm not redefining what viscosity means. I'm saying viscosity is the flowing property of the liquids, the way that they flow.
Okay.
Can you post that? Can you post that? Can you post that? I mean, you're saying viscosity is as if it's a definition. So can you post a definition?
We were talking about viscosity and superfluid helium. Is that what you were talking about, Jebby Jet, or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I remember you talking about that. I think Elijah's not talking about the same thing you're talking
we all know what he's talking about. I was just sitting here in the conversation, having the questions. Why would I be talking about something I don't know anything about? The only thing I know is what he's elucidated to me, and the only reason I've asked for elucidation is to understand. Upon that understanding, I'm making the determination that it makes no sense. So if only way I'm going to be wrong is if he's allowed to redefine what viscosity means. So me asking him, you know what, why don't you go give me a definition that supports what you're trying to say? If he doesn't have one, then I'm correct. He's trying to redefine terms the same way that the heliocentrics do. And I don't know why he would do that.
Okay,
so come on, put your money where your mouth is.
Definition.
Put your money where your mouth is, and I'll put my pride down and say I was wrong. Go ahead.
We're talking about viscosity and superfluid helium.
You can't talk about viscosity if you're not willing to define it. We're talking about gravity. What's the problem?
Viscosity.
Define it.
It's easy to define, depending on the medium. Yeah.
Okay, so
we're talking about viscosity and superfluid helium.
Flow. He's talking about flow. So
anyway,
viscosity is a measurement of.
Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get along?
Is the measure of a liquid's tendency to flow. How thick or how sludgy it is. There's like a mathematical formula for it based off a density or something like that. But that's the general definition: it's tendency to flow and or its resistance to flow or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Can't we all just get along now? I guess we can't.
Okay, so okay.
Can I read the viscosity definition? Should I read the viscosity definition?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So, the state of being thick, sticky, and semi-fluid in consistency due to internal friction. Cooling the fluid raises its viscosity. A quantity expressing the magnitude of internal friction in a fluid as measured by the force per unit area resisting uniform flow. So,
that is viscosity.
This is the meaning of viscosity.
Yeah.
And superfluid liquid helium has zero viscosity. This means that when you move a spoon from point A to point B and it's synced into this fluid, it means that
it will not affect the flow whatsoever.
Encounters no drag against it. Yeah, it's moving in a free state. But the fluid will have all its fluid dynamics properties. You will be creating a fluid current through that liquid. The motion of the speed.
That makes no sense.
Well, it does make sense.
If it has no effect on the material, how can the material have an effect on it?
When you drive your car on the road, yeah, and it has a aerodynamic shape. The faster you drive, yeah, at the back of the car you will have a lower air pressure because you are dislocating the air.
Because air is not frictionless, correct?
Yeah, but this liquid being frictionless, it doesn't mean it's not a liquid. And
I didn't say it wasn't
like a liquid. And I said that your question was about the quantum vortices, which were created and spinning forever. So any motion of any object inside this liquid will dislocate this liquid.
Where's this seen? Where, like, first of all, you can never see something spinning forever because we're finite. Like I'm saying these terms don't make sense. It's poetry. It's rhetoric.
Okay, so quantum vortices are poetry.
No, you saying it's going to spin forever is poetry. Quite obvious. You don't know that. You've never experienced that, but you're claiming it as if it's a true statement.
Oh, here, yes, you are correct. I never experienced. I never saw it with my own eyes. I read this.
Right.
About quantum vortices. That these,
so instead of questioning, wait a minute, let me talk about the element itself. Let me talk about the words and what they mean and what you're saying. How could you be telling me that this is true? You know, it's almost like you've begged the question already, and you're saying, okay, well, begging the question and understanding everything that they've told me, then I can see how this would make sense. The result of that would be this forever spin, blah, 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 blah. And I'm asking you, yeah, okay, but what about the components? Like, why would you even accept, why would you even accept that?
Elijah, check this out. You can isolate helium, take it down to, to a low temperature, turn it into liquid, and then do tests with it. Still doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. On that we agree.
Does that mean
what's happening in the upper atmosphere? What happened in
Does
the
that
upper
mean that you
atmosphere?
can
We don't
say
know.
after you do that test that this is an vortex that's going to spin forever and ever?
No, it has nothing to do with that. No.
Oh, that's what he just said. I'm only talking about the rhetoric. I'm not talking about anything else.
Yeah, I know, because I did make this claim that the heliocentric model invokes the spin of the planets around the sun, perpetually spin around the sun, and that cannot exist. But the only perpetual motion that we found is the quantum vortices, which is at the moment you can find literature about this, that scientists achieve this in laboratory experiments.
Exactly.
They dealt with this. They are looking at these quantum vortices in superfluid liquid helium. And anything else like perpetual nuclear fusion, something that goes on forever
Electromagnetically?
does not exist.
Do you see this electromagnetically or something? How do you see this?
I can post you some pictures about these quantum vortices. Most of them, they are black and white images.
And what's a quantum vortex again?
Quantum vortices
Several vortices.
are a vortex is when you spin your spoon inside your coffee cup.
I didn't ask what a vortex was. I didn't ask. Yo,
okay.
I'm getting.
What was the question?
What is a quantum vortex?
Yeah, it's a vortex.
I know what a vortex is. You know what? Forget it.
That's what they call these liquid vortexes.
I don't care what they called it. I'm asking if you question what a quantum vortex is like. Okay, didn't you think? Okay, I know what a vortex is, and then they've tied this other word quantum to it. I don't know. You're telling me, so I'm asking you. The fact that you're not answering the question makes me feel like you don't know, which upsets me.
Well, actually, they create these quantum vortices in superfluid liquid.
What is it? What is it? Not what they do. What is it?
It's the liquid spinning.
No, that's what a vortex is.
Yeah, that's what vortices are.
Okay, but what is the quantum bit about it? I'm asking, what does that mean?
Yeah,
I know
the quantum part about it is that that spin keeps forever. It never stops.
Oh, you know what? I found it. You're hard. I googled it myself. A definition of quantum vertex algebra, which is deformation of a vertex algebra, was proposed by Eddingolf and Kasdan in 1998. In a nutshell, a quantum vertex algebra is a braided state field correspondence which satisfies associativity and braided locality axioms. Okay, that doesn't sound like what it is.
Vortex with an E, Elijah, is different with vortex with an O. Vortex with an O, we all know, is basically a whirlwind in a fluid or in gas with an O.
Yeah.
O-R-T-E-X. Vertex, V-E-R-T-E-X, is like the edge of an angle, the edge of a triangle. We call
vertex. Yeah, that's
We're trying
different.
to specify the difference just in case there was some sort of, ambiguity here as to the meaning. Vortex with an O versus vertex with an E are two different things.
Okay, in physics, a quantum vortex represents a quantized flux circulation of some physical quantity. In most cases, quantum vortices are a type of topological defect exhibited in superfluids and superconductors.
Yeah.
It's basically a whirlwind, like the water circling a drain. That's a vortex. A quantum vortex in the superfluid helium would be water, or the helium itself circling like a drain. That's basically it. Now, because of how common these definitions are, we can infer what they're saying generally without having a textbook dictionary definition of what they mean by a quantum vortex. They're basically swirling the superfluid helium in a whirlwind and making whirlwinds within the medium, basically.
Wait a minute. A vortex is a rotation, and it's like, what is the PNAS.org? Remember, I'm just going off the top, so it's not like I'm validating or verifying any of these sources. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Therefore, a superfluid cannot rotate like a normal liquid. In fact, the superfluid remains stationary. I don't know what that means. All I know is when things like that are said, that means it's a reimagining or redefining of terms. Because now when you say it doesn't actually spin like a fluid, which is what you're talking about, vortices in fluid, why are they saying it's not like that? The thing that you're saying it's analogous to, because when you said what you said, you were giving me an example of actual vortex, like one of these videos I found when somebody threw like a frisbee in the pool or something like that.
As far as I can tell, the difference is a vortex in a regular liquid like water tends to dissipate and stop swirling after a while. The vortexes in the superfluid helium just keep on going and don't stop. That's what I've gathered from this discussion so far anyway. But I need to look into the specifics.
Should be stationary, and I don't get it, bro.
I think there was understanding, though, like Elijah was pointing out, that there was a connotation to it spinning forever, and he was kind of questioning, like, how do we know that? And it more or less seemed like Big was like, well, I just read it that it said that it spins forever. So whether or not the fact is that if somebody can actually watch that because we're finite is impossible. So it's almost like you can't say that it's going to do something forever. You can say that it can do it for a long while, but you can't say that it will do it forever, because what if it's something that
you have to, but see that we can't do that, because you have to say theoretically it would move forever. But if you can't actually experimentally prove that there is no slowdown for any foreseeable time, then I can see, I see what you got there.
Okay, well,
but they don't have that. Where is that?
That's true. That's why we have to reason together. They're saying that.
No, it's not about reasoning. It's about, well, how do I know what's true, what they're saying? That's where my reasoning is at. Not let me try to understand and.
Okay, well, in that case, you'd have to look at it forever, Elijah, which is impossible, since you can't.
No. It's not. No, it's an impossible standard is an outcome from an idea. There's an idea that something is real, but it's unfalsifiable. You know what we call that? A lie. So instead of saying, there's some truthful aspect to it, I'm saying, I don't think.
Elijah, since you can't look at it forever, what's the next standard? You need to make it a comfortable inference and assumption, whether you believe it's a lie or not, based off of the conditions. A lot of times with these fluids, if you're looking at water swirling in a whirlwind, you can see the rest.
They're questionable, aren't they? That's the point.
That whirlwind. If you're not seeing this in superfluid helium, you effectively have a still fluid, a still liquid with a localized spin in the middle of it, where you don't see the rest of it moving. They're saying that because of that, we don't see the rest of it moving. We don't see heat. We don't see shear. We don't see friction. Theoretically, it could spin forever because none of the conditions are here for it to stop. For it to stop, there need to be friction. There would need to be shear. You need to see one part of the liquid over here flowing toward the whirlwind and the vortice or something like that. Or they're not seeing that.
We're not. But that's what because it's called superfluid liquid helium. So it's not liquid. You know what? What is it? Is it okay? So it's a liquid then. Okay, fine. It's a liquid. It's a gas that has been cooled down to be a liquid. Superfluid liquid helium. Okay. I'm still feeling. What do they use? Where? How would you? Okay, so. You would have to put helium in a chamber. You would have to put helium in a chamber you would have to put helium in a chamber, and then you would have to create the conditions to cool it down. How would you then maintain the temperature and then do tests on it? How does that process work?
By refrigerating liquid hydrogen, and when liquid hydrogen is boiling, that's actually a process of cooling by vacuuming.
Okay, so how then after that, what is just already spinning? Like, what happens next?
What happens next is that
so you have something in a chamber. You have something in a chamber.
You can put like either a magnet or something like the rotor of a motor, and with the magnets you can make that spin inside the liquid.
So you're telling me, even though there's zero viscosity, that spin is going to affect this thing anyway?
You can see that blade is spinning, inside the liquid helium, and it's encountering no resistance.
That's what I'm saying. It's almost like trying to blow wind where there is none, right? Like there's nothing. So but
it's actually something that is very consistent. It's liquid. It's much more dense than the air.
I don't know. There's something wrong with the rhetoric.
I know.
That's all I'm saying. Whatever it is, it's not. The rhetoric is wrong. It just is.
Well, the way that they're presenting the rhetoric, Elijah, can help us see if they're talking about something real or BS. Yes. Basically, they're talking about liquids being under some sort of spin or stress. You can see the spin or the stress throughout the liquid. These localized whirlwinds appear to affect one part of the liquid while leaving the rest of the liquid unaffected. And they call that some sort of quantum, flux, a change. Flux is just a fancy word for change, a random localized change that doesn't reflect itself in the rest of the liquid, and they're calling that like a quantum flux or a quantum vortex.
And it's a physical liquid that's not affected by anything physical?
The fluid helium is physical, but they're saying this localized whirlwind in one part that doesn't affect another part of the liquid is kind of crazy and quantum.
Right, but you can't affect it by any way, shape, or form with anything physical, right? Anything physical that interacts with it won't cause any resistance.
Well, it's interacting with the magnets, I guess. Like, what's his name? They put magnets in this fluid, and then you get a localized tornado or something. That would be something.
Yeah, but that would be more like energy, or it's not something physical. Like you're putting your hand in there and waving it around, or
the most physical thing would be like the magnet. Yeah, that would be the closest thing to something physical, quote unquote, affecting the whirlwind, making it swirl this way or that way in this fluid.
Right, a magnetic field. Then again, that's not something that's physical. Like I mean, the magnet's physical, but not the actual thing that's making it move physical. So, I mean, I guess I can see what Elijah's trying to say. Like the rhetoric needs to stand for, if it's going to be affected by something physical, then it needs to be, if it's a physical fluid, then it needs to be able to be affected by something physical. If you're saying it's physical and not being able to be affected by something physical, then there's a contradiction there. So not that it's not being affected by a magnetic field.
No. Miggy, you are ignoring superconductivity.
Okay, so now here we go. I mean, here's another component that has nothing to do with the rhetoric that you're using. But it's like, that's fine. It's like, I'm not denying that a thing is a thing. Okay, but first of all, we're talking about something theoretical already. Okay, so now when you say, well, I know what a vortex is, yes, so do I. And a vertex, I know what a vortex is, and I know what conductivity is. Okay, but we're talking about superfluid and the rhetoric behind that. Something that we've never experienced. We don't know what's going on. You're trying to explain to me that I ask you certain questions. You're like, yeah, well, I don't know. That's what they said. So it's like, why are you arguing with me then?
Because when we talk about the superfluid, This means
we don't know
that
anything.
This liquid,
but what they said
has other properties, unlike anything
No, it
else
doesn't mean
that you know
anything
of.
unless their initial supposition is true. Like that's the whole point. Like they're telling me, well, what would be true if this was this, and I'm like, yeah, but that's if this was this. But what the rhetoric you're using to get there is having me think, well, that can't possibly be the case. And then I'm like, okay, well, where's this experience? And you're like, well, this is what they're saying, which is what you said out of your mouth.
Yeah, Elijah, the way you are telling me is like, hey, if you can't drink a glass of
No, I'm not telling you. You're telling me. I'm not telling you anything. I'm not telling you. You're telling me. I'm not telling you shit.
Yeah, and I'm saying this is a liquid, yeah, which exists at below the lambda point. It is extreme cold temperature. Human beings,
you know how you came in.
Existing, you cannot put your hand there. You cannot.
You know how you came in with the rhetoric the other week, and Flat Earth Solar. You came in with the rhetoric that actually there is something denser than air that floats above the air, and then it was pointed out to you. Actually, this substance is made up of mostly air. Like it's this kind of error because you came in here like that was a fact, and people were like, "Well, that kind of like breaks the laws of physics, the actual laws of physics, not the theoretical laws of physics." And you're like, "Yeah, I know." And then it was explained to you, "Oh, okay, the rhetoric is wrong because it's not actually true. What actually is true is that there's actually mostly air. So why would they call this a new substance that's lighter than air but is physical?" So your rhetoric is wrong, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that was my point. I was talking to him like a while past when he mentioned it. That's why I was like,
"What is wrong with y'all, yo?"
This room has to be a place where we examine what we say and and put to the test. And this isn't something like where Elijah's like, "Oh, just pick on Get Beget." It's anybody that comes up with anything that challenges the thing that we know to be true, and it's coming up with this rhetoric that it sounds contradictory. I mean, why not? Let's put it to the test, right? Let's talk about it. And that's where we're at right now. We're trying to hash it out. We're looking to see if what
test all things,
right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think?
Okay, so when I said about gases which are heavier than the air, this does not exist. But when you boil mercury, it evaporates into a gas. It's a heavy metal, yeah. But because it is at high temperature, it will rise above the air that we breathe, and it will be releasing its thermal energy into the air, and then it will start precipitate, condensate, and rain down back on Earth.
Is this happening now in the sky?
We understand this. We understand how is that relevant?
Well, because these are the claims that I made, but you guys are saying that I'm making opposite claims to what we actually experience, and that's not really true.
Well, that's a lie, because you're saying you said one thing and we said another thing. That's kind of a straw man, my man.
No,
all I did was ask you questions.
Yeah, of course. So I was hoping to be given the chance to also explain the answer I give you to the question you asked me.
Yeah, and the question I asked is, why are you working off of presuppositions? And you said, because that's what they said.
Well, it's not presuppositions. It's the
presuppositions based off of the rhetoric. Because when I say, okay, a vortex and liquid, that we know what that is, and I ask you what is superfluid helium. Okay, and how is this affected? What are we talking about in the context of that? And you try to make that analogous to like something moving in liquid. Now, but you also said, but it's not like that because it has zero viscosity. And I said, that's a contradiction. And then you tried to tell me, no, well, we're talking about the flow and yada, 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 and this, that, and the third. And I was like, okay, well, explain it to me. And then one of the things that was stated was a magnet. Another thing that was stated was a rotor. And I was like, well, how would that rotor affect anything if there's no effect?
Well, let's reason together about what they appear to be trying to say with this scientific.
Oh, Elijah.
It looks like
when you move from your home to the shop, you are moving through air and you are stepping on the ground, and you are in constant friction with the air and the ground. That's friction. And
yeah, but we already explained how that's not analogous, right? I get that already. But I get that already because that's what I just explained to you.
Yeah.
I just explained that to you about 15 minutes ago. I explained that to you and how that's not analogous to what it is you were trying to say.
Yeah, it is.
Now you're sitting here telling me what I told you, but I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the superfluid helium.
Yeah, in the superfluid helium, if you try to swim, you will not be able to move from point A to point B. You will be sitting in place right where you are. Any motion you cause in that liquid, any way you move, you will be moving, but you will not be pushing yourself from the liquid. If you reach the walls of the chamber and you push yourself from the walls of the chamber, then yes, you will be moving into that direction. And
so like 2 minutes ago, I asked you, how is that analogous to the point that you're trying to make?
Kinetic energy.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what something we're talking about the superfluid human. We're talking about the superfluid.
Did we lose Elijah? Elijah,
you keep telling me that you keep I'm here. You keep telling me about the thing. Listen. You're saying, you're giving me a long-winded example of material cannot affect this medium. That's basically what you're telling me.
It's not.
But
what
then
I'm
you're telling
saying.
me no. Right? That's what I'm
saying.
Isn't that okay? So if I move through a medium and it has no effect on me, can I still have an effect on it?
Yes.
How? How? Other than in rhetoric, how can that physically be possible? How is that not a contradiction?
Does kind of sound like a contradiction.
Because it has zero friction. Yeah.
No, you're a robot,
and
bro.
It will not take that energy from you. It will not stop you.
So there's no energy exchange then?
Something like that, yeah.
So there's no interaction. There is no interaction then between you and the medium because it's impossible.
It's not holding you back. It doesn't have any drag. Yeah.
It could absorb the energy so much, Elijah, that you have no appreciable effect on the medium.
Okay, so let's move forward. So mechanically, how do we utilize this substance? This so-called substance that we've created in a lab. How do we mechanically use it?
Absorb heat.
They found that this substance contradicts.
Possible before the machine breaks down, stuff like that. Potentially, anyway, to absorb heat and to have a substance that moves through the machine without breaking down the machine by heat, friction, or stress. Those appear to be the potential uses, but I need to look into this further.
Potential uses? I don't get it. It's either being used or it's a potential use.
Elijah, when they discovered this,
because guess what? That that goes against the laws of thermodynamics, because check out why. Okay, so you're talking about a substance that ultimately has no wear and tear, because there's zero.
Tell me what is the last
Yo, I'm about to mute you, bro, because I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Zero viscosity. So there's zero degradability. Nothing is going on as it pertains to the functionality of the machine. And theoretically forever. Right? Okay, so what are we using that utilizes this technology?
Quantum computers.
Oh yeah?
D-wave. Yeah.
So quantum computers can run forever?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
The shutdown button is virtual. It doesn't matter if you push it or not.
So it's like Skynet. Like we're definitely being run by robots for sure.
I know. It's horrible.
I know you know.
Horrifying.
I know.
It's
What a beautiful movie. Whoa.
Well, I personally think that you can even nuke that laboratory at NASA where they have these D-wave quantum computers. You can destroy the building, but the computers will be still there.
That is so amazing.
Oh,
what the heck?
What an intriguing story.
What the
I know.
heck? You made like such. That's a grand leap right there. If I ever. I don't know. Anyway,
Am I tripping? Nigga?
No, I'm following. I'm tracking, man. Just trust me, I'm tracking. But yeah, here's the skinny though. Like we're either going to be talking about things that are practical and they're usable, and you're actually able to interact, or we're talking about things that could be the case if we use them in future tech, or are we doing them things now? Because like if they're using them right now, and the thing is actually running on this, then we have. Best holy grail of oils that you could possibly think of, because zero viscosity, my friends, would be the ultimate goal, right? Like you could machine wear and tear at that freaking, that would be the best. That'd be optimal. You'd want to use it in everything, put it in cars, and practically, right? But it doesn't seem that moving from a space of where people are theorizing how things can be to actually practically using them are the thing that we're talking about right now. Robert,
let's try to see what they're saying.
Hold up. You just said it absorbs heat. You said it absorbs heat, right? Well, is that correct? Yes or no? There's all because I have a follow up.
You cannot.
That was Lemon, I think.
Okay.
No, Lemon said
the human body cannot exist.
Okay, yo, shut up.
It's very cold.
Yeah, I'm not fucking talking to you. It's getting irritating, if I'm being honest. Have some control when you're being challenged.
Sure, of course.
So, I'm trying to. Okay, so this is another aspect I'm trying to wrap my mind around. So you're saying it's an excellent absorber of heat, but doesn't the temperature have to stay controlled in order for it to be superfluid helium? How does that work?
Liquid nitrogen or something to keep it at a cool state, but once you have the thing, you would have like some sort of energy absorptive, heat sink or something like that, as far as I can tell. But I mean,
all you did was basically tell me the rhetoric, and I said, but isn't it contradictory? And you said, well, and then you just gave me the rhetoric again.
Well, Elijah, we have to understand the basics at the very least to even be able to challenge this stuff. I mean, we need to just basically...
I mean, you're basically telling me I don't understand because I don't know the basics. That's exactly what a heliocentrist would say when I'm questioning his theology.
Okay, well, we just need to understand the basics of what, if anything, they're talking about before we can pick out any consistency or inconsistency. So basically,
I know they're beginning with using words that have definitions, so why not start there?
Okay, so
is that a problem, or do I have to accept what they're saying in order to understand it and therefore accept what they're saying? Is that what you're saying?
at the very least. Otherwise, people are going to challenge you for just being ignorant about the subject.
Miggy,
Questioning, but not really having it.
Did I wake up in the Matrix or what?
No, it's okay. So there's a fine. Okay, so what we have right now is that these intellects or supposed intellects, right? They want to come down from their ivory towers and come over here and tell people that who are questioning them that they don't know what they're talking about. So you have people meeting them halfway, and so when people start to meet these guys halfway, they're giving their ground up. So they're letting go of some of the things that are important, like empirical evidence. So when you got the people that are challenging them saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not just going to accept what you're saying. We need to challenge you guys on this. This is part of what we do here. And so when people are like, you know what, let's take it to a more theoretical realm. And then we lose ground. We give them the ground, and then they take the high road because we're giving up the space which is most sacred, right? Which is the truth. If we don't have practicality, if we don't have reason, if we don't have the ability to discern.
Theoretically, it would work if the laws of contradiction weren't at play. But you're not God. You can't do that. So, sorry.
Science does have some things that don't quite work with even sense or reason in some instances like this.
We would call that pseudoscience. So would Timothy 6, verse 20.
Talking about first before we call out any.
Beware of pseudoscientists. Beware of pseudoscientists, so-called.
While not knowing anything about it.
Come on, man.
Timothy 6, verse 20. Beware of pseudoscientists. I don't have to do shit.
Elijah.
But follow the word.
Sorry.
But Elijah, I think there may be some stuff here. Maybe there is some BS or whatever. But I mean, let's look into this and see what they're saying. That's all.
You look into it and you do better than Get Beget, and I'll be there to challenge you when you get back with more information.
Are you going to be challenging me from a place of knowledge or ignorance, though?
I'm going to be challenging you off the base that I can test all things.
That we don't know anything about and just shitting on it.
So are you saying that if I have no knowledge, therefore I cannot test all things?
You can test it, but you may be testing from a place.
No, but you're saying I can't test it. Why would I do anything ignorantly? Why would I do anything ignorantly? I didn't just tell Get Beget he was wrong ignorantly. I asked him questions about contradictions. And he can't not make it a contradiction. So you're saying maybe there's something we're missing. So you're going to have to come back with something that unties the contradictions, because you will see where there's rhetoric and where that's not necessary and what's actually going on. And then maybe you'll be able to verbalize correctly what actually is happening. At that point, if I ask you questions and you're able to define terms clearly and they coincide with what's happening in reality, then I can say that makes sense. But see, I'm not able to say that today because I not ignorantly, but very genuinely, very carefully, and very well within my right, after heard some words being put together, like quantum vortices and superfluid liquid helium. And I just asked for these things to be defined. And then I said, well, isn't there a contradiction in their definition? As a matter of fact, contradictions in natural law altogether. And it's like, well, we have to learn more and not argue from ignorance. That's exactly what the fuck the Roman Catholic Church said to the people that were following the way. How dare you?
No, you're wrong here, Elijah.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
Pseudoscientist.
We can go in that position all day, every day, gentlemen, but there's a lot of science to learn here potentially, too. So we should stay mired in our state of ignorance, questioning, but not really learning anything about the science itself.
So you're gonna keep ad homing me then, aren't you?
Yes, but
so you're gonna keep ad homing me, aren't you?
Here and just go from there.
So you're gonna just continuously go ahead, Sasha. Your mic is very fucking low, bro. I mean, shit. Sorry. Turn it up.
You just sound like hostile, ladidical, anti-science, inquisitioners. That aren't really interested in anything.
So Miggy, do you think that's
we're just interested in
first happened
going on an inquisition, but not really learning anything new? I mean, that's just sad.
Yeah, so you have to study Narnia before you can challenge Narnia, basically, Elijah. Study Narnia as much as you can. Bone up on bone up on a lot of the Harry Potter books, and then you can challenge the rhetoric because you don't know what you're talking about until you can tell me.
Political and hostile. It sounds
But that's
like
what it
a
is, man.
hostile, political
Yeah, man.
stance.
Come on, man.
Luddite who really has no interest in anything that they're questioning or having an inquisition about. It just sounds political and hostile. That's all.
The hostile part comes when people that are studying this nonsense push it on you as if it's truth, and you have to accept it. And then that's the thing. When people question it, it's like, why are you questioning it, man? Are you against science? That's the same rhetoric we get from these globers. These same globers are telling us the very same thing. Dude, it's science. And we're like, no, it's not. Where is this practicality of it? When can it be used? How can you point at the sky and say that gravity's keeping the air in here? Like there's a lot of things that go against what we know to be true. So how can we not be inquisitive?
Inquisition is fine. It's fine as long as we're not just being so hostile. We're precluding ourselves from possibly learning, about something, new and cool, science-wise or whatever.
Well, I don't know about like what you're talking about exactly, but what I can say is that when something is being challenged, there's a good reasoning behind it. Because if there's a contradiction in the rhetoric and it's not being talked about, then we're not doing our due diligence with our studies and our research, and that's what it's all about. It's about being curious. And if we stop being curious and accept rhetoric for what it is, then we've let go of all reason. That's just the way it's got to be, Lemon. If you let go of all reason and say, okay, yep, you know what? I'm just going to let science be science, and you guys can tell me what you want, and I'll study it, and whatever it happens, happens. You let go of reason. And there's no reason why we should be even continuing forward if we're just going to accept like lemmings that's being taught to us. I mean, that's where I'm coming from. Challenge everything, question everything. Why not? Right? We're curious beings. We can do that.
Miggy, I got to restart my phone because I can't hear y'all through my headphones. But Lemon said we have to, give them a chance and this, that, and the third, versus being, however he characterized the opposite of that.
Political,
which he's insinuating. Did you have to interrupt me? Did you have to interrupt me? Which he's insinuating that I'm being. Was I being like that when I began questioning what Get Beget was talking about?
No, I haven't made any characterization of you.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that. I heard you more questioning on the things that he was talking about. Hostile would mean that you're like, Get, tell me the answer right now. I need to hear it right now. And if you're pushing him to something like that, that would be a bit more hostile. But you were basically questioning him on the thing that he was telling you in a manner in which he could have just easily said, I can see that. I don't know what you're talking about because I don't know myself. But Get Beget wanted to reify what he was saying by saying things, quoting some person that he learned about. And to me, I thought it was like, well, why don't you just say you don't know? It's easier to say you don't know and then, hey, let's go back and study it together or whatever. But it sounded more like he was just trying to reify the thing he didn't know. And it was a bit more a spinning of the wheel that I think people can do in here. I mean, it's happened before. But instead of that...
So you see how the adversarial gaslights you, right? Because that's exactly what Lemon did me. Isn't it?
Yo, can I say something also?
You're not going to say, yeah, you're right, Elijah. I don't know why Lemon's doing that.
No.
You're not going to speak the truth. You're not going to fucking stand up for it.
Oh, so I'm not standing for truth.
I put the definition of Luddite in the chat. Member of any of the bands of English workers who destroyed machinery, especially in cotton and woolen mills that they believe were threatening their jobs. A person opposed to increased industrialization or new technology. A small-minded Luddite resisting progress. Ludditism, whatever, ludism, and other derivations. Basically being anti-progress, anti-science, and that we're, having this vicious inquisition of scientific whatever because of, skepticism and disbelief, but little to no desire to understand it or little to no real interest.
So who's falling under this definition, do you think?
Anytime we have a QE level inquisition in here about any sort of scientific thing that we're not familiar with,
So basically, you're saying that you can characterize, well, the conversation that I just had with you and Get Beget has me fall under this definition. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes you can.
Oh no, not sometimes. Just now only is all I want to know. Today, just now. Is that what you're saying about just now? The interaction we just had that I can ask other witnesses and say, did you see the same thing?
Yeah, you can be a little litigical and hostile when it comes to some of this stuff that you're skeptical about in your questioning, in your tone, in the way that you come across.
Does anyone else agree with that? Does anyone else think I was questioning from a position of this definition? That's how I was going about questioning it.
This is a huge misunderstanding.
Yo, Get Beget, do you think that this definition characterizes my behavior today?
No.
Does anyone else? What about you, Jimsy?
I'm reading the definition. I've been listening, but I'm reading.
Okay, fair enough.
But I propose not to make a judgment on Lemon either,
It's not about making a judgment. It's about being correct versus being incorrect. It's about being liars versus being truth tellers.
It's about being hostile and litigical and not interested in the science that we're having this vicious inquisition about versus being open and actually curious about what, if anything, this BS, quote-unquote, pseudoscience is or is not saying.
It can't be called science arbitrarily until we find out if it's science or not. I'm assuming you're using science in the sense of knowing. So we can't know something and not know it, and I be skeptical of science, something to know until I know. That makes no sense.
The Inquisition can be vicious, it can be hostile, and strangely anti-curious or incurious about some of the theories, methods, or whatever the hell some of these quote-unquote scientists are saying. And that's the point at which it becomes hostile lidism or lididical.
So me asking for terms to be defined and then pointing out, well, that's contradictory. What's the precedence for this? And then not getting that answer and then pressing on to keep it on that topic because that wasn't the answer I was getting because I wanted clarity on definition. That's me being Levitical, you think?
It just depends on if you have a consistent enough understanding to question properly. Otherwise, your questions aren't going to be proper.
So me asking for a definition is an improper question, is what you're saying.
As long as you have a consistent understanding of the topic, also when you
it's not about the topic. It's not about understanding the topic. It's coming to understanding through words that are well defined.
To question it properly.
It's about asking questions about the definitions that will bring me to my conclusion about the topic. That's how I understand a topic. You're telling me that's the wrong way to go about it?
Well, you do you, but sometimes we're having inconsistent questioning because in a way we have an inconsistent understanding.
All I did was ask for a definition that didn't have contradictions in it, that violate the laws of non-contradiction. That's all I asked for. And then you said, well, maybe we don't understand. And then I said, well, come back when you have better rhetoric than Get Beget. And here we are, you calling me, what is this? Whatever. Which no one has agreed. Not that doesn't make it true, but based on the witnesses that are here, it doesn't seem like anyone agrees with you.
Well, I for one disagree with you, Elijah. I think you misunderstood Get Beget's argument from the beginning.
He doesn't have an argument.
There is no argument. He was making a speculation about what might or might not happen if this were the case. So it's not an argument.
Okay, but what? So when he said what he said, and he made his point, and I said, but the words you're using.
Yeah, you stepped all over him when he was just making a speculation about what might.
No, I didn't initially. I didn't initially step on him.
No,
I didn't initially step on him. If you didn't hear the conversation from the very beginning, the first thing I do is let people lay out their case completely. If I ask them a question and they're not answering the question, I'm going to begin to interrupt them more and more because they're not answering the question that I'm asking. So you're going to be
ruder and ruder as the conversation goes on.
That's the straw man.
Okay. What were you going to say, Jim?
I want to say the answer to Elijah's question. It's all about the lambda point. That is a threshold. It's a different line, a different state in which things exist and things happen different below the lambda point. Zero viscosity and friction, zero friction exist in superfluid liquid helium.
Well, let me ask you this, Jimmy.
This is a known fact, and in quantum mechanics, they say that this demolishes the Newtonian laws of motion and theory of gravity. Is there in general less movement when there's less energy or less? Like, say, for instance, when something is cold, is there more movement or less movement?
Well, I think we can only discover these things.
The thing that we're questioning, it's like, well, we can't ask common sense questions. We have to think about things. Can you
stop talking while other people are talking, Elijah? Please. Yeah. In the natural state, any natural state, right? We're talking about the natural state of things. Now, when it comes to superfluid helium, no one's ever observed that in the natural state, right? We have to create that here on Earth.
Yeah, artificial environment, yeah.
Now, but we can speculate about it, what happens in the upper atmosphere, because there's a lot, lower temperatures and pressure involved in the upper atmosphere. I think that's where Jetby Jet was getting at from, in the first place.
Right, because you've accepted that superfluid helium actually exists in the way that they claim it does.
Who claims it? The only place that anyone claims it is when they do it in a lab.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying too. That's why I don't know why you're fucking arguing with us.
Question. You're saying that happens in a lab. Therefore, I understand his speculation. I would understand that too, except I don't accept that happens in a lab.
Oh, it does. It's actually been observed.
Yeah. And in response to those quantum vortices, the perpetual motion, when you stir your coffee in your coffee cup with a spoon, you create a vortex, and when you remove the spoon, you see the liquid spinning in a circle, but after a minute, the surface will not be concave. It will be perfect flat. You can still see the liquid slowly moving. It decelerates, and it will come to a stop. It will not spin in the cup anymore after about a minute.
Now, Elijah,
when we do this in liquid heat, let me see, because it's a liquid, right? It's a liquid. Yeah, and there is friction inside it. Let me YouTube like a cup of coffee and someone stirring a spoon, explaining what a vortex is. Let me go ahead and YouTube or Google superfluid helium being spun so that it creates a vortex in which I can watch happen for some extended period of time. Let me go look for that.
Let me.
They
They
do it in a
show
laboratory,
only
but it
pictures of this in
prove anything
infrared.
about shape of Earth. It doesn't prove anything
I
about
see
shape
what
of Earth.
you're talking about now. Basically, when you stir most liquids, you get a concave punched-in whirlpool look when you stir it in. But in the superfluid helium, we're not seeing that. When it's spinning and spinning and spinning, there's no whirlpool that's like that.
No viscosity. That was the argument from the beginning.
That's where the viscosity comes
it doesn't deform.
Viscous fluids would have that concave punched-in whirlpool. Now I understand. And it's good that we question this stuff just in case there's bullshit in pseudoscience. That's true. But, let's look a little deeper and see if there might be something here too.
But you can only experiment with,
I've been
with that by
the beginning the same exact thing.
Go ahead. Maybe I misunderstood your argument, Elijah. Go ahead, brother.
So Lemon says, okay, I see now. So what happens when I've been asking that since the very first question, and even though I ask it, someone like you doesn't come along and say, oh, I see what you're saying. Let's think about that. That didn't happen. I just got more rhetoric. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem.
I mean,
I'm almost done, Emilio. I'm almost done because I shut up. I shut up when you said shut up, and I didn't speak for 5 minutes.
Go for it.
So all I'm saying is I said what I said earlier, and had someone said what you just said, Lemon, I would have said exactly. Fair enough. What are we looking into? Let's look into this. What exactly is being said? That's not what was happening. I was opposed and given more rhetoric, which confused me, which made me push the issue.
I got you. And that makes sense. That's why we have to speak plainly. That's why I'm like, okay, what am I missing here? Let me see if there's a plainer way to understand this so we can peer through the BS. I see what you're saying now too. Sorry to be mean on the live stream or whatever, but
and that's
like we question this stuff and we question, but sometimes there's something here that's valid beyond the questioning, and that's what I was talking about with the hostility, the hostile questioning, and the global skepticism. Without curiosity or maybe a deep understanding also accompanying it of what, if anything, these people are talking about with these fluids, being punched in and concave like a whirlpool, or just, not acting like that when they swirl them around with this quantum vortex stuff. You know what I mean?
I think Elijah, and I could be wrong, I think Elijah misunderstood Jeppy Jet's statement from the very start of it.
You are wrong.
Okay.
Because when he made his statement, all I did was ask him questions.
Yeah, he was asking me questions, true.
That's not me misunderstanding him. That's me not getting
answer. Yeah, when I tried to answer, I was trying also to explain, because I understood that you don't know much about this, and you need a proper explanation, So yeah.
And what is it that I don't understand?
Well, you don't know much about the lambda point, for example.
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not like something, blisteringly complex.
No, it's not hard to understand. In physics,
there's no contradiction to point out. That's
in quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, the lambda point is something like the speed of light limit in physics.
There's no. Oh, okay. So
I know. It sounds,
but you know what? You see what I'm saying? I don't understand something that fundamentally involves something that has not been validated, which is the speed of light. That's what you just told me?
I know it hasn't been validated. We all know this, but
so how can I not understand something that isn't grounded foundationally in facts? What would necessitate me to understand that? If it's a convention, I understand what conventions are, okay? But when we're using rhetoric to say things as statements of fact, that's when people have a right to question, which I did.
Yeah.
And you say,
correct.
well, you have no real understanding of this lambda point in physics and blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe so. Well, what is it? Oh, and then you begin to tell me something about the light, and I'm like, so fundamentally, it has to do with a limit to something that was never validated in the first place. And you're like, yeah, that's true, but you don't like, you don't see the problem with the rhetoric here. Like, because I'm not saying something isn't happening. I'm saying the rhetoric is wrong. Now, I've repeated this multiple times. I've demonstrated it just now. Again, not the first time I've demonstrated it. But I'm being told I don't understand.
Yeah,
I'm being told I'm anti-Levitical. Like, I'm, and no one said well, Lemon did kind of say, you know what, I didn't see what I didn't. Fine, thank you, Lemon, thank you very much.
Okay, so
Reason together.
I should
That's why these
understand
are
that
good questions. Let's
you
reason
don't.
together.
I have a
see the problem
question.
with that, though. I see the problem with that because a lot of people that are thinking forward, they want to be like, well, you're stifling progress, Elijah, if you ask those questions. And that's why they say that. Like, you're only stifling progress, man. That kind of thinking is just not going to let us move anywhere. But the same with the same token is that if we're not being honest about truth, and if we're not coming forward to what is, and we're only thinking about like these ideas that are fantastical, that's great. When are they going to be put into reality? I mean, because you can be saying whatever you say all day long, and it sounds like a great idea, but I mean, practicality is also a thing, right? Like, when are we going to use this in real world? Like, when am I going to?
Bolts. And the thing is, if you have like a hot liquid that runs hot and burns down your machine, if this fluid helium appears to be cool.
Did we lose Lemon? Lemon,
Yeah, we
I'm
lost.
sorry, my thumb slipped off. But if we have this superfluid helium that's super cooling, we're going to start thinking, hey, maybe I could put this in an engine. They're going to think about the possibilities. Now, whether they're actually doing that, that's another thing. So that's where the nuts and bolts, and the reality comes in to kind of check some of this stuff for BS. I get that too.
Right. So the line of questioning shouldn't be asking him, how is this possible? It should be like, that's a nice idea. Please continue. I don't know, Lemon, what do you think? Like, do you think that people should be like, get? That's a wonderful way of looking at this. And I'm glad that you told me about it. Let's talk about it some more. Or, hey, wait a minute. How is this possible? Because natural laws and physics you can't do this unless you're breaking them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if it comes to a point where somebody's actually questioning us, should we be curious as to why it's breaking the laws? And like, or
we should. And that's where this lambda point comes in. That point
Exactly. Yeah.
And you don't have this, smooth transition of properties. You expect like water that's frozen to become more and more solid, and for it to be more or less a gentle transition. But you freeze this gas, and there's this abrupt break in its normal properties. It changes suddenly at this lambda point, and all of a sudden it's like it's a totally different thing. It starts, doing things that we're not expecting. It's
the laws that we know, they are not the same. For example, when you look at a watch with hour clock needles, they spin clockwise. But now imagine you have a clock which needles, they spin clockwise and anti-clockwise in the same time. And this is physically impossible for us. But when you go beyond that threshold, beyond the lambda point, we see these tiny vortices that they actually do this thing. The liquid is
we're talking about a freezing point, or a temperature or a pressure point that we're marking, where this fluid is kind of changing in some weird ways. Like you said, we're seeing vortices and counter vortices in the same fluid, and it's like it's not, going concave down when you stir it. You're stirring it in the middle of the fluid, and it's like it's stirring and it's spinning and it's vortexing.
Yeah.
But you're not seeing it like in the coffee cup when you stir it and it's going concave, and like showing that whirlpool. It's changing, and science is these people are saying, something's going on here. It appears to be frictionless. There's something that's different about it.
Wait, you just said you stirred it, you interacted with it, right? But then it's frictionless?
Yes. It is liquid and it will behave as a liquid. When you move a spoon in a liquid, it creates vortices inside the liquid. But above the lambda point, all liquids have friction.
Can I interrupt you there? Can I interrupt you there? So I pointed this out earlier. So when we ask you about the contradiction, you then go to explaining something that's not analogous. Like when globe earthers say, well, if you imagine going in a bullet train or you imagine yourself inside a plane, then you're moving. So in the same way, that's what you're doing right now. When you say, well, when you take a liquid that does have viscosity and you put a spoon and you spin it, then you can see the vortex or the vortices and whatever. So we're saying, well, how is something that's not like that doing that? And you're like, well, it's not doing that either. It's actually doing something else. And I'm like, okay, well, show me. Well, I'm Googling it. I'm YouTubing it.
Oh, with water, you will never be able to see anything like that. A vortex in water.
I know.
To observe it.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making.
And
that's the point I'm making. Whenever you make a point to help us visualize it, you're using something that it is not like. That's when we say that's not analogous. It's not a good analogy because it's not the same thing.
Yes.
Not only is it not the same thing, you're also detailing to me that it doesn't act in the same way. So it's something that's not like water, and it doesn't act like liquid either.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying?
Actually, helium is a gas which has also a liquid state.
No, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? I don't even know if you understood what I was saying because you didn't say I feel you.
I did understood. I cannot depict show.
I can't hear you. I was only asking, why do you keep on trying to bring up examples of what this thing is not like? If you understand, I'm expecting you to answer that question because I don't know why you're doing that.
You ask me if I understand what you said.
Which is, you're making an example of something that doesn't act like fluid and is like a fluid that doesn't act like fluid and doesn't
I didn't say it doesn't act like fluid.
But it doesn't act like liquid, and the viscosity is also
it is
unlike
liquid, and it will behave like a liquid, but it has different properties. It does the things in a different way.
So so that's what I'm saying, because you're talking about vortices, but when we say so it spins like water, you said no. But you made the example of water and said it's not like that. So why are you making an example of something not analogous to point out it's not like that?
You asked me what is a vortices.
No, I know what a vortice is.
Oh, okay. I thought
vortices, two opposite spins, right?
Yeah, and in water, a vortex can spin clockwise or counterclockwise.
Right, in water.
Helium,
what does it do in liquid
helium? Is spinning in the same directions in the same time.
And we can look. Okay, so like I can look like for somebody spinning coffee or water, I'm gonna just go ahead to YouTube and I expect that I can just see what you're talking about, right? Because it's a material, and right.
No, you can never
right?
see this in coffee or in water because
No.
water and coffee
That's not what I'm asking. Before you answer what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. So you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, we know what it's not like. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't need to repeat to me what it's not like. So it's like something I've never seen. So I'm like, okay, I would like to see this. So I can go on YouTube and, like with any other real thing that actually exists, I can Google that and look at that. I'm gonna now go and look at superfluid helium, right?
Going in
That
one
should be no
direction.
problem.
Do you have example of that going in the one direction of liquid helium?
No, I just want to see liquid helium, and I just want to see it. Just like I can
Of
see
course,
somebody spit water in a cup, I want to see it. That's all. It should
in
pop up.
quantum
Like,
mechanics.
But does we have that example
Take some quantum mechanics literature, and you will see
Oh my
that
God,
they talk about.
Take the gravity literature. Can you take the gravity literature?
That's not factual science.
Oh wow,
It's
this
not even
is.
science.
But why is this one? It is if we don't have experiment.
Well, computing works because of this property. This
Are
is
you
the
telling me that
property
this science has
of
no experiment, but it is the science?
clockwise spin and counterclockwise spin. This is
Can you
the
show
qubit.
that? Can you show that?
Well, we can show that in a river. I
Oh,
mean, you're
can
going
I
to have a
show that?
clockwise.
Can you show that in liquid helium, man? Can you show that in liquid helium?
Yeah.
Can you show that in liquid helium? Hello? Oh, maybe my connection.
I'm trying to see if I can find the video of some sort of vortex in superfluid helium to show.
Yeah, I'm
that.
posting the
I
image
saw
now.
one on Yahoo on one of their videos or Google. But the way to analogize this, even though it may not be perfectly alike, the way that we can analogize this to somewhat get an understanding of what they're thinking anyway, is if I hold your hand and I start spinning. The moment we go past like 90 degrees, I'm going to have to let go of your hand and you're going to have to spin in the opposite direction of me. I'm going to spin clockwise. You're going to spin counterclockwise the moment we start spinning. The superfluid helium is like, I hold your hand and we start spinning, and somehow we spin in the same direction. When normally momentum would say, I spin to the right, you spin to the left. And so that's the way that I'm analogizing this when I'm thinking of what this superfluid helium is doing. That's a little more unusual than what we normally expect when, say, I'm holding your hand and we, spin off, and I spin to the
right.
spin to the left.
So that's where I say, right? That's where I say, okay, that sounds extremely interesting. Where can I see this? And so the first thing before I because I was like, where can I see this? I'm like, no matter of fact, how do they spin it? How? It has to be with a magnet or something, right?
Magnets, yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Now the only component
Hello.
Elijah cut out after only about 5 seconds ago. Is he still speaking?
One ignorant question: is it liquid helium, superfluid helium? Is that natural thing?
Helium's natural. Superfluid helium? I don't know.
I'm back.
Okay, thank you.
That's the thing. So you know how you said what you said about the spinning, what we would expect, but what actually happened? And I go, okay, cool. I'd like to see this. When I asked Get how I could witness this, what practical, like how I can see that this is actually the case. You know what he did?
A video. You need access to this.
No, I'm sorry. This is why we're yelling, because I literally addressed Lemon, and I'm asking him if he know how you responded to what historically and recordably did happen, and you began to speak. That's one of the reasons we have problems. He began to explain to me how what happens in liquid when you spin it, and then he said it's not like that. So after I said I'd like to see this, all he did was tell me what is not analogous and say it's not like that. He didn't go, well, it's like this, like what you just said, in which I'm gonna go, okay, I want to see this in a video, of course, because it's something that's being done in a lab, right? I should be able to see it, and I should be able to see what y'all are talking about. But when I asked him, he didn't provide me that. All he did was explain again. And that was the issue. I wasn't rejecting anything.
So you were just basically asking for an explanation. Okay, that makes sense.
So after he explained, I was asking how I could witness this thing that is real and happening in real life.
Well, I put a YouTube video, whether it's real or not. I put it in the chat, quantum vortices and superfluid helium showing a liquid spinning of some sort of liquid-looking thing spinning. Whether it's, real, fake, visualization, or whatever, this is what they're presenting. So I guess this is what they're talking about.
Two vortices spinning in the same way? You're saying that's what you see?
As far as I can see, it says visualization of quantized vortices and superfluid helium using frozen particles done at the University of Maryland.
But have you confirmed that there are two vortices and they spin in the same direction?
I'm just looking at it currently. I haven't confirmed a vortex counter vortex yet.
Okay, this is what I'm. Okay, so we're coming on to the same information, right? Because when I see this, I'm like, because when something is real, I don't have to say it appears like, or maybe it is, or maybe it isn't. We all know that, right? Like when they show pictures from space, and we're like, yeah, but we're gonna be like, well, no, because how am I supposed to determine that that's real? Like, right? So we just need to see this thing. That's it. And if this video that you posted, I pulled up a video myself, but I may as well just go ahead and watch the one you did. And I can only go off of one of the things you said, which is that they spin in the same direction, and that seems to be one of the fundamental differences between what happens in a regular liquid versus what happens in superfluid helium, which is a super cooled liquid.
You're saying that this phenomena, because of the state below the lambda point, is why this is doing this. So that's the fundamental claim. And I'm like, okay, I need to see that. That's reasonable, right?
Are you saying you need to see the helium frozen down to this lambda temperature, this lambda point where it changes its properties and becomes superfluid or something like that?
No, I just need to see the effect that you claim happens. The vortices spinning in the same direction. That's the overall claim. And the overall claim is because of the explanation you gave. And I'm like, okay, well, I need to see it.
Right. Seeing is believing. And Get Beget was talking about the different properties of the superfluid stuff. I'm still learning a lot about this stuff too. And that's why, maybe we can reason together. Maybe it's something, maybe there's something here, maybe not. We'll see. Thank you, Get Beget. He put
I posted that link about quantum vortices.
So is it a reiteration of what you've already told me, or is there an actual demonstration?
It's a lot more than what I said, yeah.
I don't know why when I ask
in detail, in depth.
Is there a demonstration? Why is that a hard question? Like, you're quick to tell me what you gave,
you are
but you're not.
You are asking me access to the top technological tools.
No, I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
Oh.
Obviously, this stuff is predicated on the fundamental fact, according to you, that beyond the lambda point, right? Something else is happening. I'm like, okay, can I see that? You're saying, here's more information. I'm like, does it include a demonstration I can see? And you're saying, well, I don't have. Are you saying yes or no?
Oh, okay, yeah. You will need access to a quantum computer, and you will have a first-hand experience to this phenomena.
Oh my God.
We understand.
So in a lab, I'm gonna have to set a quantum computer in a lab to see this phenomenon.
No, I'm talking about gaining access to a quantum computer. You will have
do you see where I'm coming from?
Experience of this phenomena.
Do you see where? No, you can't. That's not.
Yeah.
No. Listen.
I see what you're asking for, Elijah. You're looking for like a visual demonstration, maybe, or like a video?
Well, you're saying this is an actual matter, liquid, that has been super cooled. And at this point, they're saying, oh, there's an actual effect that happens that is counterintuitive.
Okay, yeah, there is.
No, stop, Get Beget. So upon saying that, I'm like, well, you would have to have seen that happen to say it. So I'm like, okay, where can I see this? It's either you can see it here or I don't know. So the effect is vortices spinning in the same direction. Do we have video of that?
I haven't seen the video of it yet. The closest thing to quantum vortices I've seen in the superfluid helium is this. Like the rest of that stuff, I need to look.
There you go.
Anybody who has any videos or whatever would be very welcome.
Yeah, but we are in the situation that we know about that. That's what
Get is saying. But that's why I said there's a problem with the rhetoric. You know what rhetoric is? Maybe that's the problem.
Can I, Elijah, try only 10 seconds? In this moment, I'm telling you, there is a black swan, and we can observe and we can see more. And you're asking me, can you show me that? And I say it's somewhere there. But maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't exist, you know. And I don't know if it exists.
Let me explain to you what a black swan is. No, can you show me one? Let me explain to you in more detail and very minute detail what a black swan is. But can you show me one?
Well,
oh, I see what you're saying. Well, here's this document. Okay, does it show me a black swan? Not necessarily, but why do you think that I'm like verbally and obviously apparently annoyed? It's not because I'm rejecting anything. It's nothing is being offered.
Well, I guess, the next question is what standard of, proof will we accept for superfluid helium being a thing? Because originally we were talking about, speculating what could be up there supposedly based off of what's happening in the chat. And so do we have to hold superfluid helium in our hands? Do we have to have a local place in our locality where we can go see superfluid helium, manipulate it, touch it, or whatever before we believe this is a thing? I mean, what standard of evidence will we accept? I mean, some of it we will have to accept on faith since we can't experience everything. So I guess the next question is what standard of evidence will be sufficient to say superfluid helium and any of this stuff is a thing? Are we settling for talking about it all day? A consistent narrative, holding it in our hand, theory.
That lemon is also my question. What for it is? Let's say in this case, on this 24/7, what we can use for?
Yeah, so I guess, we need to talk about what we will accept or won't reject. It looks like we're accepting video of it.
Look, listen,
going and putting it in our hand.
I'll tell you what. I will. It's a what is question. I will accept material of the thing in question as proof of it, as its self-evident nature, as it was described to me. There is no philosophy behind this.
So, do you need to go to the lab, Elijah, and hold it in your hand before you believe it? Because if that's
no, I just need to know. I just need to look because he's telling me what it is in fundamental parts about it, and I'm like, well, that's contradictory. So maybe the rhetoric is if somebody was telling me something about water, then I didn't know what water was, and it didn't make sense, and then they just took me to the ocean and said that right there, that's water. Oh, okay. Fine. What are you saying about this thing right here, water, that we're both pointing to that actually exists in reality?
Well,
that's it. So when it comes with superfluid helium, just show me superfluid helium. I'm like, okay, that's what it is. But saying that it defies the laws of physics is like, how are you going to show me that? So I'm only asking for what is supposed to be self-evident in the thing that is said to exist. And if it doesn't comply with the rhetoric, then the rhetoric is wrong. Doesn't mean that the thing doesn't exist, but I'm still asking for its existence. And all I'm getting is rhetoric.
Well, I guess we'll try to find some videos because that appears to be the visual standard that's being accepted currently, short of, some sort of, talking about it. That sounds like a good enough explanation, but I thought that we were referring to water simply as an analogy of how this thing appears to flow and be very liquid-like. That is where the analogy stopped. It doesn't have to behave like any other liquid that we know about beyond that. It just needs to be liquid enough to flow and look kind of liquidy. But if we're talking about something that has different properties, superfluid helium-wise, that's where the analogy would just stop and we'd go on to some sort of other observation, quote unquote, about this thing.
But like water, we would need to actually have superfluid helium to talk about it. Right? So that's all I'm saying. Okay, where's the superfluid helium? That's all.
It's the same like with that gas.
Where's this state of matter in which
certain conditions, it's counterintuitive to what we know about physics. When I say physics,
the conditions are there for the thing to exist if it's really cold. It's really cold above, the atmosphere. So we're speculating there may be some superfluid stuff up there like this helium stuff. And
that's what I'm saying. Like, I just need to see it here on Earth to say that might be what's happening in the sky. I still haven't seen it yet. Yes, I will accept at least a video for now. At least
you're going to have to go to a lab and check it out. Otherwise, we're just talking.
No, I can at least get a video because, again, if I was talking about anything real, a video of trees, a video of water, a video of a vortex in water, or vortices in water, all of these things are readily available in video form.
All I'm asking my statement, I believe, I have faith that you can go to a lab and find this stuff. Do I have experience with it myself personally? No. Can I find a video? I'll try.
Yeah.
But I have faith that you can go to a lab and find it or something.
I should be able to go. I should be able to go to Smarter every day, and he should have a video about this, or Vertasian.
No,
they should have
he doesn't have. They don't have.
No, but that's what I'm saying. This is what they do. They actually, and this is why I respect them, because they actually deal with phenomena, and then they talk about it, but they at least have a phenomena to actually show you. That's the whole point of their YouTube, so they can show you cool stuff. If this was an actual thing, they would show us because it would be so fucking cool.
Yeah, well, Elijah, if you manage to buy a vacuum pump and this beaker installation for achieving superfluid liquid helium,
I did already.
That is technology which will allow you to distill liquid helium, so you can distill helium-3, which is the most powerful explosive in the world. So they treat this technology as like weaponry. It's not for us, for the civilians.
Yeah, they treat
uranium.
Let somebody who's a believer tell it. They utilize the spin of the earth for military operations. Does that make it true? Because the rhetoric says so.
Of course not. But
all right, that's so okay. So I just need to see. Listen, we're talking about the fundamental nature of this thing. I don't care about. Listen, quantum computing and all of that is nice, but you didn't say, here's this thing that's being used in quantum computing, and here's the chamber that it's used, and that's the end of the conversation. You explained to me what it was and how it was possible to be used, and all I did was ask about its fundamental nature first. And it's like, well, that doesn't exist, but the quantum computing does exist. Well, then how do you know the rhetoric is true? Why can't it just be something about quantum computing that's something other than the rhetoric that you're giving?
Well,
why can't it be that?
Quantum computing is based on quantum mechanics. That's
oh, well, that's not. I'm not questioning that, though, am I?
Yeah, and quantum mechanics begins below the lambda point.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
the only element in nature which has a liquid state below that point is helium.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Now, see, here's where I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to express. This is where I admit I'm ignorant. Why? Because what I have learned is counterintuitive to what you just said. So I would need to look into things myself to know whether or not
of course,
quantum mechanics has to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah. I recommend
because the speed of light. I don't.
That was.
I need to see how that's related. Yeah. No, what you didn't say it was an. How is it an analogy if it's not analogous? Why do you keep trying to make examples, putting them to next to each other?
Well,
To
in
say it's an
Einsteinian,
analogy when
in Einsteinian
I
relativistic
don't.
physics,
When I'm look, you listen. My bad. Maybe because I asked it. You cannot say something is analogous when it is not. You can't say this is an analogy when it is not analogous. You cannot do that.
Have you heard of
So you're telling me is that statement wrong?
Okay,
That
but
you can,
let me
something is
clarify
analogous.
now. You are judging me, but you don't allow me to clarify to you what I mean and to explain to you how it is analogous. Because you didn't understand what it is analogous from it. When I said
No. Hold on.
Einsteinian physics.
I was
Listen,
only
let me
referring to what
finish,
you
Elijah.
told me, bro. I'm not. Listen, I can only go off of what you tell me when you tell it to me. So me misunderstanding what you said would definitely not be my fault if what you said wasn't what you meant.
I said about the speed of light in Einsteinian physics, that is a barrier, a limit. That is, I'm not discussing if the Einsteinian physics is true or not. In that story, the speed of light is a barrier, a limit. That's all it is. And that's what I was saying, that the lambda point in temperature is also a limit, a barrier, where we have things behaving as they do, the way we physically interact and feel and observe, but below that lambda point, things begins to change. All these known laws of nature, they change there. And what makes sense for us and is logical to happen, a phenomena to happen in a certain way, it does not happen in the same way below that lambda point. So.
And where is that below lambda point?
2.17 Kelvin.
In nature.
Oh, it doesn't naturally exist. It doesn't occur naturally in the world.
That means it's man-made.
Yes, artificially. Yes.
I don't even care if it's man-made. I would just like a demonstration of the things of the physical
just
things.
like a laser.
Yeah, I understood, Elijah. I understood this. You cannot. He's asking only that you provide something, but you are saying
you know why I said you, because you said before that something you made an example. Now you can't compare something to something that doesn't exist. In this case, the speed of light.
Yeah.
The rhetoric is bad, bro. You can't compare something to something that's not real.
I know, Elijah, but I was making an example of it because we already know it's not real, yeah? But in the Globers' belief, yeah? They believe in Einsteinian physics. And for them, the speed of light is a limit, is a barrier. They cannot cross. And that was the only thing I was meaning about. I'm not saying that Einsteinian physics is correct or it's real. No, I'm not going with it. I'm not a fool to believe that my feet are older than my head. I do recommend you because you have a very good gift of speech and questioning. And I do recommend you to start reading this stuff in quantum mechanics. I am 100% you will find a lot of stuff there which you can 100% demolish it. Yeah. These pseudoscientists, they have infiltrated even in quantum mechanics, and a lot of the quantum mechanics that we think we know is actually just tooth fairy. You know, they don't tell us the reality about it. When I read one of those articles or lessons about quantum mechanics in English, it takes me weeks to actually fully comprehend that 2 pages of text,
Hello.
Hola, amigo.
Hola. What happened in here? Everybody got tired? Need a lunch break?
Yeah.
Can I drink some of this helium?
Yeah, if you want to. So how does superfluid helium work on a flat Earth?
It's above the flat Earth because it leaves the flat Earth.
Yeah. It rises above.
It rises, yeah.
Does it rise at 9.8 meters per second?
No. It rises quite slowly until the heights of the air, at which point the air pressure drops significantly, and then it starts accelerating faster and faster, to the point where they call it highly charged particles. It turns in it. This gas changes its state from gas to highly charged particle, and they call that Van Allen belts, and they say they are caused by the sun. But that's speculation, theoretical, even from them. We don't have any demonstration of that from them.
We don't have demonstration because we can't find this out. But I concur with that. Could be a possibility.
Yeah,
because when the helium and the lighter gases reach a certain point, if there's a barrier, then the pressure will increase, and it could also the temperature lowers, right? So we don't have any evidence for that fact, and that's what I was trying to when I was listening to Elijah argue with. I think that's what you and I were trying to talk about, before Elijah was like.
One of the characteristics of helium is that it will escape the container.
Yes.
Yeah, but what if there was a container that it couldn't escape?
I don't know about that one.
It doesn't exist. Such container.
It will. How do you call it? Leash out of the container. Man-made ones. I don't know about the.
Yeah, we don't know. We can do tests on Earth, and I think that's what everybody was talking about: creating superfluid helium on Earth with freezing temperatures and in vacuum chambers and shit. But everything we talk about in the upper atmosphere, that's all speculation. Nobody's ever, nobody.
Right, but if we're talking about a substance that can't be contained, then if we're talking about a substance that is contained, then the rhetoric is wrong. Meaning the poetry is wrong. Meaning the words used to describe something is different from what we're actually seeing, what we actually have, if there is actually a thing. So a point where it gets so cold that something turns to liquid that has more fluidity than anything else, to the point where there's zero viscosity, that's just counterintuitive. Well, so it's like, okay, well, we can demonstrate that in a lab, and then he says, well, actually, it would escape.
Here we go again. God damn it!
It can't be true. It can't be true that it would escape the container. And that because if we need a container,
it's fucking impossible to talk to you, Elijah. Do you realize this?
Well, what's wrong with what I'm saying? I mean, you get mad like the Catholics do when you point out an error in logic. I don't.
What if I just said "yo mama"? How about that? Does that piss you off?
No, helium.
It wouldn't change anything. The Catholics cut people's heads off for thinking differently. So
really, the Catholics did that, huh? Oh, that's
Elijah,
really interesting.
all
It is
materials
interesting
Fucking
in the
seeing is that
world.
weirdo.
they're the
You're a
reason that
fucking
we talk
weirdo and
about.
you're an asshole. Fuck you.
It is interesting seeing is that heliocentrism was birthed from Catholics.
Yeah,
So.
it was the Catholics, actually. I stood in front of the building in Notre Dame where thousands and thousands of people were.
But you see what happens when you start speaking truth, honey? You was there yesterday. You seen the video. You see what happened when you start speaking truth?
Yeah, they were
All of
hung.
a sudden,
They were bled out. They were like pulled apart. Their entrails were taken out. Thanks, Catholics. Yeah, it was the Catholics.
not the Catholic. No. Like the Roman Catholic
No, it
Church
was the
and the people
Rosicrucians, I
appointed
believe.
to uphold that power. Not the Catholics in general. Well, I definitely don't want to get that twisted. But I mean, like, why would Helio be telling me I'm a weirdo and I'm impossible to talk to and whatever. You can't, like, somebody's wrong. Jimsy can't say that it can't be contained and then we do things with it in a lab where there's man-made containment. Like, somebody's rhetoric is wrong.
It's contained, but it will eventually leach out of the container, just like hydrogen. You know, hydrogen when they contain it and eventually leaves the container, similar to that.
Okay.
Okay, Elijah. All materials in this world, they are made of these theoretical atoms which form bonds between
They
them.
are there?
This means that they have gaps between them. So this is something like the net of a soccer ball gate, yeah? And
Yeah,
you can
if
when
that
you
you
shoot
mentioned
when you shoot with your foot
is
a
true, then
soccer
everything
ball.
that you say thereafter is possible. You said if this,
No,
right? Yeah,
yeah,
because
this
that's the found. It has to be true.
all materials have this porosity. They are porous.
You're talking about atoms and if this, and I'm like, well, if I were to accept that conditional statement, the if that you just brought up, then everything after what you're saying wouldn't be a problem. That's if I accept your premise.
Not if you accept my premise. I'm telling you how things are.
No, because you began
Yeah.
this. You know, would you like me to go back to the YouTube? Because on one breath you're telling me that you just talking about how things are, but you literally just use the words if. Do you want as a matter of fact, nah, I'm going to the YouTube. I'll be right back.
All right, go to YouTube, Elijah. So, Get, you're saying that because I heard this before. I heard about helium. I've heard about containing hydrogen. It was kind of difficult. They will explain like this kind of stuff that it will leave the containers. I heard about this before.
Containing helium is the most difficult. Liquid
More
helium.
difficult than hydrogen?
Yes.
Oh,
wow. Liquid helium is the hardest to contain, and especially superfluid.
Yeah, the superfluid.
That's the hard. Yeah, you cannot hold liquid helium without constant refrigeration. So you have to build a machine which is constantly cooling it. Yeah, because but when we put helium gas in a tank, in a container, metal container, we can seal it with rubber and everything, but all these materials, the metals and the rubber, they are porous. They are like the net of a football, soccer, like a net. And you have tiny gaps between them, between those molecular bonds, crystallized molecules. Yeah, and helium is the smallest
I'd like to go
element
to the
in
video where
nature,
you literally said you didn't say
and
what you did
it
say.
will flow. It will slowly flow through those gaps and
I'd like to
escape
point out
eventually.
how you said what you said you didn't say.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and press play. Because when I was trying to interrupt you to say if that's true, you said, well, it is true. But the if that I was referring to was where you mentioned that everything is made up of these theoretical atoms. Now, what did you mean when you said theoretical atoms? Did you mean that it was actually or it's theoretical? Which one? I would like you to be consistent.
Well, atom itself is a theory.
So when I say, well, if I accept that if, then everything you say after that could potentially be true, logically speaking, if I accept that conditional statement, and you begin to argue with me, were you justified in arguing against that or no?
I'm saying that carbon.
Yes, it was a yes or no.
I'm saying that carbon is not the same
It
stuff
was a yes
with
or no
steel
question.
or
It
iron.
was a yes or no question because you reacted as if I was unreasonable. And all I said was, well, if what you're saying is true, then yeah, of course, the way you've laid it out, maybe I would accept it, but I would have to accept if what you said is true. And you're saying it is true. What, the theoretical atoms you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what these carbon, iron, mercury, these are natural elements made of stuff. Yeah. In the Mendeleev table, you have gold, helium, hydrogen, oxygen, all the nature's elements. And they say that these elements, they are atoms, or they can be some sort of strings, vibrating strings, or some sort of
rhetoric or is that
unicorn races.
So is that rhetoric or is that actual?
Well, whatever they are.
No, I'm asking you a question, not well, whatever they are, because I get where you're going, but you're using rhetoric to get there. And I'm saying, well, I'm trying to help you out because it's not about what you understand. It's about the rhetoric you're using when you're using the language that you're using to communicate the information that you're using to communicate.
Yeah, well, I was discussing the matter.
Is the rhetoric
I was trying to explain you the matter of porosity.
But can you not
because
understand
you
how
are
I'm
asking me
if there's a problem with the rhetoric?
a container hold helium, but in the same time it cannot contain it. For you, it is a binary thing. A container can either contain helium or it cannot.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
there's certain
then I'm
properties that
mistaken.
there's certain properties in the rhetoric that you explain that I said, well, these two things are antithetical to one another. It's a contradiction. But that was the rhetoric. You showing me nitrogen or liquid which is all I asked for in the beginning. If you showed it to me and you're like, this is liquid helium, I'm like, oh, okay, that's liquid helium. Yeah, it's used for this process. Look at how they utilize it. Here's the process. Okay, that's what it is. There's no rhetoric in that necessary. What you're doing is explaining to me something using theoretical concepts that I am not willing to accept. Because there's no actual evidence. I don't need rhetoric.
Oh, okay. So porosity of materials is theoretical. It doesn't exist.
That's a straw man. Who said that?
Well, this is what I was explaining to you and what I was debating with you.
Well,
The
you
ability
said
of a container to hold
atoms.
helium or not.
You said atoms are
Yeah,
made up.
helium is atoms.
Right, but the rhetoric is wrong. Helium exists, but the rhetoric is wrong. Do you know what rhetoric is?
What is a
That's the
rhetoric?
second time I asked you. That's the second time I asked you if
Can
you
I
knew what
try?
it was. Hello?
Yeah, you're saying that my explanation is wrong. Okay, I can accept that.
What I'm saying is the rhetoric, the art of effective or persuasive speaking or writing, especially the use of figures of speech and other compositional techniques. The rhetoric that you're using has logical holes in it. So I'm saying the rhetoric is wrong. Now, how you apply these, if these things are real and in real world and they are applied, you're not talking about how they're applied. You're speaking about the rhetoric, explaining to me fundamental things that cannot be evidenced, that are only fundamentally explained. I don't understand how you don't understand where I'm coming from, because I understand where you're coming from.
No problem. I can give up. Because
Maybe we want to jump over to superfluoride topic, maybe? Just joking.
There is a helium ocean above our heads. Prove me wrong.
A helium ocean, you said?
Yeah, above our head.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's interesting because I don't know, like I would say with any flat earther, globe earther, or anybody that has these ideas or presuppositions, if there's nothing to back them up, there needs to be an admittance to that, right? I admit that I can't provide the evidence. Needs to be something said among.
exactly. Yes.
Well, and if it's not said, then if we say no, you don't understand, then we're missing the point, right? Like, okay, so let's say I'm trying to explain something to you guys, but it's not based on anything I can provide evidence to you guys about. Then should I?
Hey, bro, when I release the helium, it goes up. That means that all of the helium ever released is up.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's
not
above
gonna
my head.
argue against this claim. And
No.
yeah,
It's not.
but the helium ocean is a positive claim which requires proof, but it carries the burden of proof. And
Right.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
And has it ever been proven?
just like the heliocentric model.
Right. So what happens when we start carrying around these presuppositions and throwing them around like they are the gospel truth? They're going to get challenged, and people upset stomachs because they get challenged. But that's the case. But we're in the truth business, aren't we? Or are we not?
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why? What Jimsy said was wrong about their. Well, no. I can't say that it's wrong, but here's the thing: if the air that we can test and know is a mixture of all the gases, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do we know that at some point there's some stratification? Because that's what you just said implies. That at some point there's a separation in which you have pure helium or a sea of helium. Where did you get that from?
Speculation, it's called.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a positive claim without proof.
Hey, every time I release the helium balloon, I know the rubber breaks eventually, and the helium just, goes up there.
Continues ascending.
But it's the rubber failing, not the helium.
Yeah. And we don't know how high it's ascending. That's also a speculation.
It
How
might
high?
be. It might be getting to a point that it's mixing with whatever is up there as well. I mean, hydrogen, helium, all that stuff is all mixed up now.
Well, they tell us about the Van Allen belt, that they discovered the Van Allen belts, an area at high altitude of highly charged particles. Area of highly charged particles. And when we look at the Hadron Collider Particle Accelerator in Switzerland, in the beginning of that, when they started that accelerator, they used helium gas to accelerate them near the speed of light, at which point they call those gas particles, they call them highly charged particles. The very same meaning, protons. That's what they call them.
So there was a claim of Van Allen belts, and can that claim be substantiated with evidence? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no?
I don't know how they.
Well, yes or no is the answer, right? Yes or no. Can it be substantiated that Van Allen radiation belts exist? Yes or no?
I heard about them. I know they carry the name of Van Allen, the guy who
But I understand.
claimed their existence.
I understand. But can
So,
they be?
Is me and Miggy now whatever Lemon said? Because he's like, actually, I asked you a yes or no question. Like, if he gets to a point where he's like, dude, you're not. I asked you a yes or no.
Yeah.
Like, do you not think that yes or no questions are valid? Do you think that all yes or no questions are invalid? Is that why you don't answer them?
I want to know why. I want to know why the answer isn't a yes or no to that get beget. Is it? Can it be?
Me too. That's why I'm arguing, because I don't really care about the info. I'm wondering why this happens.
I want you to say yes or no.
That's kind of why I'm arguing, because I really want to know, because it's happened enough where I'm like, why is this the case?
It's a bit sus, but
the information.
It needs to be kind of fleshed out to get to understand. I mean, we all come to the point where either we have to concede or we move forward. Okay, I don't know, or I do know, and I'll back it up with evidence. So, do you know that the Van Allen radiation belts are true and that can be substantiated? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't know if they are true.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I personally do not know.
Hey, we all know that the Van Allen bursts were created with the nukes, right? The nukes that they threw to the sky, and then the radiation of the nukes made
Hang on. The Van Allen belts are in the science book.
No, see, but we don't know. That's the thing. Like when the reason that it's hard to say yes or no is because you're borrowing from the belief to make a point that validates what you believe. Like for example, when people talk about, well, gravity isn't real, but something else is affecting this universal downward bias. When I go, what does that mean? Here comes the problem again with people thinking that I'm rude. It's like, no, I'm just asking a question because you're comparing something to nothing that exists. You can't compare something to nothing.
I can't believe that I didn't.
So now when you want to explain what the Van Allen radiation belts are, once again, you're saying that The thing that's nothing is more like something that you're trying to get across. And so when someone says, well, actually, nothing, the thing that's in question is actually just not there at all. So why are you making this logical conclusion based on the assumption that it does exist? And it's like, not, well, yeah, you're right. It's, well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to explain.
I'm more like, if you can explain it and you can provide evidence, heck, I can do it myself, and I believe you. Anybody can.
Hey, I got the evidence. I got the evidence.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it.
Post it.
What, the NASA Orion spaceship?
Wait, this stupid phone is not working. It might be the radiation effect.
Yeah. We also have to be careful with these questions because some questions they don't have a yes or no answer.
Why not?
You see my evidence?
Hold on, I'm beginning.
That's why I asked you if you think that all yes or no questions are invalid, because some yes or no questions are very valid. So we're not talking about whether or not some things aren't yes or no questions.
We can attribute this.
We're talking about actual yes or no questions. Was Miggy's question to you a yes or no question?
Well, the question about
he's not going to answer the
viscosity of superfluid,
which was a yes or no question. That's crazy as hell. Was Miggy's question a yes or no question?
Yes or no question.
Was Miggy's question a yes or no question? Yes or no? You can't even answer that. That's what's crazy to me.
The way he answered, yeah, it was a yes or no. And I said, I personally do not know. So, yeah. If the Van Allen belts are real or not.
That's a great place to start, man, when you don't know something.
Yeah, yeah. But that doesn't mean I don't know anything.
Right.
No one said that you didn't know anything.
That was heard, man. That was
Thank you. Because that has a very specific meaning.
Yeah,
a
but
person who doesn't know anything.
If somebody inferred that, then that needs to be pointed out. Because the thing that we were, anyways, the question that I was asking was about the Van Allen belt. Whether you know
be very careful, guys, because I know the Earth is flat. So be very careful.
Yeah, you know what? I don't mean to cut you off, Miggy. I appreciate. I've been listening here for the last hour.
Yeah,
but you know, like if two people are in a completely dark black cave, and one person has a map in their head because they looked at it, the other one doesn't know anything about where he's at. Which one do you think is a stronger stance?
None, because they're both blind in a dark cave.
Wait a minute. No, you got to answer the question. Which one is the stronger stance to have? The one that doesn't know at all, or the one that thinks he knows because he's got a map in his head?
No, the one who knows it all.
I didn't say knows it all. That's a red herring.
But how he's going to apply...
That's how you pose the question.
No, I didn't say knows it all. I said he has a map in his head of this cave. The other one does not.
But you say it's dark, right? But they cannot see the cave, but they can still touch it, and he can probably use the picture in his mouth to know where he's going because of others.
Okay, can I answer your
that's
question,
fine, but just answer the question. Which one is the stronger stance?
The stronger is... I mean, the first to fail is the one who thinks that has that imaginary
Okay, that's not answering the question. Just please answer the question. Which one has the stronger stance? Could I finish, please? Which one has the stronger stance?
The one that already seen the cage.
No,
rude. He didn't say. I didn't say he saw the cave. I said he has a map in his head. He saw a map before he.
Oh, he saw a map.
He's got a map in his head.
Correct answer to this question. Can I give it to you, Sonny?
please.
Okay. The guy who has the imaginary map is more prone to failure. Yeah, it will by default fail. But the one who doesn't have the knowledge has the chance to discover.
That's true, but with the caveat that the person only saw a map. He has the map in his head because he saw it before. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
well,
right.
if
though.
the
I agree
map
with
is
that
not
answer.
real, yeah.
The stronger stance is the one who doesn't know anything and doesn't
Yeah.
presume any of the
Yes.
first steps to
Correct.
take. Because if he's going by a map that he has in his head, he's prone to failure, just like you said. Thanks for letting me share.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you. I'm not that stupid. I know that. But I don't like to show off or be
But anyways,
praised
we
also.
have Mayo. We have Mayo in here. Mayo, dude. How are you, Mayo? Mayo ketchup. You know when you mix mayonnaise and ketchup.
So we had eggshells, we had bacon, now we have mayo.
Oh, I thought eggshells is in
Have
here.
some mayo and bacon with your eggshells.
Yeah.
That makes everything taste better, even eggshells. So what did you think about the statement I made, Miggy? About the cave? Feedback?
Good comparison. Yeah, I don't mean to give people a hard time, man. It's just I like people that are honest in a conversation. If you don't know something, just say you don't know. It's just that simple, you know. Or I do know. And let me give you the details as to how I know.
Yeah,
but if you don't know, it's easy.
Now, another element to what you said, Sonny, is what if I gave him a map from Zelda and it had nothing to do with him?
Exactly. So I didn't even say what map it was, did I? Well, yeah, I did. I said he saw a map of the cave, so that was pretty specific. But it doesn't matter if it was specifically a map of the cave. A map of the cave isn't reality where you're at when you're putting your first footstep out. You better not be presuming it's the right direction.
And the reason why people that come in here with ideas of like, hey, let's talk about this new idea, and if somebody challenges you and said, hey, how do you know that? You know, where did you learn that from? Okay, that thing that you learned, where did they get their information? And then it challenges you to think, okay, I've been saying this whole time. Now I got to examine where I got this from, and that's what these conversations are about. Just examining what we know, and then putting them to the test. Maybe you just thought this whole time that these guys who were saying these things were correct, but now upon looking back, you're like, well, I don't really know how I know this. They just told me, and I accepted it. You know, and you know, you're moving forward by looking at us like you guys don't know what I'm saying, and that's not the point because we are hearing you.
No.
But at the time,
I understand. I know this is it's just a language misunderstanding, and I know that oftentimes I don't get to say the things the way I really want to say. Because it's not my native language, you know. It comes hard.
There's a language. I know there's a language barrier, but for the most part, I think the context of what you're saying came through, and everybody pretty much understands where you're coming from. And the thing is, like the thing where you learned that from, wherever you learned it from, I don't know where your education came from, but like wherever you learned it from, how do you know they're saying the truth, right? And that's the thing. You got that information too. It's not us in this room, but
you know, I started pretty early, like in the early 2000s, to be very, very skeptical about everything that I was learning in school and what I see in the mainstream media. You know, and people in those times, people were telling me, "Oh, you are a conspiracy theorist," you know. I was getting a lot of that in those times. But yeah, we didn't exist
as flat earthers in those times.
Yeah, I don't care what people say as long as it's backed up by information that can be proven. So it can be kind of this in this particular room. That's not speculation. It's all like, okay, you bring in facts, you bring in the evidence, bring it. But if there's nothing you can do to support it, and hey, I'm just talking about like how there's 5 moons or 7 suns or whatever, and it's a crazy idea, right? But and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, if there's something you're proposing, where did you get that from, and why are you saying it? Like, does it have any relevance to us adhering to what we understand in the natural world? And that's the line. That's the line or the thought process that we follow here. Is that it's practical. Like, it can't be something that is a pie in the sky kind of an idea that we have that we want to pass along to somebody else in this particular room where that's why you get questions.
I know we are very picky with the information that we speak.
Not all of us.
I am myself, and when I speculate, I do say that, hey, this is how I personally think that things are, based on certain phenomena, which I see them that we discovered in laboratories, and nowadays quantum locking, those floating superconductors on very cool superconductor materials floating on magnetic tracks. It looks like magic, supernatural.
I understand, but are those things? One of the things you got to remember as well is that those things aren't perpetual. They run out. There's entropy that takes place.
I know. Yeah.
So there can exist a realm in which these types of ideas remain in constant perpetual motion. Like, there's no superfluid, because like even people here have to create that environment so that environment can exist and continue to create it. Like it because it starts warming up. You can't constantly have that environment unless it's being acted upon. So there needs to be energy input into the system. And if you're constantly putting energy into the system, then it's not something that can be sustained as an idea that can be always there, above us, continuously.
Well, this liquid shows himself that it could be capable of achieving such a complex and dynamic system. And I want to say that we had once I'd
like to see it.
Quantum mechanic physicist in here.
Perhaps I can YouTube it.
We had a fresh doctor in quantum mechanics. And I was talking with him here in the server, and I was curious. I was curious to ask him something about this superfluid liquid helium, and I asked him,
"Did you ask him for a video?"
No. Yeah.
I mean, because you're saying what it does, and I'm like, let me see it doing what you say it does. Well, it's very simple.
Yeah. If he shows back here, I don't even remember his name, but it was about.
Wait, what did you ask him?
It doesn't matter what he shows or what he doesn't. You're making the claim that you can ask him after the fact, because I'm off the back of the point that he just said, as a matter of fact, what a liquid, in this case superfluid helium liquid, does. And then I said, oh really? I'd like to see this doing what you have decided to say it does. And when you say, I'm just trying to, because you're saying it as if you know that it does that. And I'm like, where have you seen this to verify you saying it so matter-of-factly? There's a location. There's a location where the information that informs you on that should be. It shouldn't be
he would have been capable to point me to the correct
literature, you know.
Well, I'm not asking about him. I'm asking why you said it. Where did you get informed that that's the case?
Well, he was a quantum physicist and quantum mechanics.
You guys hear what I'm asking him, right?
I was curious to ask him, you know.
You guys hear what I'm asking him, right?
Yeah, you've been asking, and I'm asking a question, and you've been talking for him for a while, so I wanted to hear what he asked the guy, and what was his answer.
Yeah. What I asked
forget about what he claimed about the thing itself. Just move past that.
Okay.
No, what did he? We never got to the question that he asked the quantum expert guy.
Yeah.
And what was the answer?
I asked him if I would be to be pumping superfluid liquid helium through a pipe, will the flow of superfluid liquid helium through a pipe, will it generate a magnetic field around it, just like when we have electricity flowing through a wire, through a circuit?
You asked him that?
He told me that yes, it will create a magnetic field. It will generate that magnetic field, the flow of superfluid liquid helium.
So you're saying you're flowing the liquid through the pipe, or you're containing the liquid in the pipe?
If you pump it through a pipe like you have in your home, your plumbing, pipes, and you have water running through them.
He's talking about creating a current.
So it's affected by magnets and creates a magnetic field.
No, I didn't say it's affected by magnets.
When I said can you spin it by some like mechanical Lemon said
no. Yeah, okay, let me tell you about that.
Let me be indoctrinated. Go ahead.
In this beaker with liquid helium, they put inside the propeller, which had a tiny magnet, and from the outside they have another magnet, and when they spin this magnet around, that magnet inside the liquid helium and the propeller, it starts spinning inside it.
So the very easy response would have been yes, magnets affect the flow, and yes, the flow of it creates a magnetic field. Why couldn't you? That's what I asked you. That's what I asked you.
Elijah, you cannot have a electrical wire and having electricity flowing through that wire and be in direct contact with the liquid helium. It will make it explode.
I don't get it. I'm asking you two different questions. Question number one. Okay, so you said that you can use magnets to affect the flow of this thing that otherwise no actual material would affect it. You said yes. Great. Also, the flow of it through this pipe creates a magnetic field. You said that. So both things are correct. Yes?
When we were arguing with
Am I wrong for asking him what I just asked? Is that not a yes or no question? Anyone else? Based on what he said, I wasn't within my right to say, well, these two things that these are the two things that you stated. He can't even say yes. These are the two things that I said on live stream today, only within this last 30 minutes. Yes, Elijah, yes. Thank you very much. I get it. Okay, continue, Get Baguette. Sorry for interrupting. What's your problem?
My problem is I'm not following that quick as you speak. But when we were talking with Lemon, we were arguing on totally different matters. And
What does that have to do with answering the question?
He wasn't even talking about what you were talking about before. He's talking about what you're talking about right now with you and Elijah.
Okay.
I have a question. Get. Can you understand, or is there a language barrier? I think there might be a language barrier. Do you think so?
I don't believe that shit. People that come in here with accents claiming they have language barriers are using that as a shield. I don't believe that.
No. I'm not going to disagree there because I speak 2 languages and I do. Sometimes I think I hear something and I'm thinking about what I heard, but I just misunderstood it. It has happened to me many times. Not
But
just
when you
one.
misunderstand something, if someone asks you in 7 different ways the same thing, and you're like, "Oh, okay, I get it. Let me answer your question."
Yeah, if I
that
get it,
eventually
I get it, yeah.
that eventually happens, right? Right.
Yeah, that
This
eventually
is
happens.
this is
I
this is
understand.
the
Eventually I'm like, oh, okay.
well, guess what? That's not happening with Get Beget and some of these other people that are Globers that come in here and they're like, I have a language barrier. Well, I'm rewording it, revamping it, re-articulating it, and you're still not getting it. I don't believe that.
Yeah, but you're not taking it methodically.
That's
with me.
Well, you said as a fact, and you just explained that the magnets on the rotor is the reason that this liquid is affected. So the answer to that is yes. Also,
not the magnets.
Okay, multiple. Wait, what?
Okay, what? Do you know the principle of a brushless
Did you say not
motor?
The magnets, or did you say the magnets?
Yeah, the magnets are not affecting the liquid helium.
Okay, so earlier when Lemon said, okay, so now we are talking about earlier. Earlier when Lemon said, it appears like the only thing that can actually affect the flow is a magnet. You agree or disagree? You see what I'm saying, people?
It's complicated here, Elijah. This is a very complicated question. I'm not an expert in quantum mechanics.
Either it is or it isn't, bro.
It's not like that.
It is like that.
You have to take the literature. I mean, not just literature, academic stuff about these things. What we know for a fact.
Okay. What like atoms?
No, I'm not talking about atoms. We are.
No, I'm saying like atoms. Is the fundamental part that make up an atom, is that a fact?
What I was saying is they use the principle of a brushless motor, to spin a propeller inside the beaker where the superfluid liquid helium is, because that beaker has to be sealed. It cannot be in direct contact with the air from outside.
What's causing the disruption or the change in flow? I don't even know how you begin to flow this stuff, because you can't spin it. You can't. So let's just assume. I'm already allowing you to poison my mind with something that I don't know is actually a thing. So let's skip and go to the part where there actually is a flow. And the flow was created by what is the question?
By the propeller. The flow, the liquid current is created by the motion of the propeller. But the propeller
you're saying the propeller
is spinning. Didn't finish. But the propeller spinning in superfluid liquid helium is spinning like inside in a vacuum chamber. It's in a free state. There is no friction for the propeller.
You don't see how what you just said at the beginning of the statement,
I know,
and
but
the end of the statement
because the liquid is frictionless. It has frictionless flow. It means it can flow in two opposite directions in the same time. This is not something we can experience in reality, in our physical nature of existence. We do not exist below the lambda point, Elijah.
I rest my case.
The temperature spectrum where we exist is between 50 Celsius to plus 50 Celsius. Minus
Hold on, wait. Celsius. What do you mean? You rest your case. What do you mean? You don't feel like it's going anywhere now?
I mean, because I've asked to witness something fundamental about this. Finally, he's telling me it's not something you can witness unless he doesn't mean that because of the language barrier. This is something that may be misunderstood. I definitely don't understand what he just said. Because number one, we're talking about something that's frictionless. I don't understand how propellers can affect the flow of something with no viscosity. I don't understand that. That's like me saying, well, I can spin around and affect the air above me or no. Because when you spin, like, you take a spoon and you begin to spin in an actual liquid, there's a cascading effect. And if you have enough energy, eventually you'll have that tornado all the way down to the bottom of your cup. And then the liquid spilling out of the edges. But in this case, he wants me to think that's the case while the rhetoric is saying that's impossible.
Superfluid liquid helium does flow upwards. It climbs the walls of its container and will leak outside of it.
Well, gas just is. Well, it's not gas. Okay, so
not gas. It's so then evaporates.
So then it's not. So then it is. So then it does. So then I'd like to know. So then it's not. So then it's not frictionless. Then
it is frictionless. That's why it does that. It climbs the walls of its container and it will leak outside.
So does liquid that is friction. Oh, I guess.
Can you show me
whatever the word is.
Helium or whatever you're talking about. Can you show it to me?
No, he can't. No, that's the first thing I asked.
Then why are we even talking about it?
I don't get the upward flow of liquid.
Because he keeps giving us rhetoric when we're saying, well, what about practically? And he's not accepting that that's not good enough. He wants us to understand the rhetoric. And I don't know why he's thinking we're not.
But yeah, I'm just curious why we're getting like all this. You know what I mean? Like we're all getting all fussy about it, and it's like I don't understand how it's relevant, really, honestly.
Because he says things as a matter of fact, and when someone points out you can't say that as a matter of fact, he gets testy about it.
Okay, but that's a personal thing. I don't. You know what I mean? Like
no, it's not a personal thing. That's why we're going back and forth.
Right. Okay.
It's not personal.
Well, I'm saying personal as in for him, he feels like it's important and he's trying to get it out and he's trying to explain it to us, but he's obviously either the language barrier is a problem or we're just not understanding what his angle is, right? Like I want to understand what he means and how this is relevant, but if we don't even know if superfluid helium exists and we haven't ever seen it before, then how the hell why are we even talking about it? You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're beginning where I began an hour and a half ago. You think that I'm
listening?
who has ever experienced me shutting someone down initially? Because initially, I wait for you to make a claim. I listen carefully to everything you have to offer, and then I ask questions. When someone, like a Glober, for example, begins to backpedal or doesn't want to answer the questions that I have following the information he's given me, we begin to get into this contentious back and forth that doesn't even have anything to do with the rhetoric at all. It's justification for why they're saying what they're saying. And that's what he's doing.
Can I
started cutting him off.
Help this conversation out a little bit? Let me help this out. The only way you can test superfluid helium is by capture, and I said this earlier, capturing helium in a container and then like freezing it to a certain temperature, and then you have superfluid helium, but there's no.
So that would be a good thing.
It couldn't actually exist down here where we're at. Then.
All right, so it doesn't exist in nature. We have to actually create superfluid helium. Now, whether or not it exists in nature, nobody's ever found it in nature.
How is it actually physically tested? It's a theory. I guess would be
Does
the next
nature
part.
exist?
No. You can.
No, that's the way, because Helio thinks because somebody said and because you can Google it that you can create it in a lab.
Okay,
and so what we're saying, is
maybe I'm wrong. I've seen some videos on it, but okay, maybe I'm wrong. It's not actually real. Fine, if you don't believe the video,
because Get Beget explained some fundamental properties about this, and some fundamental properties that would explain the effects that we're seeing that happen to go against the laws of physics when things get below the lambda point. Is what he's saying. I fully understand.
How does it apply?
No, that's what he said. So I said, well, how do I see what you said? That's not available. We already established that.
What I was saying.
So he just wants to say, but he wants to say it as if it's true anyway. And then Helio comes and says, well, you have this in a lab. And I'm like, no, fundamentally, I'm like, let me see this thing you're talking about. And that means that I should be able to YouTube a video of someone in a lab doing this.
Hey, we him and I have posted some of these videos, and whether or not you believe it, that's fine. I mean, I don't know.
No, it's not believing it. It's the videos have nothing to do with the claims that he made about superfluid helium. That's the problem. I need to see the video. I need to see the video informing me on what he said specifically. I need to see the video, and I need to see what he described in demonstration form. A video randomly about something on YouTube and not doing what he claimed it does is not an example.
Hey, you don't need to, but you want to.
Like I said again, I think you're misunderstanding whatever. Actually, I'm kind of misunderstanding his claims as well at this point, to be honest.
This is why a little while ago I said we should just drop it and move on, because I'm not seeing it going anywhere except just getting us all mad.
There was a provocative statement, I guess, that Get Beget just said right before you chimed in, Helio. He says this cannot be seen in the physical world. And so at that point, I think Elijah was like, all right, man, I rest my case. I'm not going to, because it was almost a concession that Get Beget said that you can't witness it. And then almost to that very end of that, you came in and said, yeah, some guy's doing it in a lab. So Get Beget on one hand is saying that cannot be witnessed physically, and then on the other hand, it can be. So there's...
Okay, I posted a video of Alfred Leitner on superfluid liquid helium.
Is this a video that convinced you, Get Beget? The one that you're showing everybody?
Whether or not they could do this,
are you convinced? I mean, if you're just bringing it up because it's a curious thing that you wanted to show us and see what you saw, then I get it. But I'm trying to figure out, like, where does the angle come in? How does it come into Flat Earth? Like, how does it help?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
It doesn't. No, actually, because
I didn't say
you can see something in the sky and correlate it to something that we actually can't see here on Earth, not even in a lab. That's what it boils down to. Because there's this need to explain what we see in the sky. Well, in that case, that's when Lemon came in and said, here's the thing that I'm finding about superfluid helium. It's about vortices doing what they normally don't do under normal natural conditions with actual normal liquid. So he's like, in the case of this stuff, what I'm reading, it means that the vortices are doing something in opposition to what we would actually experience. And I'm like, okay, where do we experience that?
Right.
We don't.
If someone says, here's what you might or might not see if so-and-so was the case, right? That's all speculation right there. When you make that kind of statement, correct?
Yeah.
There you go.
But when you say here's what you might not have seen, I'm expecting when you say here that in your hand you're holding something for me to see. To go when you're saying here, I expect that if you're saying here, you're showing me what it is you're talking about. So in this instance, the video would be the here. So when he posts the video, the one thing I'm going to be looking for is this vortice interaction that doesn't happen with regular liquids under regular conditions. This is what I'm looking for because this was the fundamental claim about it.
Yeah, real quick.
About what happens on this level of under these conditions. That was what was told to me initially. That was before he said you actually can't experience this in the real world.
All right, so the guy was asking, the gentleman asked earlier, what does this have correlation to do with flat Earth? Well, they're saying that according to the speculation, that you look up in the sky, there's a big ocean of superfluid helium right above you. That's the correlation for the gentleman.
Okay. Now I understand how this fits in.
That's where we're at.
Hold on. In defense of Jebby Jet, he didn't make that as an outstanding claim.
I said the ocean helium, the helium ocean. I said it.
Yeah.
Gebby Get actually alluded to that before you even said it, Jemsy. Before you were in.
But he didn't make it as an outstanding claim. It was a preference or a preference.
Well, it was just an idea.
Personal. And it's not just helium. I mean, there's other noble gases, other things that could.
Well, what was that? Get? It's a personal what? Can you please finish that sentence?
Personal view.
So your views do align with what Jimsy said, yes or no? Because we don't have to argue about
actually
it.
Not you. It's
oh my God.
Speculation.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Is your speculations aligned with what Jimsy said? I'm like on the verge of banning you, bro. You can't this kind of level of this. I don't understand how somebody can ask point blank.
Wait, let me say something. The secret to this is how we get treated by the Glovers and the way they come in and they use shit like this against us. So when we start arguing with each other, we start using the same bullshit that they use, and it just comes right out. It's all cogdish shit, bro. Think about it.
Right, because I'm interrupting to get. I've interrupted him only to either get clarity or stop him from repeating an answer to a question I didn't ask because I actually asked a different question. These are the reasons I tried to stop him from talking. When I was talking, trying to clarify what was said, he was interrupting me unjustifiably.
Is your moderation being questioned here, Eli? I mean, what's going on?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Okay, good. Carry on.
No, we're just talking about the conversation came up, and we're trying to figure out, there was an argument kind of got started.
Oh, gotcha.
We were literally just about to argue about whether or not Get Beget's views were aligned with what Jimsy said about superfluid helium, because Jimsy was like, no, I said that. Then Miggy said, well, that's what Get Beget was alluding to. Then Get Beget began to say, that's my, and then I asked him to finish, and he said, yes, that's my speculation. And I'm like, okay, so you are aligned with what Jimsy said. And it was hard for him to just go, yes. He couldn't just go, he couldn't just say, yes. He was like, well, as soon as somebody says, well, to an answer that's point blank, that's what confuses me about their intention.
Yeah, the room has to agree with that. I don't know if we're coming off as there's people taking sides to that. Too. I don't know. The room has to agree that everybody that has that, pointed out to them, they have to be saying, be honest. Yeah, I agree with Jemsy. I think it's a superfluid helium ocean above us. I agree with Jemsy. But that wasn't stated. It was like, Better not say that. So that's.
But he doesn't have to agree with me. He doesn't have to.
Listen,
No, but he does. That's the point. He does, but then didn't want to just say, "Yeah, I do." So he said he did, and then I was like, "So that's what you're saying?" And he's like,
Okay, Elijah, can I make it clear? I'm saying I believe there is an ocean of ocean liquid helium above us. Yeah,
believe
but
that all day,
to put
Jimmy.
my hand in fire for that, I'm not gonna do it.
No, couldn't you just say yes? No, couldn't you just say yes then to the question, which was, are your views aligned with the fact that Jimsy said there's exactly what you just. No, you didn't initially. Do I have to post another video from YouTube? You did not just go,
when you're asking me a question, I think, to give you an answer. If you don't have the patience of 1 minute to wait for me to give you an answer, then you're not interested to hear my answer.
I'm gonna have to agree because he always takes his time when he's speaking word by word. He's very slow speaking, and I noticed that for years now.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree.
Interruption. There's so much
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. And listen, I'm stopping you to say I don't disagree. That's why I'm stopping you. I'm not saying that what he said is not relevant. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not about to sit here and be on the opposite end of that where people insinuate that I am on the opposite of that. I'm going to stop you to tell you, no, that's very reasonable, get, and I understand that. Now, you know what's wrong about what you fucking said? You know how many conversations I've had with Get early in the morning where there's no one else, and I ask him to clarify, and I let him speak for 30 minutes, and then I ask him, okay, how is that relevant to what I asked you? And then he goes, I guess it's not. That's not me fucking doing what you just said.
That's the way he speaks, and we cannot control that.
But the point is, if it's not relevant, why am I listening to 30 minutes of it?
Because you came in and asked him a question, and he started giving his answers.
I expect him to answer that. I expect him to answer. If it takes him 30 minutes to answer it, that's fine. But he's taking 30 minutes not answering it. He's taking 30 minutes to answer a question that I didn't ask.
He does
that's not okay.
He does that to a lot of people. Yeah, he does that.
That doesn't mean it's okay. I'm pointing out how it's not okay.
Wow, what's going on? Do we have to talk about this here?
No, I'm not. It's not that I ask him questions randomly. When he's speaking to someone in this server, and he says, Jenny.
Really? When this is live stream,
Jenny.
You may be right,
when
but
Jenny.
This isn't the place.
Jenny, I heard you, but I'm going to make my statement.
All right, then.
When he's speaking to, I don't give a fuck. When he's in here saying what he's saying for an hour on end, talking to you guys or doing whatever the fuck he's doing, I don't come in here and tell him, no, stop saying that, this, that, and the third. When he's talking to someone who comes in here and asks a question and he makes a statement as if the premises within that statement is factual, I'm going to ask him how he knows that. And if he's subversive about how he knows that, I'm going to point it out.
Okay.
I don't see how that's a problem.
But the first time I ever heard him speaking about this, he said it was speculation.
Guys, this is server business. Why are we talking about this on the live stream?
And wait,
not really. It's not server business. It's just a heated debate.
Not our other members, and I don't know. Sorry, guys.
No, Elijah's not heated. He's just passionate about the asking the questions, and he wants to be very specific. And he's just speaking like that. It's okay. He's not heated.
Well, okay, maybe it's time I get banned because 2 or 3 days ago I got banned out of the blue by AI overlords. Yeah, so I don't mind.
That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that.
Hey,
Let's not let it get to that level, guys. Come
let's
on.
have a vote to ban get bigger. Let's have a vote. Come on, let's
Can we all
vote
just
for
take a deep
banning.
breath here?
I
Come on,
vote
guys.
for not banning him.
I don't know if that's the
So,
guys,
so listen. There's a limit for me, and I hold the people in here to a higher standard. That may be wrong. That may be a fallacy. I probably shouldn't be doing that, but I do. Right. So the thing is, if I ask you a direct question and you don't answer it, then Mickey asks you direct questions and you don't answer it. Then Sonny asks you direct questions and you don't answer it. Somebody has to be honest about saying that's funny. That's weird. Now, Elio Skeptic said I was weird.
Okay, no. I get
that
it, dude.
behavior is weird.
Well, it sounds like you justifiably.
I've heard many of the answers, and I've been listening to the answers, and I don't find like a big issue. I mean, maybe some of the answers he didn't get.
The answers are non sequitur. That's the problem. The answers aren't a problem within themselves. They're non sequitur to the things people.
But you know
listen,
why?
non sequitur means
we're talking about the topic of helium that probably nobody in here is an expert of. So
nobody has to be an expert. The problem is people are making claims that they can't justify.
99% of the time.
Yeah, but when you make claims as a matter of fact, when you
see this since the beginning, bro.
Yeah, I made claims: zero viscosity, frictionless medium. I made these claims.
Exactly.
They are facts, Elijah.
And see what I'm saying? But see now, see, Timsy, you're trying to. I understand you're coming from a place of. Well, I'm trying to be reasonable, but the claims that he just made, that he said are factual, is actually rhetoric. Because when I ask him, okay, how is that demonstrable? He says we can't experience it in reality.
Okay, let me ask him. Hey, Gabriel, can we demonstrate or experiment and do something to come to the conclusion that super liquid helium has zero viscosity? Is that doable?
Frictionless flow. No, it happens only below the lambda point, below 2.17 Kelvin in superfluid liquid helium. That's the only place in medium where it takes place.
Why does that mean?
Can you do that in a laboratory? Can you do that?
Yes, it is done.
And then I said, okay, I'd like to see it. But then he said, here's a video of a guy, and then I said, okay, well, there are fundamental parts within your rhetoric that you told me, and then I asked you, and you agreed with Lemon, and I'm like, okay, great. I was like, am I going to see this fundamental effect of the rhetoric that you've explained to me? And then you said what?
That's confusing.
And then he fucking gets quiet, and then I'm gonna have a heart attack in here, guys.
Please, can I give my 2 cents? Yeah. I've been listening to this conversation go backwards and forwards, and I've also had this discussion with Get before.
Thank you. I will mute now because I totally respect Solar, and he's had this. We've been here before. I brought it up with the aerogel or whatever the fuck it was, where he was trying to say this defies the laws this defies density. And we asked him to explain, and then upon further investigation, because he said it is a matter of fact, like he said, it is a fact that it has zero viscosity. So just like then, he was claiming it as a fact, and then we cracked into it, and it's like it's mostly made up of air. Like it's just the rhetoric is wrong, and then he's conceded then, but he's not conceding now.
Well, the point that I just wanted to make, sorry, just before, the reason I was bringing that up was that we're discussing an outlier, and we're discussing something that only takes place in the apparatus. So it's only when we defy the lambda condition and we get this super helium to a lower state than can ever be achieved in nature that we suddenly start to create scenarios which would never occur naturally. So any study of that outlying condition, or any assertion that that outlying condition applies to any other condition that we experience naturally, is where the fallacy begins. I think that the actual observation is fascinating in its own right, but it's where
you send me this observation. That's all I was asking. I'm so glad that somebody can help me out, because I would not have said a damn thing. I'd have been quiet a long time ago. All I asked was for a demonstration. Can you? It sounds like you can give that to me.
There are demonstrations, correct, and that's why Jet is so confident on this, is because it's demonstrable. You can see the liquid helium seeping out of a solid container. You can watch the liquid helium climbing up the inside of the walls and defying all leveling properties of a fluid. You can see these things occurring, and it has been recorded. Yeah. But like he correctly stated, this is below a condition that we can achieve naturally. But for me, where I dislike this discussion is when we're talking about helium, the gas, and then we start talking about the superfluid helium, because then it's not behaving like the helium gas, and then it normally gives the glober an out to start saying, well, helium doesn't always rise, then sometimes it can do this, and it loses some of the clarity in terms of the point. But like I say, the observation it's quite mind-bending. But Jet, I heard you also describing it like if we were in space or if they're in a vacuum, and it's challenging then to compare it to another, like Elijah was saying, is this demonstrable or definitive? Is this in reality? Well, we also don't get vacuum chambers in reality. We don't have a vacuum above our head either. So creating a vacuum in a chamber is again a man-made condition. It's like talking about Cavendish's balls. Cavendish got an effect to occur in his balls, and therefore studying his balls is only the study of his balls. It's not a study of any effect that we observe naturally. So therefore it's only the study of the apparatus and not the actual natural cause that we observe in nature.
Cavendish experiment is nothing than a trick scam for people who have no knowledge about behavior, magnetic properties of metals.
Yeah, so I guess the bottom line is, so like Solar and what Elijah is saying, is that if you step into this room and there's an assertion that's been made, then it's going to be challenged. And, you better have something to back it up. And people saying, well, it's just a speculation. That's all good and well. That's all good and well that you have some idea in your head of what you think is up in the sky. But when you come into this room, if there's no evidence and you don't concede that you don't know, or you're stating things that are facts and you don't have anything to back it up, then there's a bit of an issue there. And
real quick, the ocean, whatever, helium ocean above, that's speculation. But I guess the zero viscosity, he's saying it's being demonstrated. So that's two different things.
So, okay, so Solar, you can help me out then. What is meant by zero viscosity? And quantum vortices. Explain those two terms to me.
Okay, so that's a portion of the conversation that I personally haven't witnessed.
Now, hold on, time out. Let me stop you there only because this is why I'm stopping you. I'll explain it. I'm not going to just stop you because I'm rude. Let me tell you why what I asked is pertinent. Because I told him, oh, God damn it, I'm getting a call. Hold up.
Yeah, make it, bro. The speculation part I was referring to, it was the ocean part, right? The ocean over my head.
I'm back.
But the thing that he was claiming, he's saying there's demonstrations, like in experiments or whatever.
Listen. No, here's the thing. So I asked what. So he, in his rhetoric, There are things that are fundamental in the process, like achieving this state under at whatever lambda point, right? So that's one. And I asked what happens, and then they said this is what happens at this point when you freeze this gas to this point. It now acts counterintuitive to our laws of physics in the sense that it's actually zero viscosity. And I'm like, well, what does that mean exactly?
Yeah.
I said, can this be demonstrated? You telling me everything you just detailed about superfluid that's the second time I did superfluid helium, but then saying I haven't experienced that. Well, it was a fundamental part of his explanation initially. And I said, well, maybe superfluid helium is real, but your rhetoric is wrong, because I don't understand where you got it from, and it's counterintuitive because it has two things in your statement that are antithetical to each other. So the thing itself might be a real thing, but the rhetoric has to be incorrect because it violates the law of contradiction. And he didn't say, well, violating the law of contradiction is a bad thing.
In quantum
he
mechanics,
just told me I don't understand.
In quantum mechanics, we do have confirmed violation of this law of contradiction.
Oh, you mean like the speed? Like, because when I asked you, you said, well, the lambda, the speed of light, and I'm like, but there's no speed. Like,
so
I'm like,
before you go, like, I think what Elijah, you're saying about the rhetoric, when he says zero viscosity, I think that zero there, it probably messes with the whole statement, because what is zero? You cannot have the zero is nothing. So
guys,
he might be
have you looked at the live
viscosity.
Have you seen that?
Viscosity is a property of fluids.
So Get has posted a video at 8 minutes past, and it states in the title, in the description, here's demonstration of zero viscosity and zero entropy, meaning that this substance can pass through objects' pores, the pores in an object, without losing any part of itself. Now, to claim zero entropy would probably be what we would like to discuss here, is that entropy is always increasing as per the second law of thermodynamics. So if this is
it not increasing means that it wouldn't leak through the container, wouldn't it? That's the thing that's see what I'm saying? Like, he's saying that the opposite.
So like the claim was that Get didn't post any evidence for his claim. He has posted it at 8 minutes past 8 or 8 minutes past, wherever you are. Okay. And effectively, I would say go watch the video, and then you'll see some of the demonstrations of why they're making these outlandish claims like zero viscosity and zero entropy and zero friction.
So are you telling me that it could be? Are you telling me it could be a misnomer?
It's definitely a science term, so it's the term and then a definition applied to that specific term. But I'm just supporting Get because he did actually post something on this demonstration.
So that's why I said what? Okay, all right. So you're telling me that they're going to define zero viscosity and then show it to me? Because what I know about entropy is that things will go from hot to cold, higher pressure to low pressure, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't understand when they say, well, there's zero entropy. To me, that means nothing is happening. But something is happening. So that means that the terms are redefined to explain.
Elijah, 2.17 Kelvin is not 0 degrees.
I don't think
between 0 Kelvin and 2.17 Kelvin, you have temperature. That is temperature. Is warm.
Okay.
For us is extremely cold for us. But for liquid helium, that means it's a warm state. It's the state where this helium is liquid. And at 5 Kelvin, it's boiling, the liquid helium. water boils at 100 Celsius. That's like 373 degrees differential between liquid helium and water.
Get, I just wanted to correct you there. You keep saying 2.17. Isn't it negative 273? Isn't it 0 Kelvin? They're going below Kelvin.
0 Kelvin is minus 273. Yeah.
So what's 2.17 that you keep referring to? That's positive 2 degrees.
Yeah. 2.17 degrees Kelvin, above 0 Kelvin. 0 Kelvin.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
So
it's just a different measuring unit for temperature, but in
so
physics,
effectively it's negative. So it's negative 270 at least.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Hey, we have Keith FX. Who are you, Keith? Keith, your mic is unmuted, Keith.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hello.
Yeah, Miggy would like to speak to you, Keith. Since you're talking like Keith, you can speak to yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know how doorknobs work on a flat Earth.
How a doorknob?
Yeah.
I don't think they want. I don't think they want to speak up, man. They heard all this people in here.
Hey, Keith, what do you think about superfluid liquid helium?
Oh God.
No, we're trying to get over that topic now, Jamesy.
Okay. I almost got it, but
I did miss the last bit because I got a call. But by God, if I go view this video and they don't define these terms that I'm supposed to accept for the understanding of what's being shown, I'm gonna blow my fucking top.
No, don't do it, Elijah. We need you here, bro. Come on.
Who else do we got in here, Neo? Jamesy? Just Keith?
We have Keith that is ignoring us.
We got Mayo chat skanking.
Mayo? What's Mayo?
Mayo dude.
Mayo dude? What's up, Mayo dude? No, he's not in here.
Got to get him in here. He's chat skanking at the moment.
Yeah, he was actually in here, but he dipped, it looked like. Not in here anymore. Who else do we got in here? Usual suspects? Let's see. Yeah, looks like it. We got Sonny way at the bottom. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, man. It's good to hear you on here, Miggy. Awesome. I've been listening the last few hours here. It's been kind of like ups and downs, spills and chills and thrills with the liquid helium dilemma and the fucking clear speech dilemma we're having for some reason.
Yeah, we got to get the juices flowing somehow, man. People have been falling asleep to this whole idea that you can say what you want and then not be challenged. And it's like, not really.
I know. Listen, you don't hear me making any claims, do you? I mean, I'll make claims on things I know for sure, but mostly what I'm doing is saying I don't know, because I could tell you some of the things I do know, but if it doesn't match the context of the conversation or what we're talking about, it's a non sequitur. So why be talking in non sequiturs and logical fallacies? So I'd rather stay silent and let other people speak and then I can chime in. That's what I think I do best.
Whenever we speak about super liquid helium, Sonny, mute yourself. I want to hear about
it. Miggy, hell no. Is my answer.
See, that's the thing that I like.
Close to the definition.
Rhetoric. Thank you. Rhetoric is unimportant to me. Like, because you know why? Because you could be talking about flat Earth, and you could be talking about football. You could be talking about anything. When the same logical fallacies present themselves, that's the problem. It isn't the rhetoric.
Yeah.
So, Elijah, I've posted zero viscosity, and it basically means that the substance will flow indefinitely, that it will never have loss of flow. So once you get the substance flowing, it'll continue.
So all these things that like come up to mind for me when all these questions are brought up, well, like for instance, the things that are said, like whatever you said, 0.17 Kelvin or whatever that is. How does a human being experience that temperature? Like things like that. That's what I want to know. Is that something that is actually we're able to experience in some way, or it's only in a lab? Maybe Solar could tell me.
Yeah, just on a lab. Unless you go up above, really high above, and try to, reach
Thank
up
you, Solar. Thank you, Solar.
Jemsy, that doesn't count.
Solar.
I'm ashamed of you, Jemsy.
Thank you, Solar.
Good.
Thanks,
swag. Hey, what's up with that swag? Swag?
Or bathe in some liquid nitrogen. That'll get you pretty cold.
Okay, have you done it? Like, swag, have you bathed in liquid hydrogen?
You know what?
No, I'm just saying if you want to experience a cold temperature, that's how you do it.
Okay, let's not speak of gases or gas pressures or phenomenon of gases unless we relate it to containers. Thanks. Public service announcement.
Hey, Swag, we have Sonny. He would like to speak to you about something. Go ahead, Sonny. Swag.
Yeah, Sonny.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing quite well, actually.
That's good.
What's your stance or your take on what Earth is?
Hard flat Earth.
Okay. So a horizontal plane of some sort.
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead.
I'm kind of open to the theory that it's like a convex shape, sort of the ice wall sort of going all the way around, and that explains a few things. But I think I'm pretty sure it's flat.
Yeah, there's been no upward curvature measured anywhere on Earth, so you're contending with that lack of information. But if you're considering just in speculation, which we all do, like what's at the end of this, it's contained. We know this for a fact. We have proof of that with our air pressure at sea level. Doesn't matter what else the pressure is doing beyond sea level. It does. I couldn't give a flying F about that. But if it is contained, that means that at some point the container has to meet the ground. Where that is, who knows? Does NASA know? Maybe so. Can't confirm or verify that.
Well, they're working with the Antichrist, right? Let's just get real here.
Here's some speculation. Here's some speculation. We need to separate that up.
Swag.
Who knows what they're doing, man? Who knows? Like that's complete speculation. If you're trying to think about what a group of people with influence are thinking or doing, you're fallacious out the door. So let's not go there. Who cares? When we have proof of the actual lie, why would people be ridiculous enough to go out and still be looking for a motive when you actually have proof of the lie? I don't know about you. I know what I'd rather see. Let's see the example, the actual proof of them lying just using Earth itself and geometry. No science involved. So everybody's off the hook there. You don't have to know to do geometry.
What was the question about lying? This is my favorite question now. Did I miss it?
No, I said, who cares about why they lied or what these groups of people are thinking or doing in the background that we will never know? Who cares? When you actually have proof on the ground of the actual lie, example of how they actually lied using geometry of Earth itself.
Well, the answer that I use, it attacks the psychological warfare that's been waged on the people that come here thinking that they're atheists.
That's true.
I mean,
that's true.
Based on what I said yesterday, like, because when people say why did they lie, they're not putting it in perspective. Because if you're talking about heliocentrism, which you believe we're going around the sun, and they're like, no, we're moving because this, we're moving because that, then your claim is not only that it's a globe, but it's also that we're moving versus stationary. And so you get that school of thought from a specific people, the ones that put it out there in the first place. Historically speaking, why would they lie? Well, the Roman Catholic Church lied because they had an incentive to change the calendar year. The calendar year which we use today, called the Gregorian calendar.
Right.
That is why. Some would also say, what is the end to that? Well, it's to hide the fact that this is a creation and that you're created. How could you say that? Well, you're the fruit of their labor, which started 500 years ago. That's specifically what happened.
Yeah, that's a very good take on it now. Like, I think that is a great line of reasoning, and to ask those simple leading questions. Leading questions are not disingenuous or deceitful. They're just a way of helping somebody get to an understanding so we can come to a common ground. First off, if we can't get to that common ground and understanding as far as terms and definitions of what we're talking about, it'll never move on beyond that. The next point of contention is the cognitive dissonance powered by this delusional, whatever it is, parasite that is inside of them. This whole paradigm is like an infection.
That's why we have to speak to it, because for some people, they think, well, that's so grand a lie. That's impossible. Well, first of all, you're talking about the people that control the media, that literally control what you think about a calendar year.
Yeah.
Like, so they can influence that, but can't influence the school system. Well, we already know that they influenced the school system, because why? Well, they took the good book out and said, we'll teach heliocentrism as fact. Who's the they again? Well, that would be the Roman Catholic Church at that time. So there's an actual answer to that. It's like, well, what do you mean they can't lie? I mean, you're still living the lie that they started 500 years ago.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and when they learned that these people like Copernicus were priests, bishops, families of bishops. These are friends in high places in the Vatican, in the Pope. So they didn't just come about by accident. Those people didn't just get there by accident. All the way down from Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, all of these people were high up, mostly in the churches and the secret societies. Back then, they always had a compass and squares and things like that in their images every single time. So it's a religious push that happened then. Yep. And when people understand that they're dealing with the Catholic religion, that is heliocentrism, it is shocking. It's shocking.
So the question actually is valid. Why did they lie? Or what is the justification for going against the cosmology in the book that you uphold as the true gospel of God? Why did you go against that cosmology is the appropriate question.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, not to people, but that's the question that I asked myself about these people. And guess what? Because there's no answer, because their school of thought and their nation still exists today. That's what a nation is a group of people who hold certain tenets that is still alive and well. These are the heliocentrists that come in here, unbeknownst to them, of their history, and they ask us, well, why would they lie? Well, that's what I'm trying to find out, because no one knows the justification for why they changed the calendar, which is based on us moving around the sun. The idea. So that's what it's based on. So the question is, well, why? That's something people should be asking, and not us, by the way.
We got a globologist here in the chat. He's ready to prove globe to us all.
Who's that?
Well,
Mayo Dude, he's back.
Mayo Dude? Mayo Dude, what's up, man? What you know, man? You there?
There's two options, either geometry or philosophy. Those are the two options.
Mayo Dude, are you there? Hello? Hello? He's not responding.
He's trying to gain control.
You figured out Discord yet, bud? Yes? No? Probably not. Guess not, huh? What's he saying in the chat?
Well, he's just carrying on the conversation that's going on there. Strange.
Oh, he's a psychiatrist at heart, not a globologist? Yeah, well, hit the Mr. Psychologist. Go ahead and hit the talk button, man. Let's have a conversation. I'm a bit of a student of psychology myself, so I'd like to hear your perspective on why people actually, in this day and age, believe that the Earth is something that it isn't. If you would like to chime in, the floor is open and we're listening, because inquiring minds want to know.
Psychology, I mean, he can also tell me the psychology behind a theist coming up with the Big Bang Theory.
You got them high on your burners, huh, Elijah?
I'm not letting up, fam.
I know.
If that's the direction you want to go, let's do it.
I see you laced up today, buddy.
Hey, I want to play basketball now. He said you laced up.
You laced up, bro?
He got his favorite Michael Jordan jersey on.
Busting out the fine china today, it seems like.
Now, you know why? Because since I started looking at it from this perspective, I've been asking, and people are just avoiding talking about it altogether like the plague. I went into Jim Pandas with it and bopped them over the head so viciously. Actually, not viciously. I was much more calm in demeanor and just chill like this. I was talking like this the whole entire time. Jim, why are you interrupting me? You know what? I'll just let you continue. I'll wait.
Go ahead.
What I have to say. And at the end of it, I was just like, yo, okay, so how did they come to the conclusion that the Earth is moving around the sun? And they're like, well, you could just go outside. You don't have to be. So we see today what the Catholics saw 500 years ago. So, and then I said, okay, so you're telling me that I can go outside and by looking up, I can determine that we're moving around the sun. And then you know what they brought up? Retrograde motion. And they said, how could you talk about the history of heliocentrism and you don't know what retrograde motions are. I said, hold on. So my question was, you can look up at the sky and ascertain that you're moving around the sun. And so are you telling me that retrograde motions are telling me that we're moving around the sun? And then he said, that's not what I said. And then I said, then it's fucking non sequitur. And I left. That was because I got heated at that point. I just left. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's all they're good for. And some people were like, let them speak. Let's hear what they got to say. I'm like, dude, they ain't got nothing to bring to the table, man. They're gonna keep talking about looking up at the sky and seeing how the sun's moving. And you guys want to hear an hour and a half more of this? Like, really?
Right. He was trying to make a point. Maybe you'll understand if you let him talk.
Just let him talk, man.
I rather listen to Helio.
Where is Helio anyways, dude?
I didn't say it.
Leo! He left, didn't he? Anyway, the psychologist is not speaking. I don't know why. I think his mic works.
Yeah. So do we have to talk about the psychology of why? Because again, I'm trying to understand your flat earthers' point of view, well, my point of view, from my point of view, which is point A, I can see point B. Now the problem with that is somewhere in between there should be a hump of convexity.
Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem, isn't it? So I like what you said before about the psychology of why is it that these people, heliocentrists, decided to go with one theist idea versus another theist idea, right? Right, Eli?
That's how this whole argument began. The Protestant Reformation, Copernican Revolution. Now, mind you, they didn't tell me, oh, yeah, these were theists and they were preach hardcore blood. None of that was in there. It was just, here's these crazy Christians. But they didn't tell me that I'm learning from the minds of the crazy Christians they were talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? They just left that whole shit out. So it's like, oh, okay.
I would be able to take it a step further and say that they weren't Christians and they're pushing that type of nonsense out to the public.
That's correct. They most definitely weren't. They were just wolves in sheep's clothing, pretending. And if you were a superpower, what better thing to co-opt than the thing that to most people is the most valuable? The sovereignty of the creator. What better way to take that on as your faith and then start taking it down from the inside?
Yeah, it was hijacked.
Yeah, but these are scientists, Christian. Well, don't miss that part.
Yeah.
Well, what made their decision scientific? We're still waiting. 400 years later, Einstein is like, yeah, you can't look at the sky and determine that.
Yeah, the whole thing is I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No, that was
I was going to say the whole thing is that it's been a religious argument. Like these heliocentrists are just as religious as anyone else that's religious. Well, so what I was going to say briefly, it's been said before numerous times that all these religions were hijacked by it as well. So obviously that's what we're sort of skimming on. But it's not what's most prevalent now. It's not so much anti-religion, if you notice this, in all the medias and everything. What it is anti-Christian. And if you ask most Christians, they apparently forgot to read chapter 1. As well as the Catholics, they forgot to read chapter 1.
Actually, Sonny, they've been convinced that it means something else. So it's just like like me telling you that I can convince you something that you already know that is true. That's completely not. Like the Earth is moving when it's really.
Right.
And you're like, dude, I don't feel the thing moving because I have something in my inner ear that can tell me when I'm moving and I'm tilting and I'm doing something like that. That whole system is designed to give me an indication of motion. I can't. But they're like, "Oh, dude, don't worry. It's moving so slow that you just can't feel it, and you were born into it. So you were born on the moving train, and the train has always been moving. So you couldn't feel motion because you were born into it.
Really?
That's why semantics are important. That's why semantics are important, specifically because I'm being told that entropy is not entropy in the way I know it. And I'm like, how does that work? Well, this is what they said. Well, yeah, I have a problem with people who have definitions that are antithetical to reality. I don't like it.
Yeah, so I would like to put this one thing to rest about the vestibular system. So now when people are saying that you wouldn't feel it because you got used to all these other really high speeds, if you think about what the heliocentric model implies, these different speeds and different vectors, if that was the case and you were getting used to that vestibular system got used to that, then how would you ever sense any of the minor motions underneath that velocity? How would you ever sense any of that? That means you got used to something much stronger, so you wouldn't be able to feel anything else.
And most people forget when you're allegedly standing on the equator, right? Then your speed is different once you're standing in Norway, right?
Yeah, forget that. Like this,
right?
Yeah. How would you feel? How would you feel a little 1 mile an hour little hint of a breeze on the right side of your face and forehead, like coming from off a pond? How would you ever sense that if you got used to 1,500 feet per second that you're zipping by at that speed? Plus, the Doppler effect never happens.
So the whole idea is convincing you of something that has never been proven, only so that you can believe it and then parrot it. But
look, they use words. They use words that you do understand. Like there's a different speed, but they'll couple that with there's a different tangential speed. In the mind of someone, they're like, well, speed is in there, so it's a different speed. But I mean, tell me that there's a different speed between the top of a tire and near the axle. Like, how much of a difference is there? Please let me know if a carousel is spinning slowly, it doesn't matter whether I'm standing in the end or I'm standing closer towards the center. Like, it's not going to affect me. And if it's going fast, it's going to affect me whether I'm hanging on by dear life on the outside or fucking slipping and cracking my skull, stepping onto the part that's closer towards the center. Like, you're still gonna feel the effect of the speed, the momentum.
Yeah, you're in a constant acceleration frame actually there when you're spinning.
They are I'm sorry.
Yeah,
they're saying whenever they're saying it's slow, notice where they're measuring from the axle. Well, I'd really like to know who is at the axle and measured that rotation. Yeah, no one. Never been measured. So we don't measure if we're on the surface of a tire. We don't measure the rotation. We're talking about the surface motion. It's motion of area and distance and time.
Right. So, Mr. Psychologist Mayo, dude, I just want to point out the fact that maybe you did point out that you're a psychologist and perhaps you study people. And this is kind of a thing for you to come into a forum like this and look at people here speaking about things that are contrary to what you previously studied about what the Earth is. But we're doing it for a reason. And you need to understand that maybe throughout all this time that you've been taught this information, that perhaps you may be wrong. And by challenging the status quo, you'll be able to find out if you are or not. But if you completely accept the fact that the Earth is what they told you it is, without any question, then sir, it becomes a belief. Sir or ma'am, I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. But just inferring that because your name says Mayo, dude. So what I really want you to think about, now this is challenging, right? one of the things we were talking about right now is the fact that the Earth is actually spinning when you don't feel motion. Now, there's a lot of things you might be thinking in your head and be taken back by. You're like, oh man, these guys are saying that there isn't any motion. But dude, can't they go to NASA, look at YouTube videos? We've been down this road about 100,000 times. People come in here with their pictures and with their videos, and then we ask them, how did you validate that? And they come back and tell us, dude, NASA. That's not a good answer. So if we were to tell you, to challenge you, right? How do you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis? How do you know that they measured the curvature of the Earth? What would you tell us in return? Now, I'm saying all these things as rhetorical because I know that you're probably not going to get on the microphone and speak to us, which it would be kind of helpful. But at this point, it's now just talking to you so you can understand our point. So point number one was that if the Earth is spinning or not, right? That's what we've been talking about. The second one would be, has the curvature of the Earth ever been measured? And of course, the big one is, how do we have air pressure in a system which you and I live in? If, according to them, they say it's an open system and rockets can go to the moon and rovers can land on Mars. If we live in a system where we have gas pressure, the air that you and I breathe has pressure. Now, how is that maintained when there's a big old vacuum that surrounds the entire planet Earth, as they want to call it? That's not possible. It defies the laws, the physical laws in which you and I know. So there might be one giant word you're going to say, duh, gravity. What's this dude on about? But the thing is, that's even a presupposition built on a faulty foundation, which goes back to the first question. How do you know that the Earth that you stand on actually has curvature to be a globe? You don't know that. You're just only inferring that and building that presupposition on the fact that you're saying gravity is the thing that's pulling everything to the inside of the ball. So I'd like to point that out to you so at least you can think about. Now, if you do want to jump on the mic and say, hey, look, this is what I think, and maybe a belief, that's great. But if you know something that we don't, then go ahead and tell us. But hopefully, at least it challenges you for the brief moment that you're probably going to be in here and then dip, because you're going to think, this is too challenging, this forum I can't deal with. Whatever. But this is why we are in here, because we have been challenging the status quo. We don't give up, we never relent, and we're always going to be here for people that want to challenge the status quo. Because people can say whatever they want. It doesn't matter to me. Say that the sky is made of ice cream. I don't care. The next step we're going to do is you're going to have to prove it to me, because that's a claim that you made. Now, so the globe Earth is a claim that everybody's making. Then, hey, let's hear some evidence. Let's come forth with some empirical proof that the thing is what they're saying it is. That's the next step. So it doesn't matter what people are claiming out there. It only matters what you can provide as evidence. And that's where we are. We're right now asking for the evidence. You come into this forum and you say the Earth is a globe. That's fine. How did you know it's a globe? What makes you think that? So we're challenging the idea that the Earth is spinning on its axis, when in fact they're telling us that it's just like you don't feel it. When everything you know, your senses tell you, you can feel motion when you're moving. So these are the kinds of things that we challenge, because it's a big, huge amount of people that believe this. So the psychology should be reversed into looking at how they are the ones that are telling you that information and how you're believing that wholeheartedly without challenging them. So anyway. Yes. Nothing to say? Okay. I want to leave people with a challenge. I don't like for the people to hop in here, type stuff on the text and be like keyboard cowboys and not have at least enough gumption to say, hey, you know what? I don't believe that. At least speak up or say something. I mean, what? Can't stay silent all your life, man. You gotta at some point you gotta speak up.
Yeah, I don't know what the harm would be of just speaking up. I mean, you already made it, especially if you already made it this far, and you're like been here a while, VC verified, got a couple of roles. You know,
A psychologist that actually talks to people. Just saying, man.
It's all on the line for his globe. He doesn't want to screw this up.
It must be. I don't understand this loyalty. Anyway, that's interesting, though, that you're here. If you're a psychologist, psychiatrist, or whatever you're saying you're doing, because pretty much you're amongst a group of people who are doing the same thing. We're studying why people believe in things that don't exist in reality.
Exactly. And it's very peculiar, too, to actually witness people live telling you that they believe. They're actually telling you, I don't know, the scientists guys know. I just believe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's odd because you're like, why wouldn't you challenge it? It was something that was, you were very little. That's great. I mean, maybe as a kid you must have believed it, but at least when you got to the age where you could critically think about things, you could be like, I don't know, man.
Right.
Moving, but I could challenge it now. I could say, hey, wait a minute, how did you find this out? And that's what we're saying. Like, why don't people do that? And what is stopping them from that?
Right. Like, how much scrutiny did you give this whole idea as an adult? Let's move on from the Santa Claus age. Okay. So, as an adult, I mean, we're all guilty of it. Everyone here, because we didn't just wake up. Like, most of us didn't wake up in a geocentric family. So, like crack villain. But, most of us, we thought these same things. And I think that's hard for new people coming in here, or possibly globe believers that come in here. They have a lot of skepticism about flat earthers and what we're saying. They have mostly misinterpreted ideas or false impressions that were given to them by other sources that we all know about. But they come in here with this idea, and they're always asking us, what we believe, and they're kind of stuck in this really weird place of between belief and knowledge, knowing something and believing it. They all seem to have this same little glitch there, right, where they can't quite determine between belief and knowledge.
Let's be honest. We all can, and sometimes do, me included, fall victim to that. It's the human condition. If you're not willing to put your pride aside and investigate and stay reasonable minded, we all fall victim to the same thing. I say that to say we have to be really careful, because we understand the ramifications of allowing ourselves to commit those errors. We see the result of that, and we should just be very careful in letting these things happen.
Come on, Elijah. I got my dancing shoes on. Didn't put them on for nothing. We got anybody else? Who else is in here?
Yeah, somebody will be in here. Somebody.
It's not late.
Jeffy's here.
I know, but we.
Don't worry, guys. James is here. Everything is okay.
I got tired of doing the cha-cha and the merengue, dude. I need to do some salsa.
Salsa? If you don't know what you're doing, you can trip.
Yeah, I know.
The merengue and the bachata is kind of easy compared to salsa.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
How does dancing works on a globe? You kind of lose your.
You would lose your balance. Well, you know what? That would be true to say that if you go to a get together with Spanish people, you would be seeing that happen. You'd be falling all over the getting drunk. A lot of drunk people. Hey, how do you know that when you get drunk, you're not actually feeling the spin of the earth? That's an actual, real, natural state, being drunk.
The cha-cha, the twist, the watusi.
The alcohol is enhancing your senses, so now you can feel the spin.
It's not dulling them; they're enhanced. They're being enhanced. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah.
That's because Globers are backwards. They're probably gonna come up with that, dude. Alcohol doesn't dull your sense; it enhances it. You can actually feel the spin
so that you can actually remember what you had remembered.
They would say something backwards like that. There's this whole alcohol theory probably they're gonna come up with. Gotcha, flat earthers.
Don't you need gravity, specific gravity, to make alcohol?
What type of gravity? Newtonian?
The density one, you need those layers of density. I don't know. I forgot. There was something about alcohol and specific gravity. Gotta look it up again. Someone save me from this one, please. Making beer with specific gravity. Come on, where's Hank?
Hank's not here. He's giving out propane to people in the tri-state area.
If there's a propane expert, it's Hank. And if there is a helium expert, it's definitely Gabby Get. That's because he worked for Party City for 10 years. So, inflating balloons with helium.
I don't know. Man.
I wonder sometimes because I straggle into this conversation at times when Gabby gets in here, and I'm like, "What? I thought Dallas Dave was in here talking about his water gas," and I'm like, "Nah, man, we can't do that." Like, there's a certain level of I don't know what you want to call it, man. Decorum, I guess we got to have in here. We can't be people that are just accepting willy-nilly. Like, let him talk. The man's got to speak. No, he can't speak if he's going to be touting around things as fact. When you say, if anybody in here says something as a fact and it doesn't get challenged, and it's like, yeah, of course, then that means that it's already been proven, right? Or am I not right? But if it
where's the consistency?
Yeah.
Because I find it detestable that we hold a different standard for ourselves than we do the Glovers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you ask a Glover a question and they don't answer it, and you've allowed them to fully express their point, and then you're like, well, I don't get that. That word you used with the definition isn't that kind of counterintuitive to the point? And then they just restate what they said, and you're like, yeah, but the problem for me is isn't there a contradiction? Well, no, because, and then they state what they already stated, and then they give you an example that's actually not analogous to the thing that they're claiming is actual, and it's like, you're not going to let a globe earther do that. But when it's someone you care about, you'll let them do that. Why?
Why challenge each other all the time? This wouldn't be the first time. Am I right?
Yeah, like I'm saying, I don't think Dallas Dave was a Glober, was he? What he didn't claim he was. But then he came off sounding like some kind of conspiracy guy with the idea that water gas was a...
I think Dallas, there's some of these examples. It's possible that he's like a LARPer, flat earther, maybe. I'm just speculating. But there is some people like that. But I wouldn't put.
Why him? Why him?
The way, I don't know. Every time I listen to
why charge him with that and not Get Beget? Not saying that Get Beget or him is. I'm saying, what is the reason that you're making a distinction?
Back it's been a long time since I didn't hear him speaking, Dallas David, but I don't know, for some reason back then he gave me kind of like that impression, that he was playing kind of like a character, like many people that LARP Flat Earth do. So I think that's the way I was kind of like looking at it. He was kind of like playing a character.
LARPers, I don't like LARPers, man. You could be the worst Glober, but I think a LARPer is even worse than that. Don't ever LARP for Flat Earth if you're not a Flat Earther. Not in this forum. Don't do it.
But I think in Get Beget, I think he's genuine, and if he kind of like look into he might be like he put a lot of time into looking into this, and he speaks about it, right? It's not like he. That when it gets into the argument, like let's say you, Elijah, you're very specific about terms and your vocabulary is very extent, and from people like you I've learned a lot of words, right, in the vocabulary, but I kind of put it together like you do. The thing is that when you start speaking and move from, let's say when you give an example of the lemon thing, lemon 15 minutes ago this and then that, you moved back and forth. To me, that used to be very confusing when people will take me back and forth to someone said this and someone said that and then this and then that. That used to confuse me a lot. And I think that does confuse someone like Get Beget. Definitely gets out of place when you start like saying, but this and then go back to that and then move this, and it definitely confuses some people. Because I familiarize with that kind of stuff, but you're clear, completely clear to what you're saying. But you have to agree with me that a lot of people that join in here, Get Beget wouldn't be the first example that tells you. Listen, Elijah. Like a lot of people remember, like maybe like month ago, I remember it was kind of funny that you will say some very specific things to people that will join, and they'll just say like, I don't get what you're saying. You get that a lot. You do get it from many people.
But I tell you something. I was the first person in this server.
What's different about that is when you're talking about you being a third party, no one is holding you up against the thing you just said 15 minutes ago. When I'm saying you said 15 minutes ago where Lemon was present, that you agree with him, that's just me reminding someone that they had only said something 15 minutes ago. I don't see how that's confusing in the context of the person that actually said it.
For me, it's not that confusing anymore. But listen, bro, this is definitely, there's something to that because there's people like, let me tell you, when I speak to my children, they are in that moment. When I talk to them about what's going on at that moment, they get it completely. If I start talking to them about something that happened 15 minutes ago or whatever, they get lost. Like they're thinking about that moment and they concentrate on that. And that's what I'm talking about. They get it completely. If I start saying, maybe 20 minutes ago, whatever this and whatever that, or 15 minutes in the future, that's when things get tricky, and that happens to people. I don't know how to explain it completely, but it does happen, bro. Someone is talking to you about something and thinking, processing the whatever you're saying, and then processing whatever they're gonna reply to you in that moment about that specific thing. They can do it, but if we move it to 3 different points, some people just don't process it like that. I've seen that
points are your points. If those 3 points are your points, and there's no connection, but if there's no connection, those are your 3 points. Like, I'm just bringing them up because I remember them in the order that you said it. If you're confused, it's because you didn't. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And you're clear on what you're saying. I understand everything, the points that you're bringing, but I will say for some people it's kind of more difficult to understand, to follow the conversation, because that's how it is. That's just how some people are. You're a pretty smart guy, and you can formulate the whole conversation many ways, but some people can't.
Yeah, I can see your point, Jamesy. I can see your point, but at the same time, I would say that, and not in a bad way, but you can't divine other people's thoughts. So you don't know maybe if he is getting it or if he isn't getting it, or if he's tracking what Elijah's saying or if he's not. So at that point, it would have to be upon him, and be based on how he's responding to Elijah. We can already understand either he's getting it or not. And I do, at some point, realize that he is understanding because he's responding to his points. But when it comes,
he is understanding,
right? So when it comes to, but here's the issue. When it comes to a point when it's like, okay, now we're gonna find out whether what you're saying right now is yes or no. Then it's like, well, it's a bit more complicated. So he's responding to it as in it's a bit more complicated, and you might take it as he doesn't understand, but I take it as he doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to skip the answer into yes or no because he wants to make it sound like he doesn't know what he's saying. He wants to make it sound like he knows what he's saying, so the people don't take him as like he's this guy that's just pondering ideas. I get that. But if we're not speaking to people where we're holding them accountable for what they're saying, this is Elijah's point, then we're just going to we're just going to allow them to continue to spew whatever rhetoric you want to without holding anything accountable. So at that point, because we understand when a conversation is being had, we know the two parties are giving exchanges, and they're confirming by saying yes, I agree, or no, I don't agree, or whatever. We know.
You gotta understand that this place that you describe, where things are ambiguous, right? And that place is between two minds, where you can't divine people's thoughts. This is the exact scenario in which brought us the argument between whether the earth moves around the sun or whether the earth isn't moving at all. So in that context, the Roman Catholic, the popes and the priests and whoever, they said, well, the earth moves around the sun. Then people like John Calvin asked, why are you stating that? Why are you stating that that's coming from the Word of God if it's not coming from the Word of God? And they would respond something like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to teach things as I see it. Well, do you see the thing that you said in the scripture? Yeah, well, it's open to interpretation. That kind of thinking is why we're here 500 years later.
That you've been bringing that up, and that's a very important point. I think that has to be kind of like used more often and expand towards that point that you've been bringing up for the past few days. Because I heard it before. The Catholics brought up the globe and the Big Bang and all that stuff, but being specific like that about
this idea that we can't ascertain whether someone is lying or whether they don't understand, to me is absurd, because anyone can just say, I don't understand, and continue to spew the rhetoric that they're spewing.
Oh, another point I was thinking about.
Combination of things. Because the other thing that I wanted to say is that since what you're saying, right, like the heliocentric model, some people brought it up, and there was arguments about it. Okay, but we know that the Earth is not a spinning globe, right? And nobody can demonstrate that. But then we don't. Obviously, here we want to stay on the facts. That's why 99% of the time we stay on the factual things that we actually, the test. We also entertain the ideas of the globe that are not factual. So we do speak about things that are not factual, right? Like the globe, the spinning around the earth, or that kind of stuff, gravity.
Yeah, that
we
was
do
my
speak about things that are not factual. But when we let's say I'm me myself, I want to talk about the flat Earth. I talk about flat level water, motionless, contained system, gas pressure, all that stuff, and then there might be that extra step that, like I would say, for example, like the specific thing, the helium stuff that we know about helium. Some things can be demonstrated on the lab, and let's say I would say, for example, myself, I will say, hey, in the lab this can be demonstrated about helium. Maybe I can expand on that in my in my thinking, and we live inside a container in an electric system and a bigger setup than the one in the lab. The air might be something similar, and then I can explain and work with something in relation to the helium.
It's a double-edged sword, though, Jemsy. Like, I hear what you're saying, but let me get.
I get it, but that's a case that's actually a situation that people sometimes are gonna bring it up, right? Like, okay, so
I get you, man. Let me bring something out that I was gonna say before. Was that a lot of people could come in here with whatever nonsense they come in here with the globe, right? So how much, now I'll say it to the room or whoever wants to hear this, how much information should we have to attain before we can sit down and have a conversation with said person who comes in here saying their whatever they're saying, their theory, their idea, their mindset? Do we have to expound on every facet of every school of thought? And that's a question I would ask you. Or should we only know the truth, have the truth as the basis of what we put everything against? Because if we're going to have to learn everything to have a conversation with these guys, then I would say that would never end, because their rhetoric never ends. It always changes. It moves. It's learn this new thing and learn this other new that people are saying is the truth, right? Well, that was the truth 10 minutes ago, but now learn this new thing. And so the idea that flat earthers, right, have to change their perspective to let them talk, let them speak. When we get to that point, we're entertaining nonsense at an alarming rate, which at that point, we might as well just say, hey, you know what, take the driver's seat, man, because you got a lot to say, and I want to. And what you're doing, man, is you're not adhering to what's practical, what's real, what's reasonable, what we already know is truth, and that you're letting the wolves come in because you're just like, well, I might as well just hear you out, right? Because, you got a lot to say. Who cares? They're not speaking truth. They're speaking to you about things that don't even exist, wild, crazy ideas. But when we put that to the test of truth, like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but you haven't proven anything to me. We're only speaking of this realm where you think, okay, where did you get this idea? Well, this one guy said it, and he made a very eloquent speech, and I heard it, and it was a good sermon or whatever. And here's what I think is the truth. It's the truth. No, it's not. You're saying it's the truth, and using this guy's statement, and then coming in here telling us, do I have to learn what that guy was saying? Absolutely not. Because there's nothing that you can practically show me that's going to be able to make me understand that this is happening in the natural world. This has to be something created in order for you to be able to use it as something. So if we say, like, for the example of superfluid helium, that's something happening in the natural world that we created, and we don't have can't expound on that. We can't say, well, it's a possibility. It's just might be, because it was nowhere found.
For example, when he said something about Kelvin, when I asked either about the zero viscosity or the I don't know if it was the entropy claim, or if I think it was one of those things, and he gave me a value for something that's supposed to be qualitative, not quantified. It either is or it isn't. It is binary. There can't be this, well, it doesn't. I don't think that it works like that. You can't give a value for something that's supposed to be qualitative. Either it is or it isn't. Either there's no viscosity, or there's or that's just a way to express something else, but it's not really tailored to the definition of viscosity and having zero of it. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You can't redefine terms to fit your argument. That is rhetoric.
Yep. That's like level is curved. Imagine that,
And
guys.
you know what's great? That I agree 100% with what you guys are saying, and you, Miggy, what you just said a minute ago, and that's good that we keep this level of like empiricism and keep things real. That's the whole point. And the only thing that when we speak about things like this, we might go into maybe some of the unknown speculation. We learn things. Because I never heard about this super liquid helium before he brought it up, right? And then he shared the video, and it's things that we look into, and then we come and talk about it. And now you guys are talking about it. We're talking about it, and we are being very specific. Hey, we gotta be careful, and we gotta, we know there is super liquid helium in the lab. We don't know about in nature, but we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We can make those differences.
We can talk about it, yeah, of course.
Where I was coming from, where I agree. Where I was coming from was not like, let's not talk about something that has already been used or discovered. That's not even what I'm speaking to. What I'm speaking to is that if they're saying, hey, we got super helium fluid in a lab, so there must be some in the sky. No, you can't do that. No, stop. If you're gonna start. Right, but that's the grand leap of logic that we're getting with these ideas. And not only that, though, what it's giving these Globers is they're rubbing their hands. They're like, dude, you're doing the work for me. Thank you. Now I can do this. You're giving them outs easily. And when you sit down with
you're kind of stretching there because we were talking between ourselves, like flat earthers. There was no Globers in here. Nobody was talking about Glober.
They're listening to the conversation on the live.
Time out.
Everywhere.
Let me just say that faulty logic isn't exclusive to globe earthers. So there's no point in making the distinction between us and globers when we're talking about ourselves. Because again, yes, we were talking to each other when he said something was a fact. And I was like, well, then it has to be defined for me to accept it as a fact. And he would not do that.
Yeah, it's good to define whatever you're saying as a fact. Like when you say you ask about zero viscosity, and I have that exact same question that you ask him. What is that? What does it actually means? I want to know too.
Well, that's good, but like Gemsy, like we have an audience, whether it's in here or in the live stream. Like I want to point that out.
I know that.
So we have.
How can something have zero entropy? Like, see, this is obviously a term that's contrived from some sort of ideal, because we all know that you can't stop entropy. So when Solar says, in the article, the whatever he said about entropy, and I was like, huh? Because I'm like, why would you even read that to me? What that makes it even more ridiculous, because obviously if it means something.
Can I?
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish. I do.
I want to hear it too.
Because the thing is, if it means something other than what the words mean, that's my entire point. The rhetoric is wrong. I didn't say something isn't happening. I'm saying I don't understand the rhetoric.
I'll be back, guys.
Sure, and I agree with you entirely, everything you just said. But then I went and searched the definition of what zero entropy was, and then I posted it in the live stream. And what they were claiming then is that it's generally in a crystalline type form, and it's at 0 Kelvin or below, meaning that it's at absolute zero, meaning that there is no more movement of any molecule. So,
but I also read that nothing can reach absolute zero. So hypothetically, that would be true. But how could they have done that when I've also read that can't be achieved?
So, for example, like we know that gases want to bleed off or equilibrate. But if we were to condense that gas so much that it eventually formed a crystalline structure, and then we got it to a point of being absolutely frozen, almost frozen in time, then there wouldn't be the natural bleed off that we'd expect entropy if it was still in the gaseous form. So to me,
well, it's also not a gas. That's yeah. So that doesn't mean zero entropy.
Correct.
That means it's not gas. That's what. See, but I understand that someone who's ignorant, which this is who the information is for. Someone who's ignorant will take the words and gather something different.
But entropy is not exclusive.
It's not a liquid. Not even a liquid anymore. Yeah.
I know it's not exclusive to gases. I know that.
Like physical particles can also encounter entropy. Same with liquids. Same with gases. The idea of entropy being at zero. My understanding of any movement is heat. So hot goes to cold. So if a particle is excited or it has kinetic energy, it has heat. It allows it to move. So if I extract all the heat away from the system, then I could get it to a point where it's no longer moving. So the kinetic energy is at zero, and therefore it can't lead into anything.
Let me put it to you let me ask you this way. Would you take frozen water as negative entropy?
No.
Would you take it as...
I hear your point. Would you consider negative entropy of a vapor? Like if you were to take an ice block, but think of it as water vapor with a negative entropy. It's like, no, an ice block is a solid form of liquid. It's not a gas at a negative entropy or a zero entropy. I get your point.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah,
because honestly, I thought about this already. I've already come across the words neg entropy, and I've thought about all of this while trying to figure out what the hell rainbows are, light, and all of this, that, and the third. I came across some of these ideas. And that's the reasoning I got, So that was my reasoning. It's like, well, because of the rhetoric, I would have to conclude that this is neg entropy if I'm thinking about it in a logical line of events. Because you can't start at, well, now it's a crystal. No, you got to describe the process. Is the process neg entropying the thing? Like in a clumsily stupid way to say it. Like no. So anyway. Yeah, so that's what I mean by what the words that they're using is subversive and manipulative.
Well, crystals are made of molecules. Molecules have this property to crystallize themselves. And molecules are atoms bonded together.
Okay.
So molecules are much smaller than the crystals. And the atoms are much smaller than the molecules.
You mean like, what? You mean like H2O? Like hydrogen and two oxygen. This is what we're talking about here.
Yes, that's
and see, you know what? It's crazy because when Dallas Dave says what he says, I'm not all the way mad. To be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me get those elements and create water. I don't know. Like it's just a conventional way of thinking, and which is fine. But this is how we got
to this point. This is exactly a beautiful demonstration of how we got to this point where something doesn't make sense to an individual, and he doesn't just simply accept the narrative because you're told to accept the narrative. He starts to unravel this onion layer by layer by layer to get to the nugget of what this actually means. And I think, as much as we jump on people in this room, I think it's quite a beautiful process to watch someone like Elijah's done tonight. He's said certain things don't make sense to him, which hopefully will then lead him to go and research the topic. And the same way that the things that have been pointed out to Jet Bejet are things that he could also look at in terms of how he delivers the message to avoid having a repeat of this incident again. But the point is that we don't just simply accept it because someone said it or it's written in some book. We start to unpack this topic and really look at each aspect in its own merits to see whether there's validity enough for it to stand on its own. I think, with scientists doing these kind of experiments, using a term like negative entropy or zero entropy, I think for the term of their study kind of allows them to continue progressing. Do they actually know what's going on? Can they demonstrate what's going on? A lot of the times, no. They can demonstrate a bridging concept. So this is what I think, and this is what it should be doing. So I'm going to demonstrate a third option that kind of links those two ideas to show that it's feasible. So exactly like Elijah's saying, is there absolute demonstrative evidence of that specific thing that they claim every time? Sometimes not. But it doesn't mean that you need to throw everything out, because if we do consider entropy being heat related, that when things are excited or heated up, that they lose or gain or effectively are gaining entropy or losing in the system through the heat, that if you reverse that process to a point where everything's static, then there's no loss in that system. And that to me is logical. That's logically consistent. To actually demonstrate that effect where you can get something and maintain it at a temperature where it's never going to lose anything, I think maybe that's where it's...
It also requires energy to keep it in that state. But the thing is, that's fine. You're doing something. That's beautiful. But see, here's the thing. We know oftentimes when they write articles, this one tiny little thing is attached to rhetoric that has absolutely nothing to do with it. They tie it to another worldview with something hypothetical in there, and then on top of that hypothetical, they'll use rhetoric that makes you think one thing, but it really meant something completely different within the actual thing that was actually done. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, what you call a magic trick. It's not supposed to be easy to see.
I just, on a topic like this, I don't see what the actual relevance was in the first part. And I think we've dedicated far too many hours now discussing this aspect. For me, what is frustrating is, for example, when you say you can't demonstrate gas without a container, and then superfluid helium is considered the demonstration of gas leaking out of the container, meaning that containment is not required. So when it gets...
All right, yeah, hold on, man. Yeah, that wasn't it. So you did miss the beginning. So a lot of people missed the beginning. So it branched off from the idea that Get Beget earlier, way before anybody started talking about it, was announcing that he was saying, this is what I believe. My speculation is that the sky above is superfluid helium. So, and then that's what I said, because Jemsy had mentioned it being like an ocean. So I said that. And so Jemsy was like, no, I said that. And then Elijah was like, Get you say that as well? And he's like, yeah, I said that. I believe that that's what it is like. It's an ocean of superfluid helium. So that was the relevance to it being on the Earth, being as superfluid helium above us. So that was...
Yeah, I've heard him say that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say.
That was the relevance to flat Earth.
Okay, but I didn't understood quite specifically your question, and you asked me quite quickly when my mind was actually engage with the discussion with Elijah, while Elijah was actually arguing with Lemon about a question that Elijah asked me, and I didn't even got the chance to answer completely to Elijah.
Time out.
Yeah.
Time out. Now,
Yeah.
see, this is a perfect example of how you completely drop the rhetoric and discuss the function and the sequence of what happened. No rhetoric involved. And I'm actually quite impressed with how you just detailed it, because all you did was state it, and then it brought me back to the conversation as it happened. My brain filled in the blanks because what you were saying was logically consistent and correct with what actually happened. And you didn't have to put all these extra details, but you said it exactly in the sequence that it happened, exactly what happened. And that was like kind of complex, but you followed, which is why I don't believe when people say I don't understand. You understand very well.
Yeah.
You tell Jemsy, like, now, see, Jemsy, he does understand, even though you're saying maybe at some point you didn't understand. Jebby gets understood.
That was impressive, man.
Not that. When he was going for an answer about something and then being like interrupted when he's about to say something, and then something else is saying, he has to answer that, and go back and forth. That's where the confusion kicked in.
Well, it sounded like he followed, so I don't know. He was following. Anyway, I was talking to you, Get, and because there was a lot.
Don't worry, guys. I do have great, good esteem for all of you. So yeah.
Well, that wasn't.
I like you and respect you too, for sure.
That wasn't that has never been the case, though. Like, all of us understand who we are in here. We've been here for a while. But the point that we're trying to say, it doesn't matter who it is, right? If you bring something and you state them as fact, because those were the words you used, use fact.
Yeah.
And some of the terms that you were using was Val Allen radiation belts. Some of the other things that you said along the conversation that weren't pointed out as of yet. But, I mean, they were let go because the fact that you wanted to still continue to say what you were going to say. But the reason that we're saying, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we care about each other. We're of high esteem, and we hold that for each other. Yeah. But the point is, if we're going to be stating things as facts and then we get challenged on them, we need to be honest and say, hey, I know this because this. I'm going to show you. I've got a video. I got this. Read this citation or something. And if you don't have anything, you need to at least concede and say, bro, I ain't got nothing, man. I don't have it. So I don't know. It's just my belief. But that's
now caveat, or maybe a better word describes it. But so here's what's like a Glober, when y'all are talking about them citing something that's specifically related to what they said, and then they provide you with a source that doesn't actually have the specific thing they cited, then that doesn't count.
True. Yeah. I should have provided you at least the definition for this frictionless flow of liquid helium, which has been discovered. There are many academic websites citing it and explaining how they discovered it. Yeah, so.
No, but we want a YouTube video.
YouTube videos, it's hard to find in regards to this. It's
so talking about a methodology or an idea, that's one thing. But if you can boil it down to, it was utilizing this cause-effect relationship. Look what happens when I do this, it causes this. That is something that you at least find on Veritasium and Smarter Every Day. That
whether contrived or built into some man-made apparatus, or whether it is a real phenomena, this is what they do. So when I'm like, okay, well, you just described the phenomena, where can I see that? And it's like, well, not in reality. I understood that, but I meant, okay, in a lab, like, or when somebody like Smarter Every Day sets up something to where they can show you the phenomena that you're detailing. That's all I wanted to see.
Oh yeah, I think I'm not sure if Veritasium or Smarter Every Day, which one of these guys or someone else, but there is a video on YouTube about a guy going at NASA where they have these D-Waves quantum computers, and they are going inside the D-Wave quantum computer, and an expert from there is explaining how that computer is functioning and how they achieve that low energy state, because that lambda point is a very low energy state. It's a very low temperature. And they explain it. It's gradually achieved. They start with liquid nitrogen. They use that to achieve liquid hydrogen, and with liquid hydrogen, when they boil it, they achieve temperatures so cold that helium begins to condensate to rain, to take its liquid form.
Hey, bro, that's interesting. I was joking about the YouTube video, but you said you have links. Anyways, I could probably just type that's the term, super liquid helium, in a search engine, and some papers should come up with that? Or
on YouTube, I think you should search about D-Wave quantum computing, and
I just wanted to point out, notice that I didn't interrupt you at all.
Yeah, so
because the thing is, you were talking about a computer specifically, and I'm like, okay, they're talking about something, a quantum computer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the thing. Yeah. And there's a guy using this quantum computer, explaining the mechanics behind it. Okay, there's no need to contend anything there. Everything that you said, I can choose to go see, and it's like, okay, that's cool. There's no need to contend anything now. When Lemon said, this is doing something that's breaking the laws of physics, I'm like, how do I see that? When he says you have these, when you have these vortices spinning in the same direction, I said, how do I see that?
Well, that is.
So I'm not saying that to. It's not. I'm not putting that upon you to do. I'm saying when you said what you said, there's no reason to contend that. You didn't have to. There was no, like.
Yeah,
but if somebody's stating something,
I wanted to answer this question, and but I needed a little bit of time to tell you, and it was Lemon who joined in, and I didn't get to explain to you. In quantum computing, they talk about the qubit, where they say that this qubit is about the spin of the electron around the nuclei of the atom. And this spin can be clockwise and counterclockwise. But in quantum mechanics, we know that the electron can spin in both ways in the same time. And this is the quantum state.
It's like I learned more about this both at the same time.
This applies. This is a principle which is fundamental for the functionality. This is a fundamental principle for the functionality of quantum computing. So
this is the root core thing, phenomena, which is taking place inside quantum mechanics, which is required for the functionality of a quantum computer. It's about this clockwise and counterclockwise spin of the electron in the same time. So in binary computers, we have 0 and 1, a switch like on and off, and or a polarity like north and south, the way the information is written magnetically on the hard drive disk. Now, in quantum computing, they have the qubit, which has a lot more states than 0 and 1, yes or no, plus, minus. You know, they have the third state where 0 and 1 are one and the same in the same time. So this means like your switch to your lights in your room is on and off in the same time, and your light bulb is on and off in the same time, and in your room is light and darkness in the same time.
Forgive me for thinking that this sounds like rhetoric. Because the thing is like, this is how this is working, and I'm like, I need to see that, because somebody can tell me how my phone is working, and quite honestly, like any actual explanation I've had about how the Bluetooth is working between my phone and all of this and all of that, in all honesty, bro, I just see it as magic. Call me a Flintstone, but these things that are said to be happening, this is some rhetoric made up after having done something physically and found something out. It's not, oh, I have this rhetoric, I have this knowledge, and now I'm going to use that knowledge to discover this thing that I can control and do. I don't know.
I like what you said right there. Can you define
even though
say magic? What do you actually mean, Elijah? Can you?
Magic meaning I quite honestly don't know how it works. And
you said in a paper, someone can put just one word, and that word they start from with that, and it will change the meaning of the whole paper, and that's magic. I think you said something like that.
No, I'm saying if there's rhetoric that describes the functionality of something after, through trial and error, they've gotten something to work. The rhetoric doesn't necessitate the functionality of the thing. It's not like somebody wrote down something, gave it to you, and from that you built said thing because of your fundamental knowledge of it. It just worked that way, and you put rhetoric to it. However, I will say something that might be contradictory so that I'm fair, because I have to be honest.
Elijah, I should point out.
Well, can I? I mean, you just give me a second.
I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yes, honestly, I literally was saying, here's where I might say something that's contradictory. But anyway, so now, because I believe that to have information, there's an informer. And because I've never actually, like, when you think about things, when I think about things, when I imagine things, it's only things that already exist. So to create, I think in order to create something new, that is necessitated by the creator or some ethereal entity, maybe. I feel so cringy saying that, but however, that's just what I believe. You know what I'm saying?
because I at the same time, I'm like, man, we've done a lot of interesting things. So that's kind of contradictory to what I'm saying, because that means no, actually, we did have the knowledge because we were given the knowledge, and then this is how the technology came about. But I don't know, whatever.
So I just wanted to quickly say something about quantum computers. I'm not really an expert on these things, but I just remember a little bit that I learned a bunch of years ago. Like, to the best of my knowledge, the reason why we don't use them in our cell phones or laptops today is because moving them around just a little bit destroys them, the processors that we make from these with these quantum computer designs. But the thing that makes them so remarkable, and I think Get might have said that something like that breaks the laws of physics or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was going to say a better way of saying is I wouldn't say it breaks the laws of physics. I would say it's an anomaly. It is definitely an anomaly. These processors, computer processors that we can make, these quantum computer processors. And I just wanted to point out that the reason why it's not in your cell phones because it breaks. But also another thing to point out, just in regards to flat Earth and not really flat Earth, but stationary Earth, is that if the Earth was spinning and orbiting the sun, these things would break the very moment you make them. So what I'm saying is, these kinds of processors only work on a stationary Earth. But beyond that, another thing is that in regards to the physical barrier that gives us gas pressure, I wanted to say, we always say sometimes that you can't have gas pressure without a container. A container implies normally like a solid material, but since it's unverified what it's made out of, I realize sometimes it might be better to say, to clear things up, it requires a physical barrier, which could be, the point is it's not a vacuum, yeah.
Well, hold on. Well, if I feel what you're saying by a physical barrier, which could be a wall of energy, I suppose. I'm not sure. I mean, because people think that solid things are energy too. Well, that's, just whatever. Like, I'm not even coming at them people right now. Whatever. Because I can't even think about that right now. Like, but the point that I'm making is, to manipulate anything to get a result, to control anything, like, you have to have a setup. Right. And in the case of maybe, like, even, for example, superfluid helium, well, you have to have some apparatus, maybe a container, like, Jeppy just said, yes, within another container, and it has to be certain conditions that have to be met. That would still require something physical and something made. I don't. There's no way that I'm going to think, well, there's this wall of energy without there being something creating that, which would have to be keeping that system within.
Yeah.
You're talking about
those
God.
Things happen only in a very exclusive, close, and controlled medium environment. Yeah. So it's the most extremist medium achieved.
I got a question for you, Elijah. Okay, so like, how does the flat Earth float? The stationary Earth.
I don't understand the question.
How does it float?
Does not compute. Everybody else, hold on, please. Well, you know what? Yeah. Unless, because he asked me the question. If somebody else wants to talk, I'll shut up happily because I know I've been railing all day long. But I'm going to demonstrate how we should deal with people who ask ridiculous questions. It's not going to be an hour of going back and forth with the babblings of a mental child.
Correct.
Well, remember, this floating flat earth that he's thinking about is in his mind. So it's floating in his mind.
Nah, I'm not even going to pretend to know what he's talking about. He's going to have to go ahead and elucidate what he means in order for me to answer the question.
It's an imaginary place that he's talking about.
Was that fraud? Because if it's fraud, bro, by all means, do it your way. I would also like to see that instead.
That's Mayo guy, the guy that we've been trying to talk to. That he said that you're losing your mind earlier. The psychiatrist. I think he said
somebody else was like answering before I was about to answer. I was like, if that person wants to take it, they can. I thought that was wrong. I could have been
off the goop.
Well, all right. Anyway,
yeah.
No, if Fraud was here, I'll mute him so he doesn't answer. But he's not here.
So
he's not here.
So how does the flat Earth float?
I don't get what you mean.
You know, the moon floats, the sun floats. How does the flat Earth float?
What do you mean the moon and sun floats? I don't get what you're saying.
Stationary in air. So how does the Earth stay stationary?
Stationary in what is stationary in air?
It's in a set position. You know.
What is in a set position?
I just told you the moon, Elijah.
What is the moon?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm not. What is the moon?
You want me to explain what the moon is?
Well, when you say how is something floating up there, I'm assuming that you mean something physical. I didn't make any claims about the moon. I didn't make any physical or otherwise claims about it. So I'm wondering why you're asking me.
Man, because you've been talking, you know? You've been talking. I thought you had all the answers.
Yeah, I'm talking, but again, I don't know what you mean.
Elijah Muhammad. Mm-hmm.
Can I continue for a second? So
should we go beyond this point? You think this is boring? You think he should be entertained in some other kind of way?
No. I was going to stick to what he was saying. I was going to just tell him the lights in the sky, the moon and sun.
I don't want to tell him anything. I want him to say what he means. I don't want to tell him.
Line of questioning.
I don't want to tell him that. I don't want to tell him that. He's asked me one question, and I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said,
"Yeah, but he's going to be confused."
And I'm like, "What?" No, that's assuming you're assuming that he's a serious individual by saying that he's going to be confused, legitimately.
You're assuming.
No. I think he's a glober. I don't think he's serious. No, I'm not assuming he's a serious individual. But
no, but you think he would legitimately be confused? That's if he was actually asking a legitimate question and he was being genuine about it. He's literally asking, "How does the flat Earth float?" I don't believe that he's genuine. I'm not affording him that belief.
It's a genuine
I know, but you're going through a line of questioning that can be cut off very quickly.
You go ahead. I'll be quiet. You go ahead.
Yeah. So let's just see what his response is. It's me. The sun, moon, and stars are unverified lights in the sky, and the Earth is flat and stationary. So what's your question?
I just asked the question.
Let's say it again.
He's being completely unreasonable. But yeah, I'll ask the question again. How does a flat Earth float?
What makes you think it floats?
Why wouldn't I?
What do you mean by wouldn't you? I don't observe it floating. I just observe it as being what it is. Floating in what? What are you talking about?
I'm asking, how does it float?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you are just asking a nonsensical question.
No, it's not.
Well, I know, but it's almost like asking. I could just ask an equally, valid question like, "Why is there a unicorn in my backyard?" There's not a unicorn in my backyard. See, that's a stupid question. See, that's just like your question. You're just being stupid.
No, it's not being stupid. If I look up and I see other celestial things like the moon and the sun floating, why wouldn't I assume that the very rock or whatever I'm standing on isn't also floating too?
So why would you think that? No, hold on. Why would you think that anything in the sky has anything to do with what you're standing on?
Yeah. If you go to a forest and you see a bunch of trees, you're not a tree, bro.
I think that's too confusing for him.
Wait,
so what's
the question? Why would you think that anything in the sky has anything to do with what you're standing on? It's me.
What similarity?
You already know because it's coming from a globe Earth religion.
Well, just let him listen. I only conceded. My time. Let him do it. Him, him only, please, everyone, because I'd like to see how he does this. I'm still intrigued.
You guys asked me to join a
he's on
VC,
point
and you're being
asking the same question.
unreasonable. You're being so unreasonable right now, man.
Well, you're saying something is
not answering my
floating.
question,
It's
though.
like, what is it?
You're jumping to
You're
conclusions.
refusing to answer the question when we ask what is it, because you would like us to hold the position that it's actually a material thing in 3D space floating, and you're asking us how is that possible, because you paralleled that with the Earth, which you also think is something in 3D space that is also floating. So the question is, what is it? Because we're not claiming anything. Because that would be absurd to think things just float in 3D space.
Yeah, so who told you it was floating?
So you don't see the moon float. That's not a...
Okay, so you're looking at lights in the sky. So what do the lights in the sky that we see, the sun, the moon, and the stars, have in common with Earth that you stand on, the ground? What do they have in common?
Well, are we in the same space? Know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. What do they have in common? What do they have in common? The lights in the sky and the ground you stand on. What do they have in common?
They're not lights. Why are you calling them lights? They're not lights.
That's all they are to you as a human being. You look up, you see lights in the sky. They are unconfirmed. What they are, how far, the source, you're interrupting me now. How far they are,
words in my mouth.
You're interrupting me again. So how far they are, what source they are, what they're made of, you don't have any idea, and neither does anyone else living or ever having lived. So what do the lights in the sky you see have in common with the ground we stand on? Go.
They're not lights. They are physical objects that reflect light.
Okay, how do you verify that they're physical objects?
It's only claimed that one of them is.
How did you
didn't
verify?
get that
How did you verify that they're physical objects? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mayo, how did you verify that the lights in the sky that you see, how did you verify that they're physical objects?
Because we can see them. They're observable.
Is looking and seeing verifying?
Mm-hmm.
No, how so?
What are you saying? You saying I got to go touch the moon to believe it?
I'm just going along with your statements. You're making claims along the way. So you're saying seeing something is verification. How is that possible? Can you walk me through those steps? How is looking at something verifying it?
Yeah, you can physically see it. You can see it floating. It's plain and simple. You can see it.
You can see it, but you can't verify that it's physical.
Sonny, a second ago, he asked the question, are you saying I have to go up and touch it to verify it? And the answer is yes. Yes, you do have to go up to it and touch it to verify it. Yes.
That's so fucking silly. That is silly.
Really?
That's
so
reality, whether you like it or not.
Unprovable, and we are the silly ones? No,
Sonny.
Wait.
Please.
You wait, Get.
You're going to tell me to go touch the sun?
How are
I'm
you going
not
to
telling you to. I'm saying that's what you'd have to do to know what it is.
All right, let me point it out. Bro. Remember when you asked the question, you said the other objects in the sky, you're including like the Earth is on the sky, but the Earth and the sky are two different things. Remember your question? You said you're already including the Earth in your way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying those other things in the sky, how are those floating? And the Earth is not floating since the Earth is in the sky. But
right, when have you ever
already
seen Earth in the sky?
You're starting from a.
Jimmy's actually right.
Yeah. So can you guys expand on that with him, maybe? Because his question, this is a common question from Glober. So let's try to probably, expand on that.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. So when did you see Earth in the sky?
Never, obviously.
Mayo?
Yeah, never seen it in the sky.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the lights in the sky that you see.
It does have something to do with it. It's not a light. You keep calling it light. Well, it's not a light.
It is a light because you don't have any.
You're being very deceiving right now. Stop deceiving the people.
No, I'm not.
No, Mayo,
That is believing something that is unverifiable and feigning that it's reality. So don't do that here. That's religious. We don't appreciate it.
Sonny, we should address his question, because his question was, how does the earth float? He started with the assumption that the earth is floating. I don't know if you ever done surfing on the ocean or at the sea, but when you stand up on the surfer board and you move a little bit your feet, you will feel that floating surfer board on the water, that it will wobble, move sideways, all the sides, yeah? And when you are standing on the ground and you shake your feet, you don't feel the earth moving like it will be floating, but you feel it as rigid, fixed. So why would you say that the earth is floating when it's actually rigid beneath your feet?
He didn't even, he just made that assumption and he put those words in your mouth, and he's
Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah. Let me tell you my reasoning of thought here. You know, my reasoning of thought, how I'm thinking right now, because I know what many of you thinking. You're thinking, this man's insane. He's another one of those Grovers who's come to explain this insane religion, heliocentric nonsense. But here, no. I'm going to go ahead and tell you my thinking process. This is how it goes, okay? So, we witness things in space floating, things like the sun, things like the moon. And if you have you're interrupting me. You are interrupting me. Interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me?
You are interrupting him because he's not said this as a complete statement for himself, not once, even though he elucidated it and said it in broken up ways. Let him say it at least once.
Yeah, I was trying to give you my thought process, trying to give you a little dip into my insanity so you can know where I'm coming from, but it seems like you don't want to know that, so, which is kind of crazy.
No, we do. Continue.
I do want to listen to you, bro. Come on, Sonny, give it a break, Sonny. Sonny, give it a break. Go ahead, bro.
Dude, you actually want to listen to me. You pinged me like multiple times to come in this VC, and now you don't want me to explain myself?
Okay, so you left off in space. Go ahead.
I know what I'm saying. All right? I witness these things floating in what we call space. So my reasoning is this. This is how I think. If I see the moon floating, okay, and I see the sun floating as well, I'm not looking directly at it, of course. That's stupid. And I can also pull out a telescope and look at other planets, as we would call it, floating in space as well. Then why wouldn't the very rock I stand on also be floating in space? So
okay, I'm gonna reply. I'm gonna reply.
Yes.
So, okay, the experience that you have standing on Earth, your immediate experience, right? And then when you look up to the sky from the Earth, you're standing on the Earth. You look up and you observe with your eyes, your vision. You observe the luminaries do what they do, right? Moving in the sky. The sun rises and sets. You see the stars during the night. They do all this movement, right? Do we agree? We can observe this. Everybody in here can look up and see this happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you go from that observation, and then you're going into you're coming from the idea that you've seen in the Earth depicted on let's say a cartoon or a movie, and then you see the Earth depicted in a position that you never seen it from yourself on a globe. You see this globe, and then they draw the stars and the sun and the Earth going around these things, right? Or going around the solar system or whatever. But you've never seen this position from the Earth. The only thing that you're seeing yourself and experience is looking up and seeing the luminaries moving. You've never seen the Earth as a luminary moving on the sky or doing any of that. Then that's from the glober, right? And then from your original question, how is the flat Earth floating? That's because you probably heard flat Earth and you maybe did a Google search and you typed flat Earth and you saw images of the flat Earth that they gave, that someone gave you depictions, and you saw a disk floating in space, and this is where you're coming from because you're seeing these depictions, the globe depiction, the flat Earth depiction, but that's not what the Earth is. That's not what this place is. None of those depictions that you've seen. So you just have to come down like where you're standing right now, and you have these questions, and start fresh from zero, and think about it logically, and use your senses to come to some conclusions about what you're actually experiencing. If you throw out the depictions that you're seeing and don't base any conclusions based on those depictions, right? So then you can start from there. I would recommend you to start from there without thinking about the glober depiction and the flatter depiction that you've seen in the search engines.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready to respond to that. And you make some good points there. Then I would love to respond to that. All right. So I will go ahead and I will say this: you bet your top dollar I have never experienced the Earth as a floating globe. Want to know why? Because if I wanted to experience that way, I would have to be on another. I think you said a luminary. So I would have to be on the moon to experience it. As a floating thing in the sky. But
that's begging the question. But before that, what you're doing is committing a fallacy. I just don't know which one it is, but it is a fallacy in logic.
Okay,
this is the argumentation you're using. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Well, I didn't interrupt you when I started talking, so you don't have to do shit until I'm done.
You interrupted me.
Did I interrupt him? Did anybody? Did I interrupt?
Yeah, you did. This man made
everyone else. Did I interrupt?
Yeah, you did.
Oh.
No, we didn't.
That man made 3 claims that I was going to respond to. And you interrupted.
When you started addressing him, he was like he still has something to say.
Yeah, I had something to say. I was responding to those 3 claims he said.
I didn't interrupt you though.
But go ahead, Mr. Elijah. Go ahead. Please finish your statement. Oh, respectable Elijah. Go ahead.
Your argumentation starts out as a logical fallacy to begin with. You can't just say anyway. No, that your argument is predicated on a logical fallacy. Why is that not a pertinent point to address?
Yeah, because you're saying that, okay, I will only see the Earth as a globe if I look from the moon. If you're standing on the moon, and you said something similar to that. What you said that you will have to go to the moon.
I said I would witness it as floating.
He's saying, look at all these things. Therefore, this is like those things. That's a fallacy. I just wish I knew which one it was so that I can pull it up and show him in form how he's making the mistake.
So he actually just said that if he goes to the moon, he will see the Earth as floating, and that will go with what Elijah is saying.
But that wasn't the initial premise. Like that. Yes, he begged the question.
No, let's not argue about that because he's actually removing himself from the Earth, which I don't know how anybody can do that, and going to the moon, right? And he's saying that from the moon he's gonna see the Earth floating. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's begging the question, and I addressed that. But I also wanted to address the other fallacy that I'm begging someone to bring up so that we can address his initial.
I've only made 1 claim, so how are you gonna respond to the other one if I ain't even made it yet?
No, I'm responding to the first one. You said, "How is the Earth floating?" How is the Earth floating? I said, "What do you mean?" You said, "Well, everything else is floating, so how is the Earth also floating?" It's like that's the fallacy within itself.
It's not a fallacy. It's just a question.
It's a fallacy.
It's a simple question.
Being a fallacy because it is a question, but it is a fallacy, but nothing wrong.
Elijah,
That's what we have in the
Elijah, that's like growing up around people all day, every day, all the time, and then questioning yourself and saying, am I also human or am I not human? It's that simple. There's no fallacy in that. That's just asking a simple question. Am I human or am I not human? I'm human.
I've never seen the Earth like I've seen.
You're glitching out pretty bad.
No. Like I said, I've seen other humans, and I've seen other humans, and I've seen myself. Unlike the Earth, I haven't seen that. So I haven't seen that to say, well, this looks like that. Otherwise, it would be one and done, because I'd be able to say, well, I know this looks like that, and then we wouldn't even be arguing, would we?
Yes, we're pretty much in a blind man situation here because we can't see ourselves on here on Earth, can we?
No, the problem is we have a cosmology for something we've never seen.
A few minutes ago, you said it was witnessed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is witnessed. Like that, it's a witness, yeah. Just like I said, if I see other humans and I'm around humans every day, I'm going to question myself and be like, am I also human?
Yeah, what we witnessed is that the Earth we're standing on, it's we have the waters, level waters. We have flat Earth, level water, topography. Then we have gas pressure. The only way we can breathe air is because we have the pressure to be able to breathe the air, right? And the requirement for that is containment. So it's a flat level contained ecosystem. There's no way it could be a spinning globe. That will go against. Oh, this. You know what? Earlier I was reading your comments in the text, and you said that it makes sense. The globe makes sense. You said something like that. Remember, you typed something like that. The globe makes sense.
Yeah.
So, let me ask you this: Can you point out which of your senses tells you that the Earth is a globe?
Sight.
With your sight, you see the Earth as a globe? Yes or no?
Like I said, I'm not a satellite, so I don't witness it from space. But like I said, common sense.
Common sense. So your senses, right? Your senses, everyone's senses.
The global model matches with common sense. It matches completely with common sense. And I can give you an example of that if you would like.
But that will be a claim, though, because I'm asking you directly. Like we can ask this question to anyone, like on Earth, and we can ask them, "Hey, which of your senses you use to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe?" And you're saying your sight. Do you see the Earth as a globe? Yes or no?
Like I said, no, because I'm not a satellite.
So none of your senses point out to you that the Earth is a globe. Will you agree?
No, that is a lie. That is a lie. Stop. I'm going to stop you right there.
You just said you can't sense it as a globe. So try again and tell us how you sense the Earth as a globe.
Sir, don't interrupt. I was trying to speak there and you interrupted me.
It's okay, bro.
Well, go ahead and tell us. Answer the question.
Yes, I do use my sight. That's my senses that I use, my sight. Of course, I can't hear the globe. You can't hear shapes. That's fucking retarded. But, so I do use my sight. One of the reasons that I say the globe model makes sense is because, like, for instance, take the sun, for example. We got to go back to how I...
Your sight. Wait a minute. Yeah, you just said
the
sight part. Don't skip
we would actually have to go back to how the flat Earth model, because remember I brought that up too. We would actually have to go back to that.
Hold on. Mayo, you said we asked what sense. You said your sight is how you see the Earth as a globe. So where do you see Earth as a globe with your sight?
A minute before that, he said he hasn't seen it as a globe. And he immediately contradicted himself. So
he sees it with his sight. That is the sense he uses to tell Earth is a globe. So where do you see Earth as a globe with your sight, sir?
Okay, but my proof will probably be the horizon line. Actually, it is the horizon line.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
So you see the curvature at the horizon?
The horizon is literally the curvature.
Oh, really?
About that.
Okay, go ahead, folks.
Yeah, well, just check the live stream voice.
Stop. No, stop.
The horizon is literally the curvature.
Only, yeah, only Sunny. Because here we go at another point where it just needs to be only Sunny and this guy. I don't want to hear anybody else for no reason at all. I don't give a damn. I will mute you with no abandon.
Yeah. So you say the horizon. Are you looking at the live stream voice text, Mayo?
Let me look here.
Yeah, you see the image there where it has some writing. It says Modus Tollin at 35 minutes after the central banker posted it. Thank you, central banker.
Okay, let me read this. The Earth is a sphere with a radius
right.
of miles. Every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.25 x square root of observer's height. Wait, where's that basis coming from?
Okay, that's just Pythagorean theorem based on a ball or sphere with a radius of 3,951 miles or 6,371 kilometers. That's all.
Okay.
So are you okay with that as far as that size? That can be verified through the Earth curve calculators. We can go back and look at them. If you're questioning that, are you okay with this so far?
Let me just continue reading. Let's see. Dot Q.
Okay, listen. Are you okay as long as you have no contention in the measurement claim that the size claim? You have no contention with that, right?
I really have no comment on that.
Okay, so the claim was made that the Earth is 3,959 miles radius. So that
according to this, yes.
According to the heliocentric model that's taught in every school on Earth, yes, that one. Anyway, so it's told us that by that simple geometry, that the geometric horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height, or else. So this observer height is 1 foot, so that means the geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. So do you see the image below with the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Okay, where in the image with the oil rigs is the horizon? Do you understand where the horizon is? Where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth? Do you understand that part?
Yeah, the horizon is all the way back there.
Behind the second oil rig, right?
Yeah, it is behind the second one.
Okay,
yeah.
So we have known distances for these oil rigs that are anchored into the sand. They're known distances. This is easy to find out, public information. So the first one is 6.21 miles. But you said the horizon's back further beyond 9.41 miles. Let's say 10 miles would be a conservative, wouldn't you say 10 miles? Easily 10 miles, right?
I do have a question for you.
Wait a second. We're almost done in about another minute. So the horizon's at about 10 miles conservatively speaking. Would you agree to that?
No, no comment. Literally no comment. No comment.
Fine. Okay, fine. So why? I'm going to ask you the last question, and I'll be finished. Why is this horizon 10 times further than what is geometrically possible at all for a globe with that radius? Could you tell us why?
Cannot. Literally cannot.
Okay, very good. Saying you don't know, that's a good stance. We talked about
because the basis that you're using right now, I can't even argue with you on that basis. My basis was common sense. The basis that you're using right now, not even going. I was never going to even go deep into like math or anything. My basis was common sense.
It's measurement. It's reality based on it. It's based on reality. So we have known distances, known heights. So that means the geometric horizon has to be at a certain point based on that radius. It's just the way a ball works. A ball drops away in every direction, right?
Are we denying the geometry of the ball?
Water would have to be bending, convexing at a specific rate. Would you agree to that?
I mean, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, buddy.
Okay, fine. So
I'm sorry. Let me say one thing.
Okay,
I'm sorry. This is just a point of moderation. The reason that this was brought up in conversation is because you brought up the horizon. I assume that I assume that you think the horizon is geometric, meaning it's a consequence of the geometric nature of the sphere we live on. What Sonny just showed you is relevant to whether or not that's true.
Didn't even bring geometrics into it. That had nothing to do with Elijah. You jumped it. They jumped to that gun. I didn't even jump to that.
Nobody jumped anywhere. We just
you did.
They gave us information. We took the information. We went out and checked ourselves. Now, this 10-mile observation of the horizon, at least 10 miles, would make your Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That's only half the diameter.
Sonny, you're going by the wayside here, buddy. You are going by the wayside right now.
I'm trying to describe how much this blows the globe completely gone to smithereens.
He's responding directly to what you said. You are the one. Yes, he is. You're the one who brought the physical geometric horizon into this, and that's what he's telling you about.
You said that's
words in my mouth.
You said that's where the curve was. No. We're not putting it in your mouth. That's what you said. That's where the curvature is. That's where you could see it. Yeah, well, I'm showing you something that is not where it's supposed to be, and I'm asking you for an explanation.
I was going to ask you, can you explain how the sun disappears over the horizon? Like when it goes into the horizon, how does that work?
Wow. Scattergunning now. Doesn't want to deal with the matter at hand, I guess. Too devastating for his globe.
Are you an expert in the physics of light?
That is why I brought up the horizon.
Well, the horizon is not geometric like you said it was at the start of this conversation, as we just showed you, so it doesn't disappear behind a hump of globe-Earth curvature.
So, Central Banker, why we brought up the model earlier, because I go off the model.
Reification. A model isn't reality, bro. You don't live on a model.
But hold on, but Sonny, you're going off of the model. So what are you talking about?
Off of his model.
So listen, the formula, listen, Google distance to the horizon. That's a distance claim based on the presupposition that Earth is a sphere of the size they claim. Remember when you mentioned satellites in a quick quip?
I did.
Well, yeah, that's related to the calculations based on the radius. That's 3959. So that's a geometric claim. Also, the Earth having a boundary of where you can see the rest of it because it's curving away from you was also a geometric claim. If you Google distance to horizon, it'll give you the long form formula and explanation behind 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Explanation being a diagram that shows you how this all works. So this is what they're saying is the reality based on that model. Based on that model, you can go out in reality and test it. And Sonny is showing you that it's just not a true claim. That the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, which is derivative of the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. All things you can corroborate when you Google it.
Lord Almighty. Okay.
Yep, so that's what your model told us. We took your model that you're describing, and we took the specifics of it, and we went out and checked in reality. And guess what?
Nonsense.
No curvature is ever measured. Every single time we look, like you said, the horizon is much, much, much further than what is physically.
Did you say it's nonsense?
What?
Did you say it's nonsense?
No.
No, not you. Did you say it's nonsense? You can be honest.
Yeah, it is nonsense.
So then why did CFI investigators get powered by National Geographic to make this exact point? That the boat would disappear behind the horizon as given to them by the formula that I just told you about. Why did they partner with National Geographic to tell flat earthers on a beach, hey, this horizon is going to be at this distance, and it's going to block the flag on the boat bottom up because of the geometry of the globe. Why did they do that if what we're telling you is nonsense? That's one example of hundreds.
Why did they do that? National Geographics,
National Geographic?
Yeah.
Telling the man on the beach.
No, doing the whole thing with a boat. And guess what? Guess where the horizon wasn't?
Where it would have to be if Earth's a globe.
Where they said it was going to be the horizon was way, way back behind and further higher up beyond the boat. Bye, Paul.
I just wonder if he even knows what he's referring to as nonsense. What's nonsense?
He doesn't.
Yeah, I think this is genuine. I think this is genuine. It's a consequence of number one, pride, faith in the
has nothing to do with pride. Has nothing to do with pride.
Listen, faith in the system, because we're telling you something that you should already know about the thing. Right. You brought up listen. See, when you say it's not pride, now all I'm saying is what literally happened. So I'm discussing the events that was just rolled out. Sorry, Sonny. I'm just saying. We just discussed this conversation, and now we're reviewing the conversation in which you said the horizon is the curve of the Earth. You said that matter-of-factly. To what we showed you, actually, the horizon is not geometric. It's actually a limitation of your view.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I wanted to interrupt Elijah because I had to mute Mayo just so you could finish, and I'm sorry I interrupted you to tell you that, but I wanted you to know the situation. So he's muted until you want him unmuted.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't think he was being. I don't know. Well, I mean. I said what I said. You thought it was geometric because you thought it was the limit at which you could no longer see. Well, that's a measure, a distance. See, that's a geometric claim. That's not what the horizon is. So all claims about it, why things disappear beyond it, disappear beyond what? A geometric horizon? No, that's been falsified.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
The horizon is a flat Earth claim.
When you talk about a model, we're going with what we understood to be true. We're testing it like you should test all things. Nothing we did wrong because the adversary used the exact same tactic to tell us that the boat was disappearing because of the horizon. But little did we know at the time, the argument about the horizon was so prolific, specifically because it's the claim that begins all things.
Word salad right now, Elijah.
All right, well, too bad. That's too bad.
Word salad.
I also think you kind of disproved yourself with that statement about the boat disappearing. Like the boat disappearing literally proves the heliocentric model, and literally proves that.
What we just showed you is that boats don't disappear over Earth curvature. So you are incorrect.
The horizon is the curvature. We just said that. We just went over it.
Yeah, we just went over it and showed you that it's not. Do we have to do it again?
And you disproved yourself by saying that the boat disappeared. So by the boat disappearing, it went over the horizon, just like Samsung over the horizon.
No, hold on, time out. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, and all right. I really believe still that you're being genuine. So
very genuine.
Oh, okay, so fine. So what you said was, I just proved that the boat disappeared beyond the horizon. So I'm explaining to you the problem, and I can also just pull up the video so you can witness it for yourself. You'll listen to the rhetoric, and then you'll hear him say, we're putting the camera close to the water, the level of the water, so the horizon will be 1.22 miles. And then later on, shortly after the boat is out there, he's saying, okay, it's at that 1.22 mark, so we should begin to see the stripes disappear behind the horizon. Then the boat is at 3 miles. And visibly, yes, some of the strips do appear, or, well, they don't appear because you can't see them. However, the horizon is visibly behind the boat. So your statement about them disappearing behind the horizon isn't correct. They disappeared, just not behind the thing that you're claiming is the thing that blocks things. So if you want me to pull up the video, I can pull up the video. I mean, this is okay, because this is like one small. I mean, there's. Wait till you find out about celestial navigation.
Now, I do have a question. Okay, so what is it? Yeah, Central Bank just showed me this little GIF here. So, okay, so without the camera, you would be using your eyes, and in your perception, using your eyes, that boat would be completely gone. Now, if you use the camera, and you zoom in on it, the boat's still there. Okay, but
yeah.
Okay.
Now, let him finish.
Listen to me now.
This is genuine.
Listen to me, my boy. So once you got that camera zoomed in on it, what would be the proof afterwards? Like once it disappears or gets out of the view of the camera, like what's the proof then? Like, well, what's the claim? What's the mathematics then?
Well, what we're seeing is
there is a formula. There is a formula for that. So actually, when it comes to perspective and the limitation of things, that's detailed in the Rayleigh criterion that also uses the 1.2 as a constant. Funny enough. See? So when you actually change the diffraction limit of the camera, this is still input to show you, well, what would be the angle at which two things can't be resolvable. In some instances, that would be the ground and the sky. So when you say what's going to happen when you use an optical device and then it goes beyond the point that you can see, that's beyond the point of the camera's capability to resolve. It's called the diffraction limit. So the bottom line is what we're talking about is geometry, meaning if the geometry of the sphere is saying that the physical obstruction, think about those words, are at 1.2 miles based on your height and based on this formula, there's no amount of zooming in that'll allow you to see beyond that blockage. The same way, if you have a building that's 2 blocks away and you zoom in, you're not going to zoom in and then be able to see beyond the building, or you're not going to see the building move. You're just going to zoom into the thing that's still obstructing your line of sight. So if the geometric horizon was there and it was geometric, then when you zoom into it, you're just zooming into an obstruction of your line of sight. That's not the case with the horizon, though. I really hope you understand.
I want you to go against this claim. I actually want you to go against this. All right, you ready? So I was taught that elevation, all right? So when the boat disappears over the horizon, all right, at that level that you were originally standing at, you can't see the boat anymore. Once it goes away, once it goes a far enough distance. But if you get high enough and you point the camera and whatnot, then you can see the boat. And therefore, I've heard that is proof of the Earth's curves. What do you have to say about that?
You increase your angle of elevation, thus giving you a wider range of view.
You understand?
Okay. Let me put it to you like this: you go home tonight or whenever, you lay down in your bathroom floor, because I'm assuming you have the tiny little tiles like I do in every other bathroom that I've. So the tiny little tiles, you lay down, and guess what? Your angle obstructs the tiles that are just at such an acute angle you can't see it. And then when you increase your elevation above that floor, you begin to see more. It's really that simple.
Now let me respond to this image with Cutlass here. I don't want to say it because, moderation here on YouTube and Susan Wojcicki. I'm looking at a picture of a hallway there. Okay, that hallway would be completely flat. So yeah, in your eyes you would see it that way, but it's back to the camera. If you would like point the camera, you can see the end of the hallway. Like you would be able to see it. So according to this image, if I'm standing in San Francisco, I should, in theory, if the Earth is flat, be able to see New York.
Why?
If it's level.
Why?
Why?
Hold on. Consider what I see, because this is one of the problems that this is like a early on 2015 argument. And the thing about that is, the thing that's informing them of that is the Earth curve calculator that doesn't include perspective, right? So everything is purely geometric, which is why the claim is defeated in the first place. But that being said, actually, that the further you are from things, they appear to be smaller. So the further you get, the smaller an angle it takes up your view, until it's at such a small angle you can no longer perceive it. That wouldn't just go for a Hot Wheels truck or a fly that's 5 blocks away. That would also go for San Francisco or whatever city with whatever size buildings. Number 2, the other problem is you would never be able to see that far because of light attenuation through the air. That's why the meteorologist gets on and he's like, hey, this is your visibility for the day. So there are some days you can see very far, way too far for it to be a globe. Right. Then there are some days where you can just see in front of your right in front of you because it's too foggy. So you'd never be able to see that kind of distance at that kind of angle. Yeah, there are people who've gotten pretty high. Jay Tolan, and he's gotten shots from 4,500 kilometers, mountains that should be hidden under miles of Earth curve. So I mean, all of these things are available. It's just not if you don't know how to find them. Now, why can't you find them? Well, because of 2016, when the government decided that flat Earth was a problem. As long as it's not just about flat Earth, it's about contentious political debate. A lot of my friends got shut down, channels taken down, scrubbed off of Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. People just don't put that into perspective,
Yeah. Central banker, I'm not pushing the goalpost away. I'm just saying, if I'm standing in San Francisco, in theory, if it's level, then I should be able to see New York perfectly fine. If there's no curve, I should be able to see New York.
No, that's not true. Hold on. Hey, Mayo. So here's the thing. Let's take 1,000-foot building in San Francisco and 1,000-foot building in New York. Now, that's 1,000 feet, right? We know that 1 mile is 5,000 feet, right? So let's go to 10 miles. That's 50,000 feet compared to 1,000 feet, right? That's only 10 miles. Okay, so let's go to 100 miles away. What is that decimal that you get when you do that little fraction thing? And you
wait, pause for a second. You got to pause for a second.
You multiply, divide, then what you're going to get is you're going to get a decimal. If you compare that to our limit of our human eye, it's going to be beyond the threshold, just like Elijah said, that our limited vision is an acuity angle. Once you get to a certain place right in front of you, it reaches infinity. You cannot see any further. It has nothing to do with Earth curvature. Yeah. It has to do with perspective, like is used in paintings. We don't landscapes to make them look realistic, because that's what Earth is, a flat stationary plane. That's why it's perspective.
I think it's an illusion, though. Why is that comparison?
What he's doing is he is pushing the goalposts, though, because we just showed the horizon blows way past the geometric constraints of his globe, and then he just skips right over that and goes, "Oh, why can't I see all the way across?"
Right. I'm not pushing the goalposts. I'm just saying, if I'm in a set position on a flat plane, then I should be able, in theory, to see another city.
Not in theory, because you just explained you don't have the visual acuity to see that.
3,000 miles. Go 3,000 miles from coast to coast, and what is that in feet? 1.5 million feet or something like that, compared to 1,000 feet. Do that relationship in a calculator right now. Tell me what your decimal point is. How many zeros?
No, forget the calculator. Would I be able to see the other coast? If I'm standing at one coast, would I be able to see the other?
I'm telling you why you can't see it, and you're refusing to listen to me.
And you're still moving your goalposts. We don't need to see
because of the curve.
coast to falsify.
Am I right? Is it 15
because of the curve? You can't see it because of the curve. That's why you can't see it. And if you want to get over the curve, you would have to go at a higher elevation to see that. Plain and simple.
You couldn't see it on it. Yeah,
that's
listen.
not true.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's
No,
ridiculous.
that's not true.
Never seen
Like
it.
all you're doing is trying to shoehorn your position that the horizon is geometric after we've already decimated that point. So you're trying to figure out, because maybe you've had this argument for a long time and probably have been winning it against other flat earthers who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and you probably thought, I'll ask them this question because that's fine, thank you. And you probably thought this is a winning argument, and it's probably been a winning argument for you for a long time. What we're pointing out to you is actually you've been misinformed, and here's more information for you to deal with. So no, it's not true, because your initial premise that it's geometric in the first place, geometrically blocking things, is completely untrue and completely unfounded and just shown to be false to you. Second of all, we've already explained, well, what is happening is a limitation based on your angle. And all you can say is everybody knows that when you increase your elevation angle, you can see more. Well, that's exactly what we're saying. That has nothing to do with Earth curve. That has to do with perspective and how well you can resolve things.
That is so silly, Elijah. You know it.
It's all perspective based. Listen, dude, I have one quick question, 20 seconds, and it's just yes or no. Can you see forever, yes or no?
No, you can't see forever.
Appreciate that. Okay, as you were, guys.
That is so silly. You can't see forever. That's so silly. Because it's so silly, right? That someone would imply that they can see forever, like on a flat plane where you can just see any arbitrary distance between two. Yeah, that's so silly, right?
Well,
that is pretty silly.
That is your claim. It's Earth is flat, so I should be able to see directly if it's a level.
That was actually your claim.
Whoa. Whose claim is that?
Oh, the heavy hitters came in. What up, chocolate? What up, man?
That was the flat Earth claim.
Whoa. A flat Earth claim is that you can see infinitely far?
Yes, that is the flat Earth claim.
Oh, how is that a claim of flat Earth?
It's leveled, so I should still be able to see. There is no curve.
Okay,
cool. It's leveled, so I should still be able to see from that far distance because there's no curve blocking it.
Perfect. So, is this a logically contingent, a necessity of the fact that Earth is flat, or is this a claim that somebody has made?
No, this was the logical conclusion they came to as a flat earther did, and this is what the majority of flat earthers believe.
What? No, who? Name names. Let's hear it.
Name names?
Yeah, who has made this claim?
Besides you, of course. Because you're the only one that actually said that nonsense. So who else who's actually a flat earther has said that? Please.
Not a flat earther, but I heard it from a professor named Brian Sewell.
Is that person here?
No, he is not here. He is.
So you've taken up his claim as your own? Is that what we're doing here?
He showed me the proof. He showed me. We went explicitly through
what?
The flat Earth claims and what the flat Earthers believe. The flat Earthers believe. So walk me through that, buddy.
Okay, I'll walk you through it real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, check it out.
Mm-hmm.
All optics have an angular field of view, right? That means that light enters in at a certain angle, and then it's cast on the opposite side on the sensor, and it creates an image. All optics have a limitation called the Rayleigh criterion, which is the maximum angle that the light entering can not interfere with itself to render an image. Okay? That alone, if you know anything about the law of triangles, should inform you that it's physically impossible to see that far, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
But the flat earthers are telling me that it is possible.
It's irrelevant. No flat earther has told you that.
Yes, they have.
All right, name a name.
Well, sitting here in this server listening to you guys, you are telling me that that's possible. You have told me that
Who's
that's
telling you that?
Tell us who.
I can't tell who, but being a witness,
I'm sorry. Rewind. So when you ask the question, hold on, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. So AI, when you first asked him, is it a logical contingency or did someone say that? What he really means is it's a logical contingency because he thinks that that's the only logical conclusion.
Right. So you're claiming that we're claiming it by logical necessity by claiming that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, therefore I can see infinitely far across the plane. That's your claim that you're attributing to us.
No, that's what you believe. That is what you believe.
Okay,
Listen,
hold on.
my
It sounds like
my
he's pulling
friend.
the all things is possible card. Is that what you're doing?
No. What he's doing is he's claiming that of a geometric necessity, if there's no obstruction, there's nothing impeding the light, therefore it would get to my eye, therefore I could see it. Now, that would be true. That would be true if reality wasn't reality and there's actually a thing called angles.
Dang that
So we all know that light enters the optic, right, at an angles, and those differential angles, when they're below the limitation of the optic, it can't be resolved.
0.2 degrees, yeah.
Yeah, so my friend, Mr. Mayo, if that's your name, I would submit to you that you have clearly demonstrated you have absolutely no idea how optics work, and therefore your conclusion in any claim that you make in this regard is false on its face.
Yeah. We have MIT lessons about angular resolution. Yeah.
You know what? We can actually give him an example that kills two birds with one stone. Three birds with one stone. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Right. So let me explain.
Mm-hmm.
So number one, you thought that the horizon was a geometric consequence of the sphere. Number two. Okay, great. Number two, you thought that the sun disappeared behind it. Number three, you think if the earth is level, we can see forever. So you know what destroys all three of those? The fact that we have video of the sun appearing to be cut in half until you open up the aperture on the camera, thus it receiving more light at a wider angle, thus pulling the sun back into view completely, proving that it wasn't descending beneath a physical obstruction. We actually have video of that. Are you interested?
I'm interested. I think there's a problem with
another one, dude. What the fuck?
I think there's a problem with what you just told me there, Elijah. Big problem. There was a big problem.
All I did was say three things that you made claims about, and then I said I have an observation that undoes that. How could there be a problem?
Yeah.
The problem. Okay. During that test with the aperture, right? Was it still sunny outside? Please tell me.
That's
I don't even know what you're talking
non
about.
sequitur. That's non sequitur.
It is not a non sequitur. If you could,
yes, it is.
If you could still see the sun, it is still sunny. That's common sense.
Bro,
No.
are you serious? That's what you got from what Eli told you? Maybe you should try again, Eli, because I don't know English.
No, he
English
said that
is
they
just
opened
now.
the aperture on the camera, and they said that they still see the sun. Of course, they still see it. It's still sunny outside, but when nighttime comes around,
bro, are you retarded? You like barely.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
man. Come on, calm down.
No, I still believe that he's genuine.
I
I still
received.
believe he's genuine because he really didn't know that he was walking into the geometric horizon trap. So I think that this is genuine. I don't think he's been at this level before. So the bottom line is what I told you is the sun setting, aka only being able to see half of it because it appears like the horizon is cutting it off, is just a problem of angular resolution limits, because when you increase the angle, you can see that it's not geometrically blocked. Why? Because you can actually zoom in and then see the whole sun again.
Zoom in? I don't think you would have to zoom in. I think you would have to go up. Is what you meant. You would have to actually go up.
That's not what I mean. You think that that's a physical obstruction, the horizon, and I'm saying, well, there's a video where a guy's through the camera, you can see it appears like the sun is setting below the horizon until he zooms in, and then you can see the sun from where he is. He doesn't change his elevation, and you can. Somebody post a video. Oh, there it is. Go look in the chat.
There.
Yeah, I see that video. Okay, yeah, I see that video. I see it. So,
yeah.
Explain this. Oh, yeah. So explain this, right? So it's still daytime out there, right? So the sun is setting, okay? Which means that nighttime is about to come. The moon's going to come out or whatever. Maybe the moon's not going to come out. But anyway, how would you continue to see the sun? Once the sun has left over the horizon, which is gone, and nighttime has came, how would you still be able to see the sun?
Well, you can't see forever. So why? You can't say it's gone now.
And how would you be able to see it though?
You wouldn't because you can't see. You wouldn't because you can't see forever. So here's another thing that exposes your cherry picking view of the world because you believe you. Well, allow me to expose it, and then call me out to be a liar after I've done it.
All right.
If you're there, you go. So now you do know that in other regions like the Middle East and stuff, it gets dark while you can still see the sun. You do know that we have video of a Terminator line between there's this Alaskan cruise and the guy pans right and you can still see the daylight. He pans left, I think it's opposite to that, and you can see nothing but pure darkness. Okay, so this has to do with the attenuation of light. That's it. So it's not about being able to zoom in and see the sun forever, because you have instances where you can see the sun and not have nighttime around you where you're at. You can also see the sunset like here in New York City and see the daylight still for a good amount of time before you actually see it get dark, and that's after the sun is set. So
we're talking about the sunset though. I'm talking completely black, my friend. It's dark outside, completely black.
Yeah, and I said that's non sequitur to the sun being cut off due to the geometry of the horizon, right? Being the earth curve that the sun would be beyond. You talking about this is totally non sequitur to that. The thing we initially was talking about.
It's not. It's not.
The thing is, he doesn't even understand that point, Eli, because he thinks what's happening in that video can only happen if you change your elevation. He doesn't realize the guy's just zooming in, not going any higher, it's just zooming in. You're not getting that, right?
We already went through that. I got that, buddy.
Nah, you didn't.
The thing that I was trying to, the thing I was
because you went to some other shit.
He didn't want to concede. He moved on without wanting to concede his point.
So now he's
you just
wondering.
say, yeah,
well,
I see it. I
so-
see it.
but
But what about this?
he's going through logic that I mean I understand where he's coming from, because these are the things that you would ask. Well, it's like, well, okay, obviously when things are getting cut off by the horizon, that's because it's geometric. Well, we defeated that. Well, okay, well, what about the sun? If it's above you, how the hell does it fucking disappear? Well, just like a candle in the distance, just like a flashlight in the distance, depending on the luminosity, you can't, well, not even depending, you can't see it forever. We live in this thing called air.
People see it in other countries because the sun obviously doesn't move in and out. It doesn't move in and out like a flashlight. That's just silly. All right, that's just silly. That's silly.
Well, that's what you
We're talking
saw.
about light.
So that's what I'm saying. How in the world does that work
Anyway,
on a flat
Chocolate,
Earth?
I like to hear you take over, man. I'm like kind of.
It's like on a flat Earth model, the sun obviously doesn't drop below the Earth, sit there, and come back up again. And it obviously can't just rotate in a circle above the ground, because if that was the case, then the sun would always be shining. It wouldn't go anywhere.
Why do you believe this? Why do you believe this?
Why do you mean I believe it?
No, why do you believe this?
So how did I just tell me how it works on a flat Earth, Elijah? Just tell me. Go ahead.
No. I'm trying to help you out. So let's pretend that this is a true dichotomy, and it's Earth's moving versus Earth is still. Now you think that Earth is moving, and you think that what the sun is doing is a consequence of Earth's movement. My question is, why do you believe that?
Why do I believe it? Because hold on, stop, pause. I'm taking offense to that. It's not a belief. Stop that right now.
Why do you know it?
Stop that right now. Don't call it a
Why
belief.
do you know it?
That
Why
is
do you
not-
know it?
So
How do you know?
Okay.
How do you know?
I'll tell you how I know. Like I said, this goes back to common sense. Let's go back to my heliocentric model that I mentioned earlier. It will make absolutely no sense on a flat Earth. It will make no sense at all on a level plane for the sun to do what it's doing. Okay, that would make no sense. Because where would the sun go? We just got finished talking about.
I understand how you feel.
I gotta finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You just talked to me about perception and angle here. So let's see. Let's say on a globe Earth, I'm standing somewhere like let's Africa or something. I'm standing in Africa, Zimbabwe. All right, standing in Zimbabwe, waiting, watching the sunset go down. Okay, that is the Earth turning. Okay, it's turning. All right, it's just the Earth turning. The sun is stationary; it's not going anywhere. But the Earth is turning. All right. So, but on a flat Earth model, the sun is just up there and it's just spinning around in a little circle. It's not going anywhere. So how does that work on a flat Earth plane?
Hold on, guys. Shut the fuck up. I will ask my religious question if I can so fucking get there organically. And I'm waiting for it to, like, fuck, man. I tried to do this 2 hours ago. And then Orion wanted to talk, and I said, you know what? Fine, whatever.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
So that still doesn't address why you believe that. So I understand what you don't believe. You don't believe that the sun is actually moving. You can't perceive that to be the case. So you believe that the earth is moving. Why do you think it is that you think, okay, why do you know that?
Rotating is what I'm saying. Rotating. Not, it's rotating.
Moving. It's orbiting the sun, heliocentric, right? Your heliocentric model. It's orbiting around the sun, and we're also spinning on our axis. Yes. Why do you know that?
Why do I know that? Because, look, I know it because that's like the only model that really makes any sense. Think
But
about it.
why do you know that? Were you born knowing that, or like? I'm not asking why have you reasoned it. Why do you know it?
I've witnessed it. You witnessed that.
No. Why do you know? It's begging the question. So I'm asking you, why do you know it? You think you
know it because I witnessed
know it. Why do you know it?
I just told you. I witnessed it.
So you're telling me that looking up at the sun, you determine that you're in motion. Can you give me the justification for that belief? Because we know what motion is, and I'm feeling very stationary right now in my chair.
Really? Okay. Okay, yeah. Justification for that.
So why are you using the sun as an inference that we're moving? How do you justify that?
I justify that according to like this model that like I said, it all goes back to the model, really. It really does go back to the model.
Okay, so where does the model come from?
The model? I guess you know.
Oh, you got the model?
No. Where does this model come from? What do you think? Where do you think it comes from?
Where do I think it comes from?
Yeah, who made it? Did you make it? Who made the heliocentric model? Where does this come from? Where does this knowledge come from?
Oh man.
I'm sorry?
Nicolaus Copernicus. Yeah, there we go. Nicolaus Copernicus.
Okay, who's that?
It's a Polish astronomer.
Is that it?
But
he was a theist. No, we're not. Right. Some would argue a priest.
What's wrong with that?
Well, at that time, no one thought that the earth was moving. So he proposed that it was moving. And then the Roman Catholic Church, with all of their resources, pushed this idea because they wanted a model that would allow them to change the calendar that we still use today. So my question to them would have been, what is the motivation for that? What is the justification that you're departing from your worldview, which comes from the Holy Writ, the Bible? That's what I would have asked them. But I'm asking you what you think the justification was.
I mean, the justification is what they said is, I guess, to fix a calendar. So it's just like, that's the justification.
So they made up a model.
They didn't make it up.
They did make it up. Literally Copernicus. Yeah, what do you mean? You just told me.
Yeah, okay.
That was only 500 years ago. And you know what happened? 400 years after that, Einstein said there's no observation that would justify that claim.
That's curious, though. I'm actually glad you said that. Because it sounds like he's saying that the entire heliocentric model is just a modelic transform to get your calendar to square. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
That was their reasoning, of course.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Some would argue. You're breaking up, Chocolate. Some would argue that their reasoning was to move people away from creation and the idea that God exists. Well, atheists come in here and go, are you guys Bible believers? When they ask us why we don't believe in heliocentrism, which is a theist idea with no justification. The irony in that is beyond me.
I think that was, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. I don't think that was to take anyone away from creation. It's because God is still God at the end of the day.
No, what I'm saying is they specifically have a cosmology, and it was specifically their job to translate what was in what they've deemed the Word of God. So their job was to translate that cosmology to the people, which worked just fine until Copernicus said, "Hey, what if I don't even know how this idea came about. All I know is that's why the Protestant Reformation came about, because they were arguing about why the hell they would go against their cosmology." So again, when I'm asking you, I don't really care about that. I want to know the justification for it, even though even people today, people back then like Einstein and people before him and everyone in history that's actually asked the question, since you can't determine that we're moving by looking up at the sky, what is the justification for this model? For the changing of the calendar? What is the justification? Is it a scientific inquiry? With what is it?
I guess it was a scientific inquiry. That's where I'm
Okay,
gonna go
so
with
that means that there's some information about that. What's that information?
I really don't know the history of that, Elijah.
You should dig into it, because there's no such thing. But if
Definitely
you can
will.
find it and bring it to me, that would be excellent.
But Elijah, serious question here. So what do we do with the flat Earth model? Like, what do we do with that?
There is no flat Earth model. The globe is a flat Earth model.
There's no flat Earth model. We know what the Earth looks like. Like we've explored it.
Yeah, I double back on that. I said the globe is a flat Earth model.
Okay. Really?
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we do with the flat Earth model, like the one with the ice wall around it? Like, what do we do with that? You just throw it away?
There isn't no such animal. Everything that people have been showing you or images that you've seen are all just ideas that people have. If it's not a globe flattened out, it would be a flat stationary plane. And doing that using like probably a Mercator map will show you what it looks like as a pizza, like a pizza dish. That there is nobody's ever seen a top-down view of the Earth and actually said, "Huh, that's what the Earth looks like." There it is. There is no such animal. And if there's somebody out there claiming that there's a flat Earth model or they're showing you images, then you can question them. How did you know that? How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like? Because if we haven't seen the Earth in its entirety as a globe, what makes you think you're going to see the Earth as in its entirety as a flat Earth? It's not possible.
What's your name? Those references just don't come out of people's asses, you know. Like I said earlier, people look up and they see the moon, the sun, and other planets, and they come to that conclusion that, hey, our planet is also round. So that's where the whole flat Earth model comes from, too. It's not just bullshit pulled out of their ass. Like, they got to be really smart to come up with that. But
it is. It absolutely is. Everything that people think that the Earth is an idea that they have pulled out of the air. It has no foundation in real knowledge or anybody that's actually observed it in that perspective to actually make a clarified, verified stance and then give you the idea, hey, look, this is what you got to do to go see the Earth in its entirety. No one in this Earth or ever was or ever have been has ever seen that from that vantage point that can tell you that with all assurance and then have you verify it. So any counter, then you could challenge them on it. Anyone.
Glad Globe. I'm saying they gotta be really smart to come up with that.
Hold on, Miggy.
Like with no reference, that's pretty amazing.
No. The reference, I already told you. I don't understand. The reference is the flat Earth.
You really got to be God
because they had to get elevation angles, which you do off of a plane. If you know what an elevation angle is, if you've ever used a protractor, you've ever seen the degrees off of what? Off of the plane. That's exactly how they've constructed this model, utilizing that. Now, what I actually wanted to say was, Miggy, I don't think because I think this guy is really genuine, I don't think there's any better time than to ask the 3 points right now, actually.
I could go through them with him if he's willing to go through and be honest.
I'm being honest with you, Miggy. Miggy, I'm honestly asking you a serious question here. Like, we have a globe model. Come on, be honest here. Most people are.
If anything, listen. If anything, you would never find anybody
Let me finish, man. Let me finish my claim. Most people are basing their knowledge either off of what they hear from NASA, and they're also basing a huge amount of that off their models. And we're kind of in a model battle right now because we got the heliocentric model. We also got the flat Earth model. But I feel like what you're saying
that's a false dichotomy, because all we have is what we've experienced, and then the Roman Catholic Church saying, actually, you live here. And then 400 years later, another guy by Georges Lemaitre, he actually gave us he's the father of the Big Bang. So all of this can be tied back to the Catholics that have no justification for why they said what they said. So everything you're talking about this model being this false dichotomy between one model and another, that's false. It's actually, is the Earth moving or is it not moving? And that would be for them to justify, seeing is that we don't feel like we're moving. And we're not going to be making any inferences based on a worldview that didn't exist until these people input it into the reality.
And no electronic sensors and high technology have ever sensed Earth's surface moving either. So there's that part.
Let's So we've given them a lot to chew on, especially coming from our vantage point in this conversation. If you, like I said, you sounded like you wanted to be honest in a conversation. So if you will indulge me, just answer the question honestly. If you don't know, it's better just to say I don't know, and we can move forward. There's only 3 questions.
Well, I think before we move forward, can we come to a conclusion that we just don't know what our Earth looks like? Is that the conclusion? We don't know what our Earth.
Let's put a pin on that for now, and let's have that conversation after.
Well, because that's where we just ended. We just ended a whole discussion with no answer at the end. So we need an answer before we continue.
Here's the thing, though. Once we clarify these points, then you can go ahead and continue that conversation if you so need to. That doesn't bother me. What I'm trying to get to right now is establishing at least a solid foundation between you and I, or you and the room, so that everybody can know where you're coming from. It's very simple.
Maybe you're not being honest with me. Elijah, can we come to the conclusion that we just don't know what our Earth looks like? Yes or no?
Do this? Is that what you're saying? Is that why you're
not being honest with me, nigga? You're not being honest with me right now.
Hold on, Mayo. Hold on one second.
We don't.
Mayo, listen.
We don't.
If Mayo, if you could just allow Miggy to go through these 3 questions, it won't take long at all. It's no big deal. It's very simple, casual.
Is not being honest, because we just sat here and said that the Catholics came up with the heliocentric model, which somebody else came up with the flat Earth model. And then we say that both models make no sense whatsoever. So can we come to the conclusion that we just don't know what our fucking Earth looks like, or are we going to sit here and just leave that hanging?
We come to the conclusion we know that the horizon is not geometrical like it's supposed to be on your model, so it's over. But anyway, if you would just allow Miggy to go through. Hold on, Mayo. If you would just please allow Miggy to go through these 3 points with you, I promise it'll be painless, okay? It'll just be you and Miggy, that's it.
It's a false dichotomy between a geometric shape that's also moving. And listen. Why I say false dichotomy?
You are glitching out right now. Elijah, you glitching, man.
He's out.
But no, it's not dumbing down. I'm like taking all the information you've given me and just coming to a conclusion with that information, which is we don't know what our Earth looks like.
All right.
Yeah, I would just you'll gain much more knowledge if you just go through the 3 questions. I promise you. I wouldn't be. I'm not lying to you. Please let Miggy ask these, please. Okay.
He's being dishonest here. We can't just leave this hanging because we look at the globe and we say that's not right. Look at the flat Earth model. We look at the flat Earth model and we say, oh, that's not right. So we don't know what our Earth looks like. That's what you're saying. You're fucking stupid. You don't know what the Earth looks like. Fucking idiot.
Calm down. Let's just take it slow, all right? Don't get all worked up about it. All right. So the first question is very simple.
If you don't know what the Earth looks like, just say it.
So are you going to allow me to go through the questions? It's so simple. It's easy.
I will gladly answer your questions if you can answer mine. Do you know what the Earth looks like? Yes or no?
We're gonna get back to that, Mayo. We're gonna get back to the questions. You'll have all the time in the world to ask the question again.
Let's get to these questions, and then I want to get to the big question. Do you guys know what the Earth really looks like?
Okay,
yes or no?
cool. Okay, cool, Mayo. You're on the right
Go
track.
ahead.
Just
Yeah,
put a
go
pin
ahead,
in it.
go ahead.
Mayo, just put a pin in it. There you go,
Answer your
Miggy.
question. Answer your
All right.
question, Miggy. Go ahead.
All right, so the very first question, and remember, answer honestly. So, how, when, and where? Well, it's kind of like one question, but it's rolled into like three small ones. So, how, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? How, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? Obviously,
Don't know, and don't know. Weren't taught that in school.
all right, that's cool. All right, second question. We'll go through them real fast, I guess, if you're going to answer it that way.
Being honest. Being honest.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not arguing with you. All right. Second question is how, when, and where was the Earth detected to be spinning on its axis, like axial rotation? You know, how, when, and where was it detected to be spinning on its axis, and who's done it? Like, who's the person that's actually done that? That's measured the Earth spinning on its axis.
I can't really tell you that either. The only my stupid answer to that would be NASA. NASA with a hillbilly tone. NASA did it.
All right, but you don't know, right? Like that would be even better, right? Because
don't know. We don't know. Yeah, next question.
So the very last one would be if they say that the Earth is an open system, right? And we live with air that we breathe has pressure. Well, how can we have a gas pressure without a container? If in every instance that we know pressure to be, we have to have a container. So, like, I'll give you an example. If I put air in my tires, like my car tire, I have to put air in the tire, but the tire itself is the container that holds that pressure. Now, the pressure on the outside, just let me explain real quick. Pressure on the outside is lower than the pressure on the inside. So when I press the valve with my finger, air rushes out, right? So we know that high pressure moves to low pressure always. This is the way of things. This is the natural way of things, right? High pressure moves to low pressure always. So that being said, if we know that pressure needs a container, because there's no instance that you and I know of that pressure is obtained without a container, so how can we have this gas pressure that you and I breathe without a natural container? If they say that the Earth has an open system, meaning that the air pressure is here on Earth and that we have the vacuum of space, which is adjacent to it. So how do we know that?
You want my serious answer to that? I'm going to give my serious answer around that. My answer to that is God and NASA. God and NASA. That's my answer right there.
You said
God.
NASA?
God and NASA.
God and NASA. All right.
On this beautiful Easter morning. Now let's get back to the question that I want to answer. Do we know what our Earth looks like? Yes or no?
Yeah. Well, hold on, because let me wrap this up. Because at least what I'm going to do is summarize what we went through. We've went through the three pillars that actually hold the whole heliocentric model up. They prop it up in its own existence. So for people to understand that we're standing on an Earth that's globular, right? It's a oblate spheroid. Well, we have to understand that it has curvature. Well, the first answer to that was I don't know. Second one was that the Earth is actually in motion. It's spinning. Well, we see the sun moving across the sky. People say that the reason that's happening is because the Earth is spinning. Well, you said, I don't know how that, who's come up with that? I don't know. Just like you said, NASA. Right, that's fine. You don't know. So the third one is, how do we have gas pressure without a container? That last question you also said, I don't know. Which means that the Earth spinning in the vacuum of space is all a belief system, sir, that you have been believing. And not only that you've been believing it, but you've been propagating it as the gospel truth to other people. And then when they don't believe it, you are then coming at them with this like, wow, why don't you believe what I'm saying? Well, here's the problem, Mayo. Because you don't it's not founded in true understanding or knowledge. There's nothing that you've done to validate that information. So we're at this place right now.
Stop and pause. What is true understanding and knowledge? You're starting to sound like a Freemason here, buddy.
Okay, this is not about Freemason. This is about understanding the natural way of the way that we see the world, right? So we don't observe a globe Earth. That's what anybody can tell you, that we don't go outside, we don't go to the ocean, we don't fly on a plane, we don't see the globe Earth anywhere. It is not anywhere to be found. Yet they're telling you that's what it is. This is not acting like a Freemason. This is telling you what natural observations are. We don't observe these things in nature. Yet you are contradictory to that and saying, yes, we do. I can see with my own eyes. I've heard you in the conversation. You said that. So you're only propagating these lies because you have been indoctrinated to know them. It's not founded in truth, bro. And this is what the problem is. You're in here kind of fighting that as much as you can, even though you know you're being honest with yourself and with me in the conversation that you don't know. You just admittedly said, I don't know.
I have a set mindset. My mind was already set before I came in here. I still believe the Earth. I still know the Earth is a globe.
I know it's a belief, bro. It's a belief. It's not that you know, it's that you believe. And earlier you said, "No, that's disgusting. Don't say that." But sir, you just admittedly said, "I don't know." To the three questions that are pertinent to propping up the heliocentric globe Earth model. I don't know was what you said, and it's on record. It's people can rewind the tape and hear you say it over and over again. You can't escape the fact that you being honest is now admittedly telling the whole world that you don't know that if it's a globe Earth or not, and you can't come in here and still keep arguing the point that you don't know, because then it's just pushing your beliefs onto us. When we're not doing that to you, we're just questioning you why you think it's that way.
Yeah, we know, and I've been doing the same thing to you. I've been questioning. And you know what? This is not my first rodeo here, buddy, because I've asked some questions myself, and you know what? I've gotten the same responses that you've gotten from me with your question there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We bring up satellites from space. I don't know. What's the shape of the Earth? I don't know. Is this model real?
Just
I
do
don't
us
know.
a favor and don't tell us that you know things that now you completely said that you don't know, that you don't believe, that you just believe and you don't know. So you can't go back now and start saying, "Oh, now I know this." That's the whole point of what just happened. You get that?
The whole time, we all really know the truth, and I've known the whole time. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in y'all mind. Like, do y'all believe in a model? Do you have a model, or are the models false? Or do we not know what I'm
No,
saying?
but that's what just got illustrated to you, that you have a model that you believe in, because whenever asked about the parameters of it, you said you don't know.
Okay, so you don't have a model you believe in, but you believe the Earth is flat.
We don't care about models. That's what you don't get.
So you don't just
that.
say it. Just say you don't know what the Earth looks like. Just say that.
We're talking about Earth. We're not talking about models. That's the whole difference between us and you, right? You have a model that you believe in. We don't care or believe in models. We're talking about Earth when we're talking about Earth, not a model. Get that?
Yeah, I get that. Do you know what you live on? Do you know what it looks like from up above? Do you know what it looks like at all, or no?
Can I say that I've seen the entire thing? No. Why would I say that? I've never done that. Have you?
Okay, so you just don't know.
So that's just us being honest, saying that we've never seen the entire thing.
No, there you go. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the answer.
I know the measure is flat, though. That much we know. That's what I need to know.
I'm sorry, Sasha. So you said this. All right, but you said this a couple of times. You asked us. So just say you don't know. Well, that's the first thing we told you. But here's the false dichotomy that I tried to point out. Here's the false dichotomy. Here's the false dichotomy. It'll become clear to you, because the resolving power that I told you about, when I asked you, do you think that you can see forever? That's included on our ability to see the entire Earth. It isn't possible. Okay, so on top of that, the false dichotomy is this: that you think there's a flat versus globe model. Well, first of all, the reason it's a false dichotomy is because flat isn't a shape. No one ever claimed that there was a shape. When you see this ice wall and all this, that, and the third, that's not a model. Okay, I don't care what nobody says. Okay, so the bottom line is, the only ones making a shape claim, right, are the ones that say the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. When we say the Earth is flat, is because we have a line of sight that extends beyond what would be obstruction of a geometric shape that's curving. So that being the case, because it's not a globe, and I don't have to use the term level, just means equidistant from the center as a necessity of actually living on a globe. The only level that I know, that builders know, that we all know, where it's parallel to the horizon, because the horizon is level because it's horizontal. The same thing celestial navigators know when they're utilizing the horizontal as a plane of reference, when they're getting this elevation angle to figure out where they're at sea. All of this is because we actually live on a plane of existence, and up is actually up for all of us when we look up. The extent of this plane, nobody knows. Nobody knows the shape, because how the fuck could we know? But all we know is we've definitely shown you how they don't know, and you've fought it tooth and nail. And that's what we expect to do. That's what some of us have done coming here. But the bottom line is, it's up to you to go and investigate and do what you got to do.
Elijah, you've really just given me the answer that I wanted all along. I really just gave you my responses just to hear you say that we don't know. So you don't know what the shape of the earth is.
Bro, we say that every day. You can just pick any of the live streams. Just go to the YouTube, pick any live stream, and go ahead and pull that. Like,
if that's
not anything remarkable.
If that's the case, then all those live streams, you don't know what you're talking about.
Let me ask you something. What do you think is more of a problem? Us saying that we don't know what the Earth is, and like you've come to that conclusion, right? Or you saying that you do know what it is, but you don't?
My problem is the fact that you don't know what the shape of the Earth is. You don't know.
Hey, when did we claim we knew what the shape was? When did we ever say? When did we ever say, hey, this is the shape of the Earth, this is what we think? We'd never make that claim, dude.
Well, there is something that we do know.
That is what you just said. You just said you did not know what the Earth looks like. That's Elijah. He just said you did not know.
You're the one, Mario,
yeah, we never claimed that we do.
You do know. You're
we never claimed to know that,
bro.
Yeah, we never.
You know who told you why you think that they're flat earthers that think they do know, which is why you're like, aha. So y'all are finally admitting that you don't know. You know who probably gave you the inkling that we do know by showing you all that flat earth imagery? The Catholic priests. Because their extent is still prevalent to this day, i.e. the calendar we still use, i.e. the heliocentric model that they still teach in schools.
So
off of no justification. So you know how funny that is. You know how funny that is, right? You do know how funny that is, right?
Yes, Elijah. Now answer me this.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how funny is it?
How funny is it? It's probably like, right now, it's probably like a 4. But anyway, but like I was saying, so you don't know what the Earth looks like. And you prove it, and according to your proof, NASA and these scientists and these Catholics don't know what the Earth looks like. But you're sitting here on a live stream every day, 24/7, explaining about the Earth that you don't know about. So at the end of the day,
explain. What do you mean explaining about the Earth? Like, that's, first of all, no one's explaining anything about the Earth. All we did here was explain to you how it's not a globe. And you're sitting here saying that you're sitting here saying that we have a stream where we explain things. We explain how it's not a globe. And when people say, okay, I understand your explanation, justify it, we do just that, like how we did with you. So that's what we do here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We show how it's not a globe.
You're explaining somebody. You're explaining somebody.
Okay, what don't I know? What don't I know about? Can you be specific?
You're explaining somebody else's stupidity to come to your own conclusion of stupidity, which you're going to explain. That's just one big circle fuck is what it is.
Now, remember when you told me I was word salad? That was word salad. Specifically, what am I saying that I don't know about?
You don't know the shape of the Earth. You don't know what the Earth looks like.
I never said anything about the shape of the Earth. So how am I explaining something that I actually never talk about? Which is how the Earth is.
About the shape of the Earth. You said.
Yeah. We're talking about how it's not that the flat is not a shape. This is just showing your ignorance. Flat's
said
not
flat
a
is
shape.
not a shape. Flat
Is
is
it
not
is
a
a,
shape.
is the top of
I've
your
known
table
Eli
is
for
the top
years.
of
He
your
hasn't made
table
any
being
claim of what the Earth is. What
So
are you
if
talking
is
about?
the top of your table flat?
Yeah, it is flat.
Okay,
So
so is the table flat or is it a table?
it's a rectangular shape, which is flat.
Right, it's a rectangular. And why do you know that?
Bro, you are
Because it's
crazy, man.
measurable.
You
That's
are
right.
crazy, man.
Measurable.
Elijah, so you mean to tell
Unlike
me?
because
No.
it's measurable. Because you know how you determine shapes? By counting its sides or measuring its dimensions. I'm admitting to you there's no way for me to count the Earth's sides or measure its dimensions. So how is it that the only ones that claim to have a geometric claim haven't done that yet? Explain that.
Elijah, so if I hold a book up to you, you can't tell me what shape it is, can you? You have to
Well, I
actually
know
measure
what a
it.
book is. I know what a
shape
book
is.
is.
What
I
shape
know
is
what
the
a book is. I know what a book is.
Oh my God. You don't know what Earth is, man. So you just live like confused, don't you?
I can see a book, and you know what happens when I see Earth? I see flat. Like we spoke about when we were talking about seeing vast distances and utilizing the plane that we live on for celestial
Elijah.
navigation.
Okay, Elijah, midboy, tell me, is Earth shapeless?
The Earth is a shape that we don't know.
So is the
Why?
Earth
Because we can't measure it or count its size. So
because you can't measure it, it has no shape. It's shapeless. That's going way into like the book of Genesis.
Hey, wait. Flat is a description, not a shape. Flat.
And I also want to ask you, dude. Yeah, it's a description. It's an aspect of a shape. Also, I want to ask you, who told you we think we know the shape of the Earth?
I just heard it flat, bro. That's all I've heard. Flat. It's
Right,
always
but when
presented-
did listen? Hold on. When did someone say,
as a circular flat frame?
my friend? When
by
did
the
someone
Roman
say?
Catholic Church?
But you
When
we
did
didn't
someone
come up
say?
with that.
But you have
When
told
did
us. You
someone
have
say
told
flat
us.
is a shape? Go. When did we say that?
Or you didn't. So, all right. So, but your claim by saying that flat, by saying you don't know the shape, but it's flat, you're saying that the Earth is shapeless? It's some kind of weird polygon?
No, we're
I
not
guess?
saying anything about a shape. No shape claims. We're just saying when we go out and measure it, it measures flat. What say you?
The Earth ain't fucking
That means
flat,
the
dude. The
surface
Earth is
of the
not
Earth.
flat.
The surface of the Earth is flat.
Just Mayo, whatever.
Just the surface is measured flat. That's all we know. We don't know what's under or on the side.
Right, Mayo. So that's what's going on. We're not claiming a shape. We are letting you know that wherever we go, wherever we observe, it's flat and stationary. And where we measure it, it measures flat. So what say you?
This takes away from the scrutiny of the heliocentric model that you admittedly, by the three questions, it's a totally religious belief that you have given to you by the religious authority who's parted ways with their own theology.
Same thing with you flat earthers. You flat earthers.
No, I don't have an idea. I don't have an idea about the shape, and then you ask me, how do you know? So the bottom line is, you just keep trying to divert away from the fact that
according to your logic, the Earth is shapeless. The Earth is shapeless. Just say that. You believe the Earth is shapeless.
That's a straw man, but the bottom line is actually it's not shaped like a globe, because that would mean that the surface has convexity that we can measure, which we just shown you is not measurable because it's non-existent. So
Black holes are real, dude.
Instead of talking about that, you want to say that we think the Earth is shapeless because we've admitted to you that we don't know what shape it is. So when I say I don't know the shape of something, does that mean that something? What is the definition of shapeless?
Without form, it doesn't exist.
What?
No, really, what you ought to be asking yourself, bro, Mayo, is why are you addicted, you yourself as an individual, why are you addicted to this idea that Earth has to be an object?
because he's religious, and
that's right. Yeah,
that's the thing. They like worshiping idols, and they like the symbology without thinking that the symbology actually comes from anywhere. So they like to pretend and say, "Oh, it's the Illuminati," when it's really just the Catholic.
Paraphernalia. Yeah, Mayo, what do you think about that, Mayo? That your Catholic priest, the George Lemaitre, a Jesuit Catholic priest, good buddies with Einstein, were having meetings and all kinds of stuff back in those days, in the heyday. Like, so what do you think about your creator of the Big Bang being a Jesuit Catholic priest?
Can I try with your logic?
Can you let him answer?
AI has been trying to speak for a minute.
Could you let him answer? And I'll stop, and I'm going to go for a while.
Restate the question. There was so much noise going on, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, so what do you think about your Catholic priest being the creator of the Big Bang Theory, George Lemaitre? Good buddies with that.
I guess God bless him. May Maria protect him until the end of,
And what about all the other priests? Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, all priests. What do you think about that?
God bless them. Hope
So
they're
you
having a
believe
good
in
time in that.
you believe in a religious order that you've never met, that's been handed down to you, and that's all you seem to know is what you've been told by the Rockefeller, who are snake salesmen previously. Now they're your educational experts and own all the media and the text and everything that, like, they own everything. So, so congratulations. You believe the snake oil salesmen that are still selling this globe Earth. Congratulations.
Yes. Within our own group, just like you believe you're snakeman salesman.
I don't believe anything about Earth. Don't put words in my mouth, bro.
Well, that's what you're stating. That is what you're stating.
No, I'll snatch it right back up.
Mayo, can I ask you something?
Well, you can't because you stated it and you believe it. So yeah,
I'm not a believer. You're the believer here. I don't have
You're the
to
believer.
No,
You can believe in
Earth. No, Earth tells us. Earth tells us it's not me. You're trying to shoot the messenger, bro. I'm just telling you, reality is showing you this. It's flat and stationary by all means and measures. All means and measures is flat. You're interrupting me.
Okay, me brother.
Flat. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're in the middle.
If Earth tells you, then you don't have to look. You don't have to listen to no one.
My sentence, bro. So listen, and by all means and measures, there's no curvature, no rotation. You're interrupting me again.
Because there's very a non sequitur here. What you're saying makes no sense.
Move on. Let Sasha go.
Being unreasonable.
Boring. Let Sasha go.
Mayo, can I ask a question? I want to try to understand only one thing. Did you give example of the book, like we see the book? We can touch the book.
Sasha. If the Earth is telling you what it is, then he can...
Repeating 3 times my name will not say anything. I really want to be honest and to understand.
No, I'm being honest too. I'm going to answer that question. If the Earth is telling you, then you don't have to be around these fools to tell you anything else. If the Earth is telling you,
listen. But you didn't listen. Do you know what I want to say? Do you know what I will say? Can you tell me what I will say now? Mayo, can you tell what I will say now? Because you know what I will say?
Sasha, yes, go ahead. Also, can you pass me some of
I don't know, maybe you know what I will say, and can you tell first, and then I will say?
Go ahead, Sasha. Just pass me some of that vodka so I can, you know what I'm saying? What a day.
No, I'm not from fucking Russia. Doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter other things, you know. You don't need to say Sasha. Do you want to only to listen or not? It's about your book, because you said, Elijah, if you look the book, if you touch the book, you can you find out the shape of the book. Is that true? Hello?
Okay, yeah. I was serving me. No, I didn't tell him. I didn't say nothing.
I'm only asking you, is that true that you said to Elijah, if you look like an example, can you say yes or no? That was not yes, that was my example.
Sasha, I said if I hold up a book, not allowing him to measure it, just to look at it. If I hold it up and I tell him, if you can't measure this, do you know what shape it is? Would you not know what shape it is? If I hold it up in front of you, would he not know what shape it is?
Of course that I will know. Of course, yeah. I can even measure it. If I'm in front of you, you have meter. We can measure it. Is that okay?
No. I'm saying if I hold the book in front of his face, he didn't have the tools to measure it. Would he know what shape this book was? According to his logic, he wouldn't know.
Yeah.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man because you have Dave Weiss video. Yo, Sasha, if you have Dave Weiss videos, he'll show you like 3 or 4 different things that look like spheres but aren't spheres. So if you held up what you called a book and was like, "Do you know the shape of this?" and I'm like, "Well, it's shaped like a book. It's mostly a rectangle," and then you turn the thing to the side and it's actually a piece of paper. Well, joke's on me. So the bottom line is you can't just look at something. You would be turning it. You would be, and that's irrelevant. AI, did you want to say something?
Oh, who is Dave Weiss? I think that's a very important.
Can I finish my point?
Yes, but somebody send me a link to Dave Weiss. I need to know who that is. I do need to know that. This isn't the first time you guys have brought him up, so I need to know who Dave Weiss is. Seems like you believe everything he says.
What's my point, Maya? Do you know my point?
Oh, no, I'm listening. But yeah, like I was saying, if I hold a book in front of his face, he won't know what shape it is.
Yeah, but if you know my point, because I need to finish I'm on the book. I need to add something on the book. You know?
Yeah, go ahead, my comrade.
That I can finish. If I finish my point, maybe then you can say something. Okay, this is bullshit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That book you said, you are showing me the book. You showing me, Sasha, the book, and I say, yeah, it's a rectangle or whatever it is book. What you showing me, and I will say, yes, I can tell mostly how the shape it is. Now, question for you: can we do that the same with the air?
Same with the earth?
Can we do the same thing with the earth? Can I show the earth in front of your face?
You said air or earth?
No, earth.
Air, like A-I-R, air.
No, A-R-R. E-A-R-T-H.
Earth. Yes, you could do the same with the earth. Of course, if you don't believe
I can show you in front of your face, like you were showing me in the book. You are telling me that.
No, because you can't pick up the earth. You're not God. Calm down, buddy.
Okay, great. Okay, how I can do that in the same way with the book?
I am a God over this book, so I can pick this book up and show it to you.
How I can do the same example you're showing me in the book? How I can do that with the earth?
I am the God of books. I am the God over this book. This book is not going to go against me.
Now you're spiraling some bullshit about I am God of unicorns. I am God of grass. I am God of butterflies. What that
I'm just saying, if this book rebels against me, we're going to have some serious trouble. But yes, if you go up,
I'm telling you how you can give me example for the book in the same way for the earth. Can you give me example for that? How you can show me the earth in the same way that I can say, okay, look, now it's spherical because I can see that it's spherical.
You can't grab the earth, so yeah, I would show you a picture and be like, yeah, what shape it is? And then you'd be like, no, I can't measure that, so I don't know what shape it is.
Great. How I can understand that it's spherical?
Spherical, yes.
How you can show me the shape? Because you said flat earthers that you don't know what the shape is, but we are living on the spherical object. That means that we know the shape. It's spherical. How I can verify that?
Would you verify that?
How I can verify that it's spherical?
See, not gonna tell you because that's a you problem. Because if I do tell you. You know what you're gonna tell me? You're gonna be like,
I need to believe.
Don't stop rooms.
No, I'm asking how I can verify that. How I can verify?
Hey, they don't make a scenes. They don't make no scenes. You know what I'm saying? So,
sì, va bene lo stesso, però non parliamo italiano, adesso parliamo inglese, caro mio, non c'entra un cazzo adesso, hai capito?
Valentino, spaghetti,
well, obviously you made the point that he tried to say, so if I show you the book do you know what shape it is? And I already said, well, it's a book. I already know what a book is. I've never seen the Earth though. The way I've seen books in a library, I've never seen the Earth. I've seen pictures of. I've seen pictures.
You wouldn't know what shape it was. You wouldn't know the shape of it. No.
Okay. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is mute you. Spiraling. So I'm gonna mute you. AI seems like he's ready to speak after. So anyway, we know what a sphere is. We know the shape of a sphere. The point is, I've never seen the Earth to look like a sphere. So the only pictures you have are from the priests that you believe in. That's the thing. Like, there's pictures of it, and then they're like, well, why doesn't the Earth measure at that convexity rate? And it's like, mum's the word. Let's talk about something else. AI, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just curious why he came here to debunk himself. Because what he basically said is that just from looking at something, you can't determine the shape, yet he's the one that asserts the shape claim. So he's shooting himself in the foot. The flat earthers don't assert a shape claim, so I don't know who he's trying to debunk. It certainly isn't flat earth. He's only debunking himself. In all his examples, he's debunking himself. What are you here for, brother? Are you here to try to convince everyone that we all just believe things? And so you have globe earth belief, flat earthers have flat earth belief, and we're all just believers. Kumbaya, let's share a drink by the fire. I mean, what is your purpose here? Because it certainly isn't to appear intellectual. It certainly isn't to find out what we think, because you don't give us long enough to finish our sentences. So take a minute and reflect upon yourself of why you're even here. What purpose does it serve?
I'll tell you. I'll give you a simple answer. Fuck it. I'm shooting everybody in the foot. Everybody gets shot. Everybody. There you go. Everybody's getting fucking shot. Bang, bang, bang.
All right. Bye-bye.
Can't shoot me in the foot?
I'm shooting everybody. Bang, bang. Flat earthers. Bang, bang. Globe earthers.
Hilarious. That is hilarious.
Share your pain.
Hey, buddy, you win, son. The Earth's a globe. Please don't.
We've defeated him and made a mockery. We've defeated him and made a mockery of him for the last 2 hours. He must have forgot. Because when this initially started, he made. I mean, what was the first one? When he walked into the geometric horizon?
Yeah, he brought that up.
I mean, he's been shooting himself in the foot since he got here.
True.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody's getting shot. The flat earthers say they don't know what the Earth looks like. The globe earthers generally don't know what the Earth looks like.
All right.
We know from measurements of its surface.
See, this is a black case of somebody who has been told something that doesn't jive with their worldview. Rather than believe the truth, they just want to believe that nobody knows the truth. Therefore, they don't have to do anything about where position. So the globe Earth has been shown to him to be a belief that he can't prove, and the evidence that he has for himself isn't sufficient. So he wants the flat Earth side to be the same. Because it can't be true that we're right and he's wrong. He'd rather us both be wrong. And so that's going to help him sleep better at night. In theory, we'll see how it goes.
I don't think he understands the difference between a surface measurement of flat and a shape claim.
No, there's serious disconnect there. Yes, I believe that is true. I agree with that. I think he's got a disconnect. What is actual measurement, calculation? It's the same thing most globers have, this disconnect between reality, fantasy, measurement, thought, between a thought and an actual experiment. They are stuck and they're stuck in the middle of their own dichotomy.
Well, to be fair, and I don't want to pile onto the guy, but we are speaking to someone who is at the intellectual level of equivocating the claim that you don't know the shape to claiming that there is no shape. So this is what we deal with.
If he can't have his globe, no one can have the Earth they want.
But the bottom line is, if something isn't curving, then it's straight. We live on a plane. Up is up, down is down. And that's exactly how we experience things. But other people think, well, yeah, we experience up is up and down is down, but my worldview would dictate that I have to tell you that actually in is in and out is out.
I mean,
and there is no up or down.
He already made an admission. His truth lies in his belief. Period. There's no further discussion beyond that. He doesn't accept science or a scientific method or whatever. I don't know. The whole thing just got dragged out into semantics and other stuff, sophistry, and I don't know. It's ridiculous. I mean,
that may be the best they have.
In the foot.
That may be the best they have, which is shocking. I don't know what's more shocking. That if that is something that this is being done intentionally, that there are particular people that are just been assigned to do this thing and to come in here and waste time, or there's genuine people that person may be one of those genuine people. I'm not sure yet, but it's amazing how they go to the same exact things all together, like all at the same time. That part is shocking.
Well,
Human
it's
behavior.
a psychological process, but Sonny, I would submit to you that you need to use that phraseology that they're employed or paid or given information or missions, because the truth of the matter is that the masses really are this stupid.
Yeah.
Okay? They don't need to be paid. They have a zealous religious fervor for defending their worldview. They don't need payment. Why would a government pay their sheep when their sheep work for free?
They're just doing it for, they're just doing it regular. Yeah, exactly.
As a student of psychology, I will tell you that what we just witnessed was, once again, when you back a wolf into the corner, right, and you're just trying to feed the wolf, you just want to give him a little food, but he doesn't fucking get it. He doesn't understand, so the wolf's going to keep attacking and keep lashing out and keep getting mad, and the closer you get with food, the wolf just keeps reacting because they don't know any better. They think, listen, I've had a worldview my whole life. Everyone else around me has had that same worldview. How can this one person come along and prove to me that it's wrong? How could they be right? Everyone else believes it. Why don't you?
And then he calls you the cultist.
Right.
Well, when he comes in and the end result of that whole conversation where we've defeated every point, he then says, I'm shooting everybody in the foot. Bang, bang, glow earthers, fat earthers. What do you think is going to happen when we get better at marketing? Like, what do you think is going to happen when people actually realize that these are the responses we get? It ain't just you, buddy. I assure you. What do you think is going to happen when more and more people find out that this is how the conversation goes?
I wonder.
And you know how to save yourself from conversations like this? Go measure it first. Then come talk to us. Good Lord.
Oh, he would have none of that.
Yeah, I know. I told somebody that earlier today, and I was like really surprised that they were like, "Oh, really? That's your answer?" I'm like, "Well, it's up to you, bro. I mean, if you hold a level up to the damn horizon and it's perfectly flat, then I don't know how more convinced you could be." You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Pathetic attempt to make us look like we are some believers. Shot himself in the foot. A snare trap.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to put anybody's intellect down on a certain personal level. I want to put it down on a general level. If you think that on a flat plane you could see forever across it, you are not ready for this conversation. You should be sitting back and learning and asking questions, not making assertions.
In all honesty, though, see, there's a lot of people like him, and I know we all have the experiences, but I can only, I ignorantly believed, oh my gosh, I'm speaking to my people. You guys know what I mean by my people. Come on, right? Like the people that I grew up with, the people that, we share the same culture, the same ideology pretty much growing up. We were all taught the same things with no choice about it, right? And so when you go to them, some of them have a measured response. Some of them decide, you know what? I don't know. I'm not going to. And some of them who are so prideful, they just offer themselves up as the sacrificial lamb. And they just expose how dumb they are. And it's embarrassing for everyone. But them, apparently. And it's like, that's what you can see everywhere you look. I mean, just look, you now have something called the internet, where you can just go to any corner of it and just watch people's conversation about things that they think are contentious that actually don't exist at all. Contentious debates about things that aren't real that you believe is real. Like false flags and whatnot. But what do you think? So you like that approach, huh? That connection that I made? AI.
With
the Roman
the Big Bang. Oh.
Not even though, because the Big Bang comes even after that. Like, and we just, actually not. Like, you see, because they like to try to marry themselves to geocentrism and the literature that simply says that people have thought that for thousands of years. But unlike 500 years up into now, where not only do I have a claim on the table, but I have conversation from either side. At least that's what no one's questioning. Here's what this person said. Here's what this person said. What were they arguing about? Okay, that's the context. Theists arguing over why one side isn't going with the cosmology that's they're supposed to be professing to the rest of the world. That's actually the context. And it's like when people come in here and they're like, oh, we've known for thousands of years. No, you didn't know for thousands of years that you were moving around the sun. And that is your claim, right? That we live in a heliocentric universe where there's a ball of plasma that's continuously exploding, but we don't see anything like that. There's just these balls of gas having these reactions and blah, 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 blah. Evolved from this one singular point known as the Big Bang, whose idea was from another priest that came 400 years later. Yeah. Also, riding the coattails of another Catholic individual, Einstein, who said, we don't even know that we're moving not by way of any optical experiment. So in all of that context, it's like, no, you just believe in heliocentrism, and that's only 500 years long, and you don't have any justification because we can't ascertain any justification from them other than them exuding their authority over us.
I actually heard, I can't remember if it was you speaking or someone else, but you guys were talking about how they shifted the supernatural, but in a way they kind of did it in the opposite. So obviously our minds are metaphysical, right? They're not physical things. They're immaterial. And matter's matter, right? But they kind of switched it where they made the mind just a consequence of the material. And then they made material the supernatural.
I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, so like, you know, people will be like, in fact, I just had a conversation, and one of the people involved in the conversation said, when they were pressed, well, you know, nobody knows where the mind is. You know, you're speaking about body transplants and downloading your consciousness. They're like, well, nobody knows where the mind is. Is it just in the brain? Is it just the brain? And the other person said, well, of course it's just the brain. I'm like, what do you mean, of course? It's not obvious that the mind is a product of electrical signals alone within your brain. But we are so skewed now that we collectively as a species have decided that, yeah, the mind is physical. It's like this thing that has no physical properties whatsoever, all of a sudden is like just physical stuff. So electrical signals firing off is the same thing as an internal experience. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
I only have one question for you before you continue. Just one. Is your voice in my headphones? Are you in my headphones, AI?
Well, no. I mean, not technically. It's just information. And the information
But
informs your
I have
mind
on headphones and it's
as an
coming
experience.
from in there. Well, you get my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. But that's true. It's like they flip that dichotomy. And part of that is because the mystery religions and the ancient etheric esoteric religions essentially believe in a kind of apotheosis where everything starts off as matter and then over time ascends into godhood, rather than everything starting off as God and then God creating matter. So they take everything and they flip it in reverse. To them, God forbid that God exists and then creates. They want creation to exist and then become God later. And they think that that's more rational. Like eventually we'll evolve to the point where we can download our consciousness into the machines, and then we'll be like an electrical signal within the machine, and we'll be away from our mortal bodies, which decay, and so we'll be a machine which lasts much longer, but obviously machines don't last forever either. So we need to transcend the machine, and now we take our electrical signals, which are us in their worldview, and we free ourselves from the machine, and now we're just floating energy beings, right? Immaterial energy beings that are sentient and just exist in the quantum realm.
Technocratic utopia.
Right, so you can see how this idea is just, you start off with nothing, essentially, then you get an explosion, then you get matter, then you get small life, then you get big life, then you get complex life, then you get sentient life, then you get ascension to godhood, which defies logical entropy, right? When really it makes more sense that you start off with God, and then he creates everything.
Correct.
So is this idea of this thing that they wanted to hide God? No. It sounds true, and yes, in a way that's true, but it's not that they want to hide the idea of God. It's that they want to change your idea of God. Yeah, because atheism is not taking over. majority of people believe in a higher power, believe in a God, believe in some kind of supernatural realm. That's the majority of the world, en masse. So it's not so simple as they're just hiding God specifically, right, to the sense where, oh, they had God, now nobody thinks there's a God anymore. Well, that's not true. But they definitely have changed their opinions about who or what a God-type being would be like. For example, as I just explained, all of a sudden now we become God when we evolve enough. So rather than everything being created, now we eventually become the creator in the future.
And
then we go back in time
NASA,
and create ourselves. Hilarious.
Yeah. By NASA making the CGI picture of the blue marble, they are posing as God to the mankind because they offer the godly perspective to us. The view of the whole world in its entirety. That only God can have that kind of perspective.
Yeah, to be fair, Mayo kind of conceded that. He said, I can't show you the whole Earth. I'm not God. But NASA claims to have showed you the Earth. So by implication, is he saying that NASA's God?
Exactly, yeah.
And even then, that's silly because NASA...
it sounds like anything but God. That's what these people sound like. Now, I know the people today, who think they're atheists, that they think anything is but God, but it's worse for the theists because it's kind of like anything but that. And they knowingly said anything but that, meaning the but that was in the context of the scripture. And they're like anything but that. That's what's crazy. Now, the fruit of their labors are people today who think like the way Mayo does. But for them, I mean, why anything but that? I don't get it. That's what baffles me. I don't know.
I think I know the answer. I've spent quite a bit of time debating atheists before I got into the whole flat earth thing. And what I've realized is that they can't look at evidence for the flood because that means that there's a God and he might judge you, right? So anything but that is, I don't want to be judged for my sins. So I'm just going to, la, 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 I can't hear you, anything but that, But, yeah, that's what's going on, I think.
It's called cowardice. It's holding a core belief.
Oh, not to forget about Pascal Swagger also.
Swagger, eh?
Yeah.
Kind of felt like he was fishing for some points.
Also, the guy was a fake Glober. He was just here to kick up dust. I don't know if you guys smelled that one or not, but he wasn't a Glober. Just faking it to make us argue with each other.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Saw them miles away.
But see, that's a problem in a conversation that is a true dichotomy between straight and curve.
I agree.
So
and if he wanted to have that conversation, he would have. But all he did was just fuck with us.
Reminds me of someone. Same attitude.
Also, when AI just came in the live stream a little time before, he did say if he was in New York, somewhere in USA, he should see the North Pole if the Earth was flat. Like he would, he should have seen like indefinitely. And then, AI asked him about angular resolution and all that, and he was not making any sense.
Well, look, you guys got to recognize this tactic. It's basically called dithering. Okay, so you have a superior position. He has a belief. He wants to maintain his belief. He cannot accept that your position is factual. He must dither it to be equal to his, which is just a belief, because everyone's entitled to their own beliefs. It's the same with religions. You know, it's like, why is your religion true and mine's false? Propositionally, they both can't be true if they're mutually exclusive and contradictory. So the only answer is they're both equally false. So if you dither down to everyone can just believe what they want to believe and nobody knows the real truth, then I'm just as good as you are. And that's part of the ease of the cognitive dissonance that the Globers experience. They want to know in their mind when they sleep at night that the flat earthers are just believers just like them. So we're all just a bunch of believers. And when you believe your truth, I'll believe my truth. It's not possible that your truth is true because that would make my truth false. So let's just both have our truthy truths and be buddies. No, kumbaya is that sound. That's not the way reality works, right? I think we all recognize that.
Yeah. Belief has no place or room in science.
Yeah, they don't coexist with each other.
Yeah.
Sadly. Yeah, I kind of felt like something along that line. The way he was
Okay, so as trolly as he might have sounded to people, keep in mind we got people in this server that have been here for years that have actually had rational discussions with some content, yet still make the same silly claim. If the Earth were flat, I could see for 5,000 miles. Like, okay, so you've actually invested zero actual intellectual effort into understanding the nonsense coming out of your own mouth. Simple triangles, simple angles, simple understanding of how optics work would let you know, if you did any modicum of research, that claim is nonsense.
But that claim in
That's one of their go-to claims to dismiss the flat Earth. You know, it's like, well, if the Earth were flat, I could see the Eiffel Tower from Timbuktu.
It's a desperate
I'd be
code.
like, have you ever actually measured out the angles and the math and see if that's even possible, even in principle? Why would I bother doing that?
Well, I bet you even if you were able to show them an
I
observation.
don't know. You've been hanging around for over a year. Why would you bother doing anything? I mean, what are you here for at the end of the day?
They're moving goalposts big time because they're trying to get away from the black swan and the falsification of the geometric horizon. And I bet you anything, even if you could show them an observation
What are they
3,000 miles?
They haven't done something so basic as that.
From 3,000 miles away, if you did show them that, they would still just move the goalposts again. They would say,
Certainly, they're not here to be intellectually honest or to do their due diligence.
AI, can you hear Central Banker?
Yeah, I think he's got me muted.
Somebody's hot micing as well.
Aha!
Talking over each
Thank
other.
you.
Wasn't me this time.
Yeah, I was wondering for a couple days. I was like, can you hear me?
Well, don't waste time with a couple of days. Say it immediately, because let me tell you, people who use mobile devices as they're flipping up and down will spontaneously mute people. It just happens.
Yeah, no worries. Actually, I wasn't really wondering until now. I noticed the overlap like a couple days ago, and now I was like, I don't think he can hear me.
Yeah, I noticed that. AI, you there?
Yeah.
Is there a delay in the?
Yeah, I will tell you guys this though. That was one of Arwen's old tactics.
It's such a desperate cope, though, the 3,000 mile away thing, what I was saying, that I bet you anything, even if you could show them an observation at that distance, they just push the goalposts out again. Because they're trying to get away from the falsification of their geometric horizon, so they just, they just move the goalposts so that you have to go to this bigger extent to try to falsify their globe to them. And then if you did that, I'm not saying you could, but even if hypothetically you did, they would just do it again, I bet.
Well, the only way to open up the angles of propagation over a surface that you're approximately horizontal to and on, right? The only way to open up those propagation angles is to increase your altitude, right? So as soon as you do that, rather than them actually drawing out the angles and actually recognizing that your angles have increased and therefore you have more resolvable information, they'll assume that you're seeing over a curve. So again, are you really, Glober, putting in any true, honest intellectual effort into this? I mean, making the claim that if you raise an altitude, you're not opening up your propagation angles means that you're not applying triangles, Pythagorean theorem, angles, all of this stuff to anything you're saying. You're just saying, I can only see it because I got above the earth hump. I got to submit to you guys, okay? That is childlike thinking. That is sophomoric thinking. That's not even sophomoric. That's like pre-K thinking. It's like, I say this time and time again. The majority of the globe arguments are stuck in pre-K kindergarten mentality.
And I'm starting to realize that their arguments are not that of honest intellectuals. Their arguments are that of lawyers who are just trying to lie and convince people just enough, right, that they're not an actor and they're not lying.
Their arguments are nothing but tactics now. That's all they're left with. That's all they ever had, actually, because their model is so broken and all over the place that all they have are tactics to put those little pieces of broken model together to make it in a coherent sentence so that it makes sense. But it doesn't. So that's why they sound the way they do.
Yeah, it's been crushed and he's picking up the pieces, trying to fit it together again. That's what it sounds like when he's spewing out that nonsense.
And they're not realizing that when they themselves come to the conclusion that, well, if it's not a globe, then I should be able to see from freaking California to Japan or something, some crazy shit like that, when not one flat earther makes that claim, they're not realizing that that's their claim based on their logic, which is, like AI said, like preschool thinking. Because before this argument, nobody thinks like that. You would just say, well, it's too far. Obviously, I can't see it. Until you realize there's got to be this giant physical curve in between you and that spot. And you're like, well, it's not there, so I should be able to see it, and I can't, so therefore you're wrong. Kindergarten thinking.
Well, I'm just looking at debates and trying to listen now, and what I'm seeing is they're just trying to make it to where they can say something and it slipped past you, you didn't rebut it, so it stands as true. So every time they say something, make a claim, like, you got to rebut it. Because they're thinking unrebutted presumption is going to go down as a fact, because you left it there.
Yeah, but that comes like 45 minutes after we've had to explain to them their own claims that they don't even understand themselves. Which is really a waste of time. But it has to be done, because if they don't understand their own claims, I mean, what the hell are we talking about then?
Well, think about some of the positive claims that would come from the consequences of what that guy said. For example, if the earth were flat, then I could see the sun at all times. So necessary to that claim is that the air is perfectly transparent. It's like, okay, so you have no understanding of what air is. Okay, let me tick that down. All right, what's next? Oh, if I'm at a low angle, I can
meanwhile, aren't they the same? Aren't they the same ones that say everything's refracting all over the place all the time because there's air?
Yeah, yeah. Or the sky is blue because of the light scatters. It's like you can't have both, bud. Nope. Yeah, or the shape claim, right? So what was the first one? Oh yeah, that air is invisible, right? There's no air, it's just an invisible sky. And then the shapes, right? It's like, oh, I don't know my shapes. It's like, oh, I see. You never graduated from kindergarten. I get it now. It's like Sesame Street. Today, kids, we're going to talk about shapes. Circle, square, triangle, flat. Uh-oh, Grover, you said flat. Flat's not a shape. Oh, silly you.
Parallelogram.
That's funny. That would go well with a UAP video that he came out with last week, where he's comparing like the colors that they show of Mars, where they call it the red planet, but then all the pictures they show are like anything but red, pretty much. He's going over the colors like the little children with them.
We got someone called Benny Boy in the live stream, no VC verification. If someone feels like talking to him.
Hey, Benny Boy, how's it going? Is this your fifth alt or your first account?
You know him?
It's called Recon by Fire.
Oh. He's not VC verified though, unless you.
Is it recon? What does recon mean? I thought it meant reconstruct.
Reconnaissance?
Reconnaissance? Oh, okay. My bad. Reconnaissance.
Yeah.
Recon by Fire is where you shoot a bunch of bullets into a bush to see if anything's in there.
Or kind of like throwing a grenade into a hole and just waiting for people to come running out screen.
Yeah.
That's a bit excessive, but all right.
What? Really? Did I give you flashback? I'm sorry.
Oh, you had to dial it back to flashbang after the fact? I didn't mean a lethal
Well, you
grenade.
could use a flashbang, but why waste time? You know there's nothing good down there, right?
I'll talk to him.
Yeah, anyone wants to talk to Benny Boy? He's not easy to verify, though. Anyone? No? Any volunteers?
What shall I say?
Well, I don't know. Adam, you can speak your mind as well.
Sure, why not? Everybody else has been doing it today. Nice. I like it. It's fresh change.
Oh, yeah.
Benny Boy.
Benny Boy. Has it been unmuted? No? I don't know.
I just don't understand why people are still arguing for the globe, because at the moment they say refraction, well, then your geometric horizon is something that's due to optics, right? And the condition of, the gas that we breathe. And if that's the truth, then when you're measuring the distance to the horizon, you're not measuring the size of the shape like they've implied for hundreds of years. You're only measuring the distance to the horizon. So it's over at that point. Because what else do they got? Well, you can see it from space. Can I? Like me? Larry from Texas? I can see that the Earth is a globe from space? No, I can't.
Seems like the closet's been open too. Somewhat, huh? Got any skeletons in there? Anybody?
Yeah.
No. Does it have to be about flat Earth?
Sure.
Oh, darn it. That limits my conversation.
Well, I was thinking maybe someone can, if someone feels like I'm muting Benny Boy, he's not easy to verify though. See if what he got.
Yeah, I know. I heard you
what
say
he got
that.
for
I
us.
thought, maybe, I don't know. What's he got?
We got J Guerrero 14 as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Guerrero's there. I see him.
Guerrero's.
What's up? Is he still muted too? I don't have mod power, so somehow I have to unlock him. Or unmute him.
Yeah, I was trying to ask whoever here can do that.
I was gonna say just ping it in the locker room. I'm sure that Flatty's already got it.
Any of the moderators? Lou, you here? Larry? Oh, Larry's driving. Can't do that. Unless we try to get them up.
The other kid didn't talk.
Yeah, hold on one second. You want what that Ben guy you're saying? Or what's his name?
Benny Boy. Yeah, check him out. Yeah.
As well.
Pretty quiet in here anyway.
Anybody remember talking to Benny Boy last? Who let him in?
Oh.
I'm not sure. Let's pull it.
Okay.
It's not easy. He has no role though.
Or check the list.
How does someone get down here without rolls?
It's open to everybody to be able to listen. They just don't.
Yeah, they can. Right. They can.
Well,
just
Benny
say
boy, you're
listen
clearly
to it.
listening, so let's make something happen, could we? I like your check mark there. That's neat looking. Neato, Kang. Real neat. So, Benny boy, hello. It's not, I mean, I don't go into servers, into their voice chat and just sit silently unless I want to be a part of what's going on. You know what I mean? So, welcome. Let's talk.
That's all right. Some people want to just listen. We cater to that too. I'm going to put them back on mute.
Well. Maybe...
Jay Guerrero. Did we try him?
Jay Guerrero's? Guerrero's.
Sorry, I'm trying to talk over you, bro. I didn't know you were...
Oh, no, it's fine. I was trying to pronounce his name. I was talking to myself. Sorry. No worries. We got G Dizzle, VZ verified. Is he? I never heard him before, I think. Would you love to speak, Dizzle Madizzle? Or I mean... Guess not.
If you got some drizzle in your dizzle for shizzle, you might need some penicillin.
Shizzle. Quit it.
Larry was just lighting up for a second there.
I know, damn it. I always have that problem. Is every time I open my mouth, I know Hank always talks at the same time. We always seem to talk about the same thing at the same time.
Hey, speaking of nizzles and shizzles, I entered a raffle to win a free Snoop Dogg concert, 2 tickets. We'll see.
Larry, you opened up again. These guys don't know when to stop talking. Hello, Larry. Welcome to Flat Earth Discord.
Lou, that's Hank.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You don't.
That's why people keep talking over him. Sorry, Hank.
No, that's not why people keep talking over him. I don't think.
He's also roboting 76% of the time.
Why did you change to Larry, Hank?
Hank, just go into your manage user and change your nickname to Hank. Problem solved.
Oh, you mean you can change your name and your number and all that without switching accounts? I didn't know that.
Oh, you just change your nickname in the server so people recognize who you are easier.
Oh, yeah. I know you could do that, even though I don't know where the button's at. But...
Yo, Betty Boy, if you want to get VC verified, hop up to the VC check-in, please.
Mods are the only ones who can change your nickname. Otherwise, you got to change your actual name if you want to change it.
Oh.
Well, you could also ask, and we can change it to something for you.
We got he jumped up to VC check-in.
Okay, I'm going to VC check-in.
Let's go there.
You have exactly 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
For real? Y'all can't hear me?
No, we got you now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I deleted my old account because I no longer want to be going by any personas. I'm just going to be, Larry for the rest of my life because that's who I am. So I can no longer afford any titles or personas or.
You don't want to be
anything
a cartoon character. You don't want to be a Mike Judge cartoon character anymore.
That's right. You nailed it.
So should we refer to you as the artist formerly known as Hank Hill?
You can call me what you like, but I'll accept no titles. I can't
Well,
control
you gotta have that. You gotta have that transition period, right?
Will there
Oh
be
yeah, I
more
know it's gonna.
accessories jokes? Like
No.
Oh.
I mean, y'all can make them. I mean, I can't control what y'all do, but yeah, I'm just gonna be that which I am. Only a man from now on.
See, that's why if you're gonna make a persona to utilize, make it one that doesn't already commercially exist.
Well, I was calling myself Hank Schill for a little while. But yeah, yeah, I'm just a regular dude, regular man.
Yeah, it's just kind of surprising because you've been at this a long time under that name. A lot of people know you by it. You know, old habits tend to die hard. It's kind of just a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. Well, the reason I chose Hank Hill is because he's such a, popular character that I was using it to get anonymity. And then I realized that, there's a lot of people named Larry too. So, yeah. I mean, I was looking at the phone books in the 90s and felt like 3 different people in like each city with my exact name.
Yeah, but see, the problem is you sound like
rare.
the guy. You sound like that guy from the show.
Yeah. Well, that's pareidolia.
Check this out. It doesn't even matter if you sound like him or not. I think you do. You know what I mean?
Real quick.
Like, to me, when I see that character, I hear your voice in my mind.
Yeah, me too. AI, I'm right there with you. Benny Boy would like VC Verified. He's a flat earther of a couple years. He says he always listens in the YouTube chat, so he'd like to speak. VC Verified for Benny Boy.
All right, we'll give him that second go. And by the way, since taking comments off last night when Helio did that, we've gotten a handful of people to come in that would have otherwise probably just sat there.
That's exactly right. I love it.
There you go. Why am I not seeing Benny Boy on the list? Did he go up to check-in or something?
Check-in too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They're up there. That's where he was just. Glad was just saying that we needed to give him the role.
Is that okay? He's checking out just fine.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Okay.
I thought he was still down here.
No, and I can't give roles. I only got the butter, baby.
Yeah, he's got verified now.
Super. Thanks, dude.
Are you guys hearing the music in the background?
Barely.
Barely.
Okay, everybody, welcome Benny Boy. He is finally able to talk. And hello, Mr. Benny. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
So you're a flat earther then? Yeah.
For the past nearly 2 years, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you said it was the medical nonsense going on that kind of brought you to the truth-seeking topic, and now you're here with us at the Flat Earth Truth, which, in my opinion, is entry level, right? Once you get to this one, it's like, holy shit, I can now start to really see with my own eyes, ears, such. It's great. Anyway, I think that sounded kind of like a question, but I fucked it up. Anyway, Benny Boy, welcome. Everybody say hi to Benny.
Hi, Benny.
I've got some things to do, so I gotta take off. Yeah, exactly. Y'all say hi.
Hello, Benny. Hey, Benny. What's going on?
How you all
bro?
doing?
Good. So you said it was the Kung Flu that helps you figure things out. What else have you figured out besides the shape of the Earth? Just real quick, have you looked into, like, obviously big farm, you looked into like big oil or big military, seen any false flags or anything like that? What else did you find while doing your research?
I mean, before all this, I was always skeptical about the whole 9/11 nonsense, and none of that ever set right with me. But after having been laid off from my job because of the medical nonsense, I kind of devoted my life to trying to figure out what the hell's going on in the world. And I've been down so many rabbit holes, it's unreal. I mean, realizing that there was a whole other advanced society before us that could build shit and illuminate shit far greater than we can do today. That woke me up to a lot of stuff. And then there's the whole the meltology side of things. That's kind of what I'm into at the moment as well. The little liquefaction of buildings, as it were, and that kind of thing. I've been down all manner of rabbit holes, and it's amazing to me. It's fascinating, and it's been a great distraction from the bullshit that's going on in the mainstream. To be honest, just it's an escape from it all, so I don't have to even pay attention to it. I don't devote my energy to any of it anymore.
Well, you definitely saved yourself a lot of good time by researching rather than just plugging up to the tube. Yeah, because the boob tube makes a boob out of you, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're not supposed to be a boob. My dad called it the idiot box. But yeah, definitely good job on that. And of course, you look at the moon landing, obviously, or you wouldn't be here.
Oh yeah, that never made sense to me. Like even before any of this, I always knew that was bullshit. It never made any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, the whole taking some, roofing materials and some curtain rods, and a calculator to the moon.
Yeah, and any of that, the whole thing is just ridiculous. It really is. And what is it they tell us that we had the technology to go there and we don't have it anymore? We destroyed it. It would be a painful process to build it back up. I mean, what the hell? And now we're not focusing any of our attention on that. We're going to Mars now. We're going to Mars. It's just the more you look into it, the more you realize how
we used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
That's the one. Yeah, that one.
And my glasses are sideways in the video, and thank you.
Indeed. And then you've got other sort of amateur low-end astronauts that work for actonauts that work for NASA, and they're openly telling us on whatever TV program it was that we can't break through the Van Allen belt anyway. So how the hell did we do it back then? They contradict themselves constantly. I find it so hilarious to watch now. It's like a comedy show.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching Benny Hinn with the Mortal Kombat music.
They just constantly backpedal, contradict, and
once you see it, like the stuff is just so silly, so in your face, so ridiculous. You almost want to. I'm almost get mad at myself, like embarrassed with myself, like how did I fall for this at all? You know.
Yeah. Then when you start looking into how they did it, the indoctrination process from birth, like some of us had solar system mobiles over our cribs, and we had NASA wallpaper. We watched Star Wars and Star Trek and Stargate, even though there's a lot of truth bombs in Stargate.
Like what?
I don't know, not the space side of things, obviously, but there was one episode, I think it was Atlantis, where they're basically playing what they think is a video game, and it turns out that they're actually controlling real people, and they don't even realize it, and they're controlling two societies and pitting them against each other and causing wars and all this kind of thing, and they don't even realize. It makes you think maybe that's what's going on. We just characters in their little computer game, and they're pitting us all up against each other. And all we really need to do is grow a backbone and not follow.
Well, that's the military-industrial complex.
Their own thing.
You're describing the military-industrial complex, because I can't remember the last time a Russian has ever fired at an American, like in history. Can you think of a time where American fired at a Russian directly or directly otherwise?
Not once.
So they're our enemy?
Drummed into our minds that they're against each other and Russia bad and all this kind of thing. It's bullshit.
Well, of course.
You know, I don't really like to get political a whole lot, but you know, like when Trump got in office, it seemed like he was on a course of causing peace with Russia when he first got elected. And then the left started all these like conspiracy theories about Russiagate, blah, blah, blah. And it's like completely laughable, these conspiracy theories, but they were being put on the television, and you know, people never backed down when it was proven to be incorrect, right? So these people, you know, some people call them leftists, some people call them communists, right? They perpetuated this lie, and it's basically going to cost like, you know, millions of lives in the future, because the people that believe it, you know, and think that Russia's like our enemy or something, well, it's kind of like their believing in it is causing it to come into fruition. And like Rachel Madcow, like never back down. Like she still thinks that, you know, the election was stolen and given to Trump, like people like Hillary Clinton or something.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the kind of mass formation psychosis we're dealing with, and all these different levels of society, you know, politics, cosmology, religion. All these people are chasing witches when, you know, the real witches are the politicians.
Yeah, I mean, the whole political side of things, I don't buy into any of the left versus right and red versus blue, and it's same in the UK. You guys have got the Democrats versus Republicans. Over here, we've got Labour versus Conservative, and to me, it just seems like a glorified wrestling match. And we all know wrestling's fake, and that's what all of this seems like. It's just all an illusion. It's just the bad guys versus the good guys who aren't really the good guys, and giving it any attention, any energy whatsoever just seems pathetic to me. I distance myself from all of it. It doesn't interest me at all anymore.
Yeah, for sure. But something has to be done at this point. You know, we're at a point to where we can wake people up, because, you know, like 100 years ago, something happened in New York, LA would get it in the newspaper like 3 months later. So they really couldn't object, right? They couldn't say, hey, I retract my consent. You know, what you did 3 months ago, I don't like it, right? Well, now everything's instant, right? Ever since the Civil War, right? So, well, I'll say 100 years ago, like 150 years ago, excuse me. So, yeah, now everything's instant. So we should be like instantly like standing up in like large numbers, but they got people pitted against each other to the point to where they can't really see the truth, which the truth is that it's not black or white. It's not haves or have-nots. It's public servant versus the public. But a lot of people don't realize that, you know, hey, if you're a U.S. citizen, you're a public servant. What does citizen mean?
Yeah. Now, what I've realised over the last few years is that, like, well, the last couple of years, more so than any time in my life, is that people seem to need someone to follow. They need a leader. They need a direction. They're incapable of making their own decisions in life. They need to be shown what to do and shown how to think, and that's the fundamental problem with the way humanity is existing right now. That they're constantly looking for some greater, superior person, being whatever, to show them the way, rather than using what's within themselves to live their lives. It's I don't know. Even all through school, maybe I was just a glitch in the code. Who knows? But I hated being told what to do unless someone could give me a reason for it. Like, why are you telling me to do this? I want to know the reason why you're telling me to do it, and then I'll make my own decision as to whether I think it's a good decision to make.
Said it, bro. That's exactly right. Who died and made you king? Where does your authority arrive from? Does it arrive from your oath? Does it arrive from your office? Where does your authority arrive from?
Yeah.
Arrive from, sorry.
And once you start to realise that the entire police force in all countries across the world are all have roots in Freemasonry, so they're all part of the occult. At the end of the day, they're all there to control people. They're not there to protect and serve, which is what the oath they swore when they became officers or whatever. They're not there for that at all. I mean, in the UK, there's multiple videos of police auditors that have asked that question: can you recite your oath? And they can't. Most of the time, they don't even know what you're talking about.
I think the question is, like, who are they protecting and serving?
Yeah. Absolutely. And just like in the States, you've got Washington, D.C., which is a completely separate corporate entity that isn't actually a United States, as it were. In the UK here, we've got the City of London, which again is a separate corporate entity that has its own police force, and most people don't even realise that. They don't even look to see
two of everything, right?
Have different uniforms.
There's two of everything. There's the United States Corporation, and then there's the United States of America, and then there's Texas, the state, and then the state of Texas, which is the bar. Right? So there's two of everything. So it turns out it's so simple. And Kanye West was right. You can be a slave if you want to. It's a choice.
Yeah,
it literally is a choice. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's insane. And again, I'm glad that I've kind of had a crash course in all of this over the last 2 years and woken up to it all. I mean, this is pretty much all I do when my children aren't here and they're with their mother. Pretty much all I do is research and study all of this from every angle to try and work out what the hell is going on.
So have you done any research in the common law?
Back so many like hundreds, maybe thousands of years. It just, I'll never be able to understand it all, but just to basically comprehend it, I guess.
Sorry, bro. Am I lagging? I think I was lagging for a second. So have you done any research into common law?
A little bit, and I've got some friends who have got deep into it, and makes
that's a good start.
I've got some friends that have gone deep into it, and it makes perfect sense, but it just doesn't seem to work as well as it should do. Because the courts of law are corrupt. The fundamental system is corrupt. It's run by corporations. It's run by Freemasons.
Well, that's the law of the land. Did you cover the law of the air? Because what does Genesis say? We're given dominion over the air, land, and the sea.
Yep.
So there's 3 jurisdictions. Anyway,
Well,
that's what I've been learning about. Go ahead.
There's a point to all that, which is when you're a man and you tell another man, hey, it's wrong to keep me as your slave. And he just slaps you in the face and says, too freaking bad. Right? So whether things are moral or not, logistics always trumps what happens. So while it may be true that we have these rights, right? If somebody else more powerful than us is oppressing those rights, what are we going to do about it? Remind them that we have them?
Yeah, and this is it. And those more powerful people that are orchestrating all of this, they've managed to brainwash and indoctrinate the vast majority of the law enforcers. So they're all just following orders. They're all just doing as they're told, and in their mind, they think it's right. They think you're defying our orders, therefore you're bad, and we must punish you. Doesn't matter what's morally right or wrong. I mean, I watch a lot of who's the guy you've got over there, Long Island Audit. And the guy is so calm, he's so collected, and he tries to have a conversation with these police officers and these state officials when he goes into court buildings and whatever, and they just don't want to listen to him, and they just escalate and escalate and escalate to the point where he ends up getting arrested, and he hasn't committed any crime, he hasn't hurt anyone, no loss, no harm, no fraud, and it's just ridiculous because he ends up getting released in the end anyway, but the sheer amount of manpower that's wasted in dealing with someone that's just exercising his constitutional rights, it baffles me.
Well, the thing is that we've been complacent.
Tells me they're afraid of it.
Yeah, true. But we've been complacent, and because of this, power vacuum that's caused by a knowledge vacuum, right? This kind of stuff can happen. But if people will stand up and occupy like we're supposed to do, and that doesn't mean be violent, right? Occupy just means, to stand up and let people know that you're there, like you're in charge, right? So the way I understand it is that we've been allowing this to happen, and it's our fault. Because just like John Lennon said, if the people wanted peace, they would have peace. But instead they want a TV. So what do they get? Propaganda, right?
Yeah, because it's everywhere. It's not even just on the news channels. It's on the entertainment shows. It's on the advertisements. It's everywhere. The propaganda is everywhere. Even the color coding, everything seems to be blue and yellow now. There's always blue and yellow, and this has been going on for 2 years here with all of the health service stuff that we've got in the UK here. All of their website and all of their leaflets and stuff and public safety warnings. It's all been blue and yellow, and now all of a sudden we're all supposed to pay attention to the Ukraine, but it's already been programmed into us via subtle color coding. It's amazing when you think about it, but that's how simple this is really, and how we leave ourselves wide open to the programming if we allow it, and most people do. I don't know why it is that people like me and my friends that I've made over the last 2 years can see it clear as day, but the vast majority can't. I don't understand how that's even possible, but apparently it is.
Well, if you really started diving down the rabbit hole only 2 years ago, you've covered a lot of ground already.
Yeah.
You seem like you got a pretty good head on your shoulders.
I hope so.
Why is everybody so quiet? Normally we're fighting to talk to new people.
There's new people? Oh, just kidding.
Yeah,
sounds like he's on the right track. I like the sound of that.
Not persons.
When they're genuine, absolutely.
Well, welcome to the server. Glad said you had been listening on YouTube. Like, how long have you been listening to us on YouTube?
Only maybe 1 or 2 weeks. I think is that one of the guys that he's an admin of one of the Facebook groups I'm on with the whole flat Earth and stuff. He made me aware of this, and I thought I'd check it out, and it seems to resonate with me. So here I am.
Awesome.
Welcome. We're happy to have you. Did anybody tell you about the stuff we have down at the bottom? If you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server, there's a bunch of lists of different things. There's a bunch of information down there, videos and documents, all kinds of things, photographs, things that'll help you if you have questions about different stuff about, the flat Earth and the stuff we've come across and what we figured out is true and what we, some of the stuff we figured out is wrong. Check that place out down there. There's a lot of stuff down there.
Excellent.
And of course, send any of us, anybody that, is friendly to you. You can always DM one of us if you have questions or if you, want to know where information is or if you have, whatever. I'm always open for anything if you want to put me down as a friend or something. It's up to you.
Cool. Okay, excellent. Now, I see a lot of bickering going on with, but within the movement itself. Like you had some group that was calling what's his name? Forget his name. RV Truth. Yeah, RV Truth is a shill and everything they're calling him. And then RV himself was calling Dave Wise a shill. And then you've got people calling Eric DeBay a shill. And then Eric DeBay is calling Dave Wise a shill and Jaron a shill. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
it's so stupid. It really is. Why can't we all just be a community together? Why do we have to be calling each other out and questioning each other? Because we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
Yeah.
I think I was the first
I
person.
like it.
Yeah, when the big channels, sometimes they get a little, I don't know, into power struggle. I guess it is stupid. You're absolutely right. Everybody has their favorites that they watch that they like. Most people would name one or two that they would consider them to be shills or that they just don't like them. But yeah, we try not to talk about that here. It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not conducive to the
I watch
argument.
the bigger names. I watch the smaller guys like P Brain and who's the British guy? Level Earth Observer. And then the big guys like Globebusters. I like Globebusters. I think they put on a good show. I quite like listening to them debate, and it's interesting. And then you got the guy in Phuket, Phuket World. I think that's his channel. He seems quite knowledgeable, and I listen to a lot of his stuff. I don't idolize anyone. I take my information from multiple sources and make my own mind up at the end of the day.
I mean, I think we all know to honor our mother, our father, our grandparents, right? Our elders in the family. But you should definitely question authority, and that's the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when you break it down into like the basic fundamentals, I think it's the same there in the States as it is here in the UK. You're expected to pay for water. Like, why should I pay for water when it falls freely from the sky in its most purest form, and it's a basic requirement for human life? Why should we be forced to pay for that? Especially when they treat it full of chemicals and then before they sell it back to us.
Yeah, that's city water, municipal water.
And now I want to drink pure water. And then once you look into how we used to live back in the day, water used to flow. It's supposed to be alive, like it flows like blood. It flows like electrical current. It's supposed to flow, but it doesn't. It sits stagnant in our pipes until we turn a tap on. That's why water is shit, because it just sits there in skanky pipes. It's supposed to flow. We're supposed to drink from freshwater streams, and all of that has just been lost to us, and that's why we're so unhealthy at the end of the day.
At least a lot of the United States, it's the big cities that have municipal water. Most people are actually probably on well water.
You got a point, though.
And luckily, water here with my well is really good too. So, but
it's just another way they control us. They have many avenues of control. If we allow it, I don't allow it anymore. I don't pay for it.
I was recently. I work construction, so a lot of times in the morning I'll buy a couple some bottled water or whatever, and it's still a decent price if you buy like 24 at a time. But a lot of times I'll just buy 2 big bottles, like 2-liter bottles, or the price of bottled water in the last couple of months, it like doubled. I can't get a bottle of water for less than $1.69, and that's for like a small bottle, no name brand. Like, and just I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, we're complaining about gas prices right now. Look how much you're paying for water if you were to buy just bottled water like that.
Yeah, when it comes out of the spigot, you pay very little for it. It's like, I think they call it a yard or something. It's like 10,000 gallons costs you a certain amount of money. It's weird.
Yeah, and then I've got friends that have got the kind of bits and pieces to test the water and like run it through electrolysis or whatever it is they do, and it brings out all the toxins and impurities in it, and it's disgusting. And they're expecting us to pay for this.
Yeah, it's slimy.
I'm gonna buy myself a distiller.
I wouldn't want to even look at it
and start drinking pure water.
Most bottled water is actually just comes straight off of a municipality's tap water.
Yeah,
it's legal for them.
Yeah,
it's legal. It's legal for them to bottle tap water and call it spring water.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's
No,
pretty
they
much
can't
the same.
call it. They can't call it spring water. They can call it purified water, but they can't call it spring water. Spring water technically comes from a spring, from a natural source.
Yeah, it's all in the wording.
Maybe they're not following the rules, but I think that's how.
If it came from a spring-fed freshwater lake, that still counts.
Yeah. There's always technicalities. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. I know that there's only one that I know of that claims to be from like a geyser, and that's Crystal Geyser, but supposedly they bottle it at the source right at the base of Mount Shasta, but I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I've never been up there and looked at it, but I've heard about it. But yes, you're absolutely right. 90% of water that you buy over the counter is just tap water that's been run through an osmosis filter or something like that. And they add minerals to it or whatever that means. I guess they put a drop of mercury in it or something.
Actually, no, like 90% of them, they don't do anything to it. It just comes straight out the tap. Just like if you were,
wow,
put it in a glass and drink it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I drink distilled water, but
so it's got,
no one told me it was gonna make me sick, but it didn't.
It's got that city's fluoride in it. It's got that city's chlorine in it.
Oh, did I show you that that video that I found about fluoride when they expose it to human cells and they show it on a microscope? Mm-hmm. Oh man, it's creepy. It'll blow your mind. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send it to you.
Will the cells swim away?
Here, I have fluoride-free toothpaste and mouthwash now.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I've been taking baths in a bowl. So I just bought like a what do you call it? Like a dog bowl, like a really big shiny metal bowl, and yeah, distilled water is the base and everything else. The only difference is that I'm not wasting a buttload of water like I would have called in the shower, breathing in all those chemicals.
Yeah,
and I'm still scrubbing from head to toe. And, it's like 88 cents or $1 for distilled water, a gallon of distilled water. So half of it to wash, half of it to rinse.
It all comes down to convenience, doesn't it? It's just convenient for us to have water at the end of a tap when we decide to, rather than actually going to a freshwater stream or whatever. I mean, even salt water's good for you when it's not full of the shit that's in the sea these days, especially when you live in a big city and there's loads of cruise liners and container ships coming in, like polluting the sea like God knows what.
Well, there shouldn't be any reason why you shouldn't be. There isn't any reason why you shouldn't be able to trust the water coming out of your tap. You should be able to bathe in it and drink in it and feel confident that it's safe to drink, that it's clean. Like, there's no reason that just because it comes out the tap doesn't mean it's bad. It's the shit they do to it.
Yeah, I mean, someone I know has done a freedom of information request with their local water company, and they're putting all kinds of shit in it. We didn't ask for that. None of us asked for that. None of them asked if wanted that shit in the water. They just did it. And like, I can smell the chemicals when I run a bath here. I can smell it. It doesn't. It shouldn't smell. It should be neutral. But I can. It smell. It almost smells like I'm in a swimming pool.
It's the chlorine,
like the chlorine. The chlorine is that strong now. I can smell it, and I shouldn't be able to smell it from my drinking water.
Yeah, if you get a parts per million tester, like you can order them on Amazon, they're quite cheap. Like around $15 like 10 years ago, so maybe like $30 a day. Yeah, so you look at it and you like put it in distilled water and it's like zero. You're like, okay, so I got pure water here. And then you put it in like tap water and it's like 250. You're like, whoa, 250 what? It's like, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, and there shouldn't be parts per million of anything. It should be just water. The other thing is, if you want to do a personal test on the water, the tap water, between just bottled jugs of distilled and then versus your tap, I was doing bottled jugs of I still do bottled jugs of distilled, and I was doing it for at least a year straight, if not more. No tap water, zero tap water into my body, ingesting anyway. And then I was forced to have some tap water because I ran out of the distilled stuff. And this is, mind you, after a year of not having tap water in my palate, I could fucking taste everything. I mean, I smelled shit particles, chlorine, everything, dude. It was the worst. And I felt awful for the rest of the night. I was like, well, there's that then, isn't it?
Yep.
And I've heard back and forth, though. people are in big disagreement about whether it's like actually good for you to drink distilled, though. It's
well, that's true. All I'm saying is there's a difference between tap water and distilled, and it seems tap water's worse than distilled. To me, at least, my body says so.
I think you're supposed to have some of the iron and whatever minerals that are in fresh water that distilled doesn't have. However, often your tap water is going to have way too much of that stuff, so you don't need that much of it.
Yeah, that's basically it. But again, it's relying on someone else to give you what they tell you that you need. This is the problem. We're just relying on people to tell us what we need, what we don't need, and they're going to give it to us and take it away from us if they deem that it's good or bad for us. Well, screw you. I didn't ask for that. I don't want that. I'll make my own decision, thanks.
So as far as the flat Earth, what would you say is your top 3 flat Earth proofs?
One of them's got to be that gases can't exist in a vacuum because they'd be sucked away. That's one. All gases require a container. The other one, the fact that on one hand we've got, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually said both of these at some point in his bullshit career, but he used the ships over the horizon one, and we know you can just zoom right back on it again. In fact, my 10-year-old daughter actually used that in school a few weeks ago when her teacher tried to say that, we know the Earth is round because ships disappear over the horizon, and my daughter said, yeah, but you can just use a big lens and zoom back in on it again.
Nice. So you've been talking about this with your daughter a little bit too?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. I mean, I've got the Gleason's map on my wall. How accurate that is debatable. I know there's a Facebook group that is adamant that it's a Freemasonry creation, and that's getting a bit too deep, and it's like come back out of the rabbit hole when you've gone that deep, because that map works. Whether it's accurate, it probably isn't, but then the globe isn't accurate either.
Yeah, there's issues like with the AE map or the Gleason's map. Like it's really a globe projection. So to say it's a flat Earth map, yeah, whatever. But we like it still.
Yeah, I mean, there's what's his name? Banjo, isn't it? On YouTube?
Flat Earth Banjo.
Japan, he's done the book with the emergency landings, and they make sense on that map. Whether it's accurate or not is we won't know, but they make sense on that. They don't make sense on a spinning ball.
Yeah, I agree. I like some of those videos for sure.
Yeah,
emergency landings ones.
Yeah, I've got his whole book. I downloaded it. I've got it here. Oh, I didn't give you a third, did I? I'm trying to think of a third. Top 3. No, I mean there's quite a few, isn't there? Those are my main 2. Those are the top 2 that I can think of off the top of my head.
Good enough. They were both good ones.
Yeah. I'm no David Wise, so I can't explain things as well as he does, but I'll do my best. I like to think I've got a bit more personality than Eric DeBay as well, bless him.
I don't know. I saw him wearing some curtains one day. He looked like he
Yeah, I
was,
saw that. Yeah, that was when he was on a mission to destroy everyone that was apparently discrediting what he created, and it's very silly. It's all very silly and childish.
I thought he was on a mission to destroy himself.
Yeah. I don't know, but he was one of the first, and he did the 200 proofs, and he was there at the beginning of all this. I don't know. I don't know whether he's having mental health issues now or what, but it's just crazy.
Here's the deal, bro.
At the moment.
Forget about people, right? And forget about feelings.
Yeah.
Right? We should worry about facts and information.
Exactly.
That's what it boils down to.
Uh-huh.
So I don't care if people, they bring their sentiment, right? I don't really care about all that. Just give me the information.
Mm-hmm. And this is the issue you had with the Mayo guy earlier on. I don't know whether he's still in the chat or whether he's gone, but he was stuck on the fact that there's no definite model of our flat Earth, and we don't know what the Earth actually is. Well, how the fuck could we possibly know what the Earth is? It's no different than when you're trying to have a discussion with a globe head, and they'll come out with, "Oh, what's on the other side? What's on the underneath of your flat Earth?" Then and you're like, "Well, what's inside your ball?" "Oh, the magma core." Well, how do you know that? Well, science. And they're oblivious to the fact that they've only ever drilled down 7.5 miles or so, and their predictions were wrong every step of the way. So how the fuck can we possibly know what's inside the ball Earth, inverted commas? And they're telling us that that's fact. And yet they're asking us what's on the other side of our flat Earth. Well, how we don't know any more than you know.
Yeah, there's for a lot of the Globers, it's unacceptable for us to be debunking their model. We have to be replacing their model with something that answers everything, including things that they were unable to answer in their own. It's yeah.
They don't want to listen, because as far as they're concerned, the globe is their model. And then when you try and tell them that all the images that have ever existed are all composites, they're all based on multiple photos taken with high altitude planes, and they just wrapped it around a ball. That's how it works, and they've even said that this is how it works.
Well, you know what, bro? We've had hot air balloons and cameras since the Civil War in the 1860s.
Yeah.
So do you think technology has increased since then? Of course, right?
Yeah.
So when they show us all this altitude photography, I'm not impressed at this point. Like, yeah, people like 5 or 6 generations ago were getting something similar to this. Real similar, right? And it's like, they use fisheye lens. Why? Why did they need a fisheye lens? Oh, they want to get a wide angle. Well, a balloon is up there, wobbling and turning, and, hopefully there's a good gimbal on it. But the balloon is up there, going through all the turbulence. You're getting a pretty good wide angle of view, even with just a regular camera lens. But they do the fisheye lens because they can take snapshots and be like, look, kids, here's the curvature. So everything they do is a tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's pretty obvious that we can't get high enough to take a whole photo of the Earth. It's impossible. If it were a ball, we cannot get high enough to take a picture of it anyway. And we certainly can't get high enough to take a picture of it flat.
I'm not a mathematician, but supposedly it's been worked out where you shouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from the height that they say the ISS is at.
Yep.
So, yeah, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, and there's so many videos of allegedly inside the ISS that are just like, again, a comedy show. That's one thing I like. I like Jaron from Jaronism for the way he breaks it down and turns it into a. I think he calls it the NASA Comedy Hour. That he's done like 4 videos on his YouTube that just compiles all the nonsensical bullshit of what they're trying to pass off as truth. When you can see wires, you can see green screen, you can see all kinds of shit, and still there's a few fanboys and girls that I'm still unfortunately friends with on Facebook from back in the day that won't have any of it if I ever tried to discuss it with them. So I just don't get into it with them at all. I mean, what's the budget now? Is it 65.86 million dollars a day, or something like that? Because it was like, is it $24.08 billion for this year? I think it is something like that. And where the fuck is all that money going? Seriously.
Yeah, they don't have a shuttle.
It doesn't cost that much money to go into space. if it were a thing.
NASA doesn't even have a program to get them to space. They have to go with Russia.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's been proven that all the footage of Mars is filmed right here on Earth, and then they try and pass it off as, oh, well, that was us training. Well, don't you have an actual training center for that? Why do you have to go out and about on other areas of the Earth? Why are you traveling all the way over there? But why don't you do it on your base? And the whole thing,
so much damn
there was air bubbles, wasn't there, that have been visible, and they passed that off as well, and people just believe it. They don't question it. Okay, that's your answer. Okay, we'll take it. And then there was the guy that nearly drowned because his helmet got full of water. What? What, in outer space? How did his helmet get full of water?
That happened twice. That happened twice, by the way.
Yeah. And then you get the people that say, oh, I know NASA's faking everything, but the Earth is still a globe and you're stupid for thinking otherwise. What?
Maybe he almost drowned in superfluid helium.
Yeah. You try and tell people that satellites, as they tell us, don't actually exist. Well, how do they stay up there then? They're oblivious to the fact that NASA is the world's largest consumer of helium, and they own all the major helium companies. How is that? It's just, you've only got to use basic sense, and yet people don't, do they?
You can buy helium at Praxair. There's a place right here near my house. It's down the road.
Listen, there's only one reason that they do
I thought
the
they filter all
helium
that
thing.
stuff out of the air that's right down here at the surface.
Hold on, there's a reason. I can clear all this up, you guys. The reason that they have, hoard, and buy all of the helium in the entire world is because kids need something to do at NASA birthday parties, okay? They have a lot of balloons to fill, and there's a lot of stuff to do at a birthday party sponsored by NASA. And there's a lot of NASA birthday parties, okay? It's a great party idea, kids, by the way. So, kids and parents.
You don't want to spoil a Make-A-Wish kid's day, you know?
That's exactly right. And you flat earthers really need to stop coming down on NASA for providing so many good times through their helium usage inside of their birthday balloons for children. Thank you.
Yeah, those helium parties are fun. Yeah, but you can buy that at Walmart, right?
Walmart.
You can buy a helium tank at Walmart. So they're not getting it all.
No, there's still some that people use. Yeah, you can. We can get helium, but they do buy by far the most out of anybody in the world. Like they use more than. I want to say I saw it was something like they buy and use like 90% of it basically.
Just think of all those squeaky voices.
Yeah.
In fact, it was a year or two ago. They were saying there was a shortage on helium, and that there was like the prices for it were high. If you wanted,
hang on, I got some helium over here. Give me a minute. I'll come back. Go ahead. Keep talking.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, like, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
Shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
All I gotta say is bravo.
Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
Cream on the top. Astronaut. We might have a plan, but I don't know. We have a leak. We'll figure it out when we get the leak. XD. XD. Are you there, XD? Can anyone hear me?
I hear somebody. But all I hear is a squeaky voice.
I'm gonna come back.
I'm kidding. I was joking.
We can hear you, Johnny.
Don't go out and come back. I hear you. I was just.
You should be able to hear my real accent now.
Which is? What does that mean? Accent?
No. From
XD,
Mexico.
you've been unmuted, my friend. Would you like to speak to the people in here? Damn, XD. It will be the polite thing to do. Will be like, mute your mic, say, hey, guys, I got some questions about the flat Earth. 1, 2, 3, and Rookie and Kensicold will answer for you, bro. It's not working. I think it's my accent. I'm gonna have to probably give him a more Australian accent.
Isn't Quetzalcoatl a Spanish Latin word? I'm not sure if it is or not. I think it's Spanish.
Sí, viva la México.
Quetzalcoatl, how do you say in Spanish? I haven't said it in a long time. I have to look it up.
I don't know if it's pronounced that way. That's just the way I say it. I'm sorry. I'm just messing with everybody.
Yeah, there's a way to say it in Spanish, but I'm not sure if it's this American way of Quetzalcoatl. Let me look it up.
I said Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, that's right.
See? Booyah.
Yeah, you're giving it your American accent, which is.
What's wrong with that? That's what I am. What do you want me to do? Pretend that I have an accent that I don't?
Very American thing to do. Like avocado. Can you say
Okay,
aguacate?
fine. Avocado. I say it like this if you want me to.
Can you just say the way it is, aguacate? Do you have to change it to avocado?
There was a Mexican guy that I used to work with that.
Is that how you say it?
We went to this custard stand place for burgers for lunch, and he wanted jalapenos on his burger, but he said jalapenos, right? Just jalapeno. The old lady, she's like, "What?" He says, "Jalapeno." And she's like, "What? Jalapeno?" And she looks at me and she's like, "What did he say?" I'm like, "He said jalapeno." And she's like, "Oh, jalapeno." She looks at him and tries to correct him. "Oh, jalapeno. That's how you say that word. Jalapeno."
Oh, no. Dude, I laugh it off, but that happens to me so many times that it's not funny. It's funny because I was in South America and I asked for a burger, and the guy was like, ¿Qué? I was like, arepa burger. ¿Qué es eso? Yeah, burger. And my wife told him, una arepa burger. Burger. And he was like, oh, burger. Okay, you want a burger? He didn't get burger. He wanted to hear burger.
The fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, XD. This conversation is your fault because you didn't open your mic and reply to me.
Better accents. Oh, well.
I like accents. I think they're great. I think they're all awesome. I never had anybody insult an American accent. I guess I just get used to that. But all good. It's funny.
Yeah, you go to the store and you say, "Can you add some guacamole?" I'll be like, "What do you say?" Guacamole. Okay, what are you talking about? Guacamole.
It was guacamole.
Guacamole. Yeah, guacamole. Oh, guacamole. Okay. Guacamole. What are you talking about, lady?
It's kind of like El Guapo. Remember that from that movie? El Guapo? What was that from? Princess Bride or something like that, or one of those movies?
El Guapo.
Yeah, well, that's better. I like that. El Guapo.
You know, in Spanish, guapo can mean two things. It could be like a handsome guy, or a guy that is very like ready to fight. Like he will just maybe look for a fight, or just be like upfront about, you know, aggressive, kind of aggressive guy. You could be guapo, like if someone tries to fight you, you'll fight him because you're guapo. But it could also mean handsome. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like the greatest man in the world or whatever. You know, that guy. That's like a guapo would be a good word to say for him.
Yeah, the girl will be like, "Oh, ese muchacho está muy guapo."
Yeah, guapo.
Yeah. Or a guy will say, "Tú eres guapo, tú eres guapo, let's fight. Vamos a pelear, let's fight. Tú eres guapo, vamos a pelear. Yo soy guapo también. I'm guapo too. Let's fight." Yeah. So XD replied on the text. Hey,
I'm not
XD.
making fun, am I? I'm not making fun of anybody. Am I?
Nah.
Oh, they're teasing me. I see. All right, I got to remember. I have a sense of humor, but usually it's pretty dry. So I apologize.
I have like a double meaning humor. Like,
do not push the button.
4 times meaning humor. That's my humor. Sometimes people don't get it, but hopefully most of the time they do.
Sometimes people don't get it, and I usually just go to them later and say, "Hey, did I piss you off? Did I say something wrong or whatever? Did you misunderstand me?" Like, I was just trying to be funny, and then sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't get it. But no, seriously, I do. I think accents are awesome. I love it. I went to Ireland, and that was like really difficult. It took me a while just to even understand, because they talk fast and they say "I" all the time, like "I," you know, like instead of saying "yeah, I hear you" or whatever, or like "yeah, they'll say "I." So they keep saying that, and it's like, what? I what? And then I had to keep remembering it. It was interesting.
They say "I,"
and then I started talking like them. Yeah, they say "I" a lot.
Like at the beginning of the sentence, or the end?
Like if you say "how you doing," they'll be like "I," or they'll be like, or if you're just standing there talking to them and they start to pay attention, but they want you to know that they're paying attention, they'll look down at what you're talking about and they'll go "I," you know, they'll just say it like that. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Somebody at the tires has to come in here and tell them what I'm talking about.
It's like where Lou is from. If you ask people how they doing, they say, "I'm doing I." Right, Lou?
No, it's kind of like "A," you know, like "A," like someone says "A." Or,
I had to turn this off. It's just too fucking cold.
Why are they called hamburgers? There's no fucking. Why aren't they called beef burgers? There's no fucking ham or pork in the burger.
Right.
Because
the guy that supposedly came up with the idea came from Hamburg, Germany, or some crazy stupid thing.
That's stupid.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's retarded.
French fries don't come from France either, but what the hell? I mean, somebody made this shit up.
Hey, if it was coming from Germany, it should be called Gemburger.
So if the person that invented onion rings was from England, they should be called England rings, not onion rings then.
Right.
Hey. Well, I wonder if that's like all the other words that we have in the English anyway. English seems to be a weird language, right?
So, XD says that he doesn't have a working mic. It's 2022, and mics don't work.
Well, you got a cell phone, don't you? They have a mobile app you can use.
Put a fucking rover on Mars, but you can't get a mic to work. What the hell?
And I can't get a signal up on the hill over here next to my house, and that's the highest point in all. And it's right underneath the damn satellite, the supposed satellite receiver for the cell phone tower. And I can't get a lick of signal when I'm up there on the hill, right next to it. It's like, what?
Yeah, XD, I know you replied to me that you don't have a mic, but we're going to have to roast you on that.
I spent about 7 minutes trying not to jump off my balcony watching some SpaceX shit earlier today. So pathetic.
I know, right? I laugh every time, and I always think to myself, we got to watch this together and like make people sit there and answer to. Okay, you see this, right? Does that look like like? Tell me, you really believe that's real? That really happens?
Wait, did you watch it on the screen, or do you watch it with your eyes?
Like on YouTube, but in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, there's not even a whole bunch of people watching this, but the fact that they're even doing this while there's homeless people on the streets, it just blows my mind.
That's
I
a valid point.
Very valid. I was gonna say, how do I answer that and make it sound better?
Elon says on TV, we're going to space. We're gonna a lot of they say they load things into the rockets to send it to the ISS and stuff like that, supplies. And it takes it's a big advancement for a private company to bring supplies to the ISS. How about the homeless people? No advancements there.
It costs too much to get supplies.
Piling up all over the place near where I live. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
The logistics involved getting the homeless what they need, it's just try to figure that out. How do you reach them? Like, they're on the sidewalk. How could you get to them?
It's easier. It's easier to go to the moon and Mars, even though we don't have the technology. It's still easier to go there than going and help the homeless. Yeah, and make homes for the homeless. It's way easier to do something that we cannot do.
Well, yeah. I mean, first off, you would need a place to build the house.
I mean, we don't have enough land out there to build a house, right?
Supposedly. That's what they say.
Or how about the fact that, I mean, the guy missed a mortgage payment or 3. Now he's homeless. What the fuck?
See him. He missed a mortgage payment? Take the house from him. Kick the children out of the house. And his wife.
How dare you?
He missed a payment? Come on. How dare he?
You thought you owned this car? Sorry, you missed a payment. It's ours now.
Even though the bank never put a penny towards buying that home, because you pay for the whole thing with your promissory note and the monetary instrument created by the promise of pay. The bank cashed it in at the discount window on the Federal Reserve, and they turned that check for you. Give you a contract with it. Hey, you want this check that your signature created and your promise of pay created? You want it? You gotta sign this contract right here. The bank never puts 1 penny to buy the house, right?
Oh, yeah, I know that, brother. I also like how, okay, so you won 40 million. Well, we got to take this and this and this. Here's 21 million. Enjoy. And you're like, you took $19 million of my winnings. That's in the States anyways. At least up here in Canada, you don't do that to you if you're lucky enough to win. But down there, you got to be lucky enough to win, and then they ream you for a big chunk of it. It's just crazy.
Like lottery tickets and stuff?
Well, if I understand what I've gathered through my information gathering networks up here is, in the States, if somebody wins, say, 10 million, they only take home 5.3. They don't take the whole 10 million home. The government taxes their winnings.
Yeah.
But
and
here,
most people, you ask them, you know what, I heard that before, and they say, it's a good deal. 5 million out of 10. Wow, that's a great deal.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't you like to be in business with them? Well, I could have done the contract for 10 million, but I actually want 15.5. You don't have a problem with that, do you? No, here's an extra 5.5. Go ahead. Like, Stupid.
Hey, you
No,
wanna?
up here, at least up here, if I win 10 mil, I keep the 10 mil.
I mean, this is not a, how do you say, or any tax, anything, financial advice for anything, but yeah, definitely getting screwed on that side of the equation. Taxes, shit.
One of my theories as to why they tax a lot of winners down in the States is to help fund the wars and to help fund the CGI imaging at NASA.
Bro, do you want bridges and bridges and streets?
Well, everybody wants those, but just because they take half your lottery winnings doesn't mean you're going to get them.
Yeah, but at least if you pay your taxes, you're patriotic.
Patriotic to the poorhouse, oh my lord. I wonder if there's a more overtaxed system than a democratic system. I might be a little ignorant here. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this, but here's a general question. In a communistic structure, is there taxes or is it just, no, you get 50 cents an hour, go screw yourself. You're not paying taxes. So enjoy your 50 cents an hour. Which is it? Or does anybody even know?
I don't know the answer to that, but I hear people arguing here you pay taxes, but unless you're not in communist Russia, you're not in China. Pay your taxes. This is much better than living in China.
Oh yeah, I love them. I love seeing them take away pastors and whatnot, protesters, because they don't put a face diaper on. Yeah, that's a great system.
Bro, now that I just said China, but yesterday before I went to sleep, I was seeing this random video that came to my feed, and it's China, the city of Shanghai. I think is in complete lockdown. Even reporters from the outside, Western reporters, they're locked down. They have seals on their doors, they cannot break the seal of the door.
Dude, that is very scary shit right there.
That is some scary shit, and some people share videos of the imports that normally goes into the city, and the military completely blocked the imports, and there's a bunch of tons and tons and tons of food that normally will go into the city, and it's just rotting, the whole thing rotting, and
each day it gets worse and worse. Yeah,
and, they were all the whole city was people out on their patios and yelling out, screaming out their windows, and supposedly there's a video of that, and it's a bunch of videos too of apparently a lot of people jumping too, a lot.
I heard the people yelling, but I didn't think about the jumping. Wow, that's an extra, because when I heard the people screaming during the night that they're hungry and starving, I mean, I heard the translations, but the noise of people yelling on the night, there's something very dark, very
how could, let's say, imaginary world here, money's no object, how would it be possible for any of us to help those brothers and sisters there in any way? What could
neighbors can help
do?
Bro, the neighboring cities around Shanghai, people have been making videos that the government doesn't allow them to bring. It's illegal for them to bring food or even question what's going on. They cannot even question the authorities about what's going on.
It's mind-boggling. I just saw one last night. They were taking the supplies from the people trying to go back into their houses, and they're like, why are you taking these from us? It's not essential. She's like, it's beer and noodles to drink and eat. How is that not essential?
And I think one of the reply to that the government agent gave was, "You're not allowed to question me on this," or something like that. Like that's kind of crazy. You're not supposed to be questioning me.
And didn't she say, "Well, then who do I ask?"
Yeah. Who do I ask? I mean, I saw this on the YouTube, so don't take my word for it. But there's some sad videos out there about this. Yeah.
Crazy shit.
I don't know if they're all paid actors. Those millions of people in Shanghai. I don't know if they're all paid actors, but I don't think so.
Well, I hope the jumpers got paid well.
Wow, that's deep. Or high. I don't know. Jump deep, high. Imagine jumping and you don't die because you didn't jump from high enough. But you kind of broke all of your bones.
You're on like the third floor. You're like, man, I hope this is enough.
You land. Fuck, I'm alive. Shit.
That's not funny.
Well, it's funny because I sort of had the same thought when I was watching the jumper video the other day about, because there's talks about putting suicide nets in all over the place, right? Like, but if you do those, like, how often do you do those, and how low is your lowest one? Is there going to be somebody on the third floor where the first net is just above them, and then they're like, you know what I mean? That's kind of weird. I was thinking about that, but I was.
I thought it was funny because I jumped from airplanes and shit.
But you're right, Jimsy. No, if it's true, if any of that's true, like, no, there's absolutely nothing funny about it. It's really disturbing.
I actually was like, I saw the feed. I was like in bed already, ready to sleep when I pressed play, and that gave me like a really bad down because I saw like people sharing these videos, and I was feeling like children suffering, and it was like a very bad video for me to watch during the night before sleep.
Thinking on it though, I'd rather
feel like bad about it.
Yeah, thinking on it though, I'd rather make them scrape me up off the pavement than just be a convenient body to put in a bag left in an apartment that starved to death. Like, at least I'd put them to work being splattered all over the pavement, you know?
They also they made like a bunch of different places, and they have like cardboard beds to keep people separated, but that doesn't look like that. Oh my goodness. And a bunch of people like coughing. Like if you put people in quarantines inside these rooms and everybody's coughing. I mean, not everybody, but.
You didn't know cardboard prevents the cerveza bug?
I don't know about that, but it's kind of crazy. And then I saw like people talking about their children, and their children were being taken away. Like their children are being placed in a different spot, and the adults in a different area too. Like a lot, like that's happening to a lot of people.
Yeah, you isolate them, then the parents they'll agree to anything for any promise to possibly be able to see their children again, and the children the same for their parents. They'll do whatever they're told. Separate them.
Wow, that's some scary stuff, actually.
I hate that shit, man. I don't know how anyone can get in between a parent that wants to be there for their child or a child that wants their parent in their life, you know? Like, it'd be a different thing if the kid was running or you know what I mean? The parent didn't want to be involved. That's a different situation, right? Like, Lots of people give their
That's what
kids up
family
for
is for.
adoption and shit, but to actually have a judge remove you from your kid or an official come along and say, no, you can't be there, you got to go over here, that's just fucked.
From the Spanish community, I've seen it countless times that when there's a parent that doesn't want to like take care of a child, there's always someone in the family, like an aunt or a cousin or grandma, someone in the family that will take the child in. Normally, you don't even need the government or anything. Someone will take the child, and they raise them.
Yeah, that's a million times better, of course. Yes.
But this Chinese situation is kind of crazy, and I think that's one of the reasons why they don't allow people to have guns, because people will be like, okay, you gonna take my child, and I can protect. And I don't know, like, I think that's one of the biggest barriers that there is, like actually some third party coming in and separating families just because if the community was organized and kind of can defend themselves. But in China, the government comes in, is whatever they say. Anything goes if it's the government. People cannot protect themselves because if you go against them, the government, it's like, death penalty.
And then when you start thinking and adding into the factors of like over the last however many, even 6-7 years, the amount of displaced people from countries that have become refugees in different countries, and oh man, things are a mess right now.
Yeah, things are kind of messy at the moment. Do you saw the governor of Georgia declare a state of emergency because the supply chain is fragile or something? He said the supply chain. Georgia has one of the biggest ports in the U.S. And the thing is, another thing about China, a lot of the exports are being affected. So there might be something big, kind of like. I don't know. It's China exports a lot of shit, and if they having these lockdowns like this, I don't know if it's only one city like Shanghai only, but they were talking about the exports from there, and that might affect the supply chain in many ways.
Yeah. And then, like, not that I think you're trying to spread any fear porn or nothing here, but let's assume there was no potential issues coming up in the next few weeks. Even if there was none lurking through whatever information we can gather, just put yourself in the place of, if you have a bit of food and water, put aside extra TP. If something did happen, even if there's no issues, at least you got extra water and TP and some extra food. Like, there's no harm in that, Peace of mind.
Yeah. Especially these days. I don't know, that anything can happen. But
we had tornadoes rip through here a couple summers back, and I went out and got some propane for our camping stove for the balcony. But it was cool that I had extra water and stuff put away. Like, the power went out for 4 or 5 days.
the power was out for 5 days.
Yep. And what was it? Canada and Blackburn Hamlet? Sorry, trying to think of some of the areas that got hit hard by the tornado, like really bad. And then even some areas locally in my city, like Craig Henry Drive and whatnot. The roofs of some of the townhomes were torn off, and yeah. I made a comment on Facebook. Well, I guess people that ignored the homeless for a while now know what it feels like to lose their home. And one of my friends with a stick up her ass was like, "How dare you say that? My aunt lives out in that area and she's very nice." And
Yeah, definitely a lot of people upset, and especially when that kind of stuff happens. People losing their homes, and that's a very touchy subject. Especially, I mean, a comment like that will definitely stir up some people. Yeah.
Well, like, I do know that not all upper or middle class people ignore the homeless. I'm just saying the majority of them do. So I guess I was just saying, well, I guess few people that ignore the homeless are going to know what it feels like now because they're staying in a gym somewhere. You know, I wasn't trying to be overly mean, but
I know. Yeah, I get you.
And this is a friend you got to get. Like, she totally takes things sideways, and if it's not the way she's thinking, then you're wrong. And it's like, oh my Lord, it's so wonderful to be your friend.
Or she's gonna unfriend you.
Just within the last few months, we've liked a few things on Instagram. My Instagram's just my company, so it's not like I post a picture of myself ever or anything. It's just all business. But I liked a couple of her things on Instagram. Maybe it was a comment on Facebook she liked recently or something. But yeah, she didn't talk to me for over a year and a half or so. She's finally starting to react or be a little bit open to, I guess, talking again, I suppose. I can't remember what was the last thing it was. I think it was a subject about the worst type of ism I find these days isn't, as they would say, racism or homophobism or what is that, Islamophobism or whatever. It's financial racism. It's when somebody that's doing well sees somebody struggling and they ignore it. To me, that's the worst type of injustice these days. And then that was what set her off. Say goodbye, kids. We're not going to see Chris again, and blah, blah, blah. Women, they're sensitive, man. Especially when they come from cash. So then they try to, they try to explain away all the reasons why. I don't know, whatever, man. She's in her own world, I guess. I love her brother. Him and I hang out a lot. He makes fun of her and her kids all the time. I never do that, but
Yeah, he's been taking her BS all of his life.
Yeah,
you just do it on Facebook. He has to do it in the flesh.
Yeah. He knows her better than me, so he can rib her better, I guess. My God, Indio, the sad thing about that meme is I'm sure there's truth to that crap. Oh my God.
What is Indio sharing? Some Bostonian stuff? Let's check.
Well, I mean, I've had a period or two, but not every month,
Oh no. Oh no, India.
And when I refer to me having a period, I'm not literally bleeding out my butt or anything. I'm just being a major asshole. That's all I mean.
I think that was a little bit too much information. But
wait, Are those all girls? What's going on in that picture? Oh my god. I don't.
I think they're men
I
having
don't get it.
sympathy pains with their wives that have periods, I guess, or whatever. Soy boys.
No, bro. No, bro. I think these are like. I don't know. That's so weird, that picture, man.
Dude, we did not need to see that.
And thank you, Indio. Thank you for causing some trauma in my head. Hey, XD, you know you could go to any store these days and probably get a mic for, I don't know, 50 cents. You can go to a thrift store, get a one for 49.
Shit, his neighbor probably has a spare one he could lend him.
Probably has 3 of them. If I go to my attic, I'll probably find like 3 working mics.
Fuck, I know we're really heavy deep in combo here, but I have to go charge this thing of mine. I'm gonna listen on YouTube though. You guys take care, bless.
Bro, use your device. Go ahead. Later. At least we have Lou here that can speak to us while I mute myself.
No, man, I'm all right. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't speak to you, Jimsy. I just rumpus low trying to not run.
It's all right. I'm not going to talk either. Not much anyway.
What?
No, man. I'm not very talkative these last few. Well, I've been kind of talkative the last few days, but no, I'm not feeling well still. I'm trying to just chill
Yeah,
out.
that's kind of racist, Lou. That's kind of racist, just because I said it, right?
Yeah, I don't talk to you Mexicans.
Make sure you go get your booster shots, Lou.
Don't tell that to Lou. He's good. He's gonna be better. He got all of them already. Juiced up.
Good. I'm on my 11th one. I can't get enough of. They're awesome. Anyway, this Earth thing is not a globe. Thank you.
How you figure that?
I figured that by the simple physics of water and many other things. But water does it for me. So water
I think water does it for me too.
It does not take convex shapes around objects. It's ridiculous, absurd, preposterous. Any other words you think of that mean the same.
Are you saying that water doesn't attach to the outside of an object while the object is in motion?
That's exactly what I'm saying, sir. I've never seen that demonstrated in reality at all. Zip, none, nada.
I have to agree with that. So what about the people that claim this? That's actual reality. What do you think about them?
They're either willfully ignorant or they're intentionally deceivers. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the young ones, obviously, it's not like they want to believe that. It's just that, it's the information they've been presented with. Because I speak to, like, I have family, they have children, and you see them talking about this sometimes and having their NASA shirts and that kind of stuff. And, they're children.
That's really the most big part of this whole thing is how they take advantage of innocence and trust of children. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I have a NASA shirt, and it's a pretty good looking one. But when I wear it, I tell people about it, and some don't like what I gotta say about it. Because they do compliment the shirt. I'm gonna have to take a picture and share it with you guys. I think I did, like a couple months ago. But yeah, when people ask me about it, I'm like, yeah. You know what this letter stands for? What they mean? Not a space agency. Kind of like a joke introduction. Never a straight answer.
Not actually a space agency. I like that.
Yeah. That's one of the first things that I heard when I came into the Flutter information, people talking about it, and some people were saying NASA means not a space agency. That always stuck with me. Kind of funny. I still use it sometimes.
So only new person here. Only new person we got here is a broken Mike Gang. Actually, they left too, didn't
Yeah, XD's been here for a while, but